World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1385 to Chapter 1408. The matter of Heavenly King subduing could only be put aside. In fact, it was best to pretend that it had never happened. When Fang Ping walked out of the arcane realm, the vitality in the outside world was even denser. At this moment, many people in Suppressing Star City were making breakthroughs. It was rather difficult to reach reciprocity, but it was not difficult to reach reciprocity. With a large amount of life force to temper their bodies, bone tempering was almost instantaneous for them, and they didn't need to hurt their bodies. There were some children in Star City who were in the process of making breakthroughs. Under the eager gazes of their elders, some of the younger children were already in the process of honing their bones. There were even some youngsters who were beginning to manifest their Xianxia gait. The people of Suppressing Star City had a better understanding of martial arts to begin with. He had been learning since he was young. At this moment, with the help of the vitality bestowed by the seed, these people broke through very quickly. Just as Fang Ping was watching this scene, a low growl came from afar, making Fang Ping grit his teeth. Today, I, Xianxia, shall attain the pinnacle of Tao. A loud roar shook the entire Star City. Fang Ping's teeth were aching. Today, there were many people who broke through. Some broke through to the Overlord realm, some broke through to the Saint realm, and some even broke through to the Heavenly King realm. But, that B*********************************** actually broke through to the absolute peak. There was no F***King justice in this world. Most importantly, look at him, Gong Juanzi had just proven his Tao and became a Heavenly King, but he didn't even say anything. Yet, you, a peerless cultivator, had the cheek to shout and shout. Fang Ping arrived near the Hall of Myriad Origins in no time. At this moment, a large number of martial artists were absorbing vitality to break through. Fang Ping was surprised to see Old Wang the moment he arrived. He let out a sigh of relief. His slightly disappointed mood earlier was much better now. It was a good thing that Lao Wang was back. Wang Jinyang saw Fang Ping too and nodded slightly. It was as calm as ever. However, the words that he said made people feel uneasy. He's gone. Fang Ping knew who he was talking about. Thinking of Heavenly Emperor Zhan, Fang Ping felt a little regretful. He sighed. He's a character and a hero. What a pity. According to those people, the Zhan Tian the Arch was at his peak and was unwilling to continue down this path. Otherwise, he might become the second celestial emperor. The heaven battling the Arch really wanted to solve the problem of his origin source. For this, he even sacrificed himself. Unfortunately, the teachers he trusted had betrayed him, and the seniors he trusted had also betrayed him. Yes, betrayal. Those people had acted righteously and were willing to die, but in the end, they had all betrayed him. Let's build a cenotaph, Fang Ping said. Heavenly Emperor Zhan's last arrow had helped humans a lot. They should build a tomb and offer sacrifices to him. No need. Lao Wang shook his head and said, he likes a peaceful life. He came quietly and left quietly. Letting time forget him was not a bad choice. He could somewhat understand Heavenly Battle the Arch. If not for the situation, perhaps Zhan Tiandi would not have left in such a commotion. He came quietly and left quietly without leaving any traces. Perhaps this was the life that Zhan Tiandi wanted. Fang Ping thought about it and sighed. Soon, he said, I have rubbings of the combat techniques he left behind. These can be passed down. Alright. Battle techniques were good stuff, especially since they were left behind by people like Heavenly Battle the Arch. If a martial artist could really comprehend what Heavenly Battle the Arch had left behind, it would not be difficult for them to reach the Sage realm. Heavenly Battle Thearka's combat techniques were not just combat techniques. It was an in-depth study of the entire cultivation system. There was an extremely detailed analysis of vitality, energy, and mentality. Even if one was a beginner, Heavenly Battle Thearka's combat techniques were also rare and precious classics. Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. He asked, what's your situation now? Broken 8. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Damn. It's different to have a good ancestor. Lao Wang rolled his eyes. Fang Ping was not wrong to say that Heavenly Battle the Arch was his ancestor. Since Heavenly Battle the Arch did not admit that Lao Wang was his reincarnation, then there was no need to treat him as a reincarnation. This way, after many years, Lao Wang would also have his own parents. It was okay to treat him as an ancestor. Just as Lao Wang rolled his eyes, Fang Ping sighed again. It's a pity that Brother Jean left early. Otherwise, if he was on our side, our chances of winning would increase greatly. Lao Wang did not pay attention at first. Soon, he reacted. He said he was his ancestor. Then Fang Ping turned around and said Brother Jean. What did he mean? Lao Wang could not be bothered to argue with Fang Ping. He said quickly, before he left, he asked me to tell you something. Say it. First, your origin is still limited by the source universe. If you want to transcend, kill an emperor to mend the whole. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Heavenly Battle the Arch did not seem like a good person. Second, the role of humans might be to mend the whole. The overflowing energy from the seed is additional energy that can be used to mend the whole. Fang Ping understood quickly. He let out a soft humph and said nothing. Third, the problem with Wang Ruobing that you discovered. He said that someone might want to create substitutes to mend the whole for them. Fang Ping's mind flashed. Soon, he raised his eyebrows. Is that so? That makes sense. If that's the case, some emperors might have two plans. First, to cultivate their own substitutes. Second, to use Wang Ruobing and the others as spies. Emperors were also worried that the people they cultivated would die accidentally. It was not easy to cultivate a powerhouse who could become an emperor. If time was too long, anything could happen. In that case, it was normal for someone to have two plans. This news is very important. Lao Wang looked at him in surprise. Was this news more important than the previous one? Fang Ping saw Lao Wang's expression and said disdainfully, what do you know? If we guard against someone becoming an emperor's substitute now and miss out on Wang Ruobing and the others, the emperor might escape directly during the battle and kill you by surprise. But since we know that it's an emperor's substitute, if we do something, we might be able to kill the emperor directly. Lao Wang was speechless. He did not want to argue with him. How could it be so simple? Moreover, spies were more secretive. Even Wang Ruobing had not exposed any problems previously. Although she was sick, the Three Realms was so big. There were all kinds of strange things. Wang Ruobing was not very strong. Who would care too much at a critical moment? Such a person might be the emperor's way to escape. After talking to Lao Wang for a while, Fang Ping quickly found Zhang Tao. He ignored Jiang Chao who was shouting over there. That damn fatty. What was the use of being an absolute peak? Just looking at him made people angry. Not broken through 8? Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao, slightly surprised. Not broken through 8, Zhang Tao wanted to smack him to death. Broken through 8, how could it be so simple? Previously, he had only just broken through 7. Although he had absorbed a lot of vitality, he had only advanced a little on the path of breaking through 7. Let's wait and see. Zhang Tao was not too anxious. He said nonchalantly, when there are more powerhouses on the human side, there will be some feedback. When that time comes, there will definitely be progress in Dao. Breaking through 8 is only a matter of time. Right now, the human race was just in the transformation stage. The vitality in some places had not spread to them yet. Now, he was already starting to have feedback. When there were more powerhouses, he would become even stronger. Fang Ping did not say anything after hearing that. Actually, there were some changes in his source world at this moment. Although he had severed his emperor path, the source world was still there. The people in Magic City and Sun City were powerful, which was also helpful to him. This time, Fang Ping wanted to integrate more cities. Right now, his reputation and strength were sufficient. Fang Ping did not bother with old Zhang. He said immediately, build up momentum for me. Publicize all my achievements this time. Publicize them energetically. Tell them how many broken Ninebreakers I've killed and how many times I've saved humanity. As for the others, including Heavenly King Subduing, if they want to keep a low profile, let them keep a low profile, give all the credit to me. I've saved the whole world alone. Old Zhang raised his eyebrows. Is there any use? Right now, the human race's worship of you has reached a peak. Isn't that enough? He knew Fang Ping's purpose. However, Fang Ping did not seem to have integrated many cities yet. Was there any use in publicizing it? Nonsense. Of course there is. Fang Ping said impatiently, just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. Anyway, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll integrate them one by one later. Right now, my source world can still continue to expand. The benefits should still be great. After Fang Ping's source world had expanded to 1,000 meters, it was still expanding. Obviously, it had not reached its limit yet. Integrating more cities could still expand the source world. Of course, the effect might not be as good as before. Previously, expanding 100 meters was already very good. According to the source world's calculations, it might only be beneficial if it expanded 1,000 meters now. That would increase the difficulty greatly. The source world was getting bigger and bigger. Expanding 1,000 meters in diameter was not doubling, but expanding the area by 4 times. It would be more difficult than before. Now that Fang Ping had integrated the 9 Emperor's seal, he could only turn his attention to integrating Earth. Previously, integrating Sun City and Magic City had given him a lot of help. These were only 2 cities. Magic City was still considered big, but Sun City was not. Old Zhang did not say anything. This was a good thing. Fang Ping was now the human race's pillar. The stronger he was, the better. Helping Fang Ping build momentum was nothing. At this time, not to mention that humans were in danger, even in peaceful times, old Zhang could not be bothered to compete with Fang Ping for this limelight. I'll get someone to do it later. As old Zhang said that, he glanced at everyone who was still cultivating and said in a low voice, time is very tight. Even if everyone has made great progress now, we still can't do anything against the Emperor. Joint attack combat technique. Fang Ping did not waste any time. Dong Huang had a set of joint attack combat technique previously. It's a joint force outburst. I think the effect is not bad. I don't expect everyone to kill the Emperor, but at the critical moment, giving the Emperor a blow can also deplete some of the Emperor's strength. Also, Fang Ping said in a low voice, the 3 realms don't need peace. Let them conquer the 3 realms and unify the 3 realms. If the 3 realms are unified, we should have some feedback. Even those who have made great contributions will benefit. Otherwise, Hong Yu and the rest would not be so determined to unify the 3 realms. Since the humans have this strength, why not fight for it? Hong Yu and the rest can't unify the 3 realms because they are not strong enough. Now that the Emperor is trapped in the source again, this is our chance. Moreover, we don't need those opponents to keep suppressing our development. The Catacombs, Overseas Immortal Islands, Demon Court, Divine Sect, eliminate these forces that are hostile to us, so that they won't cause trouble during the war. Those who are willing to surrender, organize the powerhouses into battle teams and keep a close watch on them. They will be sent out as cannon fodder during the war. As for the weak, Fang Ping said coldly, suppress those who should be suppressed, kill those who should be killed. Those who are stained with the blood of the humans, kill them all. We have been fighting with the Catacombs for so many years, it's time to settle the score. Let Hong Yu and the rest cede the outer region immediately. Otherwise, send troops to conquer the inner region of the Catacombs immediately. Old Zhang gritted his teeth and said, kid, this is not good. Now that everyone knows that we are strong, if nothing goes wrong, these fellows will join forces soon. Believe it or not, very soon, there will be only 2 forces left in the 3 realms. Hong Kuan and the rest were not idiots. This time, seeing Fang Ping kill Broken 9, how could they not join forces and wait for Fang Ping to defeat them one by one? Old Wang said again, there is also Chu Wu's side. There was some movement in the ancestral grave previously. I suspect that the few powerhouses who were trapped in the ancestral grave have escaped. The underworld god and the rest are still considered good. According to the weapon god envoy, the few who were trapped all hate the source, especially the cat. At this moment, the cat was still in Fang Ping's hand. When the dispirited cat heard this, it suddenly raised its head, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, saying angrily, if they bully me again, I will bite them. I will stab them all to death. I am already very uncomfortable, and they still want to bully me. Do they really think that cats are easy to bully? It was angry, but Fang Ping was slightly taken aback, his gaze moving slightly. Your outburst earlier shattered the Emperor's mentality blockade? The cat did not want to speak. Big cat, you, Fang Ping's eyes flickered. Did you take that step? This cat's source world had long expanded to 999 meters. However, the last step could not be completed. It had even completed the cultivation of jade bones and jade body, including the conversion of force. Previously, its maximum vitality was close to 16 million. What about now? Could it be that it had completed that step of transformation? Fang Ping really did not care, and he could not see it. His mentality was not as strong as this cat, so he could not see through the cat. Could it be that it had really succeeded? If so, if the cat's vitality went through a qualitative change, in addition to the expansion of the source, there would also be an increase. This cat might be close to 35 million vitality. Would that not be the same as him? If that was really the case, this cat would also be a peak 8 powerhouse who had broken through 2 gates and was close to 3 gates. I'm not telling you. The cat did not want to talk to him. It was in a bad mood now, not telling you. However, Fang Ping had a judgment. He cursed in his heart, you silly cat, if you don't tell me, it means that it's true. If it was not completed, this cat would definitely not tell Fang Ping, because Fang Ping knew the situation. What a fool! Old Zhang also looked at this cat with a strange gaze. This cat could not have broken through 8, could it? If that was really the case, it was really scary. Fang Ping did not ask any more, continuing, the harvest this time is not small, I even got a few divine weapons. The Divine Emperor's rapier, the fishing net obtained by the Heavenly King's suppression, as well as Donghuang's shield, were all destroyed by the Spirit Emperor and merged into the blood arrow. Otherwise, the blood arrow would not be so powerful. The divine weapon that the Divine Emperor forged his body was also broken. Even so, including the saber that Fang Ping had successfully merged with, now he had 3 complete divine weapons in his hands. Fang Ping handed the rapier to old Zhang, leaving the fishing net. This thing could be used to trap people, to prevent them from running away, and he could not slash them. Other than that, Fang Ping gave Heavenly Emperor's combat techniques, as well as aura convergence technique, vitality qualitative change, golden body technique, and other cultivation methods to old Zhang. These things were the cultivation methods that the emperors were good at. In addition, Fang Ping gave old Zhang the fusion power that killed the Beast Emperor and the vitality he got from the Spirit Emperor. This time, he had indeed gained a lot. Other than the first time, Fang Ping looked into the storage space. There were 2 pots of tea and some tokens left by the Earthly Emperor. Fang Ping had not studied the tokens thoroughly yet, so he did not give them, but he gave the 2 pots of tea to old Zhang. 1 pot was given to me by Heavenly Emperor. No, the Divine Emperor. The others drank it, and it helped a lot. The cat drank a lot, but it's not a big problem, but I'm not sure if it's really okay. You can find someone to try it yourself. There's another pot, Heavenly King Suppression gave it to me. I don't know what it is, try it. That old ghost gave it to you? Old Zhang held one of the pots and looked at it for a while, asking suspiciously, is it something good? I don't know, I didn't drink it. Fang Ping really did not know, who knew what it was. Old Zhang touched his chin. He gave it to you when you were in danger? I guess so. Fang Ping was not sure. Was it considered danger when he was with the Divine Emperor? Who knew? Just take it as it was. When old Zhang heard it, he judged that it might be used to save his life, or else Heavenly King Suppression would not give it to him when Fang Ping was in danger. After thinking about it, he poured out a little and licked it gently. He frowned slightly. What was this thing? It was a little fragrant, but this fragrance was a little unusual. In fact, when one cultivated to the realm of Heavenly King Suppression, it was not strange at all that one's body would really have a fragrance. However, old Zhang did not feel any particularly useful energy, so he was a little puzzled. On the other side, Heavenly King Suppression just walked out of the mystic realm and saw old Zhang licking the foot-washing water. His teeth were exposed. Snow White, Kid Zhang, no matter how cunning you are, you still have to drink my foot-washing water. Old Zhang also happened to look at him. When he saw his expression, his heart suddenly sank. Could it be that he was tricking Fang Ping? He did not feel any energy, there was some fragrance. Old Zhang thought about it carefully and suddenly felt nauseous. He he had dealt with Heavenly King suppression many times. He seemed to have smelled this smell before. Body fragrance? Old Zhang shuddered. Damn, this old guy, was he tricking people with bathwater? He felt nauseous in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He threw the teapot to Fang Ping and smiled. It feels like it has a healing effect. Try it. Fang Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, am I stupid? That old guy obviously has no good intentions. When he saw that I didn't drink it, he was so regretful as if he had lost money. What good can it be? He either added saliva, bathwater, or even peed in it. I won't drink it. Old Zhang almost wanted to kill someone, so you knew, and you actually returned it to me. Behind him, Heavenly King Suppression's body was trembling, happy. However, he still felt regretful. Fang Ping, this kid, was really cunning, Fang Ping said indifferently, there's no harm in drinking it. There's more or less some energy. Don't look down on it. Remember the hard times in the past. Didn't you drink Spirit Emperor's bathwater to save your life? It was tens of thousands of years ago, and I didn't see you disgusted. What's wrong with drinking a little? Old Zhang's face darkened. Fang Ping did not continue to provoke him. He said, this time, I need to rest and reorganize. You solve things yourself. Don't look for me if there's nothing important. Oh, right, Fang Ping thought of something and said quickly, help me find out where that old Taoist Feng Yun is. Previously, I suspected that Heavenly Emperor Reverse's avatar was him. Later, it was the Emperor God who impersonated him. Heavenly Emperor Reverse did not go to the mystic realm at all. I still suspect that he is Heavenly Emperor Reverse's avatar. He might have the ability to break 9. This guy's attitude is unclear. This time, Heavenly Emperor Reverse crushed the 3 cats. Even if we can't kill Heavenly Emperor Reverse, we have to destroy him. Zhang Tao frowned. He helped us a few times, that's why we have to find out. Fang Ping laughed. It's best if he's not. If he is, we'll see. This old guy always wants the world to be in chaos. He always comes up with some ranking list. I don't know if he will continue this time. Anyway, he's not a good guy. You check him. But if he breaks 9, don't provoke him for now. My body hasn't completely transformed. Wait a little longer. Old Zhang looked at him and said hesitantly, you haven't integrated Dao and beginner martial yet. Do you have a chance to break 9? I'll see. Fang Ping did not know how long it would take. He would wait and see. He continued, now that I've ignited my great Daos, I'm lacking some trump cards. It's better to kill someone who's broken 7 or 8 and take away their great Daos. That way, I'll have more confidence. If I meet someone who's broken 9, I'll be able to kill him, that's good. I wonder how many people will break through this time. I'll take a look when Taoist Feng Yun comes up with a ranking. If not, we can investigate the changes in the 3 realms ourselves. This time, many people had gained a lot from the secret realm. Now that they were out, they should be able to digest it quickly. By the way, old Zhang, if you're lucky this time, you might be able to get first place. Fang Ping teased, Moon Spirit might be achieving breakthrough 8. Even if that celestial polarity guy achieves breakthrough 7, he's still trash. It doesn't matter how powerful he is. Who knows, you might really become the first to achieve breakthrough 7 without doing anything. Old Zhang rolled his eyes, breaking 7 first my ass, he had just come out of the mystic realm, and there were many trivial matters to attend to. In addition, the life force of the human world had greatly increased. The strong were constantly breaking through, and the weak were also breaking through. At this moment, old Zhang had many things to do. Many people were in closed-door cultivation. He had no choice but to personally manage and handle it. He did not chat much with Fang Ping. He was busy. Fang Ping was busy too. He still had to sort out his gains and sort out his martial arts at the same time. This time, he had achieved breakthrough 9. His gains were not small. Other things aside, his combat techniques had become much stronger. In addition, his physique was about to achieve breakthrough. This breakthrough, Fang Ping's strength control might reach 100%. Fang Ping also needed to familiarize himself. As well as some matters regarding the 9 emperors, the seeds, the substitutes. Fang Ping needed to sort out these matters. Next, Fang Ping might have to face the emperor's true form. Of course, Chu also had a lot of trouble to solve. If Fist God and the others were released, they might bring some threats to the human race. Lastly, the human race's allies were also in a lot of trouble. Fang Ping needed to sort out. These people were inextricably linked to the emperors. He might need to do something to prevent any unforeseen events from happening when the war was imminent. Forest Purple, Dragon Transformation, Chaos, Tengu. Many people needed to sort out their relationships on their own. With so many things to do, Fang Ping's head hurt just thinking about it. Star Town. Within the secret realm. At this moment, Fang Ping occupied the arcane realm and began waiting for his physique to transform. He was already close to having a jade body. This time, the seed had left behind quite a lot of energy. In addition to that, Fang Ping himself had slashed 9 times previously. After a few times, his essence, spirit, and soul had been perfected. This state was also the easiest for him to achieve a breakthrough. After waiting for a long time, there was a loud boom. His body was like thunder. At this moment, Fang Ping's flesh glowed with a jade-colored glow, perfectly attaching to his bones. He had finally completed the transformation this time. Wealth, 220 billion points. Vitality, 6 million calories, 16 million. Spirit, 0 Hz, 99,999 Hz. Force, 1000. Original, 20 million calories. Vitality, jade bones, 99%, with qualitative change of chi and blood. Source World, 1099 meters. Battle Technique, Chaos Vanquishing Saber Technique, plus 18%. Power Control, 99%. Ultimate Outburst, 30373200 cal/30680000 cal. Fang Ping glanced at the new data. His wealth was even higher than before. Fang Ping had expended a lot of it previously, mainly because he had obtained 2 divine weapons to replenish his wealth. Vitality increased by 1 million calories. It wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. His mental strength was still the same. The key was still his battle technique. This time, he had improved quite a bit. He changed it to the Chaos Vanquishing Saber technique and increased it to 18%. That was terrifying. It was a full 3% increase in strength. However, Fang Ping frowned at the last part, the control of energy. That included the jade bones and strength control were still at 99%. This was slightly different from what Fang Ping had expected. He thought that since his physique was complete, there would be a huge change this time. My body is jade-like. What else is lacking? Fang Ping felt a little strange. What was missing? He could not help but think of the Heaven Battling Emperor. He knew that the Heaven Battling Emperor could control 100% of his strength, and he seemed to be the only one who could control 100% of his strength. Of course, people like the God Creation Envoy had very strong control over their strength as well. Unquestionable Sword had once said that the control of the God Crafting Envoy's power was also 100%. However, at this moment, Fang Ping knew in his heart that although the God Envoy was strong, his control over his strength was about the same as his, about 99%. It was probably the same for Heavenly King Subduing. Then why couldn't it reach 100%? Ah, my head hurts. Fang Ping suspected that there might be other changes after he achieved 100% control over his strength. He thought of the projection from before. At that time, Zhang Tiandi had already exceeded his expectations. He was very, very strong, and definitely not someone who had just broken through to the 9th rank. In addition, Sovereign Chenling's body had been torn to pieces, and a divine artifact had exploded. Under such circumstances, the combined strength of the two of them would be stronger than Zhang Tiandi's own strength. However, did Zhang Tiandi have 60 million calories of vitality at that time? Fang Ping was not sure. However, did he really think that 60 million calories of vitality could penetrate the defense of the 8 sovereigns and 1 emperor, shoot directly at the source of the attack, and injure Heavenly Emperor? It wasn't that simple. According to the classification of emperors, there are 3 levels of emperors. The weak ones like the Spirit Emperor had at least 50 million calories. People like the Earthly Sovereign should have no problem with 60 to 70 million calories, right? The strongest god emperors are probably close to 100 million. Xianxia said that it can kill the weak and severely injure the emperor god and the others. This arrow should cost at least 80 million calories, right? Fang Ping felt that it was even more than that. Even if Zhang Tiandi and Ling Huang worked together, the combined power of that arrow should not have been more than 80 million calories. However, Zhang Tiandi had unleashed a power that exceeded his limits. Is this the effect of 100% power control? Fang Ping thought of someone, Old Man Li. When the control of power was beyond imagination, powerhouses could unleash a power that exceeded their limits. Old Man Li killed a rank 8 powerhouse with a vitality limit of 10,000 cal at rank 6. Rank 8 powerhouses, on the other hand, had at least 50,000 cal of vitality. At that time, even if Old Man Li took advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and slashed with his sword, the power unleashed would definitely be more than 10,000 cal. If it was 10,000 cal, even if he took advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, he would not be able to kill a rank 8 martial artist. Old Man Li, Fang Ping rubbed his chin. Old Man Li was the second martial artist that Fang Ping knew who had 100% power control. As for Old Zhang, this fellow claimed to have 100% power control, but according to the current situation, it should be 99%. Of course, these people's power control was extremely high. Their power almost did not leak out. It felt like it was not much different from total control. However, even if it was only a difference of 1%, it might produce a completely different effect. I still have to ask Old Man Li. Fang Ping suddenly felt that this old man was really freaking freakish. In the past, every time he thought of a rank 6 killing a rank 8, Fang Ping also felt that he was freakish. Not only Fang Ping, everyone knew that he was freakish. However, at Fang Ping's level, a rank 8 could be killed with just a breath. Now, he actually did not care about these things too much. However, now he actually did not achieve 100% power control. This surprised Fang Ping. Thinking about it again, he, a break 8 martial artist, actually felt that a rank 6 martial artist was freakish. Now that the body is as one, I've really broken through 2 gates. Fang Ping muttered. He was still lacking before, but now he had really broken through 2 gates, with a full 30 million cal outburst. Mentality is still lacking. A round ball appeared in Fang Ping's hand. He was slightly hesitant. If he ate the round ball, could his mentality complete a qualitative change? If he could, then he would have profited greatly. 200,000 Hz mentality, 16 million calories vitality, balance, conversion, can also be converted to 1800 force, 36 million calories vitality. Now, although Fang Ping had the vitality induction technique to convert the force and coexist with his vitality. However, this was not a long-term solution. After all, the 2 types of power were not equally strong. Now there was still the danger of imbalance. Once there was an imbalance, Fang Ping might be blown to death by himself. It was also because he had high power control, otherwise, Fang Ping would have been blown to death by himself. Emperor's Core. Before going into closed-door cultivation, Fang Ping asked Heavenly King Suppressing if this thing could be eaten. According to Heavenly King Suppressing, this was the crystallization of the Tao tree's life. It also had the effect of crystallization of mentality. Eating it, it could be eaten. He was afraid that Fang Ping would have indigestion and die from overeating. Moreover, it was best not to eat this thing recklessly. If it was given to a talented martial artist to use, the other party could easily walk to the Heavenly King stage. Fang Ping snorted. Heavenly King stage? Yes, Heavenly King stage was very strong. However, if his mentality changed qualitatively and reached a basic vitality outburst of 36 million calories, he could say that he was at peak break 8 with more than 35 million. At that time, Fang Ping would be considered to have walked to peak break 8. Now, although he had reached the stage of breaking through 2 gates, there was still a long way to go before he could reach peak break 8. Recently, he did not have any great path in hand. Hong Yu and the others could see Fang Ping's situation now. Fang Ping did not have a great path. He had just broken through 2 gates. Fang Ping's great path of breaking 6, even if he installed it now, the increase might not be that great. He still had to break through 7. These people were not necessarily afraid of Fang Ping. Of course, Fang Ping could integrate Tao. these people were also afraid. It was not like the humans did not have heavenly kings. If old Zhang was willing to break his Dao for Fang Ping, this was Fang Ping's Dao. Once Fang Ping installed it, he might be able to break through 9 gates instantly. They were also aware of this. Unless it was absolutely necessary, these people did not want to fight to the death with the humans. However, if I break old Zhang's Dao, even if he doesn't die, he will be completely crippled. Fang Ping shook his head. He still did not want old Zhang to break his Dao. If that was the case, it would be best if he could really reach the stage of breaking 9. Eat it first. Fang Ping looked at the emperor's core in his hand. He gritted his teeth. Eat, after eating it, he might complete the qualitative change of his mentality. When that time came, he would truly walk to the peak of the 3 realms, the peak of no emperor. Just as Fang Ping swallowed the emperor's core, wishing for death. The catacombs. Hong Yu walked out of the torn heaven and earth. Compared to before, he was more reserved, but his eyes were more spirited. Outside, the Palm Seal envoy looked at him and said emotionally, "You've broken through 2 gates." Previously, Hong Yu had only broken through the mentality gate. This time, he had gained a lot. Hong Yu nodded slightly and chuckled. I did. Moreover, after breaking through 2 gates, with the help of the gate-breaking force, not only did I successfully forge my jade bones, but my vitality has also increased a little. The 3rd gate. I can vaguely take a peek at it. The Palm Seal envoy's eyes flickered. Peak of 2 gates? Not really. According to human calculations, it's about 35 million calories you can be considered to have entered the ranks of the peak. The Palm Seal envoy was filled with emotions. Hong Yu smiled. You're almost there too. This time, you've gained a lot. Very soon, you will also be able to break through 8 gates. The Palm Seal envoy was slightly delighted. However, he quickly looked at the turbulent void on the other side and said helplessly, Li Zhu still suffered a lot. What a pity. Although he did not get along with this disciple, he had to admit that Li Zhu was very talented. This time, Li Zhu directly opened up the path of energy in the mystic realm. After coming out, even if he did not cultivate, he could still break through 1 gate quickly. Moreover, he had also absorbed a lot of vitality. If he was lucky, he could directly break through 2 gates. Now, the unlucky one was almost killed by Fang Ping. The vitality that he absorbed was used to repair his body. With this, Li Zhu could originally break through 2 gates. Now, he would die from breaking through 1 gate. He had to admit that it was a huge loss, that much life force wasn't something that could be found all the time. This time only the seed projection had so much vitality. Hong Yu also smiled bitterly. It's already lucky that we managed to survive. If it wasn't for Fang Ping's boldness to break through 9 gates and snatch the seed, he would not have cooperated with us at all. If that had happened, not only brotherly, even if we could come back, it would have been a problem. Fang Ping's final target was the Emperor clone. Otherwise, none of them could even dream of escaping. As he said that, he added, he might still have some thoughts of joining forces to fight against the Emperor. That's why he did not persist in the later stages and insisted on killing us. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would not have escaped death. Upon hearing that, the Palm Seal envoy sighed. I didn't expect this. Who would have thought that he could reach this step and break through the Dao tree? This is the Emperor realm of the ancient times, the real Emperor realm. The clone was slightly better. He had broken through 9 gates and had about 40 million calories of vitality. Even if the Dao tree was also 40 million calories, it was not something the clone could compare to. This was a real emperor. In the end, he was killed. Hong Yu felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. He quickly smiled and said, he ignited his Dao and integrated the underworld god and the others to achieve this. If I'm not mistaken, he has an extremely high demand for Dao. The stronger he is, the higher his demand. Previously, he killed Yuan Gang. This was also the first heavenly king martial artist that he had separated from his Dao. Now, if I'm not mistaken, he should not have any other heavenly king Dao. Moreover, breaking 6 gates might not be useful. I saw that he kept an eye on King General. I'm afraid he needs to break 7 gates. I'll inform King Gen to be careful and not go out for now. After thinking for a while, he looked at the Palm Seal envoy and coughed. Senior 2. The Palm Seal envoy's face darkened. Needless to say, he was a little frightened. It was really dangerous to break 7 gates. Although he had broken through the peak of 7 gates and could break through 8 gates soon, breaking through 8 gates was not a guarantee. It was better to be careful in case Fang Ping killed him. According to Hong Yu, even without the enhancement of Dao, that fellow had the ability to break through 2 gates. As they spoke, Li Zhu broke through. His face was still a little pale. However, he was in a good mental state. When he saw the two of them looking at him, he smiled bitterly. I just broke through the energy gate. I'm lucky that I didn't die. It's just that, breaking through the life gate is still a long way off. Hong Yu thought for a while. That might not be the case. This time, the humans took the seed and spread its vitality to the entire human world. Li Zhu said helplessly, Brother Yu, are you planning to take over the human world? At this stage, was there still such an extravagant hope? How strong was the subduing heavenly king in the human world? How strong was Fang Ping, plus, Wan, Sherpa, Heavenly Hound, God Creation Envoy? This large group of powerhouses that were on good terms with Fang Ping invaded the human world at this time. They were courting death. It was already good enough that the human world did not invade them. Hong Yu smiled. There's no need to snatch it by force. Zhang Tao had promised Hong Kuan that he would give Hong Kuan enough vitality to help King Qian and King Zhen temper their jade bones. As for King Zhen, it's a waste even if it's used. I'll try my best to get some for Brotherly. Brotherly breaking through the second gate is more effective than King Zhen, Li Zhu said helplessly. King Zhen was there too, right? King Zhen wouldn't agree to forcefully snatch it away. If King Zhen bore a grudge against them, it wouldn't be a good thing. At this moment, it is inevitable to join forces with the divine sect and the demon court. It is not a good thing to have another dispute. I understand. Hong Yu smiled, we don't have to snatch it by force. If King Zhen really managed to forge his jade bones, he would be suppressed by the Dao. By reasoning with him, we can help him walk further on the great Dao. He may not necessarily care about the jade forging bones. Right now, the biggest threat to him is the path of breaking 7. Fang Ping needs it. Hong Yu sounded helpless. These words could be used to threaten King General. It would be very effective. King Zhen wasn't stupid. He knew the current situation. Fang Ping had his eyes on the path of breaking 7. Fang Ping would definitely keep his eyes on the person who broke 7 and had the easiest Dao to separate. He didn't look at Heaven's Fate. After he left, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. West Imperial Palace had disappeared without a trace. Heaven's Fate had a good relationship with Fang Ping. He had never targeted the humans. However, Heaven's Fate knew that his path of breaking 7 was very useful to Fang Ping. By burning his Dao, Fang Ping could break 9. At this stage, no matter how good their relationship was, it was useless. Unless they formed an alliance with the humans, Fang Ping might not let Heaven's Fate go. Li Zhu nodded. Hopefully. There was still a difference between breaking 2 gates and breaking 1 gate. There was a difference of tens of millions of cal. On the Celestial Court's side, if he and Hong Yu both broke 2 gates and broke 8 gates, they would have some ability to protect themselves. Protect themselves. Thinking of this, Li Zhu felt helpless. Since when did 3 people breaking 8 gates and 2 people breaking 2 gates become self-defense against the humans? They might not even be able to protect themselves. It seemed like they had to work together. It had to be fast. It would be best if all 3 parties gathered. 2 parties had to give up their territories and work together. Overseas. It was best to give up, Li Zhu and Hong Yu discussed. The Celestial Court might need to be reorganized and rebuilt. The Earth realm was still the largest continent in the 3 realms. The overseas immortal islands were not as big as the Earth realm. The human realm was not even 1/10 the size of the Earth realm. In the Earth realm, they could cede some territory to the divine sect and the demon court. They would probably be happy to do so. Brother Hong Yu will need to persuade Feng to join the Celestial Court. Everyone was digesting what they had gained this time. Overseas, on a small island. Di Xing's face was pale. Looking at the sage-like Taoist Feng Yun, he said dryly, You still want to rank the 3 realms ranking list? Feng Yun, who exactly are you? He was crazy, even breaking 9 was killed. Heavenly kings had fallen like rain in the 3 realms. A saint dared to rank the 3 realms ranking list. Was this guy really Fengyun? Taoist Fengyun smiled casually. This time, it's the real 3 realms ranking list. Not only do we rank heavenly kings, but we also rank emperors. Including beginners, we have to rank them too. Since ancient times, there have been thousands of martial artists. If they are not on the ranking list, who can stir up the 3 realms and leave their names on the ranking list? You're crazy, you're really crazy, Di Xing murmured. Then, his expression changed drastically. Emperors on the ranking list, this was not a lunatic. This was strength. Without strength and judgment, how could you rank emperors? Even Fang Ping could not tell the depth of emperors. He was only estimating. Taoist Fengyun wanted to rank emperors. Who exactly are you? Di Xing was about to tremble. He and Taoist Fengyun were the remnants of the divine sect. They were also traitors of the divine sect. These days, he had been hanging out with Fengyun. But now, he realized that he did not understand Taoist Fengyun at all. Was he still a saint? Taoist Fengyun smiled faintly. Why look into this? Now that the 3 realms are in turmoil, although you've advanced to emperor level, now, you're just cannon fodder. If you follow me, at least there's hope. Otherwise, you'll die sooner or later. Taoist Fengyun smiled again. It's lonely to be alone. It's not bad to have someone to talk to. As soon as he said that, a small stone tablet landed in Di Xing's hands. Go to the Earth Realm. Find an outland and leave this tablet there before coming back. This is the real 3 realms ranking list. Di Xing's expression changed again. Taoist Fengyun smiled. It's fine. Even if they know you left it, they won't do anything to you. Di Xing's expression was dark and uncertain. He asked in a low voice, How do you know their strength? Everyone had just come out and had not revealed their strength yet. I have a pair of peeking eyes. Who in the 3 realms can hide from my eyes? Taoist Fengyun was arrogant. He laughed and said quickly, Go. This time all the powerhouses in the 3 realms are on the ranking list. I'm afraid this will be the last one. Emperors and beginners were all on the ranking list. Did the 3 realms need another ranking list? There was no need for that. Di Xing's face was pale. He did not dare to disobey. His heart trembled, but he could only fly toward the catacombs quickly. After Di Xing left, Taoist Fengyun heaved a sigh. How many people on the ranking list could have a good ending? This could be considered as keeping a record for the heroes of tens of thousands of years ago. Years later, someone might find out and decipher the names on the ranking list. At the very least, they could give an explanation to the 3 realms. At the very least, people would know that there were the 9 sovereigns, the 4 emperors, the heavenly kings, and the saints. I am writing history. Taoist Fengyun chuckled. That was history. Names after names, heartrending stories after heartrending stories. The dead hid their names. The living spread their names. That day, the catacombs shook. A huge tablet fell from the sky. A ranking list shook the 3 realms. Taoist Fengyun, the mysterious guy, was finally known by the powerhouses of the 3 realms. The one who stirred up the storm was Taoist Fengyun, the sovereign ranking, number 1, Heaven Emperor, unfathomable, number 2, Sun Spirit, unfathomable, number 3, God Emperor, over 100 million, number 4, Heaven Reverse Emperor, over 100 million, number 5, East Sovereign, over 100 million, number 6, Earthly Sovereign, almost 100 million, number 7, Human Sovereign, almost 100 million, number 8, North Sovereign, 80 to 90 million, number 9, Beast Sovereign, 70 to 80 million, number 10, West Sovereign, 70 to 80 million, number 11, Emperor Nan, 70 to 80 million, number 12, Spirit Sovereign, 60 to 70 million, did not go all out. The data might have been omitted. Number 13, Heaven Subduing King, 40 to 50 million, a total of 13 powerhouses were on the list. However, even without looking at the rest of the list, the names at the top were enough to shock the 3 realms. Astounding, 13 powerhouses were on the sovereign ranking. Among them, 2 were the most shocking. Number 1, Earthly Sovereign. Number 2, Heaven Subduing King. Both of them were on the ranking list. This also meant that Earthly Sovereign might not be dead. They did not know how Taoist Fengyun found out, but he even knew about Heaven subduing king. Perhaps earthly sovereign was still alive, Heaven Emperor and Sun Spirit, one was first and the other was second. Only these two had unfathomable strength. Even God Emperor could be estimated. It was clear that if Taoist Fengyun was a clone of one of them, then it was most likely to be God Emperor, Heaven Reverse Emperor, or East Sovereign. Because East Sovereign's strength was also over 100 million, both Earthly Sovereign and Human Sovereign were close to 100 million. Earthly Sovereign was easy to deal with. If he was not dead, he was already powerful. But Human Sovereign. Once again, everyone's prediction was refreshed. Of course, Fang Ping knew that North Sovereign's previous ranking was not much different from this. It was clear that Human Sovereign was powerful, Heaven Emperor Zhan's three masters were all terrifying. God Emperor, East Sovereign, Human Sovereign, no wonder Zhan Yu was terrifyingly powerful. How could these three not be powerful? If all three said that Zhan Yu was scary, then it meant that Zhan Yu was indeed scary. Heavenly King ranking, Broken 8 ranking number 1, Fist God, 38 million, number 2, Fang Ping, 30 to 40 million, number 3, God Creator, 36 million, number 4, Hong Kuan, 36 million, number 5, Underworld God, 35 million, number 6, Hong Yu, 35 million, number 7, Demon Emperor, 35 million, number 8, Tian Chen, 35 million, number 9, Feng, 34 million, number 10, Tengu, 34 million, number 11, Spear God, 32 million, number 12, Divine Palm, 30 million, number 13, Fantasy, 26 million, number 14, Heavenly Arm, 25 million, number 15, Sherpa, 25 million, number 16, King Xian, 23 million, number 17, Li Zhu, 22 million, number 18, Chaos, 22 million, number 19, Rod Saint, 22 million, number 20, Severed Consciousness, 22 million, number 21, Moon Spirit, 20 million, number 22, Wang Jinyang, close to 20 million, Broken 7 ranking number 1, Palm Imprint User, 19, 9 million, number 2, Zhang Tao, 16 million, Human Sovereign's Bonus, number 3, Azure God, 18 million, number 4, Celestial Fate, 18 million, number 5, Wind God, 17 million, number 6, Rain God, 16 million, number 9, King Zhen, 13 million, number 10, Lin Zi, 11 million. A terrifyingly long list appeared on the stone tablet, on the Feng Shui leaderboard. There were as many as 22 powerhouses who had broken 8 ranking, even Wang Jinyang, who had just broken 8 and was only known to Fang Ping, was on the leaderboard, becoming the last person on the leaderboard. It was terrifying. Not only that, there was a special note on the leaderboard. Song Cat is not on the leaderboard. Yes, Song Cat was not on the leaderboard, however, with this special note, it did not matter whether it was on the leaderboard or not. In the Sky Cemetery, the powerhouses of Origins had really broken through their realms. This time, Fist God, Spear God, Divine Sovereign, Rod Saint, and Severed Consciousness, a total of 5 powerhouses, all of whom had broken 8, walked out of the Sky Cemetery. In an instant, the strength of the beginner martial artist skyrocketed. There were 8 powerhouses who had broken 8 ranking. Fist God was ranked first, but Fang Ping was ranked second. Even though Fang Ping had killed Broken 9, he had achieved it by burning his Dao. Right now, Fang Ping was ranked second without his Dao. He was already overestimating himself. Underworld God was only ranked 5th. He was actually not as good as Hong Kuan. This was somewhat unexpected. Once the leaderboard was out, the 3 realms were shaken again. As for Fang Ping, he was still screaming shrilly, waiting for his mentality to transform. He, who had eaten the Emperor's core, had not come out of closed-door cultivation yet. Otherwise, Fang Ping would be happy. Daoist Feng Shui had helped him come up with the Broken 7 leaderboard. He could choose carefully now. Otherwise, if someone had broken 7, he might not even know. P.S. Brothers, cast your monthly votes in the last 10 minutes of this month. Don't waste it. The second place in the monthly votes ranking would never change. The best-selling continued to dominate the first place, and his position as the leader was still stable. He updated more than 550,000 words this month, which was not bad. A new month had begun. September should be the end of the month. He was not too sure. If the ending was slow, then it would be October. Anyway, it would only be these 2 months, and it would not be longer. In August, he had written a large dungeon. Actually, writing such a long dungeon was quite tiring. In September, he might not keep writing about Fang Ping. He might write about others, about those characters who were about to become passers-by. He would try his best to write about some people so that everyone could remember them, so that they could come alive. Of course, his pen strength was limited. Everyone, please forgive me. I might not be able to write to everyone's satisfaction. In short, Gao Wu had officially entered the late stage. The complete book should be more than 8 million words. He hoped that it could end perfectly and not drop the ball. Once again, he thanked everyone for their support. In September, he would continue to ask for guaranteed monthly votes. So be it, second place. That's fine too. Everyone, continue to support him. Let's move forward. Ah. Ah. Shrill screams came one after another. The scolding started again. In the arcane realm, there was only one cat watching, circling Fang Ping. The cheater screamed so miserably. However, every time the cheater screamed, he would find someone to scold. Did it not hurt any more? The 9 emperors were scolded, and so were the broken ones. The cat was curious. Who else could he scold? Was it that painful? The cat did not understand. Back then, the cat's mentality naturally changed. Why was the cheater so miserable? It seemed like the cheater's ability to endure pain was not good enough. The cat sighed in its heart. It poked Fang Ping with its paw, comforting him. Then, it squatted in front of Fang Ping and ate the dried fish. Just a cup of tea was needed. This was the so-called spectator crowd. Unfortunately, the cheater had not come out of closed-door cultivation. The cat felt embarrassed to enjoy the emperor beverage alone. Otherwise, it would be drinking the beverage and eating the dried fish while watching the cheater scream. Ah! Fang Ping was in extreme pain. His mentality was changing. He opened his eyes and saw the cat squatting in front of him, eating the dried fish. Fang Ping wanted to kill the cat. What are you doing? I'm screaming so miserably, and you're still sitting and watching. Aren't you embarrassed? This stupid cat is so annoying sometimes. Little did he know, in the eyes of others, he, Fang Ping, was much more annoying than this cat. Ah! Fang Ping screamed again. The cat was enjoying the fish even more. Was this an accompaniment? Fang Ping was fuming. His head was really on fire. The cat's eyes were glazed. The dried fish almost fell from its mouth. It said adorably, "Cheater, you're on fire. You're the one on fire. You're really on fire." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Of course I know I'm on fire. This is not a fire. It's my mentality changing. It's transforming. However, a formless mental power appeared at this moment, just like flames. Fang Ping's brain was changing too. His brain had been melted before. At this moment, the eggshell was even stronger. The small hole left behind by the main path was now showing signs of closing. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. At this moment, he suddenly realized something and was in a trance. My control over my power is not at 100%. Is it because of this hole in my brain? But, if there was a hole in the brain, how could Zhang Tiandi have complete control over it? Could it be that his brain was also sealed? That was impossible. Or could it be that Zhang Jin's talent was astonishing? Even without sealing his brain core, he was still able to do this? There are so many people in the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, and all of them are monstrous geniuses. Yet, only Zhang managed to achieve 100% control. Does this mean that it might really be due to his great talent? As for me, I have to seal my brain? At that moment, Fang Ping began to hesitate. If it was sealed and then broken, it could cause the entire brain nucleus to shatter. But if he were to seal it off, perhaps he would be able to control 100% of his power. However, how could they install the Great Tao if it was sealed? If his source world was sealed, he would not be able to draw origin chi from the source universe. He would have to rely on the system to produce origin chi. Fang Ping felt conflicted and conflicted. Should we seal it? This was an opportunity. Big cat, has your brain melted? Fang Ping asked suddenly. The cat looked at him like he was an idiot. No, why should I melt it? It'll definitely hurt. This cat did not choose to melt his brain into an eggshell to cover the source world. Because the cat felt that it would hurt. If that was the case, Fang Ping was in a difficult position. He bluffed, why don't you melt it and try sealing it completely? The cat continued to eat its dried fish. It would not do it, liar bluffed the cat. Fang Ping was helpless. This cat was really something. He asked it to do some work and be a lab rat. Why did it come up with all sorts of excuses? Forget it. I'll seal it again next time when there's a chance. Right now, Fang Ping could not determine whether sealing it was good or bad. However, he had experienced it before when he installed the Great Dao and his combat strength sword to Broken 9. If that was the case, there was no hurry to seal it. It was easy to seal it, but it was difficult to open it again. If he was careless and shattered his brain nucleus, Fang Ping would not even have a place to cry. As he thought about this, the pain lessened significantly. This time, the qualitative change in his mentality was slightly different from before. His mentality was no longer expanding, but it was viscous. That flame seemed to be purifying his mentality. From the previously illusory mentality, it now felt like it had turned into a jelly. This might be the principle of the qualitative change. Purifying the mentality. Naturally, the same amount of mentality would be stronger than before. This was the first time Fang Ping felt the qualitative change in his mentality. At this moment, there was a rumble. The world in Fang Ping's eyes changed. Particles. Tiny particles floated around him. Fang Ping could clearly feel the energy particles, the life particles, and the existence of space. The world was microscopic. In the past, unless he was especially focused, it was difficult to feel this change. Now, he could feel it easily. Fang Ping could feel the vitality particles too. That day, Emperor taught Fang Ping the vitality qualitative change. Fang Ping split 1 calorie vitality into 2 parts. It was very difficult. Today, Fang Ping felt that if he were to do it again, he could do it very quickly. The mentality has changed. At this moment, a large amount of energy surged out of his body, replenishing his mentality and vitality. The Emperor core left by the Dao tree was more effective than expected. His mentality was changing and strengthening. His flesh and bones were also vaguely showing signs of strengthening. The feeling of having his bones honed twice, this was what Celestial Emperor Badian told him that day. Jade bones could be honed a second time. That was the real invincible body, extremely powerful. Celestial Emperor Badian relied on his incomparably powerful jade bones and jade body to rank above average among the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Old Wang once said that when Celestial Emperor Badian unleashed his power, he was stronger than some emperors. Emperors were strong in omnipotence and endurance. Celestial Emperor Badian, on the other hand, was strong in outbursts. In an instant, he could suppress emperors. If he could kill or injure emperors in this period of time, it would be useless no matter how long the emperors lasted. At this moment, Fang Ping felt his flesh and bones strengthened by the Emperor Core's power again. Dao Tree, this guy was really a good guy, Fang Ping sighed in his heart. This time, he had gained so much because of the Dao Tree. It was all left by Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor wanted Dao Tree to become an emperor because he wanted to perfect something. There should be 2 emperors among the demon race. As for why he wanted to perfect it, why he wanted Dao Tree to become an emperor when the origin was seriously flawed, Fang Ping did not know what Celestial Emperor was thinking, and he was too lazy to think about it. Dao Tree had been killed anyway, boom boom, in his mind, his brain core was roaring, and his mentality was spreading. At this time, Fang Ping could even feel some of the situation in the mystic realm. Tiny, almost invisible passageways appeared in the secret realm. Fang Ping's mentality spread along these passages. In the next moment, Fang Ping understood what it was. This was the source of the chains that trapped the God creation envoy in the past. In his mind, mountains and rivers appeared. Those mountains and rivers all had a faint aura connected to this place. Fang Ping remembered something. Previously, the God creation envoy had said that the chains that locked him were the veins of some mountains and rivers on Earth. If these things were broken, Earth might erupt into a violent natural disaster. At this moment, Fang Ping felt it completely. Mentality had really completed a qualitative change. Fang Ping had never felt these things before. Fang Ping experienced everything carefully. At this moment, he suddenly discovered something and looked at the cat. In the next moment, Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. At this time, in his eyes, the cat was like a jade sculpture. Its entire body was jade, and on the cat's head, there was a kitten sitting cross-legged. The kitten was also looking at Fang Ping. The cat's main body was also looking at Fang Ping. After looking for a while, it said strangely, "Liar, why are you looking at me? Don't look at cats like that. Do you want to see cats without fur?" Fang Ping grimaced and suddenly said, "There's someone on my head?" "Yes." The cat said casually, "When your mentality is strong, you will have it." Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said, "Mentality has changed qualitatively. I feel like I can see through everything." "So, in the past, I was not wearing clothes in your eyes?" The cat was also depressed. "I don't look at this. Why would I look at you without clothes? I don't even want to look at your bones." Fang Ping thought about it. It did not seem to be a big deal. With a strong mentality, it had a penetrating scanning function for those with weak mentality. It was just that it was not very clear before. Now, it felt more powerful than X-rays. He could not be bothered to dwell on this. Fang Ping continued to wait for a while. He felt that his mentality had completely completed its transformation and replenishment. Now, Fang Ping could feel the changes in his mentality. This time, it was no longer the change from 99,999 to 100,000 Hz. When the qualitative change was completed, it was doubled. Fang Ping felt it briefly and had an idea. He looked at the system again. It was similar to his judgment. With a strong mentality, his control over his body was much clearer. In the past, he could sense mentality of hundreds of thousands of hertz accurately to 10 digits, but it was difficult to do it to single digits. Now, there was no difference in general. Vitality, 6, 2 million calories, 16. 2 million, mentality, 108,001 Hz, 208,000 Hz, his mentality had transformed. His vitality had increased slightly. The so-called sum referred to 200,000 calories. Of course, for the current Fang Ping, 200,000 calories was not too much. However, Fang Ping was still a little happy. This meant that his physique had not reached its limit. He was really afraid that after he had forged jade bones and body, his physique had reached a limit. Now, it seemed that it was not the case. That's true, Fang Ping suddenly felt relieved. Beginner powerhouses who had broken 8 would not convert their vitality. Just their physique alone could reach as high as 40 million calories vitality. As for Fang Ping, his vitality was only 16. 2 million. It was not too strong. It was like a beginner's physique breakthrough to rank 7. Mentality. That was mentality. It was still different. If Fang Ping did not convert his vitality, he could not compare to beginners who had broken 8. However, beginner powerhouses who had broken 8 would usually only study one path. It was not easy to cultivate their physique to this point, let alone cultivate their mentality to the same level. If he could do it, if these people also converted their vitality, they might break 9 under balance. Break 9? Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Now, he only knew that Yang Spirit had done it. Yang Spirit's physique breakthrough 9, mentality breakthrough 9, or force breakthrough 9, this, he could not tell now. Fang Ping did not think about it anymore. The most important thing now was to completely balance out the vitality. Although the vitality augmentation technique was good, it was not a good thing to continue using 2 types of energy. He could easily hurt himself. If he completely converted it to vitality, it would have a body honing effect. Now, he could only maintain the balance with his vitality. He could not hone his body. 16, 2 million calories vitality, 208,000 Hz mentality. Very soon, Fang Ping began the conversion. This time, the conversion was not difficult. Wealth, 220 billion points. Vitality, 0 million calories, 18, 5 million. Mentality, 0 Hz, 185,000 Hz. Force, 1850 calories, 37 million calories. Vitality, Jade Bones, 99%. Vitality. Qualitative change, Source World, 1099 meters. Combat techniques, Chaos Vanquishing Saber techniques, plus 18%. Power Mastery, 99%. Extreme Outburst, 432234000 cal/436600000 cal. Feng Ping was a little confused. He had broken 9, before this, he had considered the possibility of breaking 9. But, there was not much of a barrier to breaking 9, he had really broken 9? That was easy. Feng Ping was in a trance. At this moment, he was thinking about a problem. Would it be useful if he installed the path of breaking 7? Would it be crushed in half? Previously, when he broke 2 gates, the path of breaking 6 was almost crushed. Now, it was broken 9, this had surpassed breaking 3 gates, breaking 7 would not be crushed all at once, right? Feng Ping was even more dazed. After a qualitative change, he had actually completed the checkpoint of breaking 9. It seemed a little easy. I became an emperor. Feng Ping shook his head. Why did he feel that becoming an emperor was so easy? More than 43 million calories of outburst. If the Chaos Vanquishing Saber could support this outburst, Feng Ping felt that his outburst might reach 45 million calories at his peak. If that was the case, was there anyone in the 3 realms who could be his opponent now? Heavenly King Subduer's origin body seemed to have broken 9 as well. Of course, it also broke 2 gates. There might be some changes. However, was Heavenly King Subduer's origin body as powerful as him? It was hard to say. Of course, he did not know if Heavenly King Subduer could integrate his beginner martial body. If it could, they would be one. With the strength of the beginner martial body, combined with the strength of the origin body, Feng Ping might not win. But, it was still terrifyingly powerful. Feng Ping was really in a trance. He had thought before that after the mentality qualitative change, he would be very powerful, even close to breaking 9. However, he did not expect that he would surpass it directly. Was he considered a beginner martial breaking 9? Probably not, because the origin world was still there. In fact, the origin world enhanced Feng Ping. The current him was somewhat similar to the Heavenly Emperor in the past. The origin had integrated with the flesh, but he had not broken away from the origin. Once the origin world exploded, Feng Ping's combat strength might drop significantly. Even so, Feng Ping felt that even if the origin world was gone, he might still have the combat strength of breaking 8. Breaking 9, Feng Ping murmured in his heart again. It felt a little unreal. Would anyone believe it if he said it out? Yes. Hiding my strength, trump card. At this moment, Feng Ping was in a trance. Very quickly, he woke up. Suddenly, an avatar appeared in front of him. This was the avatar he had condensed previously. It had just reached breaking 6, however, at this moment, Feng Ping's eyes moved. He suddenly spat out a small piece of Emperor's core from his mouth. This was the power that had not been digested. The Dao tree was very powerful. Feng Ping was only one step away from the qualitative change of his mentality. Until now, he had not finished absorbing this power. Feng Ping stuffed the Emperor's core directly into the avatar's mouth. This was good stuff. If people knew that Feng Ping had used it for his avatar, they would probably want to tear him apart. If Li Zhu and the others obtained this, they would have a chance to break through another gate. The cat looked at Feng Ping curiously, then at his avatar. Feng Ping threatened, forget about it after seeing it. Otherwise, I'll eat cat meat later. The cat knew that he had an avatar. In addition, the cat had been following him. Feng Ping felt that he could not hide it from this cat. Moreover, this cat's mentality was strong. It also knew that he had completed the qualitative change. The avatar could not do this. At this moment, the avatar was absorbing the power of the Emperor's core. Feng Ping pondered for a while. Suddenly, his finger broke. A large amount of blood gushed out and poured into the avatar's body. Not enough, Feng Ping looked at the cat and said, give me more of the vitality that you swept away. I want to cast jade bones for the avatar. The cat felt a little heartache. He could not help but say, you need to cast jade bones for the avatar? Nonsense. Otherwise, how can I make people believe that this is real? Fang Ping was speechless. Of course, he had to cast it. His jade bones had been successfully cast, but his avatar had not. If this battle was not successful, would people discover the abnormality immediately? Casting jade bones for the avatar, this is not enough. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a divine weapon. A fishing net. Previously, he had planned to use it to catch people. Now, forget it. He would just use it as the foundation for the avatar. Without the support of a divine weapon, it was almost impossible to cast the avatar's strength to a powerful level. He was not a sovereign. Actually, he could barely be considered. The current Fang Ping, according to the classification of the past, was a sovereign. If he were to cast an avatar, casting a breakthrough 7 avatar was not difficult. However, Fang Ping wanted to cast a breakthrough 8 avatar. This way, the strength would make people believe that it would not be Fang Ping's avatar. This was because Fang Ping did not have the ability to cast a breakthrough 8 avatar. This was something that had not been done before. The suppressing Heavenly King did not count. This fellow was not an avatar. Both of his physical bodies were his real body. The cat was a little reluctant, but a scroll still appeared in its claws. At this moment, a large amount of vitality emerged. Casting jade bones required a lot of vitality. However, Fang Ping was willing to waste it. It was not considered a waste. A breakthrough 8 avatar was also combat strength. How could it be considered a waste? The avatar and he were considered one. With Fang Ping's foundation, the avatar could ignore the realm barriers. If it were old Zhang and the others, even if they had the same materials and resources, they would not be able to cast successfully. The avatar was visibly becoming stronger. Fang Ping turned the fishing net into a set of bones. Outside the bones, endless vitality was filled. This was not considered a real jade bone. However, with a divine weapon as the foundation and thick vitality enveloping it, it was similar to a real jade bone. Gradually, a jade-colored skeleton appeared. Fang Ping looked for a while. His fingers were still bleeding. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and suddenly shattered some of his flesh. His flesh was so strong. At this moment, only he could shatter it easily. The flesh and blood quickly spread to the bones. As for Fang Ping, he was also absorbing vitality, splitting cells, and casting flesh again. Gradually, a complete body appeared in front of Fang Ping. However, the avatar's gaze was slightly dull. Fang Ping was a little reluctant. He still had to cut off some mentality. Only by cutting off mentality could the avatar maintain enough agility. Otherwise, it would look like a robot, obviously fake. I'm only at breakthrough 9. Fang Ping was helpless. In order to make the avatar more realistic, he could consume some treasures to replenish flesh and bones, but not mentality. The Emperor's core had not been completely absorbed yet. It could be used as the avatar's power. The Emperor's avatars had limited energy. This was also the reason why the Emperor's avatar, even if it was breakthrough 9, was not as good as a real breakthrough 9. Coincidentally, this is the core of a breakthrough 9 powerhouse. Giving it to the avatar will bring out the best in each other. Fang Ping was satisfied. Then, he gritted his teeth. It was not enough to cut off less mentality. If it was too little, it would look too fake and be easily seen through. 10,000 hertz. Fang Ping was going all out. If his real body's strength declined a little, then so be it. This was an opportunity, he could not let it go. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping cut off a piece of mentality, screaming in pain. Fang Ping converted some vitality into mentality again, maintaining the balance. At this moment, vitality 18 million and mentality 180,000 hertz had caused Fang Ping's strength to decline a little, but it was all worth it. The vitality limit of 48 million was Fang Ping's real body strength. Compared to before, it had declined by more than 1 million calories. However, it was all worth it. At this moment, the avatar's gaze was lively, becoming more and more real. Although his mentality felt a little weak, the avatar originally magnified his mentality. This was a consumable, not the kind that could last forever. The cat kept staring at Fang Ping as he operated. Soon, it bared its teeth and said, "Without the minions, it's a little different." "Nonsense. You know that I've succeeded in qualitative change, but the others don't." Fang Ping was too lazy to say more. With the divine weapon as the foundation, consuming a large amount of vitality, as well as his own flesh and blood as the flesh, cutting off tens of thousands of mentality, and the Emperor Core as the core power, this avatar's strength was now extremely powerful. With so many precious resources, other things aside, just the divine weapon and the Emperor Core alone were enough for the Emperor to forge a powerful breakthrough 9 avatar. As for Fang Ping, the avatar that he was forging right now gave him the feeling that it only had the strength of a breakthrough 8. Fang Ping rubbed his chin, saying hesitantly, "I had the strength of a breakthrough 2 before, but this avatar is only breakthrough 8. It's not right at first glance. If I don't fight, everyone will think that I'm hiding my strength, but once I fight, breaking 1 and 2 is different." The gap was still a little big. 20 million calories and 30 million calories, there were still loopholes. Fang Ping wanted to pass off the fake as the real one, but this was still lacking. The cat's tail swept its head, as if thinking, and suddenly said, "Why don't you say that you're injured?" "Nonsense. I'm so strong, why would I hurt myself?" Fang Ping pondered for a while, saying quickly, "It's not that there's no way. The avatar forged is stronger. If I improve myself, the avatar will also improve because we share the origin." Fang Ping laughed. "Then I'll wait a little longer. When I reach the strength of 50 million calories, the origin will expand, and the avatar will probably be able to achieve breakthrough 2. Fang Ping had an idea. He would integrate the other cities on Earth, this way, the main body would strengthen, and the avatar would also become stronger. Before that, he would try not to fight. He habitually hid his aura. If he did not fight, even if they sensed that his G activity was slightly declining, the others would not care. Fang Ping, this fellow, was used to playing dirty. Even if he displayed his rank 1 strength, no one would take it seriously. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at the cat again, chuckling. "If I hide somewhere else, I'll be easily discovered. It's better to hide in your cat world. In the future, you follow the avatar, and I'll follow you. Maybe we can kill a few emperors." Now, Fang Ping was a little looking forward to it. Could those emperors see that this was fake? It was still a little fake now, but it would be hard to say in the future. As he became stronger, and the avatar became stronger, the emperors might not be able to see through anything. The cat looked at him in disdain. The more powerful the liar, the more wretched he was. He had already broken 9, at that moment, Fang Ping's mentality changed successfully, and the force was converted. The cat still felt it a little. Of course, now that Fang Ping's mentality was strong, after that period, the cat could not feel it too clearly. The liar was really getting stronger. In the past, the cat could still see through Fang Ping. After the change, although Fang Ping's mentality was not as strong as the cat under the cuts and conversions, the mentality that changed qualitatively was strengthened a lot. Fang Ping wanted to hide in the cat's cat world, and the cat had no objections. Soon, it swallowed the real Fang Ping. It jumped onto the avatar's shoulder. At this moment, who would believe that this avatar with breakthrough 8 strength was not Fang Ping's real body? The origin was universal. Fang Ping's mentality was strong, and so was the cat. Under the cover of a man and a cat, only a powerhouse whose mentality was much stronger than theirs could see through the nature of the avatar. "Come out!" The avatar Fang Ping shouted excitedly. It was time to come out. Soon, however, his face turned into a depressed state, muttering, "What a pity, my mentality still didn't change qualitatively. Sigh, I wasted the Emperor's core." The cat looked at him suspiciously. The liar was really good. He lied to himself, and it felt like it was real. Sigh. Fang Ping sighed. "What a pity, what a pity. Forget it, I can only rely on merging the earth to strengthen myself. I hope I can break 9 as soon as possible." At this moment, the cat was a little dazed. Was there a fake Fang Ping in the cat world? Was the one outside the real one? The cat shook its head, and Fang Ping continued to sigh. If he did not lie to himself, how could he lie to the emperors? In his dreams, from now on, this was the real Fang Ping. Fang Ping had just left the secret realm when he met the God crafting envoy. Or rather, the God creation envoy had been waiting. When he saw Fang Ping, he was filled with resentment. This is my territory. My home, he had lived here for 8,000 years. In the end, why was he always being chased out? There was no justice in the world. While he was complaining, he could not help but look at Fang Ping, feeling a little strange. This Qi dynamic was a little erratic. He was also a powerhouse whose mentality had gone through a qualitative change. However, as the cat was lying on Fang Ping's shoulder, he could not sense it too clearly. He could not help but ask, has the qualitative change succeeded? Fang Ping went into closed-door cultivation this time because he knew that Fang Ping wanted to complete a qualitative change in his mentality. After all, Fang Ping's mentality had already reached a limit. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. He said gloomily, "Don't mention it." His brain nucleus couldn't take it anymore. Just as he was about to break through, there were signs of it cracking. Perhaps it was because he had self-destructed too many times previously. Senior creation, do you think we should kill a few psychic power experts who have broken past 8 and get some psychic power crystals to replenish ourselves? As he said that, Fang Ping grumbled again, my brain nucleus almost burst. Now my mentality is a little out of control. This mentality path is too difficult to cultivate. The God creation envoy frowned, you want to split it open? This is not a good thing. Did you not notice that there was a crack in it before? If there were cracks in the past, there would definitely be problems if he wanted to break through to the next realm. Back then, Fang Ping did not dare to break through to the peak because of the crack in his brain. As for the fact that Fang Ping had fused the brain nucleus, no one else knew about this except for Annihilate the Heavenly Emperor who had disappeared in Sung Mao. Yes. It was very subtle before, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I thought it had been completely repaired. When I killed King Kuan's clone and seized the mental energy crystal, I thought it had been completely repaired. Who knew that there would be a crack in the core of the brain? Fang Ping was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. What do we do now? Could it be that he was stuck at this stage? My spiritual energy is very strong, close to 100,000 hertz. I'm afraid that the average person's spiritual energy crystal won't be able to repair it. Only a powerhouse whose spiritual energy has undergone a qualitative change can repair it. At this point, Fang Ping sneakily glanced at the God creation envoy. The God creation envoy's face turned black. Brat, don't you dare have any ideas about me. Sung Mao, yes, this cat has also undergone a qualitative change. Why don't you kill this cat to make up for it? Meow. In the past, the ash cat was very docile. It had always used its mouth and not its hands. Sometimes, it even found it troublesome to use its mouth. Today, the cat was different. The frying pan bullied the cat would be angry, the old cat jumped onto his head and poked his head with its claws. The God creation envoy's face turned pitch black. This cat could actually use its claws to stab people? Hand over the head. The head is also a divine artifact. We can exchange it for a walk. The cat lay on his head and threatened him with an adorable tone. The God creation envoy was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Hand over what? Hand over his head? What was this stupid cat thinking? Yes, the skull was forged by a divine artifact, but could it be used as a pot? Fang Ping was also speechless. He roared, gentlemen, I have serious business to attend to. What's with the ruckus? My brain nucleus is shattered, and you guys are still making a fuss? What are you doing? The God creation envoy grabbed the cat and threw it away. The cat jumped back onto Fang Ping's shoulder and raised its head, full of pride. Are you scared? This cat is not someone to be trifled with now. Second cat and third cat were beaten to death. It was still angry. The frying pan actually dared to bully the cat. It would scratch you to death. 2 people and a cat were messing around. Very soon, the Heavenly King, Old Wang, and the others arrived. Fang Ping repeated what he said just now. The Heavenly King looked at him suspiciously and frowned. There's a crack in the brain nucleus? Yes. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Very quickly, he gritted his teeth and said, now, Feng, Hong Yu, the God creation envoy, the cat, you, the Heavenly King, as well as Huan and Li Zhu. I'm not sure what's going on with these people. I don't know if their mentality will break through 8. Only by killing these people can I have hope of recovering my brain nucleus. Otherwise, my mentality can't change qualitatively. My combat strength will always stay at breaking through 8. How can I deal with the upcoming crisis? There's really a crack? The Heavenly King asked again. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Of course. Kid. You were full of energy before. It was not a problem for you to break through 9 combat strength, that's vitality. Fang Ping complained, Godfather, why don't you borrow the mentality crystal for a while? In any case, you have 2 sets of clothes. Get lost. The Heavenly King roared. Get lost, this kid really dared to think. He actually wanted him to cripple his origin body to help this bastard. What was he thinking? He was too F***ing despicable. At this moment, old Wang could not help but frown. You should have taken a good look at it back then. I said that I could find the heaven-exterminating emperor's brain nucleus to help you repair it, but now. Even if there's a brain nucleus left, Yao Qingjun might have used it when he went over there now. Sai, you are really careless. When Fang Ping had a problem with his brain nucleus, he had mentioned this before. The heaven-exterminating emperor might have a brain nucleus left behind. Even if it was not the real brain nucleus, it was similar to the heart left behind by the heaven-exterminating emperor. It definitely had some great use. Unfortunately, after Fang Ping said that his brain nucleus had been repaired, old Wang told Yao Qingjun the place. If there were no accidents, the current Yao Qingjun might have already absorbed that thing. If that was the case, Fang Ping could only hunt powerhouses whose mentality had changed qualitatively to repair it. Old Zhang was also frowning. The injury to his brain nucleus had not healed yet. Old Zhang also looked at Fang Ping with resentment. You kid, your brain nucleus hasn't healed yet. Don't you know that? How do you cultivate? You even broke 8, what's your brain used for? Fang Ping said angrily, who knew that there's still a crack at the core that hasn't healed. Moreover, it was so small that it was almost invisible before it exploded this time. The Emperor's nucleus's power is too strong, it cracked open. If I knew, would I still need you to tell me? Old Zhang was helpless. What could he do? He thought that Fang Ping's mentality had changed qualitatively this time, and his strength could improve further. Now, his brain nucleus could shatter at any time. Old Zhang no longer complained. He said in a low voice, then, will fusing with the earth strengthen your mentality? Make the crack in the brain nucleus bigger? Fang Ping rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and said, probably not. The feedback power of Emperor Dao is considered gentle. Can it nourish the brain nucleus? You've also received gifts before. You should know that this power is much gentler than directly devouring other treasures. That's true, old Zhang said quickly, then there's no time to lose. Fuse with some cities as soon as possible and see if you can repair the injury to your brain nucleus. The problem of the brain nucleus is not a small matter. Once a powerhouse with qualitatively changed mentality finds out about this, they will attack your mentality forcefully. If one attack doesn't work, 10 or 100 times, your brain nucleus will collapse. Then, it's over. As he said that, old Zhang looked at the few people present and said in a low voice, everyone, we're all on the same side. Fang Ping won't hide it from everyone. But this matter is only known by us. If outsiders find out, Feng, Heng Yu, and the others are all martial artists with qualitatively changed mentality. If they join forces and continuously launch mentality attacks, it will be very troublesome. Heavenly King Zhen rolled his eyes and said, don't worry, we won't tell. But this kid, can he hold it in? He might run out and do something himself. Instead of warning us, why not let him calm down? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Fang Ping. That made sense, Fang Ping might cause trouble himself. Maybe in a few days, everyone would know about his problem. Fang Ping shrugged and said helplessly, no, I'm not that kind of person. No one paid attention to him. Would anyone believe him? Old Zhang shouted, kid, don't mess around. If you kill those mentality powerhouses now, it's easy to make people think about it. Try to avoid this. Moreover, the situation in the 3 realms is uncertain now. As he said that, old Zhang told them about the three realms ranking list and said in a low voice, although there are no emperors in the three realms, it doesn't mean there are no emperor clones. Are the Emperor God, Emperor Heaven Reverse, and the others really just clones? That might not be the case. You only killed a few of their clones. The others didn't show up. Even if there are not many clones at Breakthrough 9, what about those at Breakthrough 8 and Breakthrough 7? In addition, there are many powerhouses at Breakthrough 8 who came out of the sky grave. The situation is very unstable now. This time, Taoist Feng Yun tore apart his concealment and revealed the emperor ranking. This person is either a true emperor or an emperor's clone. True emperor? Fang Ping frowned. They can't come out, right? Heavenly Qingzhen hesitated. Not necessarily. It's hard to say for others, but these few might be able to get rid of the restrictions and enter the three realms. Fang Ping frowned. Heavenly Qingzhen continued, of course, even if they can get rid of some restrictions, the suppression of the origin will definitely consume a lot of their energy. Even their real bodies might not be able to unleash much of their strength. Under normal circumstances, they won't enter the three realms at this time, in case something happens to their real bodies. Previously, the Emperor's strength was actually suppressed by the origin. Otherwise, do you think we can defeat him? That day, he must have unleashed his full strength. Otherwise, there's no need to put on this show with us. The reason he could come that day has a lot to do with the humans. Although there are more vitality cultivators, it will cause the origin chasm to expand, but without becoming emperors, the expansion is limited. Instead, there are more vitality powerhouses, which helped him to get rid of some restrictions and enter the three realms. Fang Ping nodded. Then, his eyes lit up. Godfather, what do you think if we surround and kill an emperor's clone? Clones can condense mentality crystals too, right? The previous slashes were too powerful. Those few clones don't seem to have this. If we are more careful this time, will there be? Then you might as well kill Hong Yu and the rest. Heavenly Qingzhen rolled his eyes. He was courting death. Even the current him did not dare to say that he could kill the emperor's clone for sure. A little carelessness and it would be big trouble. Fang Ping sighed. He felt even more helpless. The cat's tail slapped his head, its face full of curiosity. Liar. Did he trick himself? This sigh, this helplessness, the cat felt like it was real. It was too amazing. Even if the Heavenly Qingzhen and the rest had some doubts before, they might have taken it seriously now. Something was wrong with his brain, big problem. This time, he was really in big trouble. Fang Ping was in a dilemma now. If his vitality was too strong, his mentality could not be controlled and he would easily lose control. Even if he did not lose control, his control would be reduced. If his mentality was too strong, it would directly devour his brain nucleus, shattering it. If this went on, how could Fang Ping break through 9? If he did not break through 9, how could he participate in the future war? Fang Ping did not care about them. At this moment, Fang Ping got a copy of the Three Realms ranking list from old Zhang. After a glance, Fang Ping was speechless. It broke through 100 million, Emperor Dong Huang and the rest all had vitality that exceeded 100 million. Emperor Ren Huang and Earthly Sovereign were also close to 100 million. Fang Ping took a look and suddenly said, Earthly Sovereign is not dead? Hearing that, the Heavenly Qingzhen thought for a while and said, it's hard to be sure about the Emperor. Taoist Feng Yun might have deliberately thrown this out, or he might really have a clue. However, this ranking list is very credible. If that's the case, the weakest emperor, Fang Ping looked at the Heavenly Qingzhen. You're old? The Heavenly Qingzhen's expression was unfriendly. He said with some annoyance, this guy. Don't let me catch him, or else he'll be in trouble. How did I break through 9? Come on, we're all on the same side. What's the point of hiding? Fang Ping rubbed his chin and smiled. 40 million to 50 million. Tell me, is this the strength of the original body or the double body? The Heavenly Qingzhen played dumb. No way. Tisk. Fang Ping was disdainful. He said again, Fist God is actually number 1. Is this guy very strong? Very strong. This time, it was the God Creation envoy who interrupted. He said solemnly, Kid, don't underestimate him. Although the underworld god is also ancient, the underworld god doesn't have that kind of ruthlessness. Fist god, this old guy, was a guy who didn't even lose to the 9 emperors back then, nor did he lower his head. This old guy is even older than a few of the 9 emperors. To be honest, he's from the same generation as Qiong and the others. The heavenly King Zhen also said, that's right. You know the 5 of them, Do, Tian, Qiong, Yang, and Hao. In the same generation as them, there were also Sword God and Saber God. In the end, they were killed by the 9 emperors when they proved their Tao. Although the Fist God has not broken through 9, he has broken through the peak of 8. When the previous emperor's avatars met the Fist God, it was hard to say who would win. Breaking 9 of the origin can suppress the Fist God. If he doesn't break 9, almost no one can suppress him. Fang Ping frowned. He won't become enemies with the humans, right? It's hard to say. The heavenly King Zhen thought for a while and said with a smile, why don't we throw the cat out? If we throw it out, he probably won't attack the humans. On the cat's side, there's still Tian Chen and the heavenly dog. These guys seem to be sweeping through the 3 realms recently. They might find a place to dominate. Why don't we find something for them to do? Meow. The cat's claws slapped over, the cat was angry again. Someone was bullying the cat again. However, the heavenly King Zhen was stronger than the God creation envoy. He grabbed the cat's claws, took out a knife, and said with a smile, the claws are too sharp. I'll help you cut the cat's nails, meow. The cat was terrified, looking at him pitifully. The heavenly King Zhen slapped the cat's head, making the cat dizzy. Then, he said unhappily, if you're not that good, you still want to stab people to death. Do you really think you're a tiger? The cat was devastated. So sad. It was not easy for this cat to work hard and prepare to be a fierce cat, but now I realize, the 3 realms are so dangerous. Forget it, this cat will continue to be a cat that eats and sleeps. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. The cat just had the intention to fight, and it was already dispirited by someone. This old guy, the heavenly King Zhen, was really not a good person. Of course, Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything. It was better for the cat not to fight. Until now, he still could not figure out the cat's situation. Fang Ping was also a little worried about that black swamp. Tianchen broke 2 doors, and he actually has about 35 million calories of vitality. Didn't this person just revive? This strength is a little beyond my expectations. Fang Ping looked at the list, then looked at the cat, and sighed. Your cat protection captain might be the Celestial Emperor's disciple. Not a nominal one like the 9 emperors, but a real disciple. Big Cat, the Celestial Emperor might not be a good person. The cat became even more depressed. The cat protection captain is still very good, what about Spirit Emperor? Big Fatty is also quite good, what about me? You, the cat muttered, it's also good that you don't bully cats. Fang Ping laughed. Very quickly, he put these aside and said, just one sentence, all enemies can be killed. Don't worry too much, who did not have some relationship with the 9 emperors and the 3 realms powerhouses. If you really had so many concerns, don't fight, just surrender, old Zhang nodded. Heavenly King Zhen said casually, it has nothing to do with me. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Young God was here, so it had something to do with you. They chatted for a while, and Fang Ping asked, then, what should we do next? Old Zhang said quickly, wait. We need to digest what we got this time. It's still fermenting now, and we haven't completely digested everything. And the 3 realms are now in contact with various parties, so they don't have time to find trouble with us. Wait a little longer, wait until the situation has stabilized, then we'll look at the situation again and make a decision. All right. Fang Ping had no objections. He said, then I'll go back to Magic City to take a look. I haven't been back for a while. I'll look along the way to see if there are any cities suitable for integration, and Fang Ping looked around and said in a low voice, continue looking. Look for people like Wang Ruobing. These people may all be the Emperor's backup, and they will become big trouble at critical moments. However, if we use them well, they may be very useful. They can let the human race have a batch of powerhouses who have broken through 8. I didn't dare to go to the source before, but now, Fang Ping grinned and said, something has happened to the source. I don't believe that there's still someone who has the time to keep an eye on this side. Perhaps we can try to cut off the connection between the Tao and this place while the emperors aren't paying attention, or simply break open those void gates. Fang Ping. Old Zhang said solemnly, don't take the risk easily. The origin is even more dangerous than the previous secret realm. Emperors are allowed to act there. The emperor was being suppressed, but he was either in the source or nearby. He might be in deep sleep, but that might not be the case. If Fang Ping went there rashly, he could easily run into trouble. We'll see. Fang Ping did not plan to reply. He did want to explore the source. If he could not find the other seedlings, Fang Ping felt that he could start from the source. Those people's source world should be in the source. If Wang Ruobing's source world was there, then the others might also be there. However, the probability of them being together was not high. They might have been separated. The origin did not seem big, but the space was layered. The last time Fang Ping went to was only one of the layers of space. Moreover, Fang Ping still wanted to try and see if he could get his hands on true blood there. That drop of true blood had helped Fang Ping a lot. His jade body, jade bones, and the strength of his vitality were all related to that drop of true blood. Fang Ping looked at Old Wang again. Old Wang might need true blood more. This guy's bones seemed to have melted, but he had been strengthening his vitality. The stronger his vitality, the stronger he would be. The current Wang Jinyang was said to have broken 8, but it was not too stable. Heavenly Emperor Zhan only helped him open up his Tao. Chu mainland. Source: Fang Ping actually wanted to go to these two places. Many powerhouses returned to Chu mainland this time. Fang Ping had to explore it too. As for the source, it was more mysterious. Of course, it was also more dangerous. Just as Fang Ping was leaving Star Town and rushing toward Magic City, the three realms were also undergoing drastic changes. Every time some powerhouses died, as some powerhouses became stronger, and as the Fengyun list appeared, the situation would change. This time was no exception. June 10th, King Kuan and the rest used their great divine powers and moved God Island, landing it in the Catacombs' northern territory. They occupied several royal cities of the Destiny Royal Court, and the divine sect took root in the Catacombs. The next day, the Demon Emperor no longer thought about ruling the ocean. He also moved the Demon Court mainland, landing it in the Imperial City where the Guardian Royal Court was located. The Demon Emperor was also domineering this time, summoning the Catacombs demons to meet him and join the Demon Court. Who dared to disobey? No one dared. The Demon Emperor, a broken 8 powerhouse, a broken 2 doors powerhouse, ranked 7th on the broken 8 list, the true overlord powerhouse of the 3 realms, June 12th. The Heavenly Court announced to the public. Heavenly King Feng joined the Heavenly Court and became one of the 4 emperors of the Heavenly Court. Yes, the Heavenly Court named the 4 emperors this time. No one called themselves the Emperor anymore. Hong Yu no longer called himself the Demon Emperor. Hong Yu, Li Zhu, Palm Seal Envoy, and Feng became the 4 powerhouses of the Heavenly Court. At this point, the Catacombs had broken 8 powerhouses. The 4 powerhouses of the Heavenly Court had broken 8. On the Divine Sect's side, Hong Kuan and King Qian had broken 8. The Catacombs had gathered a total of 7 powerhouses who broke 8. Not long after the list was announced, the Palm Seal Envoy had broken 1 door and was ranked on the broken 8 list. Including the Palm Seal Envoy, 7 of the 23 powerhouses who broke 8 were in the Catacombs. On the human side, Fang Ping, Forging God Envoy, and Wang Jinyang only had 3. However, there was a suppressing Heavenly King who broke 9, and his strength was not inferior. On the beginner's side, there were Fist God, Nether God, Spear God, Divine Sovereign, Illusion, Sky Arm, Staff Saint, and Consciousness Breaker. There were 8 of them who broke 8. 3 parties broke 8, a total of 18. At this time, overseas, the divine nation of Chaos became famous. Chaos, this fellow, did not know how to invite Tian Shen, Sky Dog, Sherpa, and himself. A total of 4 broken 8 powerhouses gathered in the divine nation of Chaos. The last one, Moon Spirit, had also moved Mount Wangu, adjacent to the divine nation of Chaos. They might have reached some kind of consensus. As a result, the three realms did not have three legs like they had expected. Instead, four major forces gathered. There were 23 broken 8, and the human side had the least. Of course, this time, old Zhang had actually picked up the first broken 7, the Palm Seal envoy broke through too quickly. He had only stayed for a few days, and he broke through directly. Old Zhang had become the first person to break 7 without knowing it. Because of this, Fang Ping had even called to congratulate him. Old Zhang was so angry that he almost challenged Fang Ping to a one-on-one fight. The catacombs that had 7 broken 8 powerhouses guarding were more at ease now. Among the top 10 broken 8, 4 of them were in the catacombs. This kind of strength was not weaker than the beginners. Although there were more new martial artists who broke 8, there were also many who were ranked lower. Magic City. Mekmao. It had not been long since Fang Ping returned to MCMAU last time. However, time passed like a year. Under the current situation, the three realms were different every day, and the human world was different every day. Although Fang Ping returned to MCMAU not long ago, the current MCMAU was completely different from before. Nowadays, there were fewer battles between humans and the catacombs. Of course, this reduction was relative. This year, since the battle at the Imperial Battleground, the battles had not stopped. Perhaps it was even more than the battles in the past 10 years, however, this month or so, there were indeed fewer battles between the weak. It was all the powerhouses who were fighting. Killing saints, killing heavenly kings, slaughtering emperors, obviously, the weak could not intervene in these battles. In the past, MCMAU had many powerhouses. There were many rank 9 powerhouses, and it was vaguely known as the world's first holy land. However, as some of the veteran powerhouses gradually broke through, the number of paragons increased. MCMAU's newly promoted rank 9 was obviously not as fast as these people. In addition, these days, as Fang Ping, Li Chongqing, and the others left one after another, MCMAU's peak combat strength was not enough. June. It was also MCMAU's graduation season in the past. However, today on Earth, a great war was coming. The 4-year school system seemed too long. In addition to the changes in Earth's cultivation environment, a large number of genius martial artists broke through quickly, even surpassing some instructors in a short time. As a result, MCMAU no longer graduated according to years, but based on ability. A rank 6 could graduate. After graduation, they would join the military department or various corps, participate in the catacombs battle, quickly advance to rank 7, and become what people used to call grandmasters. Rank 6 to rank 7 was a barrier. Nowadays, those below rank 7 could not play a big role in the battlefield. Rank 6 was also MCMAU's graduation standard. Quickly join the large corps to fight. After a few times, they could become a rank 7 martial artist if they did not die. Rank 6. 3 years ago, such a person could become a dean. Today, it was only the graduation standard. In the past 3 years, MCMAU had changed greatly. The human crisis had caused MCMAU's holidays to be cancelled. There were no more winter and summer holidays. June was the graduation season. It was also the enrollment season. Today, batches of outstanding students from all over the country were heading to MCMAU. Every one of them had a childish look on their faces, but they were also filled with pride and excitement. MCMAU, a legendary martial arts university, such a legend came from many people. Fang Ping bore the brunt of the attack. Human King Fang Ping, a powerhouse who had slain an emperor, he was ranked second on the 3 realms top 8 list. At his peak, his vitality exceeded 40 million cal. This was also the propaganda of the government in the past few days. Beheading the 9, striking down the emperor, the human king called himself the Demon King. He fought everywhere in the outer realms, winning every battle and conquering every attack. The human race's current cultivation environment was largely due to the sovereign personages. The human king came from MCMAU. According to previous year's rules, Fang Ping had yet to graduate. This year, he was only in his senior year. Human King Fang Ping, Swordsman Longevity Li Chongqing, Snake King Wu Quishan, Lion King Tang Feng, these people were the current pillars of the human race. Other than these top-notch powerhouses, MCMAU's younger generation had also produced a large number of powerhouses and elites. These people had made a name for themselves in the extraterritorial battlefield. Fairy Sword Xianxia, Devil Butcher Zhao Xuemei, Little Spear King Fu Chongding, Explosive Fist Xiao Lei, Scholar Sword Zhang Yu, Mad Fist Zhao Lei. These younger generation powerhouses had also emerged one after another. Among them, although a few of them had not achieved peak, their reputations were no less than those of the perilous realm. Devil Butcher Zhao Xuemei was not a title given by humans. It was a title given by the catacombs. A long time ago, Zhao Xuemei had been fighting in the catacombs. For many years, she had almost never returned to school. Even when she did, it was only for a glimpse and she would disappear quickly. Just a few days ago, Zhao Xuemei fought in the Outer Realms, single-handedly slaughtering a city, royal city. She killed 2 rank 9s, more than 10 rank 8s, dozens of rank 7s. She even defeated a Heavenly Court army that came to help, severely injuring a peak rank 9 general in the Heavenly Court army, and slaughtered thousands of military martial artists, almost all of whom were rank 6 and above. That time, Zhao Xuemei had the title of Devil Butcher. Single Honing, female, sovereign personage Fang Ping's junior sister. Like sovereign personage, she was ruthless and ruthless, killing countless catacombs martial artists. In the past, Zhao Xuemei, who was not very eye-catching when she entered school, had now become a hero and role model in the eyes of countless human females. He didn't have a prominent family background, a powerful father, or a good innate talent. Zhao Xuemei relied on her courage to kill in the catacombs and earn the title of Devil Butcher. Even a desperate realm powerhouse would have to say that she was not inferior to a man. Today was MCMAU's first day of school, and also graduation day. A group of new students walked on MCMAU's campus. From time to time, they exclaimed, whispers. "Look, that looks like Little Gun King." As soon as he said that, countless new students looked over, as if they had seen people from myths. They had seen these people on television, in news reports, and even in movies. However, in reality, not many had seen them. Little Gun King Fu Chongding, rank 9 7th stage powerhouse. To people like Fang Ping, those below the Heavenly King level were ants. However, to humans, everything changed too quickly. Until now, they were still stuck in the environment where rank 7 was the Grandmaster and rank 9 was the High Grandmaster. Fu Chongding, 21 years old, the same age as sovereign personage, rank 9 7th stage rank 9, and had killed several rank 9 powerhouses. In the Outland battlefield there was a battlefield at the peak, and a battlefield below the peak. Fu Chongding was quite famous in the battlefield below the peak. Today, they had just entered MCMAU, and they saw the legendary Little Gun King. How could these people not be excited? Sunny, handsome, he carried a long spear on his back. The long spear was blood red, as if it was still dripping blood. However, it did not make people uncomfortable, only endless envy and worship. The other party had probably just returned from the Outland battlefield. Killing strong enemies, protecting our country. This was a powerhouse, this was MCMAU. Generation after generation of MCMAU people had fought in the catacombs, fighting for peace for the human race. Countless powerhouses had died in battle. Just thinking about it, the new student's blood surged. This was a martial artist, this was a real man. Fu Chongding stepped on the air, disappearing in a flash. Just as everyone was feeling a little regretful, someone behind him laughed and said, "Old Ding, you're back too? It's Mad Fist Zhao Lei." The one beside him is his girlfriend, Blood Sword Yang Xiaoman from Mad Lion Sect. They're an immortal couple. I heard that when King Renhuang was in school, Mad Fist and King Renhuang didn't get along, and he was often beaten up. I wonder if it's true. Lower your voice. I heard from my brother that there was such a thing. At that time, Mad Fist entered school as the top student, but on the first day of school, he was beaten up by King Renhuang. After that, he kept looking for trouble with King Renhuang. Every time he looked for trouble, he was beaten up. For half a year, he would show up at school with a swollen face. I heard that after that, he would hide when he saw King Renhuang. It seemed that King Renhuang was too strong and was afraid of killing him with one punch, so he changed to someone else to beat him up. That was why he did not continue to show up at school with a swollen face. That's terrible. Look at how handsome Mad Fist is now, but back then, MCMAU people almost forgot what he looked like. An insider introduced in a low voice. Mad Fist Zhao Lei, rank 9, 8 stage, was even stronger than Fu Chongding. However, his terrible history was only a few years ago, so naturally, there were still a lot of people who remembered him. After being embellished by countless seniors who did not know that Mad Fist was beaten up by King Renhuang in the past, he beat Zhao Lei when he was in a bad mood, beat Zhao Lei when the weather was bad, beat Zhao Lei when he had a breakthrough, beat Zhao Lei when his cultivation was successful, beat Zhao Lei when he had nothing better to do. This was the joke that was circulating on the school forum. A joke about King Renhuang. Anyway, he had nothing better to do, so he just beat Zhao Lei up. Zhao Lei's reputation was no less than Devil Butcher and the others. Below, the new students were discussing. In the sky, Fu Chongding was grinning from ear to ear. At rank 9, this little bit of noise could not be hidden from them. They were just short of saying that he beat Zhao Lei when he was eating and sleeping. Big Rock, what do you think? Zhao Lei's face turned green, and he snorted. What's there to think about? I beat him up before, after all. Is it embarrassing? It's not like I haven't beaten him up before. I've beaten him up a few times too. What was there to be embarrassed about? These guys, why didn't they think about how strong that guy was now? An existence that could kill emperors. He had surpassed countless old antiques, ascended to the top of the 3 realms, and was on par with the 9 emperors and 4 emperors who dominated the 3 realms tens of thousands of years ago. What was wrong with him getting beaten up? Beside him, Yang Xiaoman said impatiently, Fu Chongding, don't provoke Zhao Lei for no reason. Be careful that we join forces to beat you up. Fu Chongding snorted. You too? You think you can beat me just because Zhao Lei is 1 stage higher than me? Are you kidding me? I'll stab this guy to death with my spear. Other than being a little arrogant from Instructor Tang, what else does this guy have? Rank 9 and 8? Even an 8 stage can't block my spear. Zhao Lei waved his fist. You want to try? So what if I try? While the two of them were competing, someone came from behind and laughed. Guys, don't embarrass yourself in front of your juniors. Are you afraid that you haven't embarrassed yourself enough? Senior Zhang. The 3 of them greeted him. Zhang Yu. Back then, he was the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society. When they first entered the school, he was already a rank 4 martial artist. After that, he broke through one after another, and now he was also a peak rank 9 powerhouse. Zhang Yu's personality was more gentle. However, these days, he had also been fighting in the outer realm. His body still reeked of blood. It was obvious that he had just returned. When Zhang Yu spoke, the few of them gave him face. Fu Chongding humphed. Senior Zhang, say no. Otherwise, you'll see what happens today. See what happens? Zhao Lei was not convinced. The two of them looked like they were going to fight again. In the next moment, they suddenly fell silent. A silhouette came from the sky. The figure was not tall, and even looked a little delicate. However, no one dared to look down on this person. The person had not arrived yet, but the smell of blood made them tremble. It was not like they had never seen blood before. In the past few years, they had also fought countless battles and killed countless people. However, when the few of them met the gaze that was as cold as an iceberg, they all had embarrassed looks on their faces. Devil Butcher, Zhao Xueme, she had actually returned. They had thought that she would not come back and continue fighting in the catacombs, just like before. Xueme. Yang Xiaoman shouted in surprise. She had not seen Zhao Xueme for some time. Now that she saw her, she could not help but feel surprised and scared. She said, I heard that a few days ago, you were hunted down by the apex in the catacombs. Are you okay? I'm fine. The smell of blood on Zhao Xueme's body faded a little. She revealed a faint smile. If it wasn't for the vice-chancellor stopping me, I would have fought with that person that day. The vice-chancellor she mentioned was not Fang Ping, but Wu Quishan. That day, Wu Quishan happened to enter the catacombs and scared the other party away. Otherwise, Zhao Xueme was prepared to fight with the other party to hone her martial arts. She wanted to see if she could stimulate herself to advance to the apex. There was great terror between life and death. Longevity swordsmen advanced through battles. Fang Ping was the same. Many people were the same. She wanted to try it too, proving one's Dao, slaying the apex. Unfortunately, Wu Kuishan came too quickly. He was worried that something would happen to her and scared the other party away. Zhao Xuemei felt quite regretful. She dared not barge into the inner realm now. There were many powerhouses there. Previously, there was even the palm imprint envoy of Broken Seven. Although she liked to fight, she was not stupid. She would not take the initiative to send herself to death. Hearing what she said, the few of them were speechless. A rank 9 battle apex. Over the years, there were not many who could really fight a rank 9 and win against an apex. Fang Ping, longevity sword, counting with his fingers, it seemed that there were only these two. Even Qi Huanyu, who used to be known as the first person below the catacombs true king, had never defeated an apex in his life. Fu Chongding and the others stopped fighting at this moment. This person had arrived. If they continued to fight, she might be defeated by her alone. Fu Chongding changed the topic and said with a smile, Xuemei, I heard that alliance leader Zhao wants to adopt you as his daughter. Why didn't you agree? Zhao Xingwu, he was once listed in the wind cloud list by the God Creation Envoy. He was known as the top 10 influential figures in the past 8,000 years. He was on par with people like Li Zhu and Hong Yu. During this period of time, Zhao Xingwu had also broken through realms one after another. In the land of the king's battlefield, the apex of Dao validation. After that, he also participated in many battles. In addition to the various resources of the human race, these days, there were even rumors that he had broken through the Emperor realm and become an Emperor-level powerhouse. With Zhao Xingwu's support, Zhao Xuemei should be able to walk more steadily. Although the human race fought against the enemy together, the resources allocated to powerhouses were still more. Zhao Xingwu thought highly of Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xuemei had the same surname as him, so he doted on her even more. He did not need to wait for some resources to get to Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xuemei might be able to break through the barrier of the apex. Nowadays, there were many powerhouses in the human race. However, other than those external help, there were not many heavenly kings who truly belonged to the human race. Among the saints, only War King and Li Zhen had broken through. Emperor level was the mainstay of the human race. Even Wu Kuishan had benefited from these few days. With the help of his vitality, he had forcefully broken through and advanced to Emperor level. Zhao Xuemei smiled faintly. Alliance leader Zhao thinks highly of me. I also respect Alliance leader Zhao's character. However, there is no need to recognize him as a godfather. Besides, as Zhao Xuemei spoke, she suddenly could not help but laugh. Besides, it's not a good thing to talk about godfather now. The minister recognized him as a godfather. War King recognized him as a godfather. Fang Ping also recognized him as a godfather. At this point, the few of them could not help but laugh. The gossip of these powerhouses was also circulating now. There were not too many social classes in the human race. Besides, Fang Ping and the others were very familiar with them. Everyone did not mind making some jokes. These powerhouses all called him godfather when there was something, called him old ghost when there was nothing, and did not recognize him as a father when there was a fallout. Nowadays, it had almost become an interesting topic that everyone talked about during their leisure time. Godfather, godfather. Forget it. Whenever they talked about these, it would make people laugh. Everyone laughed for a while. At this moment, Yang Xiaoman looked into the distance and said in surprise, Yunqi is back too. I haven't seen her for a long time. As soon as she said that, the few of them looked behind them. As expected, Chen Yunqi had returned. Not only did she return, but the petite Chen Yunqi was also carrying an incomparably huge monster in her hands. There was a rumble, the monster was thrown into MCMAU's campus. Chen Yunqi smiled. I heard that today is the start of school. It's a gift for all the juniors. Bathing in the rank 9 monster's blood and eating rank 9 monster's meat can help everyone to complete the body honing process. As soon as she said that, the new students were very grateful and thanked her one after another. Fu Chongding looked at Chen Yunqi's actions and could not help but laugh. Instead of learning this, you've all been led astray by that fellow. Speaking ill of me again? Chen Yunqi stepped on the air and smiled. How is it a bad thing? I was just about to come back when this monster suddenly went crazy and invaded human territory. I killed it and brought it back. You're talking nonsense again. He killed him along the way. Yang Xiaoman and the others were speechless. This monster was at least upper stage rank 9. In the end, there was no blood on Xianxia's body. Obviously, killing this monster was not difficult. The fairy sword. The catacombs called it the witch sword. Xianxia, Zhao Xueme, Zhang Yu, these few were slightly stronger. They were all rank 9 and 10th stage powerhouses. They were all one step away from the apex. Previously, they were prepared to forcefully open the path and help them advance to the apex. In the end, they all rejected it. They wanted to advance in battle and advance to the apex directly. Forcefully opening the path and breaking through the realm would only make them reach the apex. If they succeeded in opening the path themselves, they might be able to walk thousands of meters in a day. This was something all powerhouses knew by now. They would rather delay their advancement for a period of time. They wanted to go further after reaching the apex. Xueme. Yunqi. Chen Yunqi and Zhao Xueme greeted each other. Then, their gazes were a little strange. They looked at each other, sizing each other up and down. Fu Chongding and the others looked at each other, shrugged, and did not say a word. It was best to shut up. Today, these two women in MCMAU were both devil level. They were competing with each other. Although they did not show it, they were competing secretly. If you killed a rank 9 today, I'll kill a catacombs rank 9 tomorrow. No matter how difficult it is, if you kill one, I'll kill one, no less than you. If you make a name for yourself in the north region, I'll go to the east region and kill a river of blood. The so-called fairy sword was not much better than the devil butcher's reputation. Zhang Yu was the oldest and was also their senior. At this moment, he coughed dryly and said, "Everyone, don't just stand here. Let's go. The others will be back soon. I heard that Fong Ping is going back to Magic City these few days. The school is organizing us to come back. I'm afraid they have something to announce." It was not a coincidence that they gathered in MCMAU today. When MCMAU found out that Fong Ping was coming back, they were prepared to take advantage of the situation and send some people to the impasse. Those who had the potential to reach the top or had already reached the top were all being recalled this time. Chen Yunqi and the rest did not say much. However, the two women, each on one side, did not get too close. Yang Xiaoman looked left and right, feeling a headache coming on. Zhao Lei also secretly transmitted his voice, gossiping, "Zhao Xueme really likes Fong Ping? I didn't see it." "You're an idiot. What did you see?" Yang Xiaoman rolled her eyes. "You're an idiot. That was a long time ago, alright?" Zhao Lei said cheekily, "That's good too. That guy Fong Ping looks like he can do anything. He beats up whoever he catches. Let's see who he beats up now. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Sooner or later, he'll make a fool of himself. Stop gloating over my misfortune." Yang Xiaoman shook her head and said, "These two are competing like crazy now. It's dangerous. I'm really afraid that they'll fight and kill their way into the restricted area. That'll be troublesome." "That's true." Zhao Lei shuddered a little. These two crazy women were using Fong Ping as a role model, as their goal. Although the difference in strength was huge, their guts were not that bad. The restricted area might be extremely dangerous. Now that the demon court and the divine sect had moved there, these two might kill their way there someday. They flew in the air while chatting about the situation of the areas they were guarding. After chatting for a while, they arrived at MCMAU's auditorium. They landed one after another and entered the auditorium. At this moment, there were many people in the auditorium. Their auras were all over the place. There were Desperation, rank 9, and even rank 8, but there were not many. Among them, the strongest aura was not the longevity sword that was dozing off in front, but Li Hansong, who had just returned to MCMAU. At this moment, Li Hansong was also triumphant, unable to hide his smugness. The smile on his face never stopped. He, Li Hansong, was also on the list this time. Heavenly King list, breaking through 6 lists, although his ranking was low, at least he was on the list. When he was in the mystic realm, he was only a saint not long ago. However, in the stage guarded by Heaven Reverse Emperor, he improved a lot. After coming out, he gained some glory and cultivated at the place where the seeds exploded for a few days. At this moment, together with Jade Bone, he could unleash the strength of a heavenly king. If Fang Ping did not return to MCMAU, he, Li Hansong, would be the strongest in MCMAU. Although he, Li Hansong, entered MCMAU and did not stay in MCMAU for more than a few days, until now, he still held the title of MCMAU's deputy dean. Li Hansong grinned happily. He bared his teeth and almost showed off his muscles in front of everyone. Sitting at the side, Old Man Li yawned and said lazily, "That's enough. Look at the others. Fang Ping breaking through 8 ranks second, Wang Jinyang breaking through 8 ranks last. Although his ranking is low, he still broke through 8 ranks. Yao Qingjun, who knows where he went, is also breaking through 6 heavenly kings. His ranking is much higher than yours. Aren't you embarrassed to be so smug?" Li Hansong's smiling face collapsed. "Hit people but not hit their faces, stab people but not their hearts. What are you doing? I have the strength of a heavenly king, can't you let me be smug?" To Fang Ping, it was enough of a blow. After huffing and puffing for a while, Li Hansong muttered, "You're not stronger than me. First among saints, you're not even as good as me." Old Man Li yawned and said, "It's okay. Little Fang is back. Give me some good stuff. I have great potential. You already have jade bones, and you're still like this. This old man will forge my jade bones and absorb some vitality. Tomorrow, breaking through 6 ranks first, the day after tomorrow, breaking through 8 ranks first, this is nothing. At least I'll take first place all the time. It's better than being the last heavenly king like you." "I'm not the last one," Li Hansong said bitterly. "Western Palace's Xingnan is the last one. I'm second to last." Old Man Li rolled his eyes. Motherf asterisk Kerr, did he have the nerve to say that? Xingnan was learning from Celestial Pole. He could not wait to be ranked last. He would be happy too. Did he want to learn from him too? Just as everyone was gathering, Old Man Li's eyes moved. He smiled and said, "He's back." Only then did Li Hansong react. Then, his expression changed. He looked at Old Man Li. "Didn't you say you don't have mentality? Being stubborn makes you stupid." Old Man Li sighed. Beside him, Wu Quishan said in amusement, 10,000 Daos become 1, 10,000 Daos become 1. All forces return to the source. Vitality is also mentality. Li Hansong was even more embarrassed. How embarrassing, Old Man Li yawned. He could not be bothered to talk to him anymore. Very soon, he raised his eyebrows and said, "The big present is here. It's fine if this kid did not come back. Now that he's back, he wants to show off. He's already at this stage, but his temper hasn't changed." At this moment, everyone also noticed something different. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from beside their ears. "It's rare for him to come back. This is just a small gift, please accept it. Instructors, juniors, take a walk in the virtual sky realm. Whether you become a dragon or a snake depends on your luck." Rumble, a loud noise was heard. In the next moment, everyone in MCMAU felt like they were in a dream. The immortal world had covered MCMAU. In the void, Fang Ping shook the scroll in his hand. He laughed and said, "Even if you break through 9 ranks, you still need to snatch some opportunities. I'll take everything. Everyone, today is the day MCMAU enters the high ranks. I've given the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on you. I, Fang Ping, will be selfish for once today." Ha ha ha. Hearty laughter spread throughout MCMAU. In the next moment, someone came to a sudden realization and exclaimed, "Arcane Realm, Virtual Sky Arcane Realm. Oh my god." Countless people exclaimed, it was too shocking. This time, Zhang Tao had publicized this matter wantonly in order to build momentum for Fang Ping. The Virtual Sky Realm in the Arcane Realm was also known as the Virtual Sky Arcane Realm by everyone. This was an opportunity that even breakthrough 9 ranks were fighting for. Of course, breakthrough 9 ranks were mainly fighting for the seeds. However, breakthrough 8 powerhouses, including Hong Yu and the rest, who would not be envious of this thing. Fang Ping, on the other hand, actually pulled MCMAU into the virtual sky arcane realm the moment he arrived. Unbelievable. In the next moment, some of the old students were flushed with excitement. They roared, "Congratulations to King Renhuang! Congratulations to MCMAU! Congratulations that had not been heard for a long time, flattery that had not been heard for a long time, since Fang Ping entered MCMAU, such congratulations had been heard countless times. During this period of time, it had been a long time since anyone had said it. Today, the congratulations were heard again. Some of the new students who had heard of Fang Ping's gossip came to a sudden realization. They had heard that King Renhuang liked this kind of thing. If that was the case, of course, they had to support him. Congratulations to King Renhuang! Congratulations to MCMAU! The cheers were bouncing. At this moment, as soon as the vitality touched those students, some of their bones were completed directly, entering the middle ranks instantly. This vitality was too rich, moreover, it did not harm the body. It was simply the #1 treasure land in the 3 realms. Of course, this was only for these people. For Fang Ping, this place was no longer of much use. The sap of the Dao tree had also been collected by the cat. These people could not absorb much of this vitality. After all, their strength was limited. As for Fang Ping, he was laughing heartily, grinning from ear to ear. He had not heard this voice for a long time. The more he listened, the more he liked it. He had not been so happy in a long time. Hearing this familiar voice, all the pain disappeared. The only regret is, that idiot leader has disappeared. Fang Ping murmured in his heart. Without a shameless idiot, he was nowhere to be found in the 3 realms, and his name was not on the ranking list. Was he dead? He did not know, disappeared. It had been a long time. Even Fatty Jiang had lost contact with him now. Maybe, he was really dead? The virtual sky world covered MCMAU. Among them, even if Fang Ping and the others had absorbed a lot of life force, it was still too much to count. The amount of a small fish was comparable to a saint. How much life force was left in the virtual sky world? Conservatively speaking, there were definitely thousands of them. Old Zhang and the others did not want this thing. Fang Ping gave those that Spirit Emperor gave to Old Zhang, and Old Zhang gave those to Hong Kuan, considered to have fulfilled the previous promise. As for Old Zhang himself, he was not in a hurry to hone his jade bones. The formation of jade bones had an impact on the expansion of Dao. Iron Head did not matter much. This guy had a true Dao, it was fixed, it must be connected to the source. The suppression of the bones did not affect him much. Fang Ping originally wanted to give some to Old Wang, but Old Wang did not want it. What Old Wang needed was not to hone his jade bones. Right now, he needed to stabilize the Dao that Heavenly Emperor Zhan helped him open up. As long as it was stabilized, he could be considered to have broken 8. As such, Fang Ping did not give the life force to these powerhouses. Instead, he gave it to the MCMAU people to cultivate first. These people consumed very little. The difference between rank 8 and rank 9 was huge for saints. A rank 8 martial artist, even a rank 8 7th forging golden body, had a vitality of 100,000 calories. A rank 9, even a peak rank 9, one step away from proving Dao, had a vitality of 400,000 calories at most. In terms of vitality alone, these people and saints were dozens of times apart, not to mention vitality. A small fish was enough for dozens of rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists to hone their golden bodies. There were many high-ranked martial artists in MCMAU now, but even if all of them entered the high ranks, the consumption of resources was less than 10,000 people. These people, if they could consume the amount of 100 small fish, Fang Ping would consider them impressive. However, such a rich vitality was still a great help to everyone. Especially for rank 8 martial artists, this was what they lacked the most when they honed their golden bodies. Fang Ping thought that consuming 100 small fish would be enough. But soon, Fang Ping felt something different. This old guy, isn't he afraid of bursting himself? Fang Ping looked at the virtual sky world, a long dragon of life sweeping and devouring, a little speechless. Old Manly could really eat. This guy had always been a gold-swallowing beast since he was a high rank. Of course, Old Manly had killed many enemies too. However, Old Manly, who had achieved the unification of 10,000 Daos, did consume a lot of resources. Without Fang Ping, perhaps not many people in the three realms could afford to support him. Fang Ping had almost forgotten that old man Li was a gold-swallowing monster. At this moment, when he felt the anomaly, he realized that something was wrong. This old man was like a starving ghost, as if he hadn't eaten his fill for hundreds of years. Right now, the entire virtual sky world's life force was flowing toward Old Man Li. Old Man Li's body flickered, sometimes golden, sometimes transparent. For a moment, Fang Ping did not even sense his presence. Fang Ping knew Old Man Li's ability. He could directly break into the main path and kill the enemy. That day, when Old Man Li fought Annihilation, he had vaguely displayed this ability. However, at that time, Old Man Li was still unable to enter the Origin Universe completely. His real body could not enter the Origin Universe. This was something that even Fang Ping could not do. It seemed like the cat could not do it either. Only the Emperor had this ability. Of course, if he really wanted to crack open the Source Universe, Fang Ping could do it too. Last time, the God Creation Envoy used the fake path to break through the Source Universe. Fang Ping's real body descended into the Source Universe and broke through the Vitality Gate. Transparent, looking at the changes in Old Man Li's body, Fang Ping knew that it was not that Old Man Li had honed his jade body and jade bones, but that his physical body had just entered the Source Universe. Hence, for a moment, Fang Ping lost his sense of him. Fang Ping frowned slightly, looking at the cat that was lying at the side and watching the commotion. He said with slight doubt, "To enter the Source Universe with your physical body, in my opinion, you need to build a passageway to the Source Universe. Or an existence similar to a boundary point. Only then can you enter with your physical body." Big Cat, how do you think Old Man Li did it? Entering the Source Universe, if one could enter it with their physical body and not get lost, it would be a super powerful weapon. Kill me, if you kill me, I'll hide in the Source Universe. Powerhouses could only move around in their own Source Universe, unless it was like Big Cat, who could roam in the Source Universe. It might be able to use the Source's location to hunt you down. However, the source worlds of both parties would definitely not be together. In the universe, two stars might look very close, but in reality, they were extremely far away. Even Big Cat had to spend a lot of time every time he went through the Source Universe to find someone. In this way, if Old Man Li encountered danger and could hide in the Source Universe, as long as he did not get lost, he could stay there forever. There were not many people who could kill him. Even for a sovereign, it was not easy to move around in the Source Universe. It was very troublesome. When the Emperor descended that day, it was a Tao that penetrated to the Source and descended through the Tao. Big Cat was also a little curious, muttering, "If I can do it too, then I don't need to self-destruct and run away." In the past, when it was at Heavenly Emperor Zhan's side, it had self-destructed its golden body in order not to study. Of course, at that time, the golden body was not strong yet. If it self-destructed now, it would be a heavy loss. This was a jade bone and jade body. Even Big Cat had spent tens of thousands of years to successfully forge it. If it could roam in the Source with its real body, it, Big Cat, could also go wherever it wanted. Unification of 10,000 Daos, Fang Ping frowned. Old Man Li was not the only martial artist who unified 10,000 Daos. Before this, there were also a few deans in MCMAU who chose the path of unification of 10,000 Daos in the end. These people's abilities were also very strong now. However, like Old Man Li, who could slash 10,000 Daos with one sword and enter the Source with his body, there was only one person. How did he do it? With doubts, Fang Ping did not interrupt Old Man Li's cultivation at this moment. It would not be too late to ask him after he was done cultivating. Fang Ping did not feel bad about these vitality. The stronger Old Man Li was, the better. On the human side, there were not many powerhouses who belonged to themselves. Currently, only Fang Ping, Old Zhang, Old Wang, Tai Tu, and Yao Qingjun had entered the Heavenly King list. Weapon God Envoy and Heavenly King Garrison were considered old antiques. Fang Ping did not care about them. If Li Zhen, War King, and the rest wanted to advance to Heavenly King, they might still need some time. As for Old Man Li, he could kill a saint previously. This time, he was even ranked first on the saint ranking. He might not even lose to some newly advanced Heavenly Kings. This time, the more vitality he absorbed, the better. The amount of 300 small fish was enough to break through the 8 forging jade bone. Fang Ping wanted to see how much stronger this old man could become after absorbing so much vitality. Now, the others added together, thousands of people, did not even absorb as much as this old man. In just a short while, Old Manly had absorbed almost 30 fish. Fang Ping felt that the old man should be exploding now, absorbing more than 30 times his own vitality. How could he not explode? However, Old Manly did not explode. Instead, he continued to absorb crazily. Fang Ping. Tai Tu did not need to absorb these anymore. He had successfully forged his jade bone. He did not need this. At this moment, Li Hansong flew out of the virtual sky world. Looking at Old Manly below, he could not help but be speechless. This old man can really eat. Previously, he boasted to me that he would be the saint first today, the breakthrough 6 first tomorrow. In a few days, he would be the breakthrough 8 first. Even you would have to go down. Could it be that he was right? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. You've learned how to sow discord. No way. Tai Tu refused to admit it, although that was what he thought. He wanted Fang Ping to beat up Old Manly. Who asked this old man to mock him just now? I, Li Hansong, am not big-hearted. It was a pity that Fang Ping did not fall for it. What a pity. Fang Ping gave him a look and said exasperatedly, stop talking nonsense. Your advantage is even bigger than old Wang's. You've successfully forged your jade bone. As long as you open up your life gate, you will break 8 immediately. Not only that, you might even be able to hone your jade bone a second time. Even if you can't compare to a powerhouse who broke 2 doors, I think the difference is not that big. Your path leads straight to the source. It's different from the other people's broken doors. Tai Tu's advantage was still very big. The other people's broken doors were broken through the void gate. Even if they had forged their jade bones previously, like Moon Spirit, she could not achieve a twice honing of her jade bones after breaking through the void gate's life gate. At most, her jade bones were slightly stronger. As for Tai Tu, he had forged it once. His path led straight to the source. He might hone it a second time. At that time, breaking 8 would not be difficult at all. He could even break 9, after all, once he entered the source, he would be considered a true peak. Tai Tu was embarrassed. He said dryly, Celestial Emperor Badian didn't open up a path for me earlier. I feel that my path is blocked. There's a wall in front of me. His path was different from the others. The others were in darkness, however, this was not the case for them. They had a trail to follow. It was just that the front was blocked. They needed to open it up bit by bit. Fang Ping frowned. If it doesn't work, Old Cat and I will help you open up the path. Now we can stay in the source for a long time. However, Old Wang said that if you open up the path yourself, your strength control will be higher. If we help you, your strength will suddenly increase by a lot. I'm afraid you'll lose control. Forget it. I'll try again on my own. If it doesn't work, you can help again. Tai Tu shrugged. He would do it himself. His strength control was not very high to begin with. If it suddenly increased by a lot, he might really show signs of losing control. Looking at the MCMAU instructors and students who were cultivating below, Tai Tu suddenly said in a low voice, "Is that guy really dead?" Among Fang Ping and the others, besides Fang Ping, Tai Tu was the closest to Qin Fengqing. In the past, the two of them even risked their lives to go to the boundary zone together. They almost died there. After that, the two of them also cooperated many times and went to the catacombs together many times. In reality, Old Wang and Qin Fengqing's relationship was not bad. Before Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing cooperated, the two of them had been adventuring in the catacombs together. It was just that Old Wang did not usually talk about these things. That guy had disappeared for so long. Old Wang also knew about it. However, he knew that Fang Ping had many things to do, so he almost never mentioned these things. Fang Ping frowned and said in a low voice, either he didn't become a paragon, or he's dead. This time, the wind cloud list listed the names of all powerhouses above the paragon level. The entire stone tablet was densely packed with names. However, even after looking through the entire stone tablet, he did not see Qin Fengqing's name. How could he not become a paragon? Tai Tu was in slight disbelief. When you destroyed the divine sect, he attacked and killed a peak rank 9 powerhouse from Grandmaster. Cultivation is much easier now. It's easier to comprehend the Tao. That guy is not in the catacombs, so he must have gone overseas. The energy overseas is denser, logically speaking, he should have become a paragon even if he was lying down. Strictly speaking, Fang Ping had not entered the perilous realm at that time. He was still a rank 9. As for Qin Fengqing, he had also killed a peak rank 9 powerhouse at that time, breaking through very quickly. According to everyone's current progress, even if he did not have as many opportunities as Tai Tu and the rest, advancing to the paragon now should be in the bag. Fang Ping exhaled, saying slowly, I don't know. This guy. His situation is very complicated. He knew some of Qin Fengqing's situation. Previously, he got involved with unquestionable Jian. After that, he followed Hong Yu and wandered around for a while. Then, he disappeared completely. Fang Ping did not receive any information about him. Unquestionable Jian, Hong Yu, both of them had their eyes on Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping felt that it was not that simple. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not inherit all of unquestionable Jian's memories. There were some things that Xianxia did not know. As for Hong Yu would not tell Fang Ping everything. Li Hansong was slightly disappointed. He sighed and said, this guy is so cheap, so shameless, so shameless. He's on par with you. He won't die so easily, right? Fang Ping looked at him. Are you praising me or scolding me? Do you believe that I will punch you to death right now? After letting out a humph, Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He said in a low voice, stop talking nonsense. Cultivate as soon as possible. I might need to make a trip to the Chua mainland or the origin. I might need your help there. Why? Nonsense. Over at the Chua mainland, your relationship with Skyarm is not bad. Maybe you can rope him in. As for the origin, there should be an opening too. You can open it. Someone should know about the opening that old Wang opened earlier. At least, the emperor might know about it. There's another person who might know where it is. That opening is not safe now. As for the opening that you opened, no one might know about it. We can go in, but we might not be able to come out. That's why we need your help at the crucial moment. Do you understand? Fang Ping rolled his eyes at him. The emperor and the others might not know where the opening that old Wang opened was because both parties had perished together last time. However, Fang Ping had to be careful. Those fellows probably did not know where the opening that Ironhead opened was. Ironhead nodded and did not ask further. However, after some thought, he still asked curiously, Fang Ping, you said that if we walk the origin path in the opposite direction, why can we go straight to the origin instead of walking out from the origin? Logically speaking, if it's a straight path, shouldn't this end be in the origin world and the other end be inside the origin? As soon as he said that, Fang Ping was stunned. He really did not think much about this. The only time old Wang walked it was during a crisis. Fang Ping almost died at that time, so he did not have much time to think about this. However, at this moment, Fang Ping was a little absent-minded. Yes, if it was a straight path, one end should be here and the other end should be inside the origin. As for the Sanjiao gate, logically speaking, it should be inside the origin. Then why would the Sanjiao gate be in the outside world? Moreover, if he walked the opposite way through the Sanjiao gate, why could he enter the origin again instead of appearing inside the origin? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Ironhead chuckled and said, Fang Ping, do you still remember the conditions for forming the brain nucleus? Make the celestial bridge into a ring. Tell me, is our path actually a ring? Therefore, the origin is like a bead, and our path revolves around the origin, passing through the bead. That's why the Sanjiao gate opens outside the origin. Fang Ping frowned. After thinking for a while, he looked at him and said, you mean, what I mean is, now that there's a problem with the origin and the origin, do you think it's possible that there's a problem with this ring? The ring that was originally sealed has a flaw because of Celestial Emperor. That's why our current path can't be sealed. Therefore, a problem has arisen. Fang Ping looked at him, frowning. You mean, the origin, a thought flashed in Fang Ping's mind. You're saying that the origin might actually be the same as Wang Ruobing's origin world, that it's also a gathering point for myriad paths. Our path has to pass through the origin. Yes. Taitu nodded. That's what I'm thinking. Someone created a source world like Wang Ruobing's. It might have been inspired by the origin. Taitu continued, what I mean is, the origin might have originally been where Celestial Emperor's origin world is. Fang Ping, do you think it's possible that Celestial Emperor is not as simple as everyone thinks? His so-called suppression of the origin, is it also because he wants to find a substitute like the other emperors? Celestial Emperor hopes for people to become emperors. Do you think that Celestial Emperor wants people to prove their path successfully, then kill everyone, fill them into the origin, and detach himself? Fang Ping said in a low voice, there's this possibility, but I never thought he was a good person. What you're saying isn't very useful. Taitu said gloomily, why can't you change your mind? What I'm saying is that Celestial Emperor might have realized that he can't suppress all those emperors, so now Celestial Emperor is actually hoping to borrow the hands of others to kill the emperors. I'm afraid that we'll eventually help Celestial Emperor achieve his goal. You said that he's suppressed and is filling in the hole. I'm worried that he's not suppressed at all, but is deliberately waiting for an opportunity. Fang Ping looked at him in surprise. Why did this guy think of telling him all these today, and he was thinking a lot too. Why did you suddenly think of suspecting Celestial Emperor? Fang Ping was not defending Celestial Emperor. He had never treated these people as good people. He was just curious about Li Hansong's attitude. Taitu thought for a while, then muttered after a while, I was thinking that the emperors might not know all these. They might just be Celestial Emperor's pawns. Some people might be innocent, what are you trying to say? That, Li Hansong was even more embarrassed. He said dryly, I want to say, could old Qin be one of the emperor's clones, or simply an emperor or something like that? Fang Ping, if he's an emperor, do you think we can kill him too, can we rope him in? Fang Ping frowned. What do you know? It's not, quick, say it. Taitu hesitated for a moment, but still scratched his ears and cheeks. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that when I was in Chua mainland, I actually saw that guy once, Fang Ping stared at him with a burning gaze. You've become smarter now. It's fine if you didn't tell me that you've seen him, but you still came to test me. What are you trying to do? That's not what I meant. Li Hansong said gloomily, I was just thinking that we're brothers. He's acting sneakily now, and his strength is unfathomable. Even I can't see through him. You're also the kind of person who can distinguish between friend and foe. If there's a conflict, you have to kill him. But old Qin, he didn't seem to do anything. If you kill him, isn't that killing one's own people? Fang Ping frowned. I'm not as cruel as you say. You saw him in Chua mainland. How did you see him? Why did he go to Chua mainland? Actually, we didn't talk. I just saw him from afar. It was still his back, but I think it was old Qin. Li Hansong actually did not see it clearly, but he was sure that it should be Qin Fengqing. When he left, I asked around. There didn't seem to be any problems in Heavenly Arm mainland, but, Li Hansong thought for a while and said, but that day, Heavenly Arm was a little uneasy. I asked him about it, and Heavenly Arm said that a powerhouse might have come to Heavenly Arm mainland. I asked him who it was, but he didn't say. You suspect that Qin Fengqing has seen Heavenly Arm before? Not necessarily, but there should be some connection. Fang Ping pondered for a while. I'll go to Chua mainland later and see if I can find out more about the situation. Heavenly Arm said that a powerhouse had come. Who was Heavenly Arm, a powerhouse who had broken 8, he might not have realized it yet, but it could be seen that the person's strength was not weak. He might have hidden it from him. Why did Qin Fengqing go to Heavenly Arm mainland, what was his strength now? Li Hansong probably suspected that he was a king's avatar, or simply a king. That was why he had analyzed it before. Fang Ping glanced at him and said exasperatedly, don't play dumb next time. This guy is acting sneakily, he might not be up to something good. He'd better not let me catch him, otherwise. Li Hansong said dryly, you don't say. Even Skyarm thinks he's strong. Are you a match for him? Hee hee. Fong Ping let out a humph. I've broken 9, do you know that? Was Qin Fengqing an emperor? Fong Ping felt that it was most likely not. Of course, it was hard to say now. He could only be sure when he saw it. However, even the Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King didn't notice any clues, so it couldn't be, right? Or was it related to the Yang spirit? So the Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King hid the news. Was it the Yang spirit, or a pawn of the Yang god? Fong Ping rubbed his chin. Very quickly, he stopped thinking about it. He would know when he saw it. Forget about Qin Fengqing, even if the Sun God and the Heavenly Emperor himself came, Fong Ping would not be afraid. It was fine if he couldn't beat them, but if he could, he would wipe them all out. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I don't care if you're good or bad, as long as you're an unknown expert, I'll deal with you. The key was still to improve his own strength. Along the way, Fong Ping had also integrated a few cities, but the effect was not too obvious. Perhaps it was because there were too few. He should fuse some more to strengthen his source world. Other than that, it was true blood. These two were the best ways for Fong Ping to improve his strength at the moment. As long as his strength was strong enough, no matter what schemes you had, he would break them with one punch. If there was a problem with the Yang spirit, he would kill it with one punch. If there was a problem with the Heavenly Emperor, he would kill him with one punch. If there was a problem with the Heavenly Emperor, he would kill him with one punch. There wouldn't be any problems anymore, Fong Ping muttered in his heart, kill them all, who cares what they're plotting? After discussing with Iron Head for a while, the others began to wake up one after another. The weaker the ability, the faster the breakthrough was completed. Vitality was most effective for middle and low-ranked martial artists. In other words, the effect was excellent for those below rank 9. Because in this realm, the main difficulty was body honing and mentality. At rank 9, the difficulty was also origin path. A 1000 Hz mentality was not too difficult for martial artists who had mastered the mentality cultivation method. Unlike in the past, martial artists might be trapped for life for 1000 Hz mentality. Of course, the new generation of martial artists improved quickly, but compared to the older generation of martial artists, the gap was still very big. Without those years, without the accumulation of martial arts, these people might advance by leaps and bounds in the early stage, but they were somewhat weak in the later stage. Martial artists were breaking through one after another. Other than this year's new students, many of the older students were breaking through to higher ranks. Almost all of the older students were middle-ranked. There were almost no low-ranked martial artists in MCMAU now, except for the new students who just came to school today. Moreover, almost all of these older students had participated in the Catacombs War and seen blood, so it was easier for them to break through now. Mentality materialization, breaking through to rank 7. Such phenomena appeared continuously in MCMAU today. Sometimes, more than 10 phenomena appeared at the same time. Li Hansong watched for a while and sighed. Cultivation is much easier now. Back then, we wanted to become grandmasters, but who knows how much time and resources we spent. Fong Ping said impatiently, come on, is it difficult for you to break through? Didn't they help you cultivate directly to peak rank 6? At that time, when they pushed the door, he helped everyone to push the door. It was not as difficult as Li Hansong said. Li Hansong was embarrassed and laughed dryly. At that time, for those who were close to Fong Ping, it was indeed much easier for them to break through than others. Now that he thought about it, it was a different feeling. Fong Ping watched for a while. A large number of martial artists were breaking through. Although MCMAU did not have a situation where all of them were high ranks today, it was not too difficult for even the weaklings to cultivate to rank 6 today. Especially for rank 8 martial artists, this was a godsend opportunity. Body honing to golden body 6th refinement was not too difficult, but to reach 7th refinement, that was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Back then, even a top-notch powerhouse like Zhang Tao had only honed to peak 7th refinement. Of course, when Fong Ping said it was 8th refinement, Fong Ping naturally did not take it seriously. When one's body honing reached 7th refinement, there was not much of a difference between them and an early-stage rank 9 martial artist. At the 9th refinement, there would be a qualitative change in one's blood essence. However, the ninth refinement was far too difficult. Even if one had enough vitality, not everyone could do it. A ninth refinement golden body could reach a vitality of 200,000 calories. After qualitative change, it could even reach 400,000 calories vitality, the same as a peak rank 9 powerhouse. Even Fang Ping chose to break through before he could cultivate to the peak of the ninth refinement. Fang Ping observed for a while. There were quite a number of rank 8 powerhouses present, but there were those who had broken through to the 7th refinement. There were even fewer who had broken through to the 8th refinement. There was not a single one who had broken through to the 9th refinement. Sure enough, a qualitative change was not a simple matter. Beginner martial artists could, but when they were at rank 6, beginner martial artists would not manifest the Xianxia gate. The Xianxia gate was connected to the origin of Tao, so it would actually suppress the physique. Watching the students and instructors breaking through one by one, Fang Ping felt much happier. Although in Fang Ping's eyes, anyone below the Heavenly King level was almost useless. However, those who were stronger would at least have the ability to protect themselves when faced with a disaster. Yes, a great disaster. Fang Ping looked at the people from MCMAU and then at Magic City, feeling a little dazed. The day the heavenly mortal boundary wall shattered would be the day of the catastrophe, 3 realms as one. How? The origin universe would descend and the 9-layered heavens would shatter. The celestial realm fragments, the immortal islands beyond the seas, the catacombs, and earth would merge. This was the merging of the 3 realms. The scene from ancient times was recreated, a continent. This was the primordial era. The sky was round and the earth was round, the 9 heavens no longer appeared, the source universe no longer divided. This was the ancient era. On that day, the elementary martial arts would fuse, the catacombs would fuse, and the heavens would fall and the earth would crack. This was the unification of the 3 realms. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Heavenly King Zhen and the others did not say much about these. They only mentioned it briefly, but Fang Ping knew it clearly even if they did not say it. When that day comes, will Earth still be able to maintain its peace today? Absolutely impossible. It was unknown how many people would lose their lives on that day in the face of an incomparably huge natural and man-made disaster. Even Fang Ping was at his wits' end now. The unification of the 3 realms was almost unstoppable. After the unification, the emperor descended. Fang Ping needed to face a monarch. He did not have time to protect the humans on Earth. The powerhouses did not have time. At that time, these people could only save themselves. Not only that, at that time, they might also face enemies. People from the catacombs, beginners, demons, the unification of the 3 realms, the fusion. Would there not be a great war now? Fang Ping would not have such childish thoughts. It was still necessary for the entire population to strengthen. Not only that, they had to be stronger. When 9 heavens shattered, at that time, Earth's gravity might change drastically. 9 heavens, in fact, blocked many things. Once 9 heavens shattered, the humans might have to face even stronger gravity pressure. Without the strength of a middle rank, they might not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Fang Ping became more and more irritated. However, the monarch was the biggest enemy. If he did not solve these problems, forget about what to do in the future. It was hard to say whether the humans would have a future. While Fang Ping was thinking about this, a figure broke through the air. In the next moment, Wu Quishan appeared in front of Fang Ping, smiling. At least you still have some conscience. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Didn't you plan this from the start? You summoned them all back, afraid that I would mistreat MCMAU. Take a long-term view. MCMAU is a small family, the humans are the big family. Wu Quishan was a little speechless. He used to lecture Fang Ping like this, but now, Fang Ping was the one lecturing him. Back then, Fang Ping did not have any thoughts about the humans. In Fang Ping's eyes, his family was a small family, and MCMAU was the big family. For MCMAU, this guy had made enemies with many other organizations, including a few big companies. Fang Ping had fallen out with them. In the martial arts competition, to fight for MCMAU's resources, he was even more ruthless. That was how MCMAU came to be. Wu Quishan did not bother to argue with him. He smiled. I have emperor-level strength, but it's not easy to improve further. Kid, is there a way for me to reach Heavenly King quickly? yes. Wu Kuxian was stunned. He was just saying it casually. In the end, Fang Ping actually said there was. This was too surprising. Did Fang Ping fool him? No. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely calm, saying casually, there's a way. Not only can it make you a heavenly king, but it can also make you break 8. But it's dangerous, you might die. Really? Wu Kuxian thought he was fooling him. At this time, he was really stunned. He said hurriedly, can it really break 8? Kid, don't talk nonsense. As for whether I die or not, how can there be no danger in cultivation? There really is. Fang Ping said lazily, however, I'm afraid that when the power of breaking 8 hits, bang, you'll explode. Fang Ping teased, how strong is breaking 8? 20 million calories vitality as a base. What about you? Emperor level, 2 million calories as a base, more than 10 times the vitality outburst, with a boom, you'll explode. So, don't think too much, if you can't even withstand 5 million calories vitality, it'll be hard for you to break 8. I'll leave some vitality for you guys. Do as you see fit. Hone your body and bones, strengthen your flesh. If you can't do it, go find beginner martial arts and roast yourself with true fire every day. Maybe you can roast yourself a little stronger. Fang Ping really had a way. The way was with Wang Ruobing. The Vitality Powerhouse's virtual gates were all outside Wang Ruobing's source world. Finding Old Wu's passageway, entering, breaking the virtual gate, opening the passageway in the opposite direction, and forcibly helping Wu Kuxian break 8, that was possible. Of course, it was only a great Dao breaking 8, forcefully breaking the barrier. At this moment, the power would definitely go out of control. 20 million calories vitality outburst. Boom, explode to death, this was very normal. If the flesh was not strong enough, who would explode to death if not yourself? Therefore, even if he knew that Wang Ruobing might create a powerhouse who broke 8, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to go. If one's foundation was not strong enough, even if they opened up the great Dao, they would not be able to withstand it. Now, on the human side, they had to at least have the strength of a saint to be able to withstand such an outburst. Barely, it meant that Fang Ping could not guarantee that he could withstand it. Both Warlord and Li Zhen were strengthening their flesh this time. They did not care much about the great Dao. This was because Heavenly King Zhen and Old Zhang knew what Fang Ping was thinking, so they let both of them try strengthening first. If they really wanted to create a great Dao breaking 8 later, these two should be lab rats. As for the Thunder King and Jiang Hao, there should not be much of a problem. These two had absorbed a lot of vitality this time, and their flesh was slightly stronger than Warlord and the rest. Warlord was unreliable. He did not break a single barrier from the beginning to the end. The illiterate was miserable. In the end, he still stayed at Heavenly King Battle's side. While Fang Ping and Wu Kuxian were talking. In the catacombs. A short boy, following a familiar path, was advancing toward Earth. Feeling the familiar smell, the boy shed tears along the way. This was the path that Master had walked. The mystic realm exploded, the sovereigns fled, Fang Ping and the rest all left, but no one noticed that a powerhouse crawled out of the boundary point that was engulfed by darkness. The wind cloud list did not appear, Fang Ping and the rest did not know about this. The boy, on the other hand, was now under the wind cloud list. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar names, the boy murmured. Master was not here, otherwise, Master would suppress all heroes and strive for the top of the 3 realms. After looking for a while, he even saw the earthly sovereign, but he did not see him. The boy suddenly laughed. Is that you? Daoist Fengyun, the boy murmured, as if he had somewhat guessed Daoist Fengyun's identity. At this moment, under the wind cloud list, there were many people. Where there were people, there was a martial world. Where there was a martial world, there was a difference in strength. The wind cloud list was in chaos, powerhouses entered the list. Those who could enter the list were all influential figures in the 3 realms. How could these martial artists who had no chance of entering the list not be envious and jealous? They also wanted to enter the list. Among these people, the boy was not considered eye-catching. In this place, there were humans, catacombs humans, demons, and overseas powerhouses. Today, although there were endless battles, there were also some tacit safety zones. This place was where the wind cloud list was. Unless they encountered a sworn enemy, otherwise, large-scale battles would not break out. Sometimes, some top-notch powerhouses might even come to take a look. This was because on the wind cloud list, once one died, the name would disappear. When one broke through, the name would also change. All forces had actually arranged for people to keep an eye on this place. How Taoist Feng Yun managed to monitor the three realms, everyone had a vague feeling, but it was not too clear. As such, they could not help but be shocked by Taoist Feng Yun's strength and ability. The boy watched for a while, then stopped looking. Following the smell in his memory, he continued to walk forward. Along the way, he saw many people, but the others did not seem to notice him, and no one stopped him. Until he reached the catacombs passageway, the boy was slightly hesitant. Should he go in? The town had actually broken through 9. If he went in, he might be sensed by the town. The boy hesitated slightly, but still decided to go in. He wanted to see where his master buried him. Even if he could not accompany his master to battle, guarding his master's grave might be his next mission. Even though his master said not to care about him, his master would not care about that. However, the boy did not care. Even if his master died, he could not die so miserably. At the very least, he could guard the grave. There were people guarding the passageway. However, to the boy, it wasn't worth mentioning. He wasn't overly cautious, and even when he passed by the guards, no one noticed his presence. The passageway trembled slightly and instantly calmed down. It was so weak that almost no one noticed it. At this moment, in star-suppressing city, the eyes of the Heavenly King moved slightly. Suddenly, he disappeared on the spot, instantly tearing through space and leaving. In the blink of an eye, the Heavenly King appeared outside a catacombs passageway. After silently sensing for a while, the Heavenly King's gaze changed slightly. Although the aura was not obvious, the remaining traces of fluctuations made his expression change. Who was it? There was actually such a powerhouse in the three realms, an emperor, or a powerhouse who had broken through 9. The Heavenly King's expression changed again and again. He could not think of anyone who could be so strong, other than those old antiques. Who else could it be? In the next moment, another Heavenly King arrived. The two bodies merged instantly. The Heavenly King was extremely solemn, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Without sending a voice transmission to the others, the Heavenly King followed the fluctuations that were about to disappear and moved forward. Very strong, the aura was not obvious, the fluctuations dissipated. The strength of the person who came might be stronger than expected. Who was it? The Heavenly King was puzzled. Had the Emperor appeared? Had the trouble in the source been resolved? Magic City. Fang Ping frowned slightly. In the source world, a city suddenly trembled slightly. Fang Ping checked. It was not a problem in the source world. It seemed that reality had affected the city in the source world. What happened? The situation in the real world was actually reflected in the source world. What happened? Initially, he wanted to wait for Old Manly to come out of seclusion. At this moment, Fang Ping did not speak. He grabbed the cat, broke through the air, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the cat world, Fang Ping's main body also sensed silently but did not find anything unusual. But soon, Fang Ping's gaze moved. He seemed to have sensed the movement of the Heavenly King. It could be seen that Fang Ping was slightly weaker than the Heavenly King now. The Heavenly King discovered it very quickly. As for Fang Ping, he only sensed it slightly when the source was in turmoil. Fang Ping discovered the abnormality. The cat sniffed and muttered, "Liar, there seems to be the smell of a powerhouse." "You're a cat, not a dog." Fang Ping reminded it many times, but the cat still did not change. The cat could not be bothered with him. This cat was very strong now, stronger than before. Fang Ping even suspected that this cat might have the strength close to break through 9 now. Of course, whether it was or not, he was not sure. A long time ago, the cat had close to 4 million calories vitality. After that, the jade bone transformation was successful. That was 8 million calories. No, the jade bone transformation was successful. The cat would still have some improvement. Together with the jade body integration, it might be as high as 9 million calories. After that, the source changed qualitatively again. That was 18 million calories. After that, this cat might also complete all the force integration. This point, from the way it played with the force like it was playing with a ball of yarn, Fang Ping had some guesses. That would be more than 36 million. The key point was, the Emperor's vitality qualitative change. It was difficult for Fang Ping to learn because his mentality was not high enough at that time. After learning for a while, the cat said it was boring and did not want to learn anymore. However, Fang Ping saw that its vitality was divided very quickly. Whether this cat learned it or not, he did not know. The Emperor's qualitative change had not completely doubled. Even Fang Ping only increased a few million cal vitality. As for the cat might have a more qualitative change than Fang Ping. Even if it was only an increase of 4 million, this cat had actually broken 9. As for the increase in combat techniques, did this cat know combat techniques? Fang Ping was not sure. Yes, it definitely knew a little, but to what extent it had learned it, he was not sure. That's not right, this cat fought Heavenly Emperor and made that little tiger. It felt like it had a 100% increase. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something, the cat knew combat techniques. It definitely did, and its control was extremely high. If it could have 15% combat techniques, this cat would have broken 9 no matter what. Could it be stronger than him? Fang Ping tracked in the direction he sensed and asked, Big cat, tell me honestly, how strong are you now? The cat looked at Fang Ping strangely, scratched its head with its claws, and said confusedly, I don't know. Why? What do you mean you don't know? How strong exactly? Didn't I show you how much vitality one cal has before? Oh. The cat did not really care about this. Previously, it worked hard to become a combat cat. In the end, it found that combat cats were very miserable, so it gave up on this idea. Now that Fang Ping asked, the cat scratched its head again. After a while, it said, probably, a lot. Fang Ping was troubled. Did it not know how to count? That was true. This cat might not be able to count tens of millions. It was really stupid. This fish, how many can you condense? Fang Ping was helpless. He could only gather about 100,000 calories vitality and condense a vitality fish. This time, the cat understood. After looking for a while, it said quickly, 230? More or less. Fang Ping was slightly stunned. 23 million cal, it had broken 8, but it was much weaker than he expected. Did this cat's source world not change qualitatively? Fang Ping saw it in the cat world. The cat world was much bigger than before, definitely not smaller than Fang Ping's. Why was it only 23 million calories after the change? Soon, Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. He asked hurriedly, the vitality you mentioned, is it the vitality that converts the force? The cat said in surprise, yes, the force is not vitality. Fang Ping's expression changed again. He asked hurriedly, can you use the vitality augmentation skill to maintain the balance of the force? Mentality was different from vitality. Without the vitality augmentation skill, the balance could not be maintained. Even if the force was converted, the excess vitality or mentality would cause imbalance. Of course, if Fang Ping could do it, the cat could do it too. As expected, the cat nodded and said, I can. My mentality and vitality are about the same, just a little more, so it's very balanced. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Vitality and mentality were about the same, what the F***ck, this cat's vitality was 23 million calories. In other words, its mentality was probably 230,000 hertz. True, the cat's mentality had changed qualitatively a long time ago, so long that Fang Ping did not know when it changed. The cat itself could not remember how long it had been. Anyway, its mentality had always been easy to kill those demons, so it did not care too much. 2300 force, 46 million calories vitality. Combat techniques enhancement. Fang Ping was about to curse, he had really ignored the cat before. He had almost forgotten that the cat was also a powerhouse. If there was a 15% combat techniques enhancement, would it not be close to 53 million cal? This cat's control of strength was also extremely strong. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to condense a little tiger that could be taken back at any time during the previous round with Heavenly Emperor. More than 50 million cal, Fang Ping calculated in his heart. He really wanted to curse. The cat was right beside him, but he almost ignored it. This cat was really harmless to humans and animals. It was too easy to be ignored. He should have thought of this when he jumped on the God Builder's head and hit the God Builder. The God Builder did not seem to notice it at that time, but the God Builder's reaction was so fast and his strength was so strong, but he was still hit on the head by the cat. Did he not feel that something was wrong? When the cat jumped on the sky-suppressing king's head and was about to hit someone, the sky-suppressing king caught it instead of avoiding it from the beginning. According to Fang Ping's understanding of the sky-suppressing king, if he sensed it, the sky-suppressing king would avoid it instead of letting the cat jump on his head before catching the cat. In other words, the sky-suppressing king did not sense it at the beginning. He did not sense it at such a close distance. Of course, it was related to the cat's lack of killing intent. However, it also proved the cat's strength, and Fang Ping and the others seemed to have ignored it. If he had not suddenly thought of this, Fang Ping would have almost forgotten to ask how strong the cat was. Fang Ping glanced at the cat for a while, then looked at it again. The cat looked innocent. Why was he looking at a cat? D*MN cat. Fang Ping suddenly cursed. If that was the case, the strongest powerhouse in the three realms was this cat. There was no justice in this. Did the sky-suppressing king know? He was a little envious and jealous. This big lazy cat's harvest from this trip to the mystic realm was also shocking. However, not many people thought that the cat would have such a big harvest. On the wind and cloud list, Taoist Feng Yun did not list the cat. Was it because he knew its strength, or because he felt that it could not be calculated, so he did not list it? The cat thought that Fang Ping was in a bad mood because of the arrival of a powerhouse, so it comforted, "Liar, don't be afraid. If we can't beat the other party, we'll run. Don't be afraid. Old Man Jin is still here. He can fight." Fang Ping could not help but complain, "You can't fight yourself? I can't beat him. Also, cats don't fight." The cat felt wronged. Previously, it wanted to beat up Old Man Jin, but he wanted to cut its nails. The cat felt that it was not made for fighting, so it should forget about it. It was a cat, so why fight? The liar was very strong, and so was Old Man Jin. Later, when he called the big dog, the cat protection team leader, and the old man who gave the Sky Destroyer sword, the cat felt that it did not need to fight. Fang Ping was exhausted. This cat had really broken 9, it was stronger than him, but it did not seem to feel that it was strong. It looked as if they could not beat it even if they were so strong. It was really sad. He was excited for a long time, thinking that he had broken 9. Even if he was not the strongest in the three realms, he was the second strongest. But now, he was not even as good as a cat. Moreover, who had sneaked into Earth now? Even King Jin was tracking. Fang Ping was a little confused, but his confidence was boosted. He cursed in his heart. It was useless no matter who came. Previously on Earth, there were 2 people who had broken 9. Now there were 3, although this cat was unreliable, he did not need it. If he could block it a little, with a force outburst, he would still be a powerhouse who had broken 9. 3 people who had broken 9. They were all real people who had broken 9. Fang Ping felt that if they joined forces now, they could kill an emperor. "I have a cat. I'm not afraid of you," Fang Ping muttered in his heart. A dog relied on its master's power, and a man relied on his cat's power. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt that he was really awesome. He had even subdued the emperor cat. Was he convinced? Jin is very strong. In a barren land, the servant stopped. He had already sensed Jin's tracking. He seemed to have sensed his master's tomb. In order not to let Jin disturb his master's sleep, he decided to meet Heavenly King Jin. After all, he might have to stay here for a period of time. It was difficult to hide from Heavenly King Jin. Just as he was thinking, the void shook and a figure appeared. Heavenly King Jin appeared. Seeing the expert who entered Earth, Heavenly King Jin was stunned. "You're not dead?" He knew the servant. This guy was not dead. The servant chuckled. "Is it strange that I'm not dead?" "Isn't it strange?" Heavenly King Jin was puzzled. "You weren't attacked during the war? You're still alive?" Jean's servant, Jean was alone and did not take in any disciples. He opened a school and needed someone to take care of it, so he took in a servant. The servant was not very outstanding. Of course, he was the only person Jean brought with him. Heavenly King Zhen had visited Jean before and naturally remembered this guy. However, he did not expect the servant to become so strong after so many years. This was out of his expectations. Heavenly King Zhen was surprised. "You're in the mystic realm?" This was the only way to explain why this fellow was so powerful. Firstly, it took a long time. Secondly, there were many benefits in the mystic realm. Thirdly, Jean Tiandi had been teaching him. Even if this guy was a pig, he should become stronger. Different from others, he was in his real body. With his real body and the guidance of an invincible expert, he would become much stronger. Breaking 9 wasn't rare at all. Breaking 9 would cause quite a commotion. Only in the mystic realm without breaking the void gate would no one know. Otherwise, there would not be such a big commotion when Heavenly King broke 9 in the outside world. Until now, Heavenly King Zhen did not break the third void gate. There was no need. His mental energy might increase if the third void gate was broken, but it would cause too much commotion and he might be plotted against. The servant was very strong but no one noticed. He must have broken through in the mystic realm. The servant looked at Heavenly King Zhen and smiled. Lord Zhen is indeed smart to find out so quickly, Heavenly King Zhen cursed. Nonsense, I'm not an idiot. Why do I feel like this little dwarf is mocking me? What are you doing in the human world? Guarding the tomb. Heavenly King Zhen frowned slightly and quickly said, I know what you're thinking, but isn't it better to let Jean sleep here quietly? You didn't participate in that battle. Clearly, Jean had instructions for you. If you come to the human world now, you might cause some trouble. After saying that, Heavenly King Subduing continued, after all, you are not familiar with the human race. The human race also has experts. If unfamiliar experts come to the human world, it will also make us feel pressured. An expert who had broken through 9 levels, it was indeed stressful. Even the Heavenly King suppressing Heavenly King felt a little uneasy. He wasn't too familiar with such an expert and didn't know much about him. Who knew what the other party's goal was, seeds, or guarding the tomb? It was hard to say. As Heavenly King Zhen was thinking, the void trembled slightly. Both of their expressions changed slightly. They didn't notice anything unusual until they got close. The next moment, Fang Ping walked out of the void, carrying the cat on his shoulder. He glanced at the boy servant, and his gaze shifted slightly. He seemed to have seen this person before. Where did you see it? Powerhouses would not have a bad memory. Fang Ping thought for a while, and his gaze shifted again. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of a short boy servant standing behind Jean Tiandi in the passageway earlier. Of course, at that time, Fang Ping did not pay much attention. He thought it was a projection. But now, it was not, an expert who had broken through 9 levels. Since when did people who had broken through 9 become so worthless that they could just appear out of nowhere? The cat seemed to recognize the boy servant, but he was not too familiar with him. He looked at the boy servant curiously and suddenly muttered, You have second cats sent on you. The boy servant looked at the cat and felt a little emotional. He smiled and said, The human king and the cat came unexpectedly fast. I thought I wouldn't attract your attention. I have lived with second cat for tens of thousands of years. Of course, I have second cat sent, oh. The cat gave a perfunctory reply. You are not second cat. I don't really want to talk to you. The boy servant did not care. He glanced at Fang Ping and scanned him. However, with the cat around, his senses were not too obvious. Fang Ping came so fast, indeed, he was much faster than he expected. He thought that the only one in the human world who could discover him was Heavenly King Zhen. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping and the cat would follow him? Fang Ping did not let his guard down. Jean's boy servant, broken 9 levels, why did he suddenly come to the human world? Although Heavenly King Zhen disappeared in the human world, he did not think that a powerhouse who had broken through 9 levels would come here just to mourn Heavenly King Zhen. Fang Ping looked at the other party. Vaguely, he and Heavenly King Zhen formed a triangle, surrounding the boy servant from the front and back. The boy servant saw it but did not care. He was just a little helpless. He said slowly, Shu Xiang has no intention of becoming an enemy of humans. Xiang, Fang Ping was a little dazed. Just this name, powerhouses who had broken through 9 levels were already considered emperors in the past. This name was too degrading, however, thinking about it, this was only a boy servant in the past. It did not seem strange. However, Fang Ping was still a little shocked that the boy servant had become an emperor. Were the people from Heavenly Xianxia sect so powerful? Under the emperors, only the Tao tree had broken through 9 levels. Of course, the Sun God sect had produced Heavenly Xianxia, and the Heavenly Emperor had also produced many people. However, Heavenly Emperor was the last to become a venerable Supreme Emperor. Thinking about it again, the time flow in the arcane realm was fast. It seemed passable. At this moment, various thoughts appeared in Fang Ping's mind. Suddenly, there was one more powerhouse who had broken through 9 levels. This made him have some ideas. However, at this moment, he did not know if the other party was a friend or a foe. Fang Ping suddenly said, "Wait, why is your name not on the Windcloud list?" Even the Heavenly Emperor, the Sun God, and the Earthly Sovereign had appeared. Fang Ping felt that Taoist Feng Yun might have a way to monitor the 3 realms. Why was the boy servant not on the list, or could it be that Taoist Feng Yun did it on purpose? When the boy servant heard this, he glanced at Heavenly Xianxia, then at Fang Ping. After a while, he said, "Taoist Feng Yun does not monitor the 3 realms, but the Tao. Or rather, the current virtual path. Maybe there are some arrangements on the immortal source, or on the virtual gate. As for beginner martial artists, there have always been those few, so he knows who is strong and who is weak. As for me, I went to the arcane realm a long time ago. I did not leave any traces under the immortal source, nor on the virtual gate." Fang Ping frowned and looked at Heavenly Xianxia. "There are people in the immortal source who do not leave any traces, so why did you?" Heavenly Xianxia was not surprised. He said casually, "I left it when the virtual gate appeared. After the immortal source appeared, there was virtual path. This guy might not have cultivated for a few years, so he went straight to the arcane realm." The boy servant nodded slightly. "At that time I was not in the mood to cultivate, so I was not monitored by the immortal source. Moreover, I was still weak and not valued. Later, I broke through 9 levels in the arcane realm. When I come out now, the immortal source cannot lock onto me." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. A powerhouse who had broken through 9 levels was not monitored by the immortal source. Or rather, a cultivation path's emperor of the source. What did this mean? Did it mean that the emperor actually did not know of this person's existence? What about the Tao tree? After the Tao tree died, the immortal source erupted a blood rain. This meant that the Tao tree was actually monitored. Did that mean that the emperor already knew that the Tao tree had broken through 9 levels? Fang Ping was a little confused. Maybe the emperor did not know that the Tao tree had broken through 9 levels in the arcane realm. No feedback, he was too lazy to think about this. Fang Ping looked at the boy servant again. He did not care whether the other party was monitored or not. Now, Fang Ping only wanted to figure out the difference between friend and foe. "Senior Bookworm, may I know your purpose for coming to Earth this time?" Fang Ping also went straight to the point. If it was a friend, then the human race's strength would skyrocket. If it was an enemy, maybe he should surround and kill this guy today. This murderous intent flashed and disappeared. However, the boy servant seemed to have sensed it. Not only him, Heavenly Xianxia also sensed it, and his gaze changed slightly. This kid, now he was so savage, a person who had broken through 9, even the Heavenly Xianxia did not dare to say that he could make the other party stay. There might even be great danger. Fang Ping, on the other hand, actually had murderous intent. The boy servant glanced at Fang Ping, as if he did not care, and said again, "I have no other purpose. I just came to see my homeland, to see the master's place of deep sleep, and to guard the master's grave for a period of time. If I have the time, I might open a school in the human world. When the time comes, I hope that Xianxia will be convenient." Open a school? Fang Ping was stunned. A person who had broken through 9 still had the time to open a school. Was this guy loyal enough to Heavenly Emperor Xian? Thinking about it, to be able to accompany Heavenly Emperor Xian for so many years in the mystic realm, he might be loyal. Otherwise, Heavenly Emperor Xian seemed to be easy to talk to, but he might not be easy to talk to. Fang Ping's heart moved slightly, and he said quickly, "Opening a school is not a problem, but senior, before Heavenly Emperor Xian died, he had already told Wang Jinyang to open a school on Earth when the three realms are at peace. Senior, you also want to open one now? Of course, it doesn't matter, one more or one less doesn't matter. Wang Jinyang, the boy servant murmured, and said slowly, is it the one who merged with the master? It's him. The boy servant fell into deep thought, a little dazed. That person was not considered the master. However, he had inherited the master's life origin, so he could be considered a person. He could not tell whether it was a person or not. Before his master left, he told him that he could go to the human world to find him, to see if he liked to read. The boy servant quickly came back to his senses, bowed slightly to the two people, and said, if this person is willing to open a school, then I will not open one. Can you leave a place for me in this school? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. This is nothing, I'm just curious, Senior, are you planning to retire on Earth? Xianxia was silent for a while and soon smiled. If you don't mind, King Human, it's actually not bad. Senior, don't you know that the great war between the three realms will break out soon? Fang Ping said in a low voice, I'll cut to the chase. To be honest, I'm worried about a powerhouse who has broken 9 like you, Senior, staying on Earth. Once the war starts, Senior, you can slaughter the humans on Earth alone. A powerhouse like you is too big of a threat. Moreover, I don't believe that you don't have any ulterior motives. Do you want to wait for death, or do you think that the Emperor will not attack you? The boy servant was a little helpless, and after a moment of silence, said, don't misunderstand, King Human. Xianxia does not have such intentions. If the war between the humans breaks out, the boy servant hesitated, but still said, initially, Master did not want me to avenge him. Master has passed away, so he does not care about this anymore. But Xianxia is still a little unwilling. If a war really breaks out, Xianxia is willing to fight with King Human and a few others. As he said that, he added, if Xianxia fights, I will only attack the Emperor and a few others. The others are not Master's enemies, Xianxia will not fight. A few others, Fang Ping was speechless. You are already burning incense to be able to fight against an emperor. Who expects you to fight against a few people? Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously. Avenge Heavenly Emperor Zhan, a powerhouse who had broken 9, if a war broke out, if he continued to hide, he might not be killed. Xianxia did not enter the immortal origin to monitor. To be honest, the 9 emperors might not even know that he was still alive. Now that he suddenly appeared, it was still very dangerous. This fellow did not hide properly, but now that he appeared, was he not afraid of dying in the upcoming war? Fang Ping was a little troubled, and looked at Heavenly King Subduing. Heavenly King Subduing thought for a while, and said telepathically, this fellow used to be Zhan's boy servant, he has been by his side for many years. When he was still young, he was on Zhan's side, I have seen him a few times, if it's to avenge Zhan, it should still be possible. Kid, what do you think? Should he banish him or keep him? Staying on Earth would have to bear a certain risk. If he banished him, he might also offend the boy servant. A broken 9 was not a weakling, but a top-notch powerhouse, offending him might not be a good thing. Fang Ping was also a little hesitant. He was suspicious of everyone. He had seen the selfishness of powerhouses. The passage of time had made these people change. Fang Ping was not sure if the boy servant could maintain his original intentions. Who knew if the boy servant deliberately stayed on Earth, wanting to seize the seed at a critical moment, or simply kill the human race to lure the seed out? If the powerhouses inside made a move, it could not be stopped. This was a huge risk, however, a powerhouse who had broken 9 was too much of a help, Fang Ping could not bear to give up. Thinking of this, Fang Ping smiled. Since Senior is willing to stay on Earth and also wants to avenge Heavenly Emperor Zhan, then we have the same goal, Of course, I welcome Senior to stay, however, Junior will not lie. Senior, if you stay on Earth, Junior is also worried that there will be problems. How about this? If Senior doesn't mind, how about I let Wang Jinyang and Senior live next to each other? Heavenly King Subduing looked at him. Was he asking Wang Jinyang to monitor this person? Was he not afraid that something would happen to Wang Jinyang? If this person really had other intentions, then naturally, he would not care whether Wang Jinyang and Heavenly Emperor Zhan were related or not. The danger was still very great. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Who was not in danger now? Everyone was in danger, if the emperor really made a move, even old Wang could not stop them. With the help of a broken 9, the effect would be great. This person had followed Heavenly Emperor Zhan for many years and had broken 9. He was not an ordinary person. Fang Ping said and continued, the current Wang Jinyang's combat strength is only breaking 8. Since Senior is Heavenly Emperor Zhan's successor, you must have inherited many things from Heavenly Emperor Zhan. I want Senior to give Wang Jinyang some pointers and see if he can break 9 as soon as possible. The boy servant did not have any objections. Upon hearing that, he smiled. King Ren's idea is very much in line with mine. Master also wants me to help Little Master a little. I'm just worried that King Ren will misunderstand, so I can't force it. Little Master, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. This person was really daring. He was a powerhouse who had broken 9, after all. Did he think of himself as a servant? This person was either extremely tolerant, or he was really grateful to Heavenly Emperor Zhan. He could not tolerate it. It was impossible for a king to think of himself as a servant. Was the boy servant someone like King Huai, or someone who really cherished old friendships? Fang Ping was not too sure, but he felt that it was more likely the second. If it was really the emperor's arrangement, there was no need for this. At least from the looks of it now, the humans were completely unable to resist the emperor. Even if the boy servant had the intention to devour the seed, he still had to see if the emperor agreed. Fang Ping was not stupid. If the boy servant really tricked him, he would not help him to resist the emperor. Moreover, during the war, he was prepared to let this person go to the front line to resist the emperor. At this point, Fang Ping did not say anything else. He smiled. Then, Fang Ping would be more than happy to let you stay. Also, if I may be so bold as to ask, can Senior match the emperor? The boy servant shook his head. I have not broken through the real door and entered the source. Although my strength has broken 9, I am definitely not a match for the emperor. My strength is comparable to the Dao tree. However, if the war starts, I can break through the door and enter the source. My strength will also increase. Even if I am not a match for the emperor, I can still stop him. Enter the source. After breaking through 9 and entering the source, he could continue to increase his strength. Increase his Dao and strengthen himself. There were also many opportunities in the source. True blood, the star fragments, even when breaking through the door, there would be an increase. These were all opportunities. However, if he did not enter the source, he would not have these opportunities. Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. It was not impossible for him to enter the source after breaking through 9. He did not have to go through the door. Stowaway, Fang Ping rubbed his chin and suddenly said, Senior, breaking through 9 is also considered an emperor. Since the emperor can walk in the source universe, can you do it too, Senior? No. The boy servant denied. Unless you enter the source and find some broken star fragments in the past to suppress the source, then you can walk in the source universe. Otherwise, it is extremely easy to get lost in the source universe. Heavenly King Subduing also said, Kid, it's not that easy to enter the source physically. As for us, our source bodies can walk in the source universe, but it is too difficult to enter physically. Of course, after the 3 realms become one, the rules will change. When that time comes, there will be no problem. Fang Ping understood and thought of Old Manly. Without asking about Old Manly, Fang Ping asked curiously, Are you guys talking about the Celestial Emperor's debris of the star that shattered? After so many years, could it be that there are still remnants? Not all of them were taken away by the Emperor? The source is complicated. Even the Emperor dare not enter rashly. Heavenly King Subduing did not care too much. He smiled. The star fragments are scattered in the source. The source may not seem big, but it is divided into many spaces. It is not that easy to find. Moreover, there are many fragments in the past. Even if the Emperor takes away some, he might not be able to take all of them. Having said that, he suddenly said telepathically, Wang Ruobing's source world might be made from fragments. Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. Made from star fragments. No wonder it could be placed in the source and not be affected by the source. It seemed like he really had to make a trip to the source. He wanted to see if he could get some fragments to expand the source. Other than that, it was to let his body enter the source. If his body did not enter the source, even if Fang Ping broke through 9, his source body in the source universe could only unleash the strength of a breakthrough 8. If that was the case, how could he fight against the emperor? Fang Ping was not someone who would wait for death. It was said that the emperor would only descend when the 3 realms were united. However, if he could enter the source universe in advance, Fang Ping did not mind killing the emperor in advance if he had the chance. Who said that he had to wait for them to kill? Was it not okay if he killed them, if he brought Heavenly King Subduing, the cat, and the boy servant, for breakthroughs, and found the sleeping place of an emperor? Would there be no hope of killing the emperor? There was still hope. When the time came, if the emperor did not know who killed one person, there might be internal strife and suspicion. This would be even better. Thinking of this, Fang Ping did not care about the boy servant anymore. Let old Wang keep an eye on him first. Even if the boy servant had a purpose, he would not make a move now. Old Wang's safety was still guaranteed. He had to go to the Chu mainland and the source first. Senior, please help yourself. I still have something to do. I will take my leave first. I will inform Wang Jinyang immediately. I will accompany you for a stroll and see the human world today. Fang Ping threw these words and left immediately. As soon as he left, the boy servant's gaze was a little strange. He looked at Heavenly King Subduing and asked curiously, Lord Subduing, what is the strength of the king now? Breakthrough 8. Heavenly King Subduing replied casually. The boy servant, however, frowned slightly. Breakthrough 8, it does feel like a breakthrough 8. But when I entered the human world, he found out very quickly, maybe the cat smelled it. Heavenly King Subduing did not bother to talk about this. He rubbed his chin and looked at him. You said that Feng Yun found out about our strength by monitoring the immortal source and the gate of void. Is it suspicious? Who is this guy? Before the boy servant could answer, Heavenly King Subduing said again, could it be the earthly sovereign? The boy servant thought about it and said uncertainly, the immortal source was tampered with. Master also found some clues in the past. The earthly sovereign, the Emperor Renhuang, and the Heaven Emperor might have done something. But it should not be the Heaven Emperor. Otherwise, he should be able to sense my presence. It should be one of the Heaven Reverse Emperor, the East Emperor, the Emperor Renhuang, and the earthly sovereign. The East Emperor is more likely. How? Heavenly King Subduing mumbled. Was it East Emperor? What was this old guy trying to do? Was Feng Yun his avatar or his real body? Heavenly King Subduing was a little confused. He did not know what these guys were doing. Was there a need to be so mysterious? Heavenly King Subduing did not dwell on this anymore. He glanced at him and said, you better behave yourself. I don't want to scare you. The current leaders of the human race were all ruthless characters who would eat people up without spitting out their bones. Don't think that you are invincible just because you broke 9. To be honest, I did not know if they could kill those who broke 9. But now I know that they can. The Path Tree's death is proof. If you piss them off, Fang Ping and Zhang Tao can work together to kill you. Besides, I am still here. Heavenly King Subduing was not trying to scare him. He did not believe that the boy servant did not know that the Path Tree was killed. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao worked together. Zhang Tao provided the Dao. It was not impossible for Fang Ping to kill the boy servant. But if that happened, the human race would not be willing to suffer heavy losses. Heavenly King Subduing still threatened the boy servant to prevent him from acting recklessly. The boy servant smiled bitterly, of course not. What's more? Lord Subduing combined his body. I am not a match for him. Heavenly King Subduing curled his lips. Even if he did not combine his body, he would not be afraid of you, but now, many people knew that he had 2 bodies. This was a bit of a headache. Seeing that he did not speak, the boy servant said again, Sir, your beginner martial body has not broken 9 yet? Heavenly King Subduing's gaze was unfriendly. What did he mean? The boy servant smiled. In the past, Master once mentioned you. Sir, you have walked very far on the path of beginner martial. His Tao of origin was progressing at a tremendous pace. But it is harder to break 9 in beginner martial than origin. Master once said that if you continue to cultivate beginner martial, if you want to break 9, there is only one path. Speak. Heavenly King Subduing wanted to hear what Jean had to say. The boy servant smiled. Actually, what happened before was an opportunity. If you devour that seed projection, you may be able to break 9 forcefully. Heavenly King Subduing also knew this. He shook his head. There is a chance, but everyone is watching. It is fine if Fang Ping is thrown to earth. If I devour him, do you believe that the Divine Emperor and the others will keep chasing me even if they are devoured? Even the underworld god was stopped when he wanted to devour him. That was when he broke 9 in beginner martial. Although he also broke 9 in beginner martial, he had 2 bodies. Even the Divine Emperor and the others did not dare to let him break 9 in both bodies. The boy servant also understood this and said, then you can only use force outburst and walk the path of balance. Sir, your vitality force is enough, but your spiritual consciousness force is slightly lacking. You can't complete the balance of beginner martial body, I know this. Heavenly King Subduing rolled his eyes. Nonsense, do I need you to tell me this? How could I not know? The boy servant was not angry. He still said calmly, actually, there is a way. Master said that if you are brave enough, you can shatter your own brain and use your spiritual consciousness force to break the barrier, maintain balance with your vitality force, and instantly fuse the force to break 9 levels of beginner martial. If that is the case, you will break 9. Nonsense, of course I know that, but isn't that courting death? Heavenly King Subduing rolled his eyes. The boy servant smiled. Master was just saying it casually before. He did not know that you still have a beginner martial body. But now, you still want to combine both bodies. If that is the case, you do not need 2 lives, but 1. When you are at the peak of breaking 9 and fuse, you will not die. Instead, you will continue to live and truly combine both bodies. Heavenly King Subduing was stunned. He seemed to have walked into a dead end. Previously, it was not that he did not think of this, but this was a dead end. If you asked him to die, of course, he would not do it. But now, Heavenly King Subduing frowned and murmured, it is very difficult. Although I can use force outburst after shattering my brain, I will die in an instant. At this moment, I have to convert all of them into force outburst. If I succeed in converting all of them, I might die as a beginner martial body before I break 9. He shook his head. It was extremely difficult. Could he complete the force outburst in an instant? Even he could not guarantee it. If that was the case, the beginner martial body would really die. Don't try to fool me, I won't do it. Heavenly King Subduing scolded the boy servant a few times and disappeared on the spot. He wouldn't do it, how dangerous, the boy servant laughed. He did not care. Heavenly King Subduing was just saying. After leaving the boy servant's place, Fang Ping returned to MCMAU again. Not much time had passed between his departure and his return. Wu Quishan and Tai Tu glanced at Fang Ping. Fang Ping shook his head slightly, not saying much about the boy servant. A powerhouse at Breakthrough 9 only brought them pressure. It would be useless to say anything. Moreover, the boy servant came to Earth secretly. The Emperor might not even know anything. This was considered a trump card. Although the boy servant was no match for the Emperor, he could break the real door at the critical moment. Even if he was no match for the Emperor, it would not be a problem to stop him for a while. Could Breakthrough 8 stop the Emperor? Obviously not, it was enough to stop him. Why is this old man still absorbing? Fang Ping did not mention the boy servant. He suddenly cursed. He was cursing Old Manly, the old man could really eat. He had only left for a while, but he felt that the vitality of the virtual sky world was almost reduced by 1/5. That was 200 small fish. Even if the rest of MCMAU absorbed 100, this old man had also absorbed 100. This consumption was much more than a heavenly king. If a heavenly king did not hone his jade bones, he would not need so much vitality. Wu Quishan laughed. Li Honsong said dryly, he can absorb. Is this old man really going to become a heavenly king? Just now Old Manly said that Breakthrough 6 would be first tomorrow, he had already absorbed so much. Would he really become a heavenly king? Unfortunately, he could not see Old Manly's strength. There were no anomalies. He did not walk the origin path, the previous Tao had been completely integrated by Old Manly. Right now, it was really similar to beginners. The key was that beginners could not come into contact with the origin. Old Man Li could even enter the origin universe. This was also the difference. While they were talking, a low roar was heard. In the next moment, a roar came from Old Man Li's body, but his aura was not obvious. However, they knew that this old man had a breakthrough. Fang Ping sensed for a while. Even he could not sense it very clearly. Old Man Li's aura was very ethereal. In the next moment, Old Man Li's body moved slightly and disappeared from the virtual sky world. Fang Ping's eyes moved. Just as he was about to sense, he suddenly took a step back. Pooh, just as Fang Ping left, a sword tip appeared where he was standing just now. It was extremely sharp, cutting through space. Fang Ping retreated, avoiding the sneak attack. In the next instant, the look in his eyes changed once more. His avatar and real body could use the source world. At this moment, Fang Ping sensed an anomaly in the source world. In an instant, he appeared in the source world. Fang Ping scanned his surroundings. Old Man Li did not appear in his source world, but Fang Ping's gaze flickered. Immediately, he sensed someone standing outside the source world. Old Man Li. At this moment, Old Man Li was also stunned. How could this be? It wasn't that he hadn't fought with others before. It wasn't that he hadn't launched a sneak attack on someone's source world. Under normal circumstances, he would directly enter the enemy's source world. But now, why did he appear outside a planet? The star of origin that the brain nucleus had turned into seemed very small to Fang Ping, but in reality, when one entered the origin universe and looked at it, it was also a small planet. Of course, it was much smaller than the other heavenly kings. In fact, it wasn't even as big as some emperor-level source stars. But it was still a star. At this moment, Old Man Li was a little confused. How did it appear outside the source star? As such, severing the Great Tao and destroying the source were practically useless. However, his gaze shifted. Very quickly, Old Man Li discovered a loophole. It seemed like there was an opening. Just as Old Man Li was about to rush into the opening, there was a rumble. A fist emerged from the opening, blasting him tens of thousands of meters away. Fang Ping's source body was extremely condensed now. He walked out of the source star in an instant, looking at Old Man Li whose body was wandering in the origin universe. He grinned and said, "You want to ambush me with just this bit of strength? Old Man Li, you're regressing as you live. This isn't enough." Old Man Li's expression darkened. He could not help but scold, "What the hell is this? How did I appear outside the source world?" Fang Ping smiled without saying a word. Surprised, right? This was the effect of the brain nucleus wrapping. Even if Sung Mao wanted to enter Fang Ping's source world now, it would have to travel in the origin universe and then go through the opening that Fang Ping connected to the Great Tao to enter Fang Ping's source world. Naturally, it was impossible for Old Man Li to break in directly. Even if he could enter the source world with his body, it would not work. However, Fang Ping was still slightly shocked. At this moment, he said with some surprise, "You're good. You can forcefully break through my source." Under normal circumstances, it's almost impossible for those whose mentality is weaker than mine. Are you ignoring the difference in mentality? Not really. Old Man Li shook his head and said, "I just forcefully tore a small opening and entered. The main thing is that I entered with my body and combined my strength. After all, a martial artist's source star isn't their full strength. Naturally, their defense won't be as strong as a full outburst. This gave me a chance." As he said that, he said somewhat gloomily, "Kid, your source star is too stable. Logically speaking, with the sky-crushing sword in my hand and my body entering, a source star that has broken 8 should have a chance of tearing it apart. Even if I can't tear it apart completely, there should at least be a small opening." "You're good. My sky-crushing sword stabbed it, but why does it feel like it's blocked?" Fang Ping said exasperatedly. "You still have the cheek to say that. Stab me with the sky-crushing sword." "Nonsense. You've broken 8. If I don't use the sky-crushing sword, can I stab you?" Old Man Li wanted to test out his combat techniques and strength. Of course, he had to test it out on Fang Ping. This fellow was very strong. He was not afraid of hurting Fang Ping. Even if his source was torn apart a small opening, with Fang Ping's strength, he could recover in no time. In the end, he did not expect that he did not barge in at all. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Old Man Li looked at the opening that Fang Ping had come out from. He raised his eyebrows and said, "There are still some loopholes here, don't think too much." Fang Ping snorted. "I blocked it with the chi wall of the source below. I don't even know how thick it is. Do you think that if I don't stop you, you can pierce it?" When he was in Feng Na, he had learned the method of compressing the chi of the source. Fang Ping was also afraid that someone would barge into his source and attack him. There were not many loopholes in his source world now. Hence, he opened this opening. However, Fang Ping did not leave this opening open. Instead, he sealed it with a thick chi wall of the source. Even if someone wanted to break through, Fang Ping could discover it instantly. The other party was not that fast either. Fang Ping could deal with it in time. If it were not for the preparation of pretending to be a great Dao in the future, Fang Ping would have sealed this opening completely. Of course, it was not too troublesome now. Those whose mentality was stronger than his were only those people. If the other party really attacked, Fang Ping might not be a match for them even without destroying the source. Without wasting any more words with Old Man Li, Fang Ping quickly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Old Man Li's vision blurred. Fang Ping's star of the source disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Although it was difficult to move the star of the source, it was not that it could not be moved at all. As the powerhouse's position changed, the star of the source would also change. Seeing that, Old Man Li did not dare to delay. Very quickly, he also disappeared in the source universe. Bang, the void exploded. Old Man Li walked out of the source universe, his face slightly pale. It looked like he would be under a lot of pressure inside. Fang Ping had already returned to reality at this moment. He glanced at the old man and grinned. "It's not bad to be an assassin. Your aura is very obscure, and you can even destroy the source. If Broken 6 Heavenly Kings fought with you, I'm afraid there's a high chance that they would be killed by you. However, if it's Broken 7, with your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to destroy the other party's source. How long can you last in the source universe? If it's not long, you'll fall from the source universe very soon. Your strength will be greatly reduced. When that time comes, you'll be at the mercy of others." Old Man Li's strength was even stronger this time. He gave Fang Ping the feeling that even if he did not kill his way into the source, his explosive power would probably be 6 to 7 million cal. This was the realm of Broken 6 Heavenly Kings. However, what Old Man Li was most fearful of now was that he could kill his way into the source with his body and destroy your star of the source. This was similar to Fang Ping's Dao / back then. No, it was even stronger. Fang Ping's Dao / was only his origin body entering with a divine weapon. The strength that he could unleash was actually limited. On the other hand, Old Man Li's real body entered with a divine weapon. The strength that he unleashed was his real body's full strength. This was stronger than Fang Ping. Of course, Old Man Li might not be able to break through a powerhouse's source that was too strong. Even if Fang Ping did not stop him just now, Old Man Li might not be able to kill his way into his source. Old Man Li knew this himself. He exhaled and said, "Not bad. I feel like I can last for 7 to 8 seconds. If it's the limit, I should be able to last for 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, I destroy the other party's source, and I'll win. If I can't destroy it, then there's no other way. I can only come out of the source universe. The pressure over there is very strong. My body might explode in 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds? Fang Ping was a little unsatisfied. It was too short. This bit of time was enough to kill people. It was not enough to roam the source universe. Old Man Li could not be bothered with him. Short, for powerhouses, sometimes killing their opponents could be done in an instant. In 10 seconds, Fang Ping and the others could exchange thousands of moves. How was it short? Fang Ping did not care about this. He said, "Can't you continue to strengthen? I think if you continue to absorb vitality, there shouldn't be a bottleneck." "In your dreams." Old Man Li denied his statement. He said quickly, "I'm not too sure about my cultivation situation now, but there's still a limit. In a short period of time, there's no way for me to break through again. I'll see after I digest for a while. My body is strengthening too fast, and my vitality is increasing too much. I need to control and restrain myself to proceed to the next step of strengthening." Old Man Li did not need to take the Dao path, but he also had a strengthening limit. It was not necessarily a good thing for his strength to increase too much. It was very likely that he would lose control instantly and explode himself. Fang Ping and the others had experienced this before. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. No matter what, Old Man Li's Dao did not seem to have many restrictions. At least it was not as big as Origin, and it was not as big as martial arts. For martial arts, the bottleneck was more serious than Origin. Cutting Origin. It's a huge trump card against Origin powerhouses, but it's not very useful against martial arts, Old Man Li said indifferently. Against martial arts, it's naturally a head-on fight. At least I have the strength of a 6th breakthrough. If I encounter a 6th breakthrough, I might be able to kill the other party. But it won't be that easy for the other party to kill me because I can hide in Origin for a while. As for dealing with Origin, it was even more mysterious. The old man could directly enter Origin to kill him, Fang Ping nodded. This was the old man's biggest advantage. Not bad. I don't think it's difficult to kill Ironhead. Fang Ping commented. Beside him, Li Hansong looked embarrassed, a little unconvinced. He muttered, I have jade bones. He won't be able to kill me with his physical body. Moreover, I have emperor armor, so I won't be killed by him. As for Origin. Li Hansong curled his lips again. Origin cutting Dao. I don't think Instructor Li can cut that Dao of mine. Needless to say, Fang Ping thought about it carefully. Even if Old Man Li's flesh had entered Origin, the time he could persist was too short. Li Hansong had a true Dao, but that was the true ultimate Dao. If Old Man Li wanted to cut this Dao, it would not be that easy. If he could not cut it, he would fall out of the Origin universe and out of the real world. Li Hansong would take advantage of his weakness to kill him. He might even be able to kill Old Man Li. Old Man Li looked indifferent, glancing at Li Hansong in disdain. He had an attitude of not being calculated with him. If he could not cut it, he could still cut his Origin world. As for the destruction of the Origin world, it was hard to say how much impact it would have on Li Hansong. Of course, even if he could not beat him, he had to pretend that he could. Old Man Li could not be bothered with this guy. Fang Ping found it funny watching the two of them competing. He said quickly, all right, 2 against 6, what's there to fight about? Right now, there are a lot of 6 breakers. Breaking 8 is the mainstream in the 3 realms. Both of you might not be able to resist a Breaking 8 powerhouse even if you work together. These two were considered powerhouses among the 6 breakers. Although their vitality was not strong, one had jade bones and emperor armor, the other had sky-crushing sword and slasher. If the two of them worked together, a beginner Breaking 7 might not be their match. But against a Breaking 8? Forget it. If they did not die, they would be lucky. At the side, Wu Kuishan pretended to be dead, not saying a word. Even a 6th breaker was looked down upon. As an emperor level, it was better for him not to speak, lest he was attacked by Fang Ping. What rubbish emperor level? It was not that Fang Ping had not said these words before. A 6th breaker was rubbish. Old Man Li was MCMAU's strongest powerhouse. His harvest this time was not small. Or rather, it was huge. After he finished his promotion, the others also finished one after another. Fang Ping felt a few eager gazes. He glanced sideways and saw Xianxia and the rest. Fang Ping nodded slightly, not in a hurry to go over. Today, although he wanted to gather with them, sometimes, time really did not allow for it. Old man, get ready with Iron Head. I'm going to Chu mainland these 2 days. Us? Old Man Li was a little surprised. Although our abilities are not weak, we won't be of much help to you. We won't drag you down, right? It's fine. Fang Ping smiled. This time, I'm not looking for trouble. I mainly want to talk about cooperation. Of course, if we really fall out, then we'll fight them. The reason I'm bringing you guys is mainly because both of your origins are not obvious, similar to Chuu's Qi dynamics. At Chuo, they still have some contempt for origins. Of course, contempt is useless, they still can't defeat origins. I heard that Fist God and the rest are extremely hostile to origins. If I bring others, I'm afraid that it will cause conflict to intensify. Then, are you bringing Ash? Fang Ping glanced at Ash on his shoulder and smiled. I'll bring it. It's fine. Let Ash transform a little, like a tiger or something, Li Hansong grimaced. You're so easy. Do you really think that Skyarm and the rest don't know that you brought a baby tiger last time? Transform into a tiger. Fang Ping did not care what they thought. He continued, actually, I'm bringing you guys to see how to become stronger. At Chuo, there might be some benefits. There are many heavenly kings over there, and there are many heavenly kings at Chuo. It's not that simple. Don't underestimate Chuo powerhouses. These fellows, to be able to survive until now, they're not simple characters. Why don't we let the minister bring us there? Old Man Li was still worried. If Fang Ping went to meet the Chuo powerhouses, he was worried that a fight would break out immediately. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, was smooth and slick. If they talked about cooperation, it might be much easier. You're thinking too much. At Chuo, powerhouses are respected. If old Zhang goes, who can he intimidate? If I go, I can intimidate Chuo. Fang Ping said it confidently. He indeed had the capital to be confident. Breaking 9 was enough to suppress Fist God. The current Fang Ping did not really want to start a war with Chuo. There was no need. Everyone's enemy was the emperor. If they could form an alliance, they could. If Fist God and the rest could break 9, they could also become the main force to resist the emperor. As for Hong Yu and the rest of the Origins powerhouses, to be honest, Fang Ping was not too assured. Moreover, once these people achieved emperor realm, Fang Ping felt that the other emperors would not be unprepared. If they were really unprepared, would they dare to let these people prove, after plotting for so many years, the three realms' Origins powerhouses might be under their control? These people might not be as useful as the Chuo powerhouses at the last moment. Both of them nodded. Ironhead chuckled. Senior Skyarm still thinks highly of me. If I have any acquaintances, it'll be more convenient. At this time, Wu Kushan had no choice but to interrupt. You want to cooperate with Chuo? It was fine before, but now that Fist God and the rest have broken out of the Imperial tomb, to be honest, the difficulty has increased. Tengu, Tianchen, and the rest have a grudge against them. And these few have a good relationship with Ash. They've been keeping an eye on Ash. If you bring Ash there, aren't you afraid that they'll surround and kill you? Fang Ping said calmly, things have to be solved eventually. It's because they're keeping an eye on Ash that I want to bring Ash there. It'll be best if we can resolve their conflict. If not, these people will keep an eye on Ash. When that happens, don't blame me for being ruthless. I don't want to be held up by these people at a critical moment. Avoiding Ash's matter was not a solution. Chuo was bent on killing Ash. If he did not solve it now, a conflict would break out sooner or later. It would break out on the day the boundary wall broke, which would be even more dangerous. Fang Ping also wanted to go to Chuo mainland this time with the intention of solving the problem. If Fist God and the rest still did not give up and insisted on killing Ash, Fang Ping could talk and fight. If there was really no way to talk, he would not be merciful and let this group of potential dangers stay. There were a few top-notch ones who had broken through 8. If they broke through 9 at a critical moment, it would be extremely dangerous. Even if the underworld god and the rest had cooperated with him before, Fang Ping would not be merciful. If they could not cooperate, then they were enemies. If they were enemies, then they had to be dealt with. Chuo was also seeking survival. Fang Ping knew and even felt the same. Chuo was also looking for a way out. But humans were also seeking survival and looking for a way out. On Chuo's side, if it affected humans, Fang Ping would not care about it. Even if Chuo was destroyed, Fang Ping would not care. As soon as Fang Ping said that, the few of them knew what he meant. Their expressions were a little complicated. Chuo had been oppressed for many years, fighting with the Origin until now. It had to be said that it was very similar to the current situation of humans. Now, what Fang Ping meant was that if they could cooperate, they would cooperate. If not, they would destroy Chuo. Was it too cold-blooded, too black-hearted? The thoughts flashed in their minds, and soon they no longer had such thoughts. Everything was for the sake of humans. Fang Ping was called the Devil King and the Executioner. Could it be for himself? Was it not because he was forced to do something beyond his abilities? Everyone present was an accomplice. They were even the people who forced Fang Ping to take this path. Wu Kuishan exhaled, suppressing all the thoughts in his mind. Then you be careful. It's not easy to provoke them over there. There are a lot of them who have broken through 8. It's best to bring Heavenly King Subduing along to avoid being schemed against. There are a lot of powerhouses in the catacombs now. These people know that you went to Chu mainland. Be careful, they might attack you. Don't worry. Fong Ping was not too worried. He had broken through 9. Ash Cat had broken through 9. If he really encountered a sovereign, it was not impossible for him to survive. Wu Kuishan did not say anything else. Fong Ping was not a child anymore. He had conquered the 3 realms, killed 9 breakers, and it was not like he had not come into contact with sovereigns. Living until now, he did not need Wu Kuishan to teach him. He was just a little worried. Today, Fong Ping was the true number 1 powerhouse of the human race. Wu Kuishan was not at ease with Heavenly King Subduing. They chatted for a while. Soon, Fong Ping ended the conversation. MCMAU cafeteria. Fong Ping, Chen Yunqi, and the others sat at a table. Fong Ping looked at the dishes on the table, slightly distracted. It seemed like he had not eaten in a long, long time. He had almost forgotten about eating. Picking up a piece of meat, Fong Ping chewed it slowly. Although it was not as nourishing and full of energy as demon flesh, to Fong Ping, it was extraordinarily fragrant and sweet. It was just an ordinary home-cooked dish, but when Fong Ping ate it, it tasted better than anything else. Perhaps, this was life. It had been more than 3 years. Ever since he entered the martial arts circle, Fong Ping rarely had such an opportunity to sit down, order a few dishes, chat with friends for a while, talk about everything, and enjoy life. Ordinary people had this opportunity, but he really did not. Beside him, a cat was also eating happily. As it ate, it muttered, "Recently, my diet has been abnormal. I used to eat 4 meals a day. Now, I haven't eaten for many days. It'll hurt my body." This cat's diet was quite regular before. 4 to 5 meals a day, morning, noon, evening, and supper. At Fong Ping's house, the kitchen was open all day. Now that there were many things to do, this cat had not gone back for a while. However, Fong Ping was still a little gloomy. "Hurt my body, hurt your sister, you're a monarch cat. You're telling me that not eating is bad for your body. Can you say something human?" The others could not help but laugh. Although they did not know how strong the cat was, this cat had been number 1 on the emperor ranking a long time ago and had entangled many saints. No matter what, it had the strength close to a heavenly king. Although they laughed, no one said anything. Fu Chongding and the others raised their glasses to Fong Ping. Everything was said in silence, although they had not seen each other for a while, who did not know why Fong Ping was fighting the powerhouses in the outland. As for themselves, they were also working hard to catch up. They only hoped that when the war broke out, they would not be powerless. Although everyone was getting further and further away from Fong Ping, the passion in their hearts was still there. Fu Chongding chuckled. "Fong Ping, be careful. Although our strength is not enough, when the day comes, even if we can't participate in the war, we can still cheer for the human king. Congratulations for the human king slaying the emperor." The last cheer was said sonorously and forcefully. Fu Chongding's blood was boiling. He laughed and said, "You only need to know that we're all on your side. You're not fighting alone. That's enough. Drink." They drank it all in one gulp, although the wine in the glass could no longer make them drunk. At this moment, everyone's blood was still boiling. They raised their glasses one after another and drank it all in one gulp. When the day came, even if they could not participate in the war, they would not let Fong Ping and the others feel lonely. They were watching, waiting, and fighting together. Congratulate them. If they won, humanity would prosper. If they lost, they would go to hell together. In this life, there was nothing to regret. Fong Ping's emotions were also fluctuating. He drank silently and did not say any heroic words. These companions who had fought together with him in the past might not be strong enough, might not be of much help, but they had never given up. They had always fought and fought for the future of humanity. If they would not give up, he would not. The cups were scattered, and the food and wine were full. It was only at this moment that Fong Ping felt that he was still a human, and not a killing machine. He had killed people like flies, and blood flowed like a river. He was almost numb. His ice-cold heart could only melt a little when he returned to the human world. He looked around silently, remembering everyone's faces. He only hoped that he could drink with them again next time. They ate, drank, and chatted happily. During this meal, they did not talk much about the general trend. It was not their turn to talk about it. They were not even at the pinnacle. Was it useful to talk about the emperor invasion? Useless. Some things were better understood in their hearts. When the sky fell, the tall man would hold it up. Fang Ping was this tall man. When the war came, the most dangerous one was not them, but Fang Ping. They ate and drank to their heart's content. Fang Ping chatted with everyone for a while and walked out of the cafeteria. Walking out of the cafeteria, Fang Ping exhaled softly. Behind him, faint footsteps could be heard. Tired? A soft, trembling voice sounded. Even though he knew the question was nonsensical, he could not help but ask. Tired, of course. How could Fang Ping and the others not be tired after holding up the sky of humanity? How could they not be tired after fighting heavenly kings and emperors? It's all right. Fang Ping laughed. It was all right. It was always the same answer. Even if he was tired, he would not tell the others, lest they worry. Want to go sit? Beside him, the voice sounded again. Xianxia smiled and pointed at the school archives building not far away. Go sit where? Go sit on the rooftop of the school archives. Fang Ping was a little dazed, but he could not help but laugh. He had not been there for a long time. In the past, when there was a major event or a breakthrough, Fang Ping would go to the rooftop of the school archives. That place was also the highest place in the school. He really missed it a little. School archives, rooftop. Sitting on the edge of the rooftop, both of them did not speak much. Silence. The sky gradually darkened, and the night wind blew. The cat that was not very tactful refused to leave. Fortunately, with the night wind blowing, the cat lay on the ground and actually fell asleep. It seemed to be snoring. In the past, Xianxia did not dare to touch the cat because it was very powerful. Today, she could not help but pat the big cat's head, her face full of smiles, saying softly, "This cat is so fat. Such a fat cat, such smooth fur, so comfortable to touch." The cat clicked its tongue, not knowing if it hurt her. It turned its body slightly, the fat on its body trembling, its fur rippling. Xianxia snickered and secretly touched the cat's chin. It felt meaty and soft. Fang Ping laughed too, asking softly, "How have you been in the Outland recently?" "It's all right." It was the same argument. Fang Ping did not ask in detail. Xianxia replied. After thinking for a while, she said unhappily, "It's just that the enemy is stronger. I heard that Ji Yao is about to break through to emperor rank when she comes out of seclusion." Fang Ping chuckled. "Are they really competing now?" "No, I just can't accept it." Xianxia giggled. "Previously, Master and I suppressed her. We almost killed her a few times. I'm still at the 9th stage, but she's almost at the Overlord stage. If you don't insist on breaking through on your own, I can help you break through to the pinnacle. No, I think it'll be soon. It should be within the next few days. One more battle and I'll be able to break through." Xianxia refused. She felt that if she went to battle again in the next few days and fought to her heart's content, she would be able to break through. After cultivating in the void sky realm this time, his bones had become stronger, and so had his physical body. After this breakthrough, he might be able to go further. Fang Ping did not persuade her and continued to chat. He asked about Chen Yating's situation. This rank 7 number 1 back then had also achieved Desperation Realm a few days ago. He was faster than expected. Recently, he was guarding the Outland and did not return this time. They chatted about daily life. They did not talk about the dangers of the Outland or the difficulties of the future. Initially, he did not want to say anything that would spoil the mood. However, because Fang Ping mentioned it, Xianxu's next sentence still made Fang Ping sigh. Instructor Bai's origin Dao has been defeated. Instructor Bai. Bai Ruashi, the woman who lost her arm in the past. The woman who was still calm and composed after losing her arm. The teacher who sent Fang Yuan to carry out a mission behind Fang Ping's back. When Fang Ping found out, she almost fell out with him. The first time they knew about the catacombs was when Bai Ruoxi taught them a lesson. Fang Ping did not see Bai Ruoxi in MCMAU previously. He thought she was carrying out a mission outside. Now that he heard it, he was a little dazed. Quickly, he asked, "Is she still here?" "Yes." Fang Ping exhaled. It was a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Xianxia knew that Fang Ping was very busy now. There were some things that he might not know, especially things below the pinnacle. Bai Ruoxi had not been able to break through to the pinnacle. When she was at rank 9, her Dao was defeated by the enemy. It's not only Instructor Bai. A few instructors were severely injured in the previous few battles. Now, some are recuperating. Some. I'm afraid they can no longer go to the battlefield. If they could no longer go to the battlefield, then it was not a light injury. Most of them had their origin Dao defeated. They were lucky to not die. If their origin Dao was defeated, those who were unlucky would explode directly. If they were lucky, they might become a cripple, like Tianmu in the past. Actually, it was not that they could not be treated. Killing a catacomb's pinnacle and replacing their Dao could still allow them to continue fighting. However, this time, Fang Ping did not mention it. Since they were seriously injured, then they should rest. Being injured again and again, fighting again and again, these people were also tired. If they were treated now, these people would soon rush to the front line. It was better to be injured for a while and live a few days of peace. Perhaps, this was not the life they wanted. Perhaps, they would live a depressing life. However, Fang Ping still chose to be selfish. It was luck that they did not die. Even if they did not live happily, they should still enjoy a peaceful time. Even if it was only for a period of time, it was better than fighting all the time. Fang Ping did not ask the others. He did not ask about the people he did not see in MCMAU this time. Previously, he asked Bai Ruoxi only because she was Xianxia's instructor. This time, he did not see many familiar faces. Fang Ping was afraid that if he continued asking, he would hear those unfortunate news. There would always be people dying in battle, MCMAU was no exception. Even if he knew that it was inevitable, even if he did not ask, it did not mean that the truth did not happen. Fang Ping still chose not to ask. If he did not ask, he would have some expectations in his heart. Perhaps, they had gone to carry out a mission. Perhaps, they did not make it back in time this time. There were many excuses, many reasons. There were more expectations in his heart, more sorrow. Both of them did not speak much. They looked down below, lost in thought. Under the night sky, MCMAU was still noisy. The instructors and students were busy, talking and laughing. There was no pessimism. Outside the campus, the lights were waning. Magic City was still bustling. The war lasted for days, but the human race was still bustling, still prosperous, as if they were not affected by the war. Every time they saw this scene, the powerhouses only felt satisfaction. Yes, satisfaction. When they were fighting outside, even if they had to sacrifice a lot of blood, they would drag the battlefield to the outer realm. Was it not to see this prosperity, the children's laughter, the old people's happiness, the social order was stable? In this chaotic world, how rare, the catacombs, overseas, beginner martial arts, it could be said that there was no place in the three realms that was more prosperous, more blessed than the human race, even if everyone knew in their hearts that these days might not last long. Even if there was worry hidden in the depths of everyone's eyes. However, reality proved that when the powerhouses had not died in battle, the earth was impregnable. One by one, martial artists walked out of their homes, stepped out of the passageway, entered the catacombs, fought with strong enemies, died in battle, or continued to fight everywhere. All of this was exchanged with blood. Xianxia was also looking at this prosperity and said softly, "Grandpa said that this prosperity was brought by all of you. If there was no minister, no you, no heavenly king suppression, there would not be today's prosperity." Fang Ping grinned and said, "Wrong. This prosperity was brought by generations of martyrs, by seniors like Vice-Chancellor Chen who contributed selflessly. I'm very honored that I could be born in the human race and become a human. I'm very honored that I could be born in neo-martial arts. Powerhouses die in battle and do not retreat. They are strong, so they guard the borders and defend against the enemy outside. Silently guarding Mount Imperial Sea for hundreds of years. Knowing the danger, but still guarding the foot of Imperial Sea Mountain, just to be able to report the enemy's invasion one last time when the enemy attacks. Guarding the catacombs for dozens of years is like a day, not retreating until we die. Many figures flashed through Fang Ping's mind. Warlord and the rest who guarded Imperial Sea Mountain, Taoist Ma who guarded Imperial Sea Mountain, Elder Fan and the rest who guarded the passageway. These people sat in the catacombs for dozens of years, even hundreds of years. Some were alive, some had died in battle. Elder Fan, who guarded Magic City's catacombs, had died in battle long ago, but Fang Ping could not forget them. Was Fang Ping selfish? Very selfish. If he was in the catacombs, he might become an overlord or a powerhouse who lived like a cloud or a wild crane, but he would never become a hero who fought for the catacombs. It was not that he was great, but that he had no choice but to be great. How many people sacrificed for him? Too many, not for him, but for the entire race. Humans were social animals. They were too influenced by their environment. In this era where powerhouses were all heroes, if you were a powerhouse, you would be a hero. Even if you were not, you had to pretend to be one. The more you pretended, the more you would be a hero. The torch was passed down. Heroes could also be passed down. Did Fang Ping have a secret? Yes, the system's secret allowed him to show off his abilities when he was weak. It was unusual. Did no one know? Yes, many people knew. When he was weak, Lu Fengru protected him. Old Manly protected him. MCMAU's teachers and powerhouses protected him. When he was in the catacombs, Zhang Tao protected him. Warlord protected him. Many people protected him too, allowing him to grow. Did anyone think of digging out Fang Ping's secrets? Yes, however, even if they had such thoughts, they eventually gave up on this idea because Fang Ping had become stronger. Actually, it was the same. He could also give back to the human race. This was the thought of many powerhouses. In order to protect Fang Ping provoked many strong enemies in the catacombs. He risked the extinction of the human race. The human race's powerhouses also disregarded everything and started a war. Many wars were actually started earlier because of Fang Ping. However, no one complained. Many powerhouses even died because of this, powerhouses who were stronger than Fang Ping. To avenge Huang Jing, Fang Ping started a war in Magic City. Zhang Tao and the others promised him. In the end, it evolved into a great war where Sino nation's powerhouses joined the battle. Zhang Tao used the entire nation's strength to support Fang Ping and won that war. If it was in the catacombs, overseas, would something like this happen? It was impossible. Therefore, when Zhang Tao said that he pulled Fang Ping onto this path, it was better to say that Fang Ping willingly fell into his trap. Yes, did Fang Ping not understand? He understood it all too well, sacrificing one's family for the greater good. He was not that great. But he had to be great. On the rooftop, Fang Ping said something powerful with a smile on his face. I'm honored, I'm really honored. In this chaotic world, was it not an honor to be born in the human race? For 100 years, the neo-martial arts powerhouses, passed down from generation to generation, had set an example for him. The previous generation's 3 leaders had all died in the catacombs. Who were these people? The former Sino nation's supreme leaders, yet, they had all died in the catacombs. No one retreated a step. In times of crisis, Zhang Tao, Li Zhan, and the others stood up. No one retreated. They fought in the outland without rest. Despite the war, Sino nation was still in a prosperous and peaceful era. This kind of peace was too shocking and too abnormal. It was impossible for this to happen. Yet, it had happened in the human race. How could Fang Ping not feel honored? If the human powerhouses were all selfish, would he be where he was today? Would he be fighting for the human race at this moment? If he did not show himself, would there really be people who would pay attention to him? Thinking of this, Fang Ping's face was full of smiles. The human race's future was hopeless and pessimistic. But now, the human powerhouses all had some hope. It was not because there was real hope, but because the torch passed down from generation to generation had filled their hearts with some light. In front, there were powerhouses breaking the darkness. The darkness could not make them completely hopeless. Every time the darkness descended, there would be people who stood up bravely and shattered the darkness, filling their hearts with light and hope. Xianxia nodded lightly too. It was precisely because of the influence of these people, including her grandfather, that these seniors had generously sacrificed themselves and kept defending at the front line. That was why the new generation of martial artists today was also full of iron courage, unafraid of death. Fang Ping felt honored. So did she. Hopefully, the human race in the future would also feel the same. No matter how difficult it was, the human powerhouses had never retreated. In the past, those people shielded them from the wind and rain. Now, Fang Ping had stood up and shielded these seniors from the wind and rain. Fang Ping, do you think this kind of prosperous era will continue? It will. Fang Ping smiled. Of course it will. The 9 emperors are nothing to be afraid of. Don't be fooled by the 9 emperors and the others who seem very powerful. They don't understand that unity is strength. The 9 emperors and the others each have their own thoughts. Although they are strong, their internal affairs are extremely chaotic. You plot against me, I plot against you, the catacombs, the divine sect, the overseas islands, all of them are the same. That's why they have all lost. When the war breaks out, the 9 emperors might even fight among themselves. They don't trust each other. They might even want to kill each other. Do you think such people can win? Fang Ping's fighting spirit was high and vigorous. It's impossible for them to win. Although they are very, very strong, they are still destined to lose. This kind of outcome has been determined from the beginning. The hearts of the people are not united. You want me dead, I want you dead. How can we win? As long as we have the power to kill the emperors, the human race will be invincible. They are afraid of death. You are afraid, I am too, even if there were countless examples in front of them, telling them that if they did not cooperate, they would definitely lose. They would still not cooperate. If a few emperors did not die, would they join forces? It was impossible. This was their deep-rooted bad habits. Even if they knew that cooperation was the best outcome, they would still not cooperate without suffering a huge loss. Just like Hong Yu and the others now, who did not easily destroy the human race before. In the end, you are not willing to contribute. I am not willing to let others take advantage of me. Until now, there was no other way. They knew that if they did not cooperate, they would be destroyed. Only then did they reluctantly cooperate. Even so, these forces have their own plans. If the human race really starts a war, as long as we kill a broken 8, do you believe that these forces will immediately collapse? Fang Ping said it matter-of-factly. As long as he killed a broken 8, the situation would tilt in the human race's favor. At the catacombs, there would definitely be a scene of people fleeing. Dead fellow Taoist, not me. If you die and I live, it means that I win. Fang Ping had seen too many of these fellows' thoughts. The more he saw through them, the more he saw through them. Were they stupid? Not stupid. However, after tens of thousands of years, these people had become selfish. You have your own plans, and I have mine. If they fought desperately, they might die. If they did not fight desperately, they might be able to escape. Why did they have to fight desperately? Of course, it was better to run. Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. She smiled widely and nodded. Yes, so we will definitely win. Of course. Fang Ping said it with a powerful voice. He laughed. It's the same for 9 emperors, Heavenly Emperor and the others. As long as I kill an emperor, these people will not dare to act rashly. They are afraid that the next one to die will be them. They know that they can kill me if they join forces, but they will think, who will be the first to charge? The one who contributes the most might be taken away by me before I die. That is why these people dare not and are not willing to contribute. This is what they are thinking. They are just a bunch of trash, nothing to be afraid of. The human race will not be destroyed. Yes, yes. Xianxia nodded again, agreeing with Fang Ping. Yes, Fang Ping would win. Seeing this, Fang Ping laughed heartily. That was the feeling, it was so sweet, he was so sure that he would win, even if any of the emperors could easily kill him now. So what? There were no flowers under the moon, no sweet nothings. At this moment, there was only Fang Ping's booing. What was an emperor? What was a great battle? It was nothing. The man was talking, and the woman was echoing. Yes, what Fang Ping said was right. She believed in Fang Ping, she really believed him, not just in a perfunctory way. This time, it triggered Fang Ping's talkative nature. He was afraid that no one would believe him when he bragged. He was afraid that people would not take it seriously. Now, there were people who believed in him and felt that he had no problem, that he could definitely do it. Then he had the desire to continue bragging. Emperors, only the few at the front are more difficult to deal with. The few at the back, even if they come now, I have the confidence to take care of them. It's just that it's not good to alert them now. People like Heavenly Emperor and Young God don't think that they hide it well. I know exactly what they are thinking. This kind of people will be taken down by me sooner or later. The woman nodded. A cat quietly opened its eyes, yawned, and continued to sleep. He was addicted to bragging, killing emperors with one punch. Did he think that his combat strength was 1 billion? The cat was too lazy to listen. Suddenly, its ears drooped, covering the source of the voice. Continue bragging, I'll continue to sleep. I'll wake up when you're done. In the end, it was Fang Ping talking, and Xianxia listening. In the end, Fang Ping talked about how to restore the order of the 3 realms after killing Heavenly Emperor and Young God, and how to make the 3 realms operate. After killing Heavenly Emperor and the others, it's time for me to retire. Old Zhang probably has to continue working for a while. If he doesn't work until he's 100 years old, I'm afraid there's no hope for him to retire. As for me, I have to retire before I'm 25 years old. In the future, it'll be a clerical job. Martial artists like us don't care about this. It's too troublesome. Xianxia propped her chin with both hands, listening attentively, looking forward to it. Could he retire at 25 years old? It seemed like it would not be long. As for killing Heavenly Emperor, Young God, and the 9 emperors. If Fang Ping said it was possible, then it should not be a problem. Fang Ping did not know how long he had been chatting. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, he suddenly realized something. Had he been talking for so long, it was time to get down to business. He did not continue chatting with Xianxia. Fang Ping left in a carefree manner. He had been deceived by himself. Was it difficult to kill the 9 emperors? Not at all. This was not a problem at all. What was troubling him now was that after he killed these people, what if old Zhang and the others did not let him retire? Fang Ping felt that these things were still a little troublesome. As he dragged Big Cat away, Fang Ping was still thinking about these things. He could not help but ask the cat, Big Cat, if I kill those people, the 3 realms will insist on me being the boss. What should I do? If I don't do it, these people will pester me every day. How can I live? Can't I find a place to hide? But if I hide, it'll make me feel guilty. Do you think there's a good solution? At this moment, Big Cat was in a trance. Was it? Did he need to think about these things? You're already thinking about retirement. Why do I feel like I'm in a dream? Looking at Fang Ping's frown, as if he was really having a headache over this matter, Big Cat was a little dazed. It could not help but look at the sky. Was it still dreaming, or did the scammer deceive it? Was it so convinced that it was hallucinating? At this moment, Big Cat was a little unconfident because what the scammer said seemed to be true. Could it be that it did not sleep for a while last night, but for decades, or centuries, shaking its head? Big Cat did not want to think about it anymore. Let me be quiet for a while. My head was hurting. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Earth, Fang Ping went home to take a look. He did not wake up his parents or Fang Yuan. After leaving behind some treasures and some combat techniques, Fang Ping left elegantly. This time, he wanted to travel around the world to see if he could integrate some more cities. After the integration was complete, he would depart for Chu mainland. Fat Cat did not want to leave at first. It insisted on having breakfast, but Fang Ping dragged it away. What breakfast? Did it not know how fat it was? How could there be a cat with less than 9 pounds? It was waiting for breakfast. It was embarrassing. This time, Fang Ping did not spend too much time traveling around the world. He stopped and walked. 2 days later, Fang Ping returned to Magic City. He brought Iron Head and Old Manly out of Earth, stepping into the land realm again. The moment Fang Ping walked out of Earth, the powerhouses of the three realms received the news almost immediately. The Devil King was out of the cage. This was the first time Fang Ping walked out of the human world after slashing 9 pounds. Everywhere was shaken. This time, who was unlucky? Anyway, every time this fellow left Earth, everyone was unlucky. P.S. There are only 2 chapters left. I need to adjust myself. The Catacombs. As soon as Fang Ping and the other 2 came out, the catacombs acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Vaguely, a broken 8's aura could be felt in the Mount Royal-Sea region. However, he did not show himself. His aura was weak. No one knew which broken 8 was monitoring Fang Ping. Not only was this person monitoring closely, the other broken 8s were also on high alert, ready to attack at any time. Ironhead and Old Manly did not sense it, but Fang Ping did. Glancing in the direction of Mount Royal-Sea, Fang Ping grinned. In the next moment, a gigantic middle finger appeared in the void. I despise you. What are you looking at? I'm going to the Forbidden Sea to pee. Do you want to follow? Fang Ping did not know which broken 8 was there. His aura was extremely weak, but he knew someone was there. At this moment, he was extremely arrogant. He had always been arrogant. Moreover, he had the right to be arrogant now. I'll be away for a few days. Behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Right, I'm going to Chuo mainland to discuss the alliance with Chuo. If you're interested, you can come with me. Or find a place to kill me. Don't worry, I didn't trick you. I didn't bring Heavenly King with me. Fang Ping laughed heartily. He was very arrogant and very calm. I didn't bring Heavenly King with me. Really, Heavenly King is still on Earth. You can investigate. Do you want to kill me? Beside him, Ironhead and Old Manly were helpless. Why provoke the catacombs? The other party had many broken 8 powerhouses. Many of them had broken 2 gates. Although Fang Ping was also a broken 8, he was only at the standard of a broken 2 gate. As for burning Dao to break 9, did Fang Ping still have powerful Dao in his hands? Not necessarily, even Old Manly and the others were not sure about this. However, looking at Fang Ping's arrogant look, he might still have some. They could not see through Fang Ping now. The huge middle finger. Fang Ping taunted and left with the other 2, as if he was not worried that these broken 8s from the catacombs would kill him. In the catacombs today, there were many broken 8 powerhouses. Hong Yu, Hong Kuan, Feng, and Demon Emperor. These powerhouses were the top 10 broken 8 powerhouses. These people could even tie down 2 breakers for a short period of time, just like the Emperor's clones. However, even if Fang Ping taunted, no one showed up. No one attacked. Fang Ping and the others' G's were also moving rapidly. Very soon, they entered the Forbidden Sea area, and the feeling was no longer obvious. After they left, a figure appeared at the peak of Mount Royal-Sea. No matter how the cracks in the sky cut at him, he was not hurt at all. In fact, the cracks couldn't even get close to him. Not long after the silhouette appeared, a few more silhouettes appeared. Brother Yu. Li Zhu looked at Hong Yu, who was at the peak of the mountain, and greeted him. He frowned and asked, Fang Ping went overseas? Yes. Hong Yu was the one who wiped Fang Ping in the dark earlier. His mentality was strong and he could monitor Fang Ping from a distance. Hong Yu stared at the direction where Fang Ping had left, frowning slightly. Soon, a few more people arrived. As soon as King Qian arrived, he asked impatiently, Fang Ping wants to go to the beginner's land? Hong Yu glanced at him and said calmly, that's what he said. Then, before King Qian could finish his words, Hong Kuan said calmly, you want to surround and kill him? King Qian said in a deep voice, right now, we're all trembling with fear. We don't even dare to split up because we're afraid that Fang Ping will suddenly attack us. However, if the Heavenly King garrison really isn't following Fang Ping, King Qian took a deep breath and said, he's followed by Li Hansong and the Longevity Sword. Both of their paths are rather strange. Even if Fang Ping wants to borrow their paths, he might not be able to. As long as the Heavenly King garrison isn't following the humans and King Wu isn't by his side, no matter how strong Fang Ping is, he can only break 8. Having said that, King Qian said quickly, find out where the Heavenly King garrison is. We'll naturally know if he's following Fang Ping. King Kuan frowned slightly. He did not really want to fight Feng Ping. However, the key was that Feng Ping was hostile toward them. Moreover, he might attack them at any time and defeat them one by one. If Feng Ping was like the Heavenly King garrison and went into closed-door cultivation when he had nothing to do, they would not keep an eye on Feng Ping. Now that Feng Ping was powerful and there was a threat from the emperors, it would naturally be best if they could coexist peacefully. However, Feng Ping gave everyone too much psychological pressure. He was not a person who knew his place. King Kuan looked in the direction of misery and fell into deep thought. Should he attack Feng Ping? Feng Ping said he was going to the Chu mainland to discuss cooperation. Hong Kuan felt that Feng Ping might really go there. As for cooperation or something else, it was hard to say now. Beside him, Feng smiled faintly. He's going to Chu to discuss cooperation. I think it'll be fine if King Wu goes. If he goes, it'll either be done immediately or a war will break out soon. Fist God and the rest don't have good tempers. He's even more so. If there's a disagreement, both sides will fight very soon. Moreover, he's going to Chu. He actually brought Ash with him. Feng did not know whether to say that Feng Ping was too confident or too arrogant. Chu wanted to kill Ash. It was like that a long time ago. In order to kill Ash, the powerful fire god died. Fire god still had descendants. Sacred martial god had fought with Feng Ping and the rest before. Both sides might have cooperated twice, but it did not mean anything. Hong Yu smiled. The divine nation of chaos is also in the ocean. Feng Ping might be going there. Even if he's not, he might join forces with Tian Chen and the rest. Even if he doesn't, Tian Chen and the Heavenly Dog won't sit back and watch Ash get killed, so even if Feng Ping is going alone, it doesn't mean he's going alone. Everyone nodded slightly. That was true. That was why killing Feng Ping was extraordinarily difficult. Li Zhu did not mention killing Feng Ping now. Looking in the direction of misery, he said slowly, originally, we all wanted to see Feng Ping rush to the front and resist the pressure from the emperors. But Feng Ping actually puts more pressure on us than the emperors. They wanted Feng Ping to rush to the front and fight against the emperors so that the emperors would not pay attention to them. This was what everyone had been thinking. Who knew that Feng Ping would become terrifyingly powerful in the blink of an eye? Even when many of them were at break 8, no one dared to mention killing Feng Ping. If this went on, they might be killed by Feng Ping before the emperors arrived. Li Zhu looked around, then grinned and said, but this time, Feng Ping has thoroughly offended the sovereigns, and showed them how threatening he is. Although the sovereigns are trapped in the source, it doesn't mean they can't move at all. Are there no more clones? Not all the emperors who arrived previously. Is there no one who wants to kill Feng Ping? But with heaven suppression, these emperors are also worried that their clones will be killed again. It's not easy to forge a strong clone. But now, Feng Ping has left the human world and gone to Chu mainland alone. He even brought Ash with him. How could everyone not understand what he meant when he said that? Hong Kuan sneered and said lightly, you want to use the emperors to kill Feng Ping. I'm afraid it won't go as you wish. Li Zhu sighed. If he doesn't want to kill us all the time, it would be best if he doesn't die. But, Li Zhu shook his head. At this time, if Feng Ping didn't die, it would actually be beneficial. The emperor's gazes were all focused on the human world. However, Feng Ping was temperamental and more dangerous than the emperors. He almost killed Li Zhu previously. How could he not be afraid? Not only him, was King Qian not afraid? Was King Zhen not afraid? Were Hong Yu, Hong Kuan, and the others not worried? If they weren't worried, why would they join forces and gather in the catacombs? Wasn't it because they were afraid that Feng Ping would attack them? The temperamental Feng Ping, the powerful Feng Ping, might not even wait for the monarch to come out before killing them. Li Zhu sighed again. He has always been a troublemaker who must die. If he is worried that we will become a threat when the emperors arrive, he will definitely attack us. Even if there are heavy losses, Feng Ping will not hesitate. Now, he might think that we will be his helpers in dealing with the emperors. But once he feels that we are more of a threat than a helper, he will definitely kill us. We and the emperors. Just when King Kuan wanted to say something, he suddenly stopped and said nothing. Would they be his helpers in dealing with the emperors? Feng Ping might not believe it. Hong Yu used to be a patrol. Both he and Hong Yu were the sons of the earthly emperor. It was said that the earthly emperor was still alive. The Palm Seal envoy and the 9 emperors trusted him. He was even considered a military advisor in the past. Would he help Fang Ping or the emperors? As for the demon emperor, although he didn't get along with the beast emperor, they were both demons. The beast emperor didn't kill him when they fought for supremacy in the past. What about now? Fang Ping might not maintain his current thoughts. This fellow's thoughts changed every day. When it came to a critical moment, he might feel that they were obstacles and would attack and kill them to prevent them from messing things up. This was not a baseless guess. It was determined by Fang Ping's fighting habits and personality over the past few years. Feng glanced at him, then at Hong Yu. She chuckled and said, "Whoever can contact the emperor, go ahead. We'll kill him with a borrowed knife, even if Fang Ping knows that we're the ones who contacted him in secret. If we lose, he will die. Of course, it doesn't matter. If we win, we will do what we have to do. We are already enemies. As long as we stick together, it won't be easy for him to attack us." To sum it up, it was possible to get someone else to do the dirty work, but he wouldn't do it himself. Even if Fang Ping had to go overseas next, he wouldn't go alone. If the emperor's avatar could kill Fang Ping, it would not matter. If both sides were injured, the humans would not let it go. If they could not kill him, Fang Ping might not have the time to care about them. He might be focused on seeking revenge on the emperors. That fellow was a vengeful person. The demon emperor sneered. "Hong Yu, aren't you in close contact with them? If that's the case, just do it. The emperors want to kill Fang Ping, and Fang Ping also wants to kill the emperor's avatar to weaken their strength. If that's the case, help them. Maybe Fang Ping will even thank you." Hong Yu looked at him coldly and snorted. It's still hard to say who's in close contact with the emperors. Among the few present, he was not the only one who was in contact with the emperors. On the surface, everyone seemed to be at loggerheads with the emperors. Besieging and killing the emperors and Dongwang's avatar, they all contributed. However, that did not mean that they were at loggerheads with the emperors. Among the powerhouses of the 3 realms, some were pawns of the emperors and some were spies. It was impossible for the emperors not to have any arrangements. Hong Yu retorted because the demon emperor had ill intentions. If they really failed, Fang Ping, the lunatic, would find someone to vent his anger on. The demon emperor and the others might push the blame to Hong Yu. Who could guarantee that the emperor's avatar would be able to kill Fang Ping? What if it could not? Of course, if they wanted to kill Fang Ping, the sovereigns would not underestimate him this time. Fang Ping had slain the Dao tree previously. If the sovereigns were to make a move this time, their strength would not be weaker than the Dao tree. Otherwise, they would be courting death. However, Fang Ping kept winning and getting stronger. Hong Yu and the others could not guarantee that Fang Ping would be killed. As they discussed, King Zhen said anxiously, "It would be best if we can kill Fang Ping. Everyone wants Fang Ping to be the vanguard against the emperors. However, is Fang Ping the type to be ordered around by us? He can't wait to kill all of us before going to war with the emperors." Everyone understood his anxiousness. They were not stupid. It was not the first time that Fang Ping burned his Dao to kill the Dao tree. Did Fang Ping have the Heavenly King Dao now? Not necessarily. When Heavenly King Yi died, the star source exploded very quickly. Fang Ping might not have the ability to take away the Heavenly King Dao. Therefore, he probably did not have the Heavenly King Dao. The stronger Fang Ping was, the stronger the Heavenly King Dao he had to use. Everyone could see this. Didn't the celestial pole run so fast to prevent Fang Ping from attacking him? King Zhen was afraid of death. Naturally, he wanted Fang Ping to die immediately. Everyone looked at each other. Li Zhu smiled. "Everyone, if you can contact him, then contact him. If you can't, then forget it. As for the sea region to kill Fang Ping, forget it." Chu Wu's attitude is unclear. There are many experts in the divine nation of chaos. Heavenly King Zhen might appear at any time. By then, even if we can kill Fang Ping, many of us will die too. Anyway, it was right that they did not go. Everyone had the same thought. Whether Fang Ping fought Chu Wu or the Emperor's avatar, they would not go. They would just wait and see the result. No one would feel bad if they died. What I'm afraid of is that Fong Ping and Chu Wu have reached an agreement. King Kuan still had a headache. Over there, Fist God, Underworld God, and the others are all at the peak of Breaking 8, even if they reached an agreement, we can't stop them. Li Zhu was not too concerned. He quickly smiled. Moreover, it won't be that easy. Chu Wu and the others are so arrogant. Even if they reached an agreement, they would want to lead the human race instead of the human race ordering them around. Don't you all know Fong Ping's personality? Li Zhu said a few words. After a while, he said, as for that Taoist Feng Yun, King Kuan, are you really unable to contact him? I'm afraid he's the avatar of the top few emperors, or even, the true body of the earthly sovereign. If he's willing to help, there's still hope to kill Fong Ping. King Kuan frowned and snorted. I don't know his identity. Taoist Feng Yun had been under his command for 8,000 years. He had never shown any abnormalities. What was the result? When the ranking list came out, everyone knew that it was a serious problem. Li Zhu did not say anything else. Hong Yu smiled. Then everyone can go back to their homes. Everyone returned to their own homes. As for who would contact the emperor and whether or not to contact him, it was up to everyone. Just as Hong Yu was about to leave, Feng suddenly smiled. Everyone, now that the emperors are in hibernation or have entered the source, what do you think about destroying the 3 gates or the Real Gate? The few of them stopped in their tracks. Feng, what do you mean? Heavenly King Feng chuckled. Nothing. I'm just thinking that this might be our chance. If the Real Gate is difficult, then we'll go to 9th heaven. Feng Yu said, 9th heaven, the immortal source, trapping the path. Are you all really willing to do this? Perhaps we can get out of this predicament now. Everyone's eyes flickered but no one said anything. Soon, they dispersed. Feng did not leave. She stood where she was, chuckled and muttered, perhaps Fong Ping can help us hold back some people. Even if the emperors were in hibernation or trapped in the source, would there be no one left outside the 3 gates or the immortal source? Although these 2 places were difficult to get to, it was not impossible. The avatar was the best choice to guard these places. Feng was looking forward to it. If the emperors were really going to kill Fong Ping, would these places become their opportunities? She scanned the surroundings. Everyone had left. However, Feng laughed. He believed that there would be people who would be tempted. Even if there were people who were working with the emperors, their own strength was the real strength. The immortal source controlled their Tao. This was a threat. Destroying the gates in the source could improve their strength. This was a good place to improve their strength. No matter where they went, it would be of great help to them. It was difficult for one person to break through 9th heaven. However, there were a few who had broken through 8th heaven. If they worked together, it was not impossible to break through 9th heaven's passageway. The immortal source, on the other hand, was a little troublesome. They might not be able to get there. Forbidden Ocean. Old Manly said helplessly, why are you making such a big fuss? Even if I keep a low profile, it's useless. Fong Ping shrugged. I'm too outstanding. I shine everywhere I go. Moreover, I'm bringing the 2 of you along. I can't avoid them. If that's the case, it's good to scare them a little. Old Manly was speechless. Ironhead huffed and laughed. Fong Ping, have you realized that no matter where you go, people will despise you, heh? Fong Ping said disdainfully, you only have this ability if you have this strength. Do you have this strength? If you go out, be careful that 8th heaven will kill you and take your emperor armor. Ironhead was depressed. He had suffered a blow. Forget it. It was useless to provoke Fong Ping verbally. He would lose every time. It was better to shut up. Where are we going now? Old Manly was too lazy to talk to him. He looked at the vast sea and said hesitantly, are we going to the divine nation of chaos first or to new martial arts? Let's go to the divine nation of chaos first. Fong Ping grinned. I haven't seen Xianxia yet. I want to meet him and see what this cap-protecting captain's attitude is. I killed the Celestial Emperor's projection. This news has spread throughout the 3 realms. I'm going to see what his attitude is towards me. The Celestial Emperor was Tianqian's teacher. Tianchen was equivalent to a direct disciple. He was not like the 9 emperors who only taught. How would Tianchen react when he saw Fang Ping? After going to the divine nation of chaos, I'll go to Western Emperor's palace. Fang Ping humphed. That heavenly polarity guy, he runs really fast. But the divine weapon and jade bone pill that his old man promised are still with him. Fang Ping could not use the jade bone pill. Even if he could not use it, it did not mean that no one could. He had asked Heavenly King Zhen Wang about the jade bone pill. It was good stuff. There were very, very few of them in the 3 realms back then. It was very helpful for forging jade bones. It was not as bad as Fang Ping's vitality. The effect might be better because it mainly targeted jade bones. Old Zhang and the others could all use it. There was also the divine weapon. The rapier was given to Old Zhang. Old Zhang was considered someone with a divine weapon now. Wouldn't it be better to have one more? That heavenly polarity guy, why did he run so fast? Fang Ping did not say he was going to kill him. Western Emperor's palace was not considered weak. Heavenly polarity broke 7, Xinghong broke 6, first, also, Xingnan broke 6 too. 3 heavenly king powerhouses. Xinghong was also the only inspector who did not die in the mystic realm. There were so many inspectors, a lot of heavenly kings, and a few who broke 7. Now they were all dead. Only Xinghong survived. Including Emperor Nan's chief Yin Fei and Emperor North's chief Lu Shan, these people were all dead. Xinghong's survival had something to do with heavenly polarity. Both of them were on the same side. When heavenly polarity encountered danger, he ran faster than a rabbit. Xingnan was Xinghong's junior. When he saw Xinghong, he hurriedly called out and ran together. Xinghong avoided danger a few times. He had to thank Xingnan. Now, Xinghong had disappeared too. He must have run away with heavenly polarity. Who knew where these 3 had moved Western Emperor's palace to? Old Manly heard that and laughed. Heavenly polarity is lucky, it might not be good luck. Fang Ping said faintly, this guy, who knows what's going on? In the beginning, he came out and pretended to be crazy. Later, when he realized that there were more powerhouses, he immediately began to retreat. He's more tolerant than Moon Spirit. It's not just him. Among the heavenly kings, he's not the only one with secrets. Let's not talk about others. Let's talk about Hong Kuan, Fang Ping said slowly. Do you still remember what happened at Spirit Emperor Dojo? At that time, almost all the heavenly kings of the 3 realms went in. Feng and Hong Yu didn't, probably because they knew it was fake. What about Hong Kuan? He went in faster than anyone else. Doesn't he know it's fake? Does he really not know that the monarch is still alive? I think King Qian and the rest are probably kept in the dark. But Hong Kuan, that might not be the case. But he still went in. King Qian and the rest probably only found out later that the monarch was still alive. However, it was hard to say for King Kuan. Did he find out later? Fang Ping even suspected that this guy already knew about the existence of the inspectors and knew that the monarch was behind him. Otherwise, who would he be afraid of after keeping such a low profile all these years? As for the demon emperor, it was hard to say. Old Man Li's gaze flickered. You mean, he did it on purpose? Very likely. Fang Ping said, also, why does Hong Kuan keep staring at heavenly wood? Previously, I thought he wanted to forge jade bones, but in reality, even if he absorbed heavenly wood, he might not be able to forge jade bones. Heavenly wood is the first tree between heaven and earth. Aside from the Tao tree, heavenly wood actually has the potential to become the emperor of monster plants. Moreover, Hong Kuan's goal is to integrate heavenly wood, not to kill it. He had spent 8,000 years just for a sage. The celestial emperor wants the Tao tree to become the emperor of monster plants. Then what about Hong Kuan? Besides, he took away the origin realm and took away the heavenly hound's corpse. Why does he want the heavenly hound's corpse? Previously, he took away the divine peeking mirror and created the gate of projection. Was it for those ultimate great Tao? It can't be. At this moment, as Fang Ping understood more things, he also deduced a lot of things. I think the gate of projection is just his experimental product. He has the gate of projection and the origin realm. In this way, he can try to deprive the great Tao. If the heavenly hound is a demon, then heavenly wood is a monster plant. I'm afraid these two were the most promising demons to become emperor, a monster beast, a monster plant. Is Hongkuan trying to strip their great Tao? There were some things that he did not understand in the past. Now that he thought about it, Fang Ping understood a little. Did Hongkuan care about those ultimate, emperor-level great Tao? He did not care. Did he care about the energy of heavenly wood? He did not care. What did he care about? It was the great Tao of the strongest monster plant and the strongest monster beast. As for the heavenly hound saying that it was not a demon, that was not true. The heavenly hound and Song Mao had always said that they were demons and even tried to establish a relationship with the beast emperor. The gate of projection and the origin realm were in Hongkuan's hands at that time. Hongkuan had been hiding in the divine sect for so many years. Fang Ping suspected that this guy might be studying the demon great Tao. Monster plant, monster beast. The beast emperor is studying it. The divine emperor is studying it. Fang Ping murmured, could it be that if the Tao of monster plant and monster beast is integrated, there will be differences? Even the celestial emperor is studying it to let the Tao tree prove its great Tao. It seems that things may be more interesting than I thought. As Fang Ping spoke, he used the flight step. Old man Li's head hurt. He grabbed him. Are we going to the divine kingdom of chaos? We're flying in the wrong direction. That's directly going to Chua mainland. Fang Ping said calmly, of course I know. I'm just going in a circle to see if anyone is lying in ambush. Old man Li sneered. Ironhead asked curiously, you're already this strong. Why are you still lost? Fang Ping's gaze was unfriendly. Trouble comes from the mouth. Do you understand? I told you, I'm just luring the enemy. Tisk. Ironhead curled his lips. Forget it. You're the strongest. Fang Ping cursed, but he did not let his guard down. This time, he might really be surrounded and killed. It was better to be more careful. He had a slight headache. If he was surrounded and killed, should he expose his Breakthrough 9 ability, or should he just let his avatar be killed and create the illusion that he had fallen? Anyway, he did not have a great Tao. It was normal for there to be no changes after he died. I promised to keep a low profile. I'm going to trap and kill the emperor. It's not good for me to expose my Breakthrough 9 ability just like that, right? Fang Ping muttered in his heart. One must keep a low profile. Brothers, eat and drink well. Once you're full, we'll continue robbing tomorrow. Okay, listen to the boss. We'll do whatever the boss says. Boss, why don't we rob Mount Wanwu tomorrow? That's right, that woman Wanwu is not giving us face. Boss, why don't we rob her back? Hee, that's the emperor's daughter. She's the best match for the boss. Sherpa felt that he might need some time alone. He had always felt that he was a bastard. He actually dared to peep at Spirit Emperor bathing. Now he suddenly realized that in the 3 realms, what was he? There was no need to mention Fang Ping. He was a devil incarnate. Heavenly Hound was not talking about it either. It was understandable that a dog would turn hostile so quickly. Knowing chaos, he thought that he was just a little bastard. Who knew? Was this considered a bastard? What was this? A bandit lair? What divine nation of chaos? It was just a bandit lair. Look, what were these people talking about? They were already preparing to snatch Moon Spirit back to be their wife. At the side, Heavenly Hound was also speechless. What the hell was this place? The divine nation of chaos was really more of a bandit lair than a bandit lair. Where did chaos find these living bandits? Not only were they bold, but they were also not weak. There were many emperor level and a few saints. Some even broke through to the heavenly king realm this time. But were these people really cultivators, bandits? It was fine if it was just a few bandits, but there was a lair. It had to be said that the bandits of the 3 realms were probably gathered here. In the past few days, chaos had broken through 8. He had really broken through 1. He did not do anything else. The resources here in the divine nation of chaos were not enough. This guy had been robbing everywhere with his men these few days. In the past, there were divine sects and demon court overseas. They were not small forces. Chaos had some scruples. Now, he had no scruples. Some of the 33 immortal islands were destroyed. Some joined the divine sects, some joined the demon court. However, there were still some forces that felt that nothing would happen to them. Their places were hidden and they had not joined any forces. In the end, chaos found them in the past few days. He did not kill many people, but from top to bottom, almost all the martial artists of these immortal islands were stripped, even the ground was dug up, a group of bandits snatched whatever they saw. Now, there were many wandering cultivators in the outer seas who did not even have a single energy stone on them. There was no need to mention how miserable they were. Xianxia didn't care about this. He called out to his brothers and laughed, there are still a few factions overseas. Wang Wu, Water God Island, Medicine God Island, Extreme Road God Island. Forget about Wang Wu. That woman has been quite obedient recently. Her ex-husband was the leader of the new heavenly court, so we shouldn't provoke him. On the Hydro Divine Island, the old bull had a good relationship with the human race, so he didn't care about them for the time being. On the Extreme Dao Divine Island, the finale is Lin Hai from the Extreme Dao lineage, and Emperor Lord Wuya from the Eastern Emperor's lineage. He's about to become a heavenly king, and there's also Yutian from the Eastern Emperor's lineage, who's also a heavenly king. He laughed and said, if you want to rob the Medicine God Island first. Over there, only the former sovereign Qing Tong has become a heavenly king and the Medicine God sovereign has become a sage. Strength doesn't mean anything. Let's kill them first. Below, someone was drinking and shouting, Boss, isn't there still a mortal-seeking island? There are so many women on a mortal-seeking island. Get lost. Xianxia cursed, don't you know they are under the tutelage of Sovereign Shenling? Sovereign Shenling is nothing and neither is Lin Zi. But Lin Zi is still in the human world, isn't she? Are they courting death? Oh, that's true, someone shouted, we can't be reckless. We almost forgot about that. Forget about the Demon King's backyard. When the Demon King comes, not even our boss can stop him. Boss, let's kill the Medicine God Island first and then the Extreme Road God Island. Sherpa felt a headache coming on. None of them were sane. Of course, Xianxia was right. What was the point of robbing them when you had reached 8? Luan. Sherpa cleared his throat and said, don't be reckless. The Extreme Road God Island has some cooperation with the human race. Emperor East and the Heaven Reverse Emperor are still alive. The Medicine God Island's Emperor God is alive as well. Why are you such a coward? Xianxia said, why should I be afraid? How can I cultivate without robbing? I don't need them but my brothers don't. After robbing these places, we will go for the junior martial artists. There are so many resources there. Everyone was speechless. Are you out of your mind? Tian Shen had to open his eyes. He glanced at Luan, then Sherpa, the heavenly hound, he sighed to himself. They were all lunatics. He didn't know if it was the right decision to come to this place. They might really go for the junior martial artists. Xianxia, the resources are not the priority, Xianxia said, who cares? They are too poor. We will take them back when we see them. Tianqian said again, the 3 universes are in chaos. All parties have chosen to lay low. If the kingdom of chaos makes a move, we will be viewed with hostility. Why are you talking so much? Xianxia was unhappy. He shouted, then let's fight our way to the 9 heavens and take the origin of deity. Brother sure is interested in that woman, Spirit Empress. Let's take her back. Sherpa did not object this time. He asked with interest, Brother Luan, aren't you afraid? What is there to be afraid of? It doesn't matter if we die sooner or later. Let's do it big. Tian Chen was worried when the Heavenly Hound also came over. Guys, the origin of deity is guarded by the Emperor Realm warriors. It is not that simple. Xianxia snorted, then what do you think we should do? We can't do this, we can't do that. Are we just going to sit here and cultivate? He was not the kind of person who could just sit still. Sit here and cultivate, forget it, if they had the time, they might as well rob others. Even if it was useless, it was better than sitting here. When he was being hunted, he hid in the heavenly grave for many years. He was almost suffocated. Now that he could finally stand up, Luan was not willing to hide anymore. Tianqian looked at them and sealed the void around them. He said slowly, to cultivate to our level, what we need to do now is to break through 3 gates, cross the broken path, reach the true gate, and become an emperor realm warrior. Then, Xianxia said angrily, I have only broken 1 gate. How can it be so fast? Besides, I know about the broken path. Those emperor realm warriors killed a junior martial artist to cross the broken path. How can it be so easy to cross the broken path and reach the true gate? We don't have to kill anyone. There are emperor realm warriors who have never killed a junior martial artist. As long as we have enough resources, we can make a leap and cross the broken path. Or we can get some origin star fragments and cross the broken path with our bodies. We don't need too much energy. Origin star fragments? Xianxia did not know about this. He quickly asked, what's that? The source ground was where a star was. It was broken in the past and some fragments were scattered. If we get the fragments, we can refine them into the source ground. We can also enter the source ground with our bodies. Where do we get them? The source ground. Xianxia snorted. Are you kidding me? The source ground could only be reached after crossing the broken path. If one could cross the broken path, he would become an emperor realm warrior. Wasn't that contradictory? Xianxia smiled. The source ground is not the only place with origin star fragments. Where else? Xianxia immediately asked. Were there any other places besides the source ground? If there were, it would be good stuff. Xianxia was quiet for a while, then said slowly, the reincarnation of the 3 emperors. Xianxia was stunned. You mean, those 3? Yes. They have them? Xianxia scratched his head. Why would they have them? The Heavenly Hound was also staring at Xianxia. What's the meaning of this, you cat feeder? Those guys are in cahoots with Dumb Cat. You want us to kill them? Xianxia hesitated for a while, then said softly, they have Tao, the Tao of the extreme Tao. Their Tao is eternal. Why is it eternal? Because their Tao was forged from the origin star fragments. Not all of them. A part of the Tao that leads to the source ground is forged from the origin star fragments. That's why these people can use their Tao to reach the source ground. Xianxia stared at him for a while, then said slowly, old man, you didn't come here to trick me into killing the humans, did you? That's not the case. Xianxia sighed. I don't want to be enemies with the humans. I don't want to kill them either. I just want to cut off their Tao after the Gate of Void. It won't affect them much. Right now, only Wang Jinyang has broken through 1 gate. The others have just entered the Heavenly King realm. Moreover, the source ground is dangerous. They can't even break through the Gate of Void, let alone the Tao after the Gate of Void. Cutting off their Tao after the Gate of Void won't affect anything. And if we obtain these star fragments, we can cross the broken Tao and become a martial emperor. The few of them stared at him. The Heavenly Hound said fiercely, cat feeder, do you have other motives? For no reason at all, you want us to snatch this. If this gets out of hand, we will not rest until the human race is dead. Sherpa also frowned, is this news true or false? If it was true, and word got out, I'm afraid that even the 3 realms would attack them. Xianxia, you can't speak carelessly. The origin star fragments could forge the true Tao and go straight to the true gate. They were not even affected by the immortal origin. If this news got out, would the 3 realms still be able to sit still? At the very least, the origin break 8 could not sit still. As for the beginner martial break 8, in order to prevent the origin realm experts from succeeding, they could not sit still. This was a huge fuse, and it was very easy for a big problem to occur. At that time, the human race would probably be in trouble. This chaos. It might even cause the God creation envoys and the others to fall out with each other. Really? Xianxia sighed, why would this old man lie to you about this? The Heavenly Hound said fiercely, this emperor knows that the news is true, but it is strange, what is your purpose in saying all this at this time? Xianxia would not lie to them about the authenticity of the news. In fact, thinking about it, the possibility of it being true was very high. The key was that if this news got out at this time, there would definitely be problems. Who did not want to become an emperor? Becoming an emperor in advance might disrupt some of the emperor's plans and allow oneself to escape the emperor's control. Previously, everyone did not want to fight with the human race. That was not worth it. However, once the three emperors reincarnated and had the true Tao, and the true Tao was forged from the origin star fragments, it would definitely cause the Breaking Eight rebellion. Xianxia said softly, "This old man also wants to become an emperor, but even if we break through the three gates, we will have used up everything. We are not a town. All these years, he has accumulated a lot, and he does not even need anything else to cross the broken Tao. We can't. At that time, if we want to cross the broken Tao, I'm afraid we will have to risk our lives to kill a beginner martial realm expert. Even Skyarm is not qualified. Only the underworld god and the fist god can." Xianxia sighed. "Do you think that the emperor kept the beginner martial realm experts to suppress us? Actually, they sealed the fist god and the others so that the origin experts could become emperors." The Heavenly Hound was stunned when he heard that. Sherpa was also shocked. The fist god and the others were kept not to balance the three realms' origin forces, but to let someone become an emperor. The few of them were slightly dazed. In other words, the beginner martial realm experts were just pawns. The ultimate goal of the emperor was still to let someone become an emperor. There had been rumors that when the realm wall shattered and the three realms became one, someone would definitely become an emperor. Now it seemed that some of the beginner martial realm experts were sealed, and some were left behind, just for this moment. How ruthless, but thinking about it carefully, perhaps what Xianxia said was true. Those people were there for the sake of origin experts breaking through to the Tao. Xianxia continued, "When that day comes, there will be more than one or two people who want to become emperors. Fighting, killing the beginner martial realm experts, transcending, proving one's Tao. At this moment, I'm afraid we will not have any advantage. But if we don't cross the broken path and directly connect to the real door, the danger will be reduced by 80%. While they fight, we can secretly cross the broken path and prove our Tao to become emperors, or prove our Tao before the realm wall shatters. This is not something that can be compared to later proving one's Tao." The few of them fell into deep thought. Were they very strong in the Broken Eight realm? Of course not. Xianxia was ranked at the top. The Heavenly Hound was not bad, but Sherpa and Luan were not ranked high and had only broken one door. Even if they broke three doors, they would not be able to compare to the others. In order to prove one's Tao, they would have to fight with the origin experts and kill the beginner martial realm experts. The difficulty and danger of proving one's Tao and transcending would increase greatly. According to Xianxia, the average beginner martial realm expert would not do. Even the beginner martial realm experts at the level of the underworld god and the fist god would continue to break through. By then, at most 4 or 5 people would be qualified. But there were more than 4 or 5 people who wanted to become emperors in the three realms. Would they be able to survive in this chaotic battle? Xianxia sighed. "I told you, I'm not going to kill them. I'm only going to break their Tao after the Gate of Void. This way, we can satisfy our cultivation needs." The Heavenly Hound was a little annoyed. It growled in a low voice, "What are you trying to do? If we attack them, the humans will not let us go. The dumb cat is under the protection of the humans and has a close relationship with Fang Ping. If we attack them, we will become enemies with the dumb cat." The Heavenly Hound stared at him, baring its canine teeth with a cold glint. "You who feed the cat, tell me, what are you planning?" Xianxia looked at it for a long time, then sighed. "I've fed you and the cat for many years not to hurt you, but to protect you. This time I have no intention of hurting the cat, but..." Xianxia sighed again. "However, this old man also has his own difficulties. I told you, I'm not going to kill them, it won't affect them too much. As long as we subdue them, I can naturally break their Tao after the Gate of Void. I won't hurt them, nor will I break their Tao of origin. This way, you, me, Sherpa, Luan, we all have hope of achieving transcendence." "Heavenly Hound, this is the best way and choice." The Heavenly Hound stared at him for a long time, then said coldly, "You want to break their Tao, is it your idea or someone else's?" Xianxia said nothing. "When you adopted me and the cat, was it because you wanted to, or was it someone who made you do it?" Xianxia continued to be silent. "So, you are related to the Celestial Emperor or the Spirit Emperor?" The Heavenly Hound was not stupid. It bared its teeth and said coldly, "The Celestial Emperor. I have this title for a reason. I think I heard it once when I was young, and I have a vague impression of it. I thought it was overbearing, so I called myself the Celestial Emperor. Since I don't really remember, it must have been when I was very, very young, and at that time, the only people who would say this title were you or the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. It must have been said in the Cat Palace, otherwise, I wouldn't remember all this. So, you are related to the Celestial Emperor, and in the past, someone discussed the Celestial Emperor with you, is that right? Xianxia looked at it and sighed, I didn't expect you to remember all this. The Heavenly Hound snorted, do you think I am that stupid cat, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating? I am a little older than that stupid cat, and I have some impression of how I went to the Heaven Realm in the past. Today, you want to break the Tao of the 3 emperors, is it the Celestial Emperor's idea or someone else's? Xianxia sighed again, does it make a difference whether I know or not? I said it is only for you and me to prove our Tao, not to kill people, and I won't kill them, so it won't affect them, since it won't affect them, and it can help us prove our Tao, isn't it a good choice? The few of them were silent. Was it a good choice? Yes, it was just breaking the Tao of Wang Jinyang and the others after the Gate of Void. Wang Jinyang's strongest now was only Wang Jinyang, who had just broken through the Gate of Void. They didn't know when they would break through the Gate of Void. Breaking their Tao after the Gate of Void did not affect them much. As for them, Sherpa was about to break through the Gate of Void, Heavenly Hound had broken through the Gate of Void, and Xianxia was at the peak of the Gate of Void. Right now, they urgently needed it. Xianxia continued, moreover, with the potential of the 3 emperors' reincarnations, they might not even need the true Tao to break through the Tao and reach the true gate. As for us, do we have the potential of the 3 emperors' reincarnations? Xianxia looked at the Heavenly Hound and said again, if you and I become emperors, we will be more confident in protecting Song Mao, but if we don't become emperors, even if we break through the Gate of Void, what use will it be? The Heavenly Hound bared its teeth. You have bad intentions. Even if I don't have much contact with Fang Ping, I know a thing or two about him. If we attack those 3, even if we don't kill them, if Fang Ping finds out, he will fall out with us and fight us. Then don't let him know. Xianxia said in a low voice, we can do it secretly. The strongest of those 3 is only breaking through the Gate of Void. If you and I work together, we can quickly subdue them. It won't take long to break our Tao. Once we get the debris of the stars, we will leave immediately, no one will know that we did it. The 3 emperors' reincarnations don't even know what happened, they only think that someone attacked them, but if they are fine, they won't pursue it too much. They will only think that Hong Yu and the others ambushed them, even Luan can pretend to save them and force us to retreat. This way, the people who ambushed them will have a reason not to kill them. Everyone will be happy, we can prove our Tao easily. When we become stronger, we can make it up to them in the future. Isn't it the same? Sherpa frowned. After a while, he said in a low voice, isn't that bad? Did they want to become stronger? Of course. Did they want to become emperors? Without a doubt, if they proved their Tao and became emperors in advance, they would not have to fight with beginner powerhouses. They could even break through the 9 heavens secretly, destroy the immortal source, and cut off the immortal source's control over their Tao. There were too many benefits. And the prerequisite was to offend the humans. If it were other forces, beginner martial artists, catacombs, these people would not hesitate. But on the human side, both sides had worked together many times, and their relationship was very complicated. The Heavenly Hound was worried about Song Mao, while Luan and Sherpa considered the humans powerhouses and madness. Demon King, that was not a human king, but a true demon king. Moreover, both sides had worked together before. Fang Ping had given them a lot of vitality. Sherpa and Luan had both forged jade bones. Otherwise, Sherpa would not be close to breaking through 2 gates. If his mentality was stronger now, he could break through 2 gates. As for Luan, breaking through 1 gate was not that fast. Sherpa had even given Fang Ping his origin. The Heavenly Hound did not want to fall out with Song Mao. That cat had been following Fang Ping. On one hand, they could improve their strength, and on the other hand, they could fall out with the humans. If they did as Xianxia said and did things in secret, would the humans find out? Not necessarily. Fang Ping might not expect them to attack the 3 emperors' reincarnations. Did Fang Ping think about this? Of course not. From Fang Ping's perspective, if Heavenly Hound and the others really wanted to fall out, they would do it directly. Fang Ping had not considered plotting in secret. The Heavenly Hound stared at Xianxia for a while, not knowing what to say. Xianxia's intentions might not be his own. The reason why he sought them out was to ensure their safety and security. As for why he did not look for Hong Kuan and the others, Hong Kuan might betray him. If Hong Kuan and the others really wanted to do it, it would be a fatal blow. Moreover, the humans were keeping a close eye on them. Unlike here, the humans did not pay much attention to them because they thought they were allies. No matter what, Wang Jingyang was a broken 8. It would not be easy to subdue him. As they were deep in thought, the void trembled. From afar, someone laughed loudly. Luan, Sherpa, big dog, come out and receive me. Fang Ping, at this moment, they felt a little guilty. Why was Fang Ping here? Did he know they had not made a decision and Fang Ping had come knocking on their door? But it did not seem like he was here to cause trouble. While they were still deep in thought, the powerhouses from the divine nation of chaos who were still eating and drinking heard the voice and immediately started squealing. Oh no, the Devil King is here. Did the Devil King find out that Boss said he wanted to rob Immortal Quest Island? Immortal Quest Island is the Devil King's harem. Boss is in trouble. It's hard to say. Maybe the woman from Longwu complained to the Devil King. I heard that the relationship between the woman and the Devil King is not clear. Should we run? Run. The Devil King kills without batting an eye. Boss will carry him. Brothers, run. It was a mess. Juan's face was purple. Didn't you guys say to rob Immortal Quest Island? Didn't you guys say to find trouble with Longwu? Mother of Kerr, why did it become my problem now? Moreover, was Fang Ping here to cause trouble? With his personality, if he really wanted to cause trouble, he would have slashed him long ago. Luan's face was gloomy. This group of bastards had the guts to mess with others, but he was still a little afraid of Fang Ping. He was still thinking about something when Fang Ping came over from the sky. Hearing these words, his face was full of black lines. Bandit lair, these guys from the divine nation of chaos were bandits. Not to mention, each of them was extremely bold. Fang Ping really did not think that these people were afraid of him. These guys were rude to everyone. They were lucky that they did not die. Moreover, how did Immortal Quest Island become his harem? How did Moon Spirit have anything to do with him? Fang Ping was speechless, but he could not be bothered with these guys. He came over in the air, extremely carefree. Guys, you're all holed up here? I thought some of you weren't here. You've sealed off the entire area. Are you discussing something big? Fang Ping joked casually. Who knew? Lon looked up at the sky, Sherpa looked around, and Tengu was cleaning its paws. Fang Ping was a little stunned. They were really planning something big? Were these guys planning to rob beginners or the catacombs? Tianchen looked at the three's attitude and felt helpless. Was this not telling Fang Ping that they were planning something? These three were all broken 8. Were they that uncontrollable? They obviously had other intentions. At this moment, the cat jumped on Tengu's head, pulled its ear, and asked curiously, Big dog, you never cleaned your paws before. Did you do something bad? Tengu shook its head, wanting to throw the cat down, but it could not. After gritting its teeth for a while, it decided to ignore the cat. Let this stupid cat be. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor Fang Ping was a little puzzled. He was just asking. What were they doing? I say, are you guys really going to rob beginners or the catacombs? Fang Ping asked curiously. They're quite poor too. There's not much use in robbing them, right? Fang Ping added, these guys have nothing to worry about now. Otherwise, I would have robbed them long ago. It wouldn't be your turn. Chaos grimaced. This guy was even more ruthless than them. He did not rob others because he looked down on their things. Fang Ping was even more ruthless in his next sentence. In my opinion, only the emperors have some capital now. If you want to rob, you should rob the emperors. Fang Ping squinted and smiled. Guys, why don't we rob the emperors? Don't be afraid. What's so great about the emperors? These guys dismantle bones to forge divine weapons. They're much better than King Qian. Chaos, how about I count you in, Tengu? Don't I owe you the Heavenly King's corpse? Heavenly King is nothing. Let's go kill the emperors together. I'll give you the emperor's corpse, Sherpa, don't you want the spirit emperor as your wife? If we rob the spirit emperor, you can bring him back and train him however you want, Senior Tianchen. Fang Ping looked at Tianchen and chuckled. Senior, which emperor do you want to kill? Pick one. These words were said with pride, even Tianchen was speechless. Look, what did he want to do? Kill the emperors, whether it was possible or not. This tone was much more domineering than before. He said he would attack the 3 venerable emperors' reincarnations, but he did not say they would kill them. He only wanted to break their Tao. Sherpa and the others looked non-committal. But now, he felt that Fang Ping was just bragging. Chaos became interested and said excitedly, you have a way to kill the emperors? Sherpa asked curiously, can you find the emperors? Tianchen wanted to say, if you find them, can you beat them? In the end, no one asked. These guys did not seem to care much about this. Fang Ping replied casually, we'll see. I came out this time to look for opportunities. Of course, you guys are still a little weak now. If I bring you guys along, you can at least withstand a few moves from the emperors. If you get killed in one move, won't you be sending yourselves to death? I'm a little weak. I'll see how it goes in the future. Fang Ping looked at Tianchen and laughed. Senior, your strength is not bad. You've broken through peak 8. No matter what, you can't kill a sovereign in one move, can you? If I can't kill him in one move, then that's an opportunity. Tianchen was speechless. Sherpa and Luan seemed to have recalled what had happened just now. They coughed slightly and looked at each other without saying anything. With Fang Ping's personality, if he had said what he had just said, Fang Ping might have ked Tianchen right then. Was Fang Ping a match for Tianchen? It was hard to say. Fang Ping was ranked 2nd in the Break 8 ranking, while Tianchen was ranked 8th. However, he and the Underworld God, who was ranked 5th, were considered to be on par with each other. They were both 35 million calories, considered to be at the peak of Break 8. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Moreover, it might not be a good thing to shed all pretense of cordiality. However, Luan and Sherpa knew that Tianchen was really going to do this. Perhaps it was an order from the Celestial Emperor or an emperor. At that time, even if they didn't agree, Tianchen might have to do it. Suppressing Wang Jinyang alone, suppressing. That depended on how. In the end, it might be Tianchen who killed the 3 emperors' reincarnations. The possibility of this was very high. When that time came, it would really be a great feud that would not end until one party died. Right now, it was just a plan. It had not been carried out yet, so it was not considered a feud. After all, Tianchen and Cat were on good terms. Or rather, it was not as simple as just being on good terms. In the past, in order to avenge Cat, Tianchen had died once. Even if they really fell out, Cat could mediate between them. Both of them might not have to fight to the death. However, if something like Wang Jinyang being killed really happened, it would be useless even if Cat mediated. Sherpa looked at Luan, hinting with his eyes. Should he say it or not? Luan's eyes flickered. Should he say it or not? If he said it, Tianchen might not be happy. If he did not say it, if they really did it in the future, Fang Ping might find trouble with them. They were very conflicted. Honestly, they also wanted to prove their Tao and become emperor, but their opponent was Fang Ping. It was indeed worth considering. Everyone had the same personality. Only a lunatic would know how scary a lunatic could be. Fang Ping was even crazier than a lunatic. This kind of person, if they were in the same group now, it would be fine. If they were found out, they might not rest until one of them died. As for what Tianchen said about suppressing Wang Jinyang and the rest, not killing them, could they believe what Tianchen said? When the time came, they could only keep the secret after killing the 3 of them. But what if the secret was leaked? Seeing their expressions, Tianchen frowned slightly, wanting to say something but hesitating. He did not expect Fang Ping to come at this time. Even more so, he did not expect that these 3 fellows, who were extremely daring, would be so afraid of Fang Ping. To be honest, it was somewhat beyond his expectations. Why did he choose to cooperate with these 3? They were daring, yes, it was because they were daring and dared to do anything. In order to increase their strength, Not to mention the 3 emperors' reincarnations, even if it was an emperor, they would still dare to stroke their beards. Alas! Fang Ping was not an emperor. Now, these few were actually so hesitant, even showing signs of snitching. Were these still the Sherpa and Tengu he knew? He was not too familiar with Luan, but these few days, he had been observing them. Otherwise, they would not have built the Chaos Divine Nation. This time, it was really beyond his expectations. Fang Ping was also looking at them. That was strange. What were these fellows doing today? He was here. Even if they had a secret and wanted to rob someone, they did not have to do this, right? Were these fellows afraid that he would leak the secret? Stop bullshitting. Fang Ping could not be bothered with who they wanted to rob. As long as it was not him, Fang Ping would not care. These fellows, Fang Ping's heart suddenly trembled, these few were not easy to deal with. When had they ever done this? Rob me? It was just a random thought, but when he thought about it, if they were not robbing him, why did they look like this? Could it be that they really wanted to rob him? Fang Ping blinked. It could not be, since when did these fellows become so crazy? Moreover, wasn't everyone working together well? Even if they wanted to rob him, they were at least broken 8. They should not be so uncontrollable. Look, their expressions were just short of saying, I have a little secret. You want to rob me? Fang Ping was also skilled and bold. He was not afraid at all. He was also too lazy to beat around the bush with them, and even more too lazy to test anything. He went straight to the point, saying, You fellows, why do you look like you want to say something but stop on second thought? Are you going to rob me? Could it be that you've taken a fancy to the virtual sky world on me? Has the vitality tempted you? Or the weapon transformed from the 9 Emperor's seal? Or the Dao Tree's Emperor core? Or should I say, the fishing net? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. I have a lot of good stuff, some divine weapons, lots of vitality, and an Emperor core. Oh right, I have some true blood on me. My bones are also jade bones. My flesh is also jade. I'm indeed a big fat sheep. You guys, don't tell me you're really targeting me? Fang Ping rubbed his chin, looking at them and said, If that's the case, just say it. I won't run either. Let's find a place and fight. Whoever dies will be unlucky. Coincidentally, I also want to eat dog meat, but don't say it. After all, we've done things together. If I really kill a big dog just to eat dog meat, that's not good either. If you have something to say, just say it. You're already F** king broken and you've lived for so many years. Is there a need to do this? Fang Ping pursed his lips, a little disdainful. He said scornfully, If you want to do it, just do it. Don't be so timid. It's as if you're a lady getting into a bridal sedan chair. Don't talk about you guys. Sometimes, even I want to rob myself. In this 3 realms, the only one who's richer than me is probably suppressing Heavenly King. Even I want to sneak a hit on him. As Fang Ping said that, he was stunned for a moment. He said in a low voice, Don't tell me we're going to rob that guy? I say, you guys are too daring. This old guy isn't just an ordinary kind of strong, don't say it. If we really want to do it, count me in. That beat is mine and the rest belongs to you guys. Of course, don't blame me if you guys get beaten to death. Anyway, I'll snatch the bead and run. There's a high chance that you guys will be beaten to death by him. Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He said slyly, that old man's combat strength is 40 to 50 million cal, but it doesn't mean that it's really that much. That's referring to his origin. We haven't counted his beginner martial body yet. Why don't we lure him to use that bead to hit someone? Senior Xianxia would be a good choice. Then, I'll snatch the bead and run. How about we split the loot after that? Everyone's faces darkened. You're really good, you actually want to rob Heavenly King Jin. They were all convinced. The Heavenly Hound was a little impatient. It glanced at Tianchen. Tianchen was silent. The Heavenly Hound looked at Fang Ping again. Suddenly, it said, Fang Ping, do you know about the origin of stars? You know about it too? Fang Ping was a little surprised. Soon, he said nonchalantly, You mean the Celestial Emperor's origin of stars? The ones that are scattered in the source? You don't say, this is a good thing. It can suppress the source, strengthen the Tao, and even let a person's flesh enter the source. Previously, I was still talking to Heavenly King Zhen and the rest to find an opportunity to go to the source and snatch a batch out. You guys are interested too? Fang Ping thought they were also discussing this. He chuckled. You guys are really brave. I thought you guys wouldn't dare to have any ideas about the Emperor. There are definitely emperors. Of course, snatching the Emperor is not as good as going to the source directly. But like I said, you guys are too weak. You won't be able to withstand one move from the Emperor. You'll be killed instantly. It'll be a waste if you go. But, it's okay. Wait for me to snatch a batch. If there are more, I'll give you some. Don't I owe you a Heavenly King's corpse? And Boulder's origin, I don't want to give it now. I can use this to exchange for it later. If it's a mess, we'll talk about it later. If not, then help me get rid of a few enemies. Everyone looked at each other. Tianchen's heart skipped a beat. Fang Ping. Not only did Fang Ping know, but this guy had actually started to have ideas about the origin of stars. The key point was that this guy had an extremely generous attitude. He even wanted to give some to everyone. He knew that trouble was coming. What were Sherpa and the rest struggling about? This was it. They wanted to become stronger. They wanted this, but they were worried that there would be problems. They were also a little afraid of falling out with the humans. Therefore, it was not easy to say now. Actually, they were a little tempted. But now, Tianchen said in a low voice, those things are almost all in the source. How are you going to snatch them? Fang Ping sneered. It's not like I haven't been to the source before. I know a lot of secrets. Previously in the source, that guy Emperor even met me. But that place was really dangerous. I almost didn't come out. Also, that old guy Celestial Emperor was suppressed in the source. I don't know if he was suppressed or he was hiding there. Anyway, I saw it last time. If I go again next time, as long as I'm careful, I might be able to get some benefits. You've been to the source before? Tianchen frowned. Beside him, the cat pulled the dog's ear and said casually, I've been there too. Cat Protector Captain, you don't know, right? I went there to play. I wanted to climb out of the door, but I couldn't. I was almost lost inside. Oh, the liar even got a drop of true blood there. Next time I go, I want to snatch true blood too. I don't know if it tastes good. I've never tasted it before. Fang Ping said generously, there's plenty. Don't we have the Emperor drink that we talked about previously? When we get back, let the Beast Emperor take some of the Emperor monster meat. As for true blood, it's not a problem. After they said that, everyone knew in their hearts that they had been to the source before. Fang Ping did not know what they had just said. There was no need to fool them about this. The Heavenly Hound glanced at Fang Ping and said dully, do you know that there's still that thing outside the source? Outside the source? Fang Ping was surprised. Do you know where it is? I know. The Heavenly Hound said perfunctorily, I heard that the 3 emperors' Daos were forged with this. Now that the 3 emperors have reincarnated, these fellows might be too. Be careful. If the news gets out, the 3 emperors' reincarnation might be the target of Breaking 8. Forging Daos, especially the broken path behind the Gate of Illusions, everyone needs it. You have to know that back then, you could only cross the broken path by killing people. The 3 emperors didn't kill the beginner martial powerhouses. They made this thing themselves. I don't know if they got it from the beginning or later. The 3 emperors did not cross the path by killing people. As for how they did it, everyone was not sure. Heavenly King Suppression did not kill people either. He made it on his own. It might have something to do with his foundation. When the 9 emperors achieved Tao, it was too rushed. At that time, thousands of Daos were contending for supremacy. The few emperors who achieved Tao before them did not have time to accumulate anything. Almost all of them achieved Tao by killing people. When Fang Ping heard this, he was slightly stunned. The 3 emperors' Daos were forged with the star fragments. He really did not know about this. Not only him, even Heavenly King Suppression might not know. Otherwise, he would have at least told him. How did the Heavenly Hound know? heard about it. If everyone knew, Wang Jinyang and the others would have been targeted by those broken eights long ago. Obviously, this was top secret. Even if it was true, not many people knew about it. Fang Ping suddenly looked at Tian Shen. If someone knew, Tian Shen might know because he was the Heavenly Emperor's disciple. And it was also very old. Why did Tian Shen tell the Heavenly Hound this? Fang Ping was not an idiot. His eyes flickered slightly, staring at the silent Tian Shen for a while. The atmosphere was slightly heavy. The Heavenly Hound was a little anxious. It said irritably, "What are you looking at? We were just chatting casually. If you have the time to talk about this, why don't you hide those fellows?" "Right, why is this guy here?" At this moment, it saw Li Hansong and said impatiently, "This guy is a treasure now. Don't throw him out to tempt us. Be careful that we don't eat him." Li Hansong rolled his eyes. He had not settled the score with the Heavenly Hound for beating him up last time. Unfortunately, he could not beat this dog. Otherwise, he would have taken revenge long ago. Fang Ping's gaze was deep. He glanced at the Heavenly Hound who was changing the topic, then at Sherpa and Luan. These two fellows were now looking around. Seeing Fang Ping's gaze, Sherpa laughed dryly. "Aren't we talking about the debris of the stars? It just so happens that we're talking about this. Tian Shen, that old fellow, seems to know a lot more than we do." After all, Tian Shen had not made his move yet. Sherpa and the Heavenly Hound did not want to complicate things. Tian Shen and the Heavenly Hound had a special relationship. They were still allies now. It was not worth it to fall out over something that had not been done yet. The Heavenly Hound mentioned this to remind Fang Ping. Be careful, since Fang Ping knew, he would not be so careless. If he was not careless, the three of them would be safe. Tian Shen would probably not attack again, and the matter would naturally pass. This way, it would be best if they did not fall out. Fang Ping smiled. Beside him, Old Man Li seemed to have understood something. He glanced at Fang Ping and shook his head indiscernibly. Although he did not know what exactly happened, these few might have been discussing this before. They might even have thought of attacking Iron Head and the rest. However, since they did not do it, and now that the Heavenly Hound had mentioned it, then it was over. They were still partners. There was no need for humans to push a few broken eight to the enemy's side for something they did not do. Since the Heavenly Hound and the rest had said so, they should have given up. Moreover, Fang Ping had also said that he could go to the source. If he really obtained it, he was willing to share some with them. If that was the case, these few people had no need to attack Old Wang and the rest. Fang Ping saw Old Man Li's hint. At this moment, Fang Ping was smiling happily. He looked at Tian Shen without a hint of anger. He smiled. Senior Tian Shen really knows a lot. Even Heavenly King Zhen doesn't seem to know about this. Senior, you are really well informed. Tian Shen closed his eyes and said nothing. Fang Ping stared at him, but he did not open his eyes. Fang Ping looked at the cat that was playing with its dog ears. The cat did not seem to have reacted. Fang Ping smiled and said suddenly, Heavenly Hound, the cat is here. This guy hasn't eaten fish for a long time. Why don't you go fish with him? We'll grill fish later. The Heavenly Hound's gaze was solemn. It looked at Fang Ping and said in a low voice, Fang Ping, that's just what I said to feed the cat. Heavenly Hound, what are you talking about? Fang Ping smiled. I asked you to bring the cat fishing, but you're not willing. Big cat, I can't take this dog anymore. Why don't we go back and stew it for dog meat? The Heavenly Hound bared its teeth at him, its gaze fierce. On top of his head, the cat looked at Fang Ping doubtfully and stepped on the Heavenly Hound's head. The Heavenly Hound shook its head, paused for a moment, and broke through the air, saying, Go catch a fish. Fang Ping, don't do anything rash. You know what I mean. The Heavenly Hound did not want both sides to fight. On one side was Tian Shen, who had fed it and the cat for tens of thousands of years, who had died in battle for the cat once. On the other side was the cat owner. It did not want both of them to fall out and fight. If not, it would not have said those things before. Fang Ping waited until they were far away before looking at Tian Shen again, waving his hand to signal Iron Head and the rest to go further away. He smiled and said, Senior Xianxia, tell me, why? Logically speaking, you've raised the cat for so many years, and it has feelings for you. As for me, I'm not the kind of person who would simply find trouble with my own people. I treat you as one of us, but you don't seem to treat me as one of you. Of course, I can understand. After all, I'm not familiar with you, but you have to give me a reason, right? Just because you can prove your Tao? Tianqian opened his eyes, looked at him, and said slowly, just because you can prove your Tao. The powerhouses of the three realms all live for the sake of proving their Tao. Fang Ping exhaled. After a moment of silence, he said, This is the answer you gave me, Senior? Yes. So, has Senior given up now? Tianqian said nothing. Fang Ping squinted. How about this, Senior, if I get those things from the source, I'll give you a share too. What do you think, Senior? Tianqian was still silent. If that's the case, Senior, you've made up your mind not to give up? At this moment, Sherpa and Luan sensed that something was wrong. Fang Ping spoke bluntly, and Tianqian did not feign civility. He would not give up, yes, Tianqian would not give up. Even if Fang Ping promised to help him get some of the star fragments, he still chose not to give up. Silence. That was what he meant. Why, both of them were slightly shocked. As expected, Tianqian did not do this just for the star fragments. As for Tianqian, he did not lie in front of Fang Ping. He made his stance clear. Since he knew, he knew. He still did not want to give up. Why? Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior, why don't you give me a reason? Tianqian said in a low voice, to prove my Tao. I said, I'll give it to you. Fang Ping's eyes flashed fiercely. I'll give it to you, and you still say it's to prove your Tao? Are you going to brush me off like this? Tianqian fell silent again. Senior, I'm a person who likes to nip danger in the bud. But I'm thinking that Heaven Cat and Heavenly Dog have a special relationship with you. That's why I'm talking to you nicely. Do you really think that I'm afraid of something? Tianqian said in a low voice, You have a choice, and I have my own goal too. So, it's not a deal? Fang Ping smiled and looked at Sherpa and Luan. What do you two say? Sherpa and Luan looked at each other, frowning in silence. The current situation was more troublesome than they had expected. They thought Tianqian would give up. In the end, Tianqian's intention was clear. Even if it was not to prove his Tao, he would still break the three's Tao. Fang Ping licked his lips and ignored the two of them. Senior, do you think that you don't have to care about anything since you've broken Peak 8? Tianqian was still silent. Fang Ping was a little impatient, a little irritated, a little violent. Tianqian, have you made up your mind to attack them? Peak 8, if he had made up his mind to attack the three of them, unless he kept them on Earth or brought them along with him, how else could he defend himself? Tianqian was still silent. Fang Ping's patience had reached its limit. He gave face to Zhang Mao and Tengu. He could see that Tengu and Sherpa did not want to fall out with him. Otherwise, they would not have shown him that expression the moment they arrived. It was obvious that they had leaked some information on purpose, so Fang Ping did not care about them. However, after Tengu exposed Tianqian, he still persisted. This was obviously not for the sake of proving his Tao, or not for himself. It was because someone asked him to do so. Who, the Celestial Emperor, was the most likely? Why? Fang Ping wanted to know now, but Tianqian would not tell him. Fang Ping felt that he had given face enough. He was not giving face to Tianqian. He did not owe Tianqian anything. He was giving face to Zhang Mao and Tengu. He was giving face to Sherpa and Luan. Did Tianqian really think that he could not do anything to him just because he had broken Peak 8? Tianqian, do you really want to be my enemy? Fang Ping asked again. It had been a long time since he had been so patient. If it was an enemy, he would kill it. If it was one of his own, he would not do it. Did he have to ask again and again? But today, he still asked again and again. Fang Ping licked his lips. Suddenly, he grabbed Li Hansong in front of him and said coldly, He's here. Tianqian, I'll give you a chance. If you attack him now, I'll kill you. If you can't kill him, you can kill one of the three reincarnations. Think of a way to kill the other two yourself. Tianchen looked at Fang Ping, then at Li Hansong. Li Hansong had actually understood some of it. At this moment, he grinned. There was nothing to be afraid of. Even if Tianchen was at peak 8, Fang Ping, according to him, was only at 2 gates. He might not be able to protect him. But Li Hansong was really not too afraid. He knew what Fang Ping meant. Tianchen was not an ordinary person. He had been with Song Mao and Tengu for tens of thousands of years, dying in battle for Song Mao. Song Mao had actually helped the human race a lot. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have given the life essence of the Dao tree to Song Mao. If Tianchen did not attack today, Fang Ping would not attack him. But if he attacked... He did not know if Fang Ping could kill Tianchen, but Fang Ping would not show any mercy. Based on Fang Ping's personality, once he had reached this point, he would no longer hesitate or regret. Even if Song Mao did not agree, he would kill Tianchen. Li Hansong licked his lips, feeling slightly pressured. Suddenly, Li Hansong broke away from Fang Ping and took a step forward. He grinned. Senior, make a decision. It'll make things easier for me. Give Tianchen a chance, otherwise, after this, all 3 of them might be in trouble. But if Tianchen attacked, Li Hansong knew that he would be the only one in trouble. Even if Fang Ping could not stop Tianchen now. But if he was prepared, Old Wang and Old Jiao would definitely not be in trouble again. He took a step forward. Fang Ping did not stop him. At this moment, Fang Ping's aura suddenly disappeared. Like a dead man, he closed his eyes and stopped looking. At this moment, in the distance, Tengu was flying toward the depths of the sea with Song Mao. But at this moment, Song Mao felt strange. Its mouth opened slightly, and a figure disappeared in a flash. Tengu almost did not sense it. When the person was gone, it said in a low voice, that was, Song Mao wanted to say but remembered that the scammer wanted to keep it a secret, so it mumbled and did not say anything. But it was puzzled. Why did the scammer's real body leave? Tengu's expression changed. What was that? No, who was that? It was also a powerhouse who broke 2 gates. In the end, the other person left, and it only sensed the fluctuation. It came from Song Mao's cat world, Fang Ping. It was Fang Ping. Tengu's heart trembled. Something bad was going to happen. What was Fang Ping's strength? Was the Fang Ping before a clone, but it sensed the Fang Ping before. He had broken 8, Fang Ping's real body was hidden. Maybe, he had broken 9, since he was hiding, it meant that he did not want others to know. But now, he came out from Song Mao's world, he wanted to kill Tianchen, he would rather expose himself and use his real body. If it was not to kill Tianchen, Fang Ping would not have used his real body. Having understood this, Tengu hurriedly turned around and flew back. Something bad was going to happen. Fang Ping had broken 9, and he used his real body. This meant that he would only stop after killing Tianchen. Tengu panicked for a moment. The cat probably did not expect Fang Ping to break 9. If he was careless, he would be killed. The atmosphere was heavy. The atmosphere was tense. Li Hansong was less than 10 meters away from Tianchen, and about the same distance to Fang Ping. What would Tianchen choose? For a moment, Sherpa and Luan were sweating. Once they started fighting, who would they help? If Tianchen made a move, Fang Ping would definitely kill him. Of course, from their point of view, Fang Ping might not be Tianchen's match. However, from now on, they had completely fallen out with each other. Tianchen was still sitting cross-legged, but he also raised his head to look at Li Hansong. Attack, or not, under Fang Ping's interrogation, he did not choose to give up. In fact, it was a decision. Otherwise, even if he feigned civility, he could still say that he had given up, and Fang Ping might not turn against him. However, at that moment, he chose to remain silent. He had his insistence, and he had his stand. He did not choose to lie because he did not care to do so, and he did not want to do so. The cat was caught in the middle. Fang Ping was in a dilemma, but Tianchen was in a dilemma too. However, everyone had their own choices. He had no choice. In Jianghu, how could everything go according to one's wishes? At this moment, Tianchen smiled. He felt a little relieved and relieved. What he was conflicted about was not Fang Ping. No matter how strong Fang Ping was, even if he was a sovereign, he would not be troubled. What he was conflicted about was the Azure Cat's celestial hound. They had been together for tens of thousands of years. Did they not have feelings for each other? Of course, however, his path and Fang Ping's path were destined not to be the same. Attack. The moment Xianxia rejected Fang Ping's offer, he was already destined to make a move. Fang Ping knew. Xianxia knew. It was just that both of them were struggling. The sky-covering hand instantly covered the sky. An expert at the peak of breaking 8 was fighting against a person at the peak of breaking 6. The difference between the two was too great, and Li Hansong was unable to block it. But Li Hansong didn't give up. When he saw the hand, he exploded. The arch armor appeared and he punched out, however, someone was faster than him. You still made a move. Fang Ping's voice was icy cold. I gave you a chance. Xianxia didn't care about him, and he didn't care about Xianxia either. Just as Xianxia thought, Fang Ping was also thinking about the wildcat. The cat had lived for so many years. Did it have any friends? Maybe there is. Skyhound, Xianxia, Spirit Emperor, Unquestionable Sword. If there was one left, it would be Fang Ping. These 5 people had been through the cat's entire life. Unquestionable Jian was dead, and no one knew what was going on with Ling Huang. The Heavenly Hound was still alive, but Xianxia's attitude was unclear. If Xianxia were to die, the cat would probably be even sadder than when Unquestionable Jian died. Tens of thousands of years of nurturing and caring. Even if it was a scheme, even if it was a request from someone else, could he ignore it? The Sun God had entrusted the heaven-suppressing king to guard the human world for 8,000 years. Could Fang Ping say that the heaven-suppressing king had contributed nothing to the human race? It was the same principle. He couldn't, and the green cat couldn't ignore Xianxia's care and nurturing. The subduing heavenly king was a great hero of the human race. No one could deny this. However, at this point, Fang Ping would not let his emotions get the better of him. He would not allow Xianxia to become a threat to the human race. He could become an emperor at any time. The battle broke out in an instant. The moment Xianxia made his move, he was ready to fight Fang Ping. One hand covering the sky, capturing Li Hansong. In his other hand, a sky-splitting gigantic axe appeared. He did not dare to underestimate Fang Ping at all. He swung the axe toward Fang Ping, slashing toward Fang Ping's avatar, a broken 8 avatar. However, the moment the axe swung, Xianxia knew something was wrong. Fang Ping's avatar retreated continuously. He did not want to fight him at all. His expression was cold and cruel. Xianxia sensed the danger coming from behind. The saber gleam was bone-piercing. It was fake. The Fang Ping in front was fake. The one behind him was the real one. Xianxia roared and swung his axe back, splitting the 8 heavens in one strike. Behind him, Fang Ping held the chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand. His expression was as cold as ice. There were no energy waves when he attacked, only the ripples of space being torn apart. The Chengdao swung out. It went straight for Xianxia's head. His attack was meant to kill. Against a peak broken 8, no matter how many ideas Fang Ping had, he would not show mercy now. If he was not careful, the tables would turn. Xianxia would kill him, not the other way around. It was not impossible. Xianxia roared. The axe enlarged instantly. Without turning his head, he blocked Fang Ping's slash with the axe. At this moment, he did not even have time to think about Fang Ping's strength. Clang, the sound of metal colliding was not too loud. In the next moment, a wave swept in all directions. Sherpa and Luan's expressions changed drastically. They swept everyone up and soared into the sky. The 2 broken 8 martial artists' expressions changed drastically. The aftermath of the battle between the two made them feel immense pressure, even the threat of death. As for Tai Tu, the giant palm on his head was shattered. His punch hit nothing but air. Xianxia was no longer in the mood to attack him. At this moment, Xianxia was also shocked. The sense of danger was overwhelming. Boom, only after these people left did the sound reverberate. It was extremely loud. With a boom, the ground exploded. The island where the divine nation of chaos was located was penetrated by the aftermath of the battle. The seawater evaporated instantly. The area below Fang Ping and Xianxia became a black hole. Xianxia did not stay where he was. The axe vibrated. The web between Tianquan's thumb and index finger exploded. The wound spread from his arm to his flesh. Boom, Tianquan flew backward, crashing through space. Countless spatial cracks cut his bones, sparks flying everywhere. Broken 9. A muffled groan was heard. Tianquan let out a low growl, slightly shocked. He had just crashed through space. Before he could stabilize himself, Fang Ping slashed again without a sound, like a ghost. His Chongdao did not cause any ripples. Tianquan roared, raised his axe, and cleaved the heavens with one strike. It was at this moment that Fang Ping's clone had turned into a fishing net behind him without a sound or presence, enveloping him in an instant. On the other side, Old Manly disappeared instantly. He appeared again in the blink of an eye. His face was pale and his body was dripping with blood. However, his sky destroyer was stained with some blood. It was not real blood. It was the kind left behind when he slashed. The source world. Old Manly attacked too, since they were enemies, he had to kill. Fang Ping's broken 9 true avatar attacked from the front. His broken 8 true avatar attacked from the back. Tianquan was already having a hard time dealing with them. He could not care less about the source. Old Manly did not say a word. He attacked the source directly and destroyed it. Humph, with a muffled grunt, Tianquan's skull cracked slightly. His flesh was gone. The axe collided with Fang Ping's Chongdao again. Rumble, layers of space were broken. Behind him, the fishing net covered him instantly. Tianquan growled. His vitality burned. With a rumble, he penetrated the space again, moving forcefully. As soon as he left, the fishing net covered him. Even the space cracks were trapped inside. He could not leave. He could not cut the fishing net. He could only self-destruct. Not far away, Tianquan's jade bones appeared, but there were some cracks. Fang Ping did not say a word. Just as he escaped the attack, Fang Ping's Chongdao appeared above his head again. Tianquan raised his axe to block again. Boom, the axe fell. Tianquan's hand bones cracked. A transparent liquid dripped from the cracked bones. That was the core essence of the jade bones. At this moment, Tianquan, who was at peak broken 8, was killed by Fang Ping again and again. His flesh was gone, his jade bones cracked. He was badly injured. However, Fang Ping had no intention of stopping. Kill, Fang Ping's long hair danced again. His blood-red hair was mixed with the stench of blood. The shadows of countless powerhouses he had killed appeared. Chongdao slashed again, rumble, one slash after another. Tianquan was also a veteran powerhouse. He did not lack battle experience. Fang Ping did not give him the chance. Kill, close combat, powerhouses fought to the death. In this instant, Fang Ping's vitality was stronger than his. His physique was stronger. His bones were stronger. His mentality was stronger. Even his weapon was stronger, he was stronger in everything. Naturally, he did not need to calculate anything. Even if Tianquan self-destructed and injured him, he would still kill Tianquan. The speed of their battle was too fast. It was so fast that Sherpa and Luan had just leaped into the air, taking away the powerhouses from the disordered nation. At this moment, rumble, the not-so-small island began to sink. Pitch-black cracks appeared on the huge island. Parts of the island disappeared, while other parts collapsed and sank. Luan and Sherpa were shocked. Tianquan was being suppressed by Fang Ping. Broken 9, they thought Fang Ping might not be Tianquan's match. Little did they know, in the moment they fought, Tianquan was seriously injured. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was unscathed. He was crushing Tianquan. Before the two of them could say anything, another muffled groan sounded. Puff, Fang Ping chopped off Tianquan's left arm. Tianquan held a giant axe and slashed at Fang Ping's shoulder. Bang, the flesh on the shoulder exploded. The giant axe did not break Fang Ping's bones. Fang Ping, on the other hand, chopped off Tianquan's left arm completely. After chopping off his left arm, Tianquan's chi movement weakened a little. Fang Ping's saber could cut thousands of daos. Cutting people was cutting daos. Cutting people was cutting spiritual consciousness. This saber cut off Tianquan's left arm, but it also cut through Tianquan's mentality and cut some daos. stop. At this moment, a roar was heard. The heavenly hound streaked across the sky, a murderous glint in its giant eyes, but the two of them ignored it. As the heavenly hound neared, Fang Ping's avatar streaked across the sky, saying coldly, "Even if you interfere, I won't show mercy." Fang Ping. Tengu roared. "He didn't do anything, he did." Fang Ping said coldly, "He attacked Li Hansong. I gave him a chance." Tengu was slightly shocked. Then it roared, "He didn't do it willingly. Someone forced him." Celestial Emperor. "Yes, Celestial Emperor forced him." Tengu, "No one forced me." At this moment, Tian Chen, who was being suppressed and attacked, suddenly said in a muffled voice. "Celestial Emperor is my master who taught me. I am Celestial Emperor's direct descendant, Celestial Emperor's first seat." Tian Chen's mentality was shaken. At this moment, he could not even speak. Breaking the three emperors' Daos was a theory that existed 10,000 years ago. For 10,000 years, I'd been prepared. Tian Chen's mentality was shaken, then suddenly trembled. Fang Ping grabbed the giant axe with one hand. Blood flowed from his hand and his flesh exploded. But Fang Ping did not feel any pain. His expression did not change. Cold as ice, he swung his saber. Bang! Tian Chen's right arm made a cracking sound. His right forearm exploded. With another muffled groan, Tian Chen no longer had the energy to say anything. He could not even use his mentality to transmit his voice. Fang Ping grabbed the quivering giant axe. Tian Chen's right arm was broken. He could no longer control the giant axe. But he did not give up. Suddenly, he broke through the void and appeared beside someone, Li Hansong. Fang Ping's eyes were cold. At this moment, Tian Chen was not running away or fighting him. Instead, he wanted to fight Li Hansong. From Tian Chen's point of view, from the Celestial Emperor's point of view, Tian Chen was a loyal subject, a good person who respected his master, but from Fang Ping's point of view, Tian Chen was an enemy who must be killed. At this moment, his first thought was to fight Li Hansong. If this person did not die, Old Wang and the other two would be in big trouble. Even if Old Wang had a breakthrough 9, there were times when a breakthrough 9 would be asleep. Old Wang could not stop Tian Chen from attacking Old Wang. He definitely could not. After fighting Tian Chen, Fang Ping knew that this guy was terrifyingly strong. Fang Ping had hurt him first and wanted to kill him, but he still managed to escape. If he did not want to fight Li Hansong, he might have escaped thousands of miles away. Chaos Quell. With a low roar, Fang Ping swung his saber. In the next moment, heaven-covering palm covered Li Hansong. It was not aimed at Tian Chen, but to capture Li Hansong and bring him to his side. As the giant hand covered Li Hansong, Fang Ping swung his saber and forced Tian Chen back. Li Hansong did not hesitate. He faced the giant hand directly and shouted, "Fuse." In the next moment, Li Hansong melted into the giant hand like water. On Fang Ping's body, a set of emperor armor appeared. His chi was slightly stronger. A heavenly king with a breakthrough 6 could only buff Fang Ping. At most, he could increase his vitality by 1,000,000. However, with emperor armor and Li Hansong around, it could be more effective. Fang Ping put on emperor armor. Suddenly, a pair of gloves appeared on his left hand. Black gloves, the emperor armor gloves that Li Hansong could not use all this time. Fang Ping's eyes moved. With the gloves on his hand, his left hand enlarged and gripped the quivering giant axe in his hand. At this moment, the giant axe could not escape, nor could it chop Fang Ping's flesh. Fang Ping was slightly shocked. So strong. Of course, this was not the time to think about this. Seeing Li Hansong fused with Fang Ping, Tian Chen felt a little hopeless. He could not kill Li Hansong, and he could not kill Fang Ping either. Fang Ping was stronger than before. "Instructor," a murmur was heard. In the next moment, Tian Chen did not escape. Instead, he charged toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping frowned and let out a cold humph. Blind loyalty, of course, he could say that. Perhaps, in Tian Chen's eyes, this was the best ending. "I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing that he did not run, Fang Ping knew that he was prepared to die here. However, would Fang Ping be lenient? No, Fang Ping slashed again. The smell of blood was nauseating. Even Luan and Sherpo's mentality trembled and they hurriedly dodged. On the other side, Tengu saw this and panicked. It did not expect Tian Chen to be defeated so quickly. It also did not expect Tian Chen to not run but fight with Fang Ping. Was he not looking for death? Bastard! Tengu panicked. Its giant head bit toward Fang Ping's clone. It could not watch Tian Chen get killed. It had feelings for Tsong Cat and Tian Chen. If not, it would not have looked for Tian Chen and asked him to accompany it to the Sky Cemetery to take revenge. It did not have any feelings for Fang Ping. It helped Fang Ping because of Tsong Cat. At this moment, Tengu could not sit and watch Tian Chen get killed. Behind it, Old Manly disappeared again without a sound. In the blink of an eye, Tengu's mouth was bleeding. Its long tail was like a sharp blade, sweeping toward Old Manly who had just appeared. Fang Ping's avatar also unleashed the power of a broken 8, throwing a punch. On the other side, Tian Chen and Fang Ping were already fighting. Both of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Tian Chen flew backward, his sternum broken. Not only that, many of his skull cracked. Cat food! Tengu roared, furious. Suddenly, it opened its giant mouth. With a rumble, the surrounding space was swallowed by it. Fang Ping's clone's vision went black. Old Manly also fell into space, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The surrounding void disappeared completely, turning into darkness. Tengu, on the other hand, could not care less. It let Fang Ping's clone bombard its body. A chain attacked Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression was fierce. Disregarding everything, he slashed at Tian Chen's head. He would kill Tian Chen first. Before the saber landed, the blood-colored saber glow shattered space. Tian Chen's skull cracked. If the Chongdao landed, his skull would definitely shatter. All of this happened too quickly. So fast that both sides did not have much time to communicate. Tian Chen was already completely defeated. He was about to be killed by Fang Ping on the spot. Even Tengu could not stop it now. The moment the Chongdao landed, Fang Ping roared and pulled it back. His vitality exploded. Fang Ping spat out blood and took a few steps back. Stomping on the void, he slashed at the chain behind him. With a rumble, the chain was sent flying. Not far away, Tengu's mentality was in turmoil, blood spilling from its mouth. In front of Fang Ping, the cat's speed was too fast. It was as if it had walked out of space, squatting in front of Tian Chen's head. The cat did not block the slash. This cat actually wanted to take the slash for Tian Chen. Fang Ping did not know when it had returned. He did not even sense it. He had almost slashed it with his saber. An all-out slash. If he wanted to kill Tian Chen, he would not hold back. Naturally, he gave it his all. Mother ****. Fang Ping cursed, blood dripping from his mouth. He said furiously, "Stupid cat, get out of the way. Do you want to die?" He almost hit the cat. Even if the cat was really a broken 9, if Fang Ping slashed it with all his might, even if it did not die, it would not be able to keep its body. Chaos vanquishing saber, slashing the body. Did this cat not know? Even if the cat did not have a path, the source world was still a path. Meow, the cat meowed softly, a little at a loss. It did not know why the liar and the cat guard captain were fighting. But it saw that the cat guard captain was about to be killed by the liar, so it came. It just appeared in front of Tian Chen's head. It did not attack Fang Ping, nor did it attack Tian Chen. It just sat there, as if wondering if the scammer would not kill the cat's guardian captain if he were to be slashed by it. "Cat," Tian Chen's voice came. He had forcefully recovered his flesh, but his arms were completely broken. At this moment, he looked at the cat's back with a complicated gaze and called out in a low voice. The cat did not turn back. It was still looking at Fang Ping, as if it was begging, but it did not know how to beg. Fang Ping was furious. He suddenly turned back, holding the chaos-vanquishing saber, and slashed at the heavenly hound. "Woof woof woof, awoo, cat, save me, boom." Fang Ping was crazy. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely violent. He did not know who to vent his anger on. Boom boom boom. Soon, Fang Ping gave up on the Chongdao. He clenched his fists, and the black gloves turned into boxing gloves. Fang Ping's outburst was even stronger, punching out again and again. The heavenly hound was hit until it howled. "Spit it out." Fang Ping was furious. At this moment, the heavenly hound did not hesitate. More importantly, it did not have time to spit it out. It was not until Fang Ping's head was about to explode that it found an opportunity to spit out Fang Ping's avatar and Old Man Li, running toward the cat with its tail between its legs. The heavenly hound was miserable. Its body was full of holes, and part of its tail was broken by Fang Ping. Fang Ping looked coldly at the cat, then at Xianxia behind it. He sneered, "You think I won't kill you just because the cat is here? Xianxia, do you really think you can escape death?" After saying that, Fang Ping looked at the cat and said in a low voice, "You can save him once, but you won't be able to save him a second time. Unless you join forces with him to fight me, otherwise I will kill him." Meow. The cat hesitated. It was at a loss, a little lost. "Why? Why?" the cat asked timidly. It didn't know why they were fighting. Weren't they all together? They were all together. The swindler said he would kill the cat guardian captain, so he would not give up. He would definitely kill him. The swindler had even used his real body. He said he wanted to kill the emperor, but now, in order to kill the cat guardian captain, he had used his real body. Behind him, Xianxia's gaze was complicated. He glanced at the cat, then at Fang Ping. Suddenly, he pulled the cat aside, looked at Fang Ping, and chuckled. "I don't need it to save me. Fang Ping, you are strong, but even if you kill me, you will still fail." The saber hummed. Fang Ping attacked. "Since you have a death wish, I will not spare you." Meow. The cat meowed again. Rumble, the void shook, and Xianxia flew backward. Fang Ping's Changdao trembled. His mentality shook for a while, and the Changdao slashed in a different direction. Fang Ping looked at the cat. At this moment, the cat seemed a little angry and annoyed. The kitten on its head bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its mentality shook both of them, sending Xianxia flying and Fang Ping's saber away. Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. On the other side, the heavenly hound was also stunned. In the void, Sherpa and Luan were stiff, dumbstruck. They could guarantee that Fang Ping did not hold back. He wanted to kill Xianxia. However, the cat's mentality erupted, shaking the void, sending Xianxia flying, and deflecting Fang Ping's saber. What kind of strength was this? Only Fang Ping was not surprised. He gritted his teeth and said, "You want to stop me?" Swindler, the cat was full of grievances. "Why did you kill the cat protecting captain?" "He wanted to kill Old Wang, Ironhead, and the others." "Tell me, should I kill him?" Fang Ping was also a little annoyed. If the cat really protected Xianxia, he would not have the chance to kill him. The cat was stronger than him. Fang Ping knew that it was an extreme outburst of more than 50 million calories. However, he did not want to let Xianxia go. He was a huge threat. Moreover, his strength was exposed in front of Xianxia and the others today. If he did not kill Xianxia today, Xianxia would be on guard in the future. Would he still have the chance? The cat was confused. It turned to look at the shocked Xianxia and said pitifully, "Why did you kill Big Blackface and the others?" Xianxia opened his mouth, but he did not know where to start. After a long time, he suddenly said softly, "You achieved Dao?" "What?" The ash cat was annoyed and annoyed. Suddenly, its claws enlarged and grabbed the heavenly hound. It rubbed the heavenly hound's head with its claws, causing sparks to fly. "Why do you want to kill me? You haven't said anything yet. What are you doing?" The cat felt wronged. "Why did you kill them? The liar will not let you go." In its claws, the heavenly hound struggled. Its head struggled hard, trying to break free from the cat's claws. However, the cat was very annoyed. Very, very annoyed. The more the heavenly hound struggled, the harder it rubbed. The sizzling sound continued and sparks continued to fly. The heavenly hound's eyes were dull, a little desperate. Why was this stupid cat so strong? It was impossible. In a daze, the cat pulled its ear with all its might, as if it was pulling a noodle. The cat pulled it longer and longer, and said angrily, "You can't beat a liar. You'll die. Tell me, why did you have to kill them? Can I not kill them?" Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed and said in a low voice, "This is my mission. As long as I am alive, I will not give up." Bang bang bang, the cat hit the heavenly hound's head hard, venting its grievances and dissatisfaction. The heavenly hound was dizzy, feeling like its head was going to explode. Why? Is it the celestial emperor? But, you could have rejected him. That old man Xian in the human world has a master too. He is also very, very powerful, but he did not fall out with the liar. Why don't you pretend to kill Big Blackface and the others? The cat suggested, feeling wronged. Okay? Let's not fight anymore, okay? Xianxia was silent. Fang Ping sneered and said coldly, "Cat, this guy will not give up. If I don't kill him today, there will be endless trouble in the future. I can't always be on guard against him. The only way to prevent chaos among humans is to kill them all." A powerhouse at the peak of Broken 8 was seriously injured by him. He would recover in no time. How could Fang Ping let him leave? Today, even if the cat stopped him, Fang Ping would still kill him. Unless the cat went all out. If that happened, Fang Ping would not be able to kill Xianxia and could only let him leave. Seeing Xianxia's silence, the cat was a little depressed and angry. It continued to hit the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound could not even scream now. The cat's claws were pinching its mouth tightly. Obviously, it did not want its cries to be annoying. The cat looked at Fang Ping, then at Xianxia. Fang Ping's face was cold. Xianxia was silent. After watching for a while, the cat suddenly said, "Cat Protector Captain, do you really have to kill them?" "That's right." Xianxia gave an affirmative answer. The cat became more and more depressed. Then, it flung the heavenly hound away and said angrily, "I only know how to annoy cats. So annoying, so annoying." As it said that, it turned to look at Fang Ping and said pitifully, "Can I not kill him?" "No way." "Then, if he can't kill Big Blackface and the rest, won't it be fine?" Fang Ping frowned and looked at the cat. The cat did not speak. Suddenly, it clawed at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not dodge or defend. He just looked at the cat. The next moment, something was snatched away by the cat. The cat grabbed a small palace and looked at Xianxia. It said pitifully, "What are you doing? Why do you have to kill people? Go in." Xianxia frowned. "Go in." The cat muttered, "Change your Dao. Change to a pinnacle Dao, okay? This way, you'll become weak and can't kill them. The liar won't kill you." Yes, this was the cat's idea. The Origin Realm. It grabbed the Origin Realm. In the Origin Realm, there were a few pinnacle Dao. However, Fang Ping had no use for them now, so he kept them in the Origin Realm. Xianxia also knew the Origin Realm. At this moment, his expression changed. Seeing that he did not speak, the cat suddenly whined, "If you don't change, you'll definitely be beaten to death. If you die, the big dog and I will both be sad. Cat Protector Captain, you have to change, this cat will help you change." Having said that, it grabbed Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to break free, but he was heavily injured. How could he break free? In the next moment, the cat directly pulled Xianxia into the Reciprocity Realm while he himself entered the Reciprocity Realm. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and said nothing. In order to make Fang Ping not kill Xianxia, the cat's intelligence was off the charts. It directly forced Xianxia into the Origin Realm to change his Dao. At this moment, Fang Ping did not know what to say. On the other side, Sherpa and the others were also extremely stunned. All of them were silent. They did not know what to say at all. Today. Was it a dream? Xianxia and the Heavenly Hound, both of them had broken 8. Why did it feel like they were children? One punch for one, they were beaten by Fang Ping and the cat until they could not fight back. They were powerhouses at the peak of Broken 8, the Heavenly Hound was also a powerhouse who had broken 2 gates. Broken 9, both of them were in a daze. Why were there powerhouses who had broken 9 everywhere? Sherpa and Luan were dazed, but Fang Ping was not. Fang Ping had been staring at the origin realm, his expression changing constantly. According to his thinking, naturally, it was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Tian Shen was most likely Celestial Emperor's pawn. He insisted on killing the 3 emperors' reincarnations. No, Tian Shen did not say kill. He only said to break their Tao. However, in Fang Ping's opinion, it was all the same. Why did he break the Tao of the 3 emperors? Moreover, Tian Shen was an elite at the pinnacle of breaking 8. Even if he had changed his Tao to the pinnacle, it did not mean that he only had the strength of the pinnacle. If he changed his Tao, he would not die. Therefore, the strength of his physical body was still the same. It was just that the increase in his origin source was lesser. At breaking 8, everything was returning to 1. The amplification of the origin was actually weakening and strengthening oneself. However, this weakening only hid the increase of the origin source. In reality, it was still increasing. Even if the Great Path was stripped away, Tian Shen's physical strength was still at least 5 million calories of vitality. With the addition of the Absolute Void Path, Tian Shen should be able to break a little, but no matter what, there should be a 50% increase, right? At the very least, Tian Shen would have the strength of a breaking 6 peak martial artist. Even breaking 7, this was not what Fang Ping had expected. Even if Tian Shen had broken through to the peak of the 6th rank, it would not be difficult for him, a veteran who had broken through to the 8th rank, to break through to the 7th rank. Old Cat felt that as long as Tian Shen did not break 8, it would be fine. However, Fang Ping was still worried, an expert with broken 7. How many humans were there in the human race? Yes, he was not much of a threat to Old Wang, Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, and even Tai Tu. But what about the others? Would Tian Shen make a move against the others? Fang Ping did not know. Tian Shen seemed like a straightforward person. Even if Fang Ping gave him a chance, he would not give it up. Who knew what he was thinking now? How could he be willing to be stripped of his great Tao? Even if the cat was trying to save him, was he really willing to accept it? A ferocious glint flickered in Fang Ping's eyes. The old cat was not there, but the heavenly hound was. It had seen it. With one look, Tengu knew that Fang Ping still wanted to kill Tian Shen. Fang Ping, the heavenly hound, was a little angry and growled in a low voice, Tian Shen didn't leave, which means he didn't do it willingly. What else do you want? Now, the dumb cat has cut off his path. Do you know how cruel it is for us to cut off his path after cultivating for tens of thousands of years? The cat feeder followed the dumb cat in. Do you really think he's afraid of death? It's not like he's afraid of you. Heavenly Hound was furious. Do you think Tian Shen is afraid of death? Was he afraid of Fang Ping? At their level, would they really be so greedy for life and afraid of death? Everyone had their own goals. Emperor realm. Now, Fang Ping had cut off Tian Shen's hope of becoming an emperor. He would rather die than live. Do you think Tian Shen would be happy that he had escaped death? No way. The Heavenly Hound's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Fang Ping furiously. The reason why Tian Shen was willing to enter the reciprocity realm with the cat was probably because of the cat. The cat did not want him to die. Fang Ping actually still had the intention to kill at this moment. The Heavenly Hound was extremely furious. Fang Ping looked at the Heavenly Hound and said coldly, "So what?" This was Fang Ping's personality. If he made an enemy out of me, I would definitely kill him. Today, it's him. Tomorrow, it might be you. I am a devil, a devil, a devil who kills people to become a devil. I am a demon. Whenever he encountered an enemy, he would kill them all. From Tian Shen's point of view, Fang Ping did not blame the Heavenly Hound, but he would not allow the Heavenly Hound to complain and be resentful. My words are clear. No matter who makes an enemy out of me, I will kill them. The Heavenly Hound glared at him and said angrily, "If one day, the stupid cat wants to kill you, what will you do?" Fang Ping said coldly, "Kill it." You, the Heavenly Hound said furiously, "It saved you before. It saved you many times. If it wasn't for the stupid cat, do you think I would have let you go that day when you were in the divine sect? If it wasn't for the stupid cat, do you think Kuan Peng would have helped you kill the Sky Chief that day? Now that you're strong and have broken through 9 levels, do you think it's all because of you?" The Heavenly Hound said angrily, "Without the stupid cat, you're nothing. You would have died a long time ago." Fang Ping looked at it and said calmly, "If the cat wanted to kill you, would you let it kill you?" It won't kill me. Then it won't kill me. Fang Ping said lightly, if it wants to kill me, then it's no longer a cat. I will kill it, why can't I? The heavenly hound could not argue with Fang Ping. Besides, it was not interested in arguing with Fang Ping. It only said angrily, the cat fed the stupid cat for tens of thousands of years, fought the fire god for it, and died in battle in Chu mainland. I was the one who told you about what happened today. If the cat fed wanted to, it would have killed them long ago. Do you think it had no chance? Now, it's broken, and you still want to kill it. Fang Ping, you're more of a demon than a demon. Fang Ping did not say anything, nor did he refute. Demon, maybe. Ignoring it, Fang Ping's clones became one. Fang Ping's aura slipped, and he glanced at the divine nation of chaos people behind Sherpa and Luan. Fang Ping said lightly, Sherpa, Luan, keep an eye on these people. They're not allowed to leave your side for a while. Luan wanted to refute, but when he thought of Fang Ping hiding his strength, he felt a little embarrassed. Was this guy planning to trick them? Now his strength was exposed, but the battle just now was extremely fast. Besides, this was the Forbidden Sea, which had the effect of hiding aura. The others might not have sensed much. Fang Ping was afraid that his people would leak the secret. When he thought of the possibility of killing an emperor, Luan dared not talk nonsense anymore. He said awkwardly, don't worry, they're my brothers. They're very reliable. If you're not exposed, they won't leave. As he said that, he said helplessly, how long will it take for you to be exposed? How long? Fang Ping did not know. He thought he had to keep a low profile, but he had just arrived at the Forbidden Sea, and he was already exposed. Sherpa asked him how long it would take, but how would he know? He did not know that the injured old manly said faintly as he healed, what's the hurry? It'll be a month at most, maybe tomorrow. Can't you guys wait for a month? Fang Ping glared at him, who said that, *T, old manly was too lazy to say anything else. Luan and Sherpa looked at each other and nodded quickly, with a matter-of-fact expression. Yes, it would not take too long indeed. Fang Ping, this guy, when did he ever stop? It was fine in the human world, but since he was out this time, they did not believe that Fang Ping could hold it in. A month at most, to them, a month or so was still acceptable. When that time came, Fang Ping had broken 9, and the whole 3 realms would know. Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything. Tengu was still staring at him. Fang Ping sneered. What's the use of looking at me? Can you stop me? Tengu was speechless. Could it stop him? Of course not. Tengu was a little sad now. It could not beat Fang Ping. Forget it, dogs would not argue with people. But, why was the stupid cat stronger than it? It was not convinced, sleeping and eating for 30,000 years, how could it be stronger than it? There was no justice in this world. The more Tengu thought about it, the sadder it became. At this moment, it was a little dazed. Silence fell all around. At this moment, no one was in the mood to talk. Everyone looked at Fang Ping, then at the floating origin realm. Tianchen had not come out yet. No one knew what Tianchen was thinking, but Sherpa and the rest felt a little sad. Indeed, a little. A powerhouse at the peak of Breaking 8 was nothing more than this today. He was forced to break his own Tao, and his path to becoming an emperor was severed. Yes, he could still walk if he changed paths. But if he changed to the ultimate nothingness path, and it was an outsider's path, could he really walk on it? Besides, would Fang Ping let Tianchen go? It was hard to say. Today, Cat tried to mediate. Fang Ping did not kill Tianchen, but after today, where would Tianchen go? No one was in the mood to talk, waiting silently. After an unknown period of time, the void trembled. Cat and Tianchen walked out of the origin realm. At this moment, because of his serious injuries, Tianchen's flesh had just recovered. His face was a little pale, but he was extremely calm. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Cat seemed to be a little depressed and gloomy. He looked at Fang Ping, shielding Tianchen behind him, and said pitifully, he changed his Tao. Cat protected Tianchen. He knew Fang Ping's personality. Kill him all. This was Fang Ping. Tianchen's combat strength was greatly reduced after losing his Tao of Breaking 8. Now, Fang Ping could kill him easily. Cat could not guarantee that Fang Ping did not attack earlier because he wanted to let Tianxin change his Dao before killing him. That was why Cat had to stop him, because it was the idea that could save the cat captain's life. Fang Ping did not speak. Old Manly stopped healing. At this moment, he opened his eyes and walked over in the air. He said, even if Tianxin changed his Dao, he was a peak powerhouse at the peak of breaking 8. Right now, he still has the strength to break 6 or even 7. Old Manly did not give Fang Ping a chance to speak. Cat had broken 9, should Fang Ping kill Tianxin or not, wouldn't the cat be dissatisfied if he killed them? For the sake of Tianxin, he had offended Fang Ping's good friend, Song Mao. Song Mao was not the only one, Tengu and the rest were all on good terms with Song Mao. Fang Ping would not be satisfied if he did not kill them. If that was the case, Old Manly would not give Fang Ping a chance to speak. He would be the villain. Even if they had a falling out, Fang Ping and the cat still had room to maneuver. As expected, as soon as he said that, the cat was a little unhappy. The Heavenly Hound was also glaring fiercely at Old Manly. Old Manly did not mind at all. He continued, he wants to kill the 3 emperors' reincarnations. He's determined. Even if he doesn't do it now, it doesn't mean he won't do it in the future. When the time came, he would die, if you don't want him to die. Old Manly looked at the cat and said slowly, he must be controlled by the humans. Senior Tianxin's injuries are quite serious this time. Why don't you go to the Hall of Myriad Origins to recuperate? You should know that the Hall of Myriad Origins is a divine artifact, a place for cultivation. The seeds that Fang Ping obtained previously were also taken from the Hall of Myriad Origins. The vitality there was extremely rich, and it was good for healing. Senior's recuperation there will help with the recovery of your injuries. To put it nicely, he wanted to imprison Tianxin in the Hall of Myriad Origins. The current Tianxin could not break a divine artifact. Moreover, there were 2 top-notch powerhouses, the Suppressing Heavenly King and the Weapon God Envoy, in Suppressing Star City. Even if Tianxin wanted to do something, he could not do it. Imprison Tianxin. If Fang Ping wanted to imprison Tianxin, the cat might not be happy. Old Manly said it on his behalf. If the cat wanted to hate someone, then hate me. Tianxin said nothing. The Heavenly Hound said angrily, you want to imprison him? It had also been imprisoned in the Earth King Hall for many years. It knew how it felt. The Heavenly Hound did not agree, Tianxin had broken his own Dao. In the Heavenly Hound's eyes, it was already humiliating enough. Now that he was being imprisoned by the humans, it was better to just kill Tianxin. For powerhouses like them, death would be better than this, Old Manly said in a low voice, it's to recuperate. Senior Tianxin has many enemies. Chuwu also wants to kill Senior. Does Senior Heavenly Hound want to protect Senior Tianxin? Since he can't protect him forever, it's very easy for him to be discovered and killed. When we go to the Hall of Myriad Origins, the Suppressing Heavenly King and the Weapon God Envoy will be there. My 3 old friends, we can still chat more. Bastard, the Heavenly Hound was furious. Did he really think it was stupid? Fang Ping, don't go too far. The Heavenly Hound was furious. It turned around to look at the cat and said angrily, you're also a breakthrough 9. Are you afraid of him? If they were to fight, they were not afraid of Fang Ping. Fang Ping handed it over to the cat. Fang Ping's avatar, Old Manly, and Iron Head were not its match. The cat looked depressed, a little conflicted. Liar, the cat looked at Fang Ping. It had not thought of imprisoning Tianxin before. It only thought that if Tianxin could not kill the 3 of them, the liar would let Tianxin go. But now, Fang Ping smiled. Big cat, in terms of strength, I'm not as good as you. Why do you need to beg me? You can take him away. I won't say anything, and I won't stop you. The cat looked at him pitifully. Fang Ping sighed. Suddenly, he laughed. He looked at Tianxin and said lightly, forget it. I have many enemies. Iron Head and the rest have many enemies too. There's no shortage of martial artists with broken 8 paths. If you really want to continue killing them, then let them bear the consequences themselves. If you can kill them, then you're good. They're useless. If they die, so be it. If you get killed instead, then you deserve it. Old Manly glanced at Fong Ping. Fong Ping raised his hand and did not speak. He had thought it through. The current Tian Chen had broken 7 paths at most. Old Yao was also a heavenly king martial artist now. If he really encountered him, he might not be killed. It was not impossible for him to kill him instead. He had a lot of enemies, and there were a bunch of them with broken 8. If that was the case, there was no need to turn against him now. If he turned against him, it would not be Tian Chen who would turn against him. The cat, the heavenly hound, and even Sherpa and Luan might feel that he was ruthless. When the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. It might alienate the human race. Tian Chen looked at him, then at the cat. Suddenly, he laughed. No one knew if it was a self-deprecating laugh or something else. Tian Chen was also a powerhouse, a top-notch powerhouse. In the past, he had even killed a beginner martial powerhouse. In that era, only the emperor had done it. Today, perhaps he should indeed laugh at himself. He was saved by the cat. His Tao was broken, and he was lucky to escape. The cat might have wanted to save his life, but did Tian Chen really care about this life? I've lost, Tian Chen murmured. He lifted his head to look at Fong Ping, then at the cat. He said bitterly, losing means death. Fong Ping frowned. The cat was also a little uneasy. He comforted, the liar is too powerful. Don't self-destruct, Tian Chen laughed and said softly, if I really wanted to self-destruct, I would have done it just now. This life of mine was saved by you. He looked at the cat, his gaze becoming more and more complicated. He said softly, the Tian Chen of the past has already died once. No, twice. Maybe. I've already returned it, he said something that no one understood. It was a little painful, but also a little liberated. He looked at the cat and said bitterly, this life of mine. You saved it now, so it's yours. If you don't let me die, then I won't die. The cat looked at him blankly. It suddenly felt a little sad. It did not know if it was right to ask the cat captain to change the Tao just now. Tian Chen looked at Fong Ping again and said in a low voice, don't ask me any more. I won't say anything. I can go to the Hall of Myriad Origins, but don't bring the cat around the 3 realms anymore. Fong Ping frowned. It is broken through 9, Tian Chen looked at the cat, his gaze becoming more and more complicated. The cat that has broken through 9 may soon become the real emperor. I can't die. You better not die either. Tengu doesn't die either. Fong Ping was shocked. Tian Chen chose not to die. Was he really afraid of death? Tian Chen was so determined before. Even if he was no match for Fong Ping, he was not willing to escape. However, ever since the cat revealed its ability to break through 9, Tian Chen suddenly gave up. The cat wanted him to change the Tao, so he did. For powerhouses, this was worse than death. But he still did it, Old Manly said to imprison him. Fong Ping said to let him go, but he did not choose to leave. Tian Chen murmured, my strength has dropped. If I meet my old enemy, maybe I will die in this ocean. Go to the human world. Zhen and Zhao are both powerhouses. Unless the 3 realms are destroyed, otherwise I won't die. Tian Chen laughed at himself and said quickly, Fong Ping, don't die too early. Live well. There will always be a chance, right? If you die, everyone will die. Maybe, there really won't be a chance. At this moment, Fong Ping thought of the cat and the black swamp in the cat's source world. He knew Tian Chen, he knew some things, he could not die. Fong Ping could not die. Tengu could not die. The next moment, Tian Chen said, the Spirit Emperor has taken care of the cat for many years. For the sake of the cat, don't kill the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor has a hard life. If she is really in danger, injure her, imprison her, don't kill her. Fong Ping had completely understood what he meant. He did not want to die because he did not want the cat to despair and be sad. Would the cat be sad? It would. When he died in battle years ago, the cat was very sad. It even forgot some memories about him. After he recovered, the cat only remembered these things. Fong Ping's expression was solemn. He looked at him deeply and said nothing. Tian Chen sighed again. It's best to reveal your breakthrough 9 strength later. It's too early, too fast. They won't give you time to grow. You even brought the cat along. Tianchen was bitter. The cat had broken 9 too. Didn't the cat not cultivate? Why was it so fast? Was a cat with broken 9 and a powerful cat a good thing? That might not be the case. Tianchen said no more. Looking at the confused cat, he suddenly took a step forward and rubbed the cat's head. He said bitterly, "Cats don't fight. Didn't you say that yourself? In the future, don't fight. Cats eat, drink, and sleep. Eat, drink, and sleep well. That's what a cat is, understand? Previously, when you forged your jade bones, I knew that your strength had exceeded my expectations. I thought that if you didn't cultivate, you would at most have broken 8 strength. But, who would have thought, sigh." The cat looked at him, confused, but seemed to understand. Tianchen said no more. He rubbed the cat's head gently and looked at the heavenly hound. "Take care of the cat. You useless thing, if you weren't so weak, you wouldn't have been killed in the heavenly cemetery. You wouldn't have let it wander around." Tianchen was suddenly annoyed and angry. If you weren't delayed for thousands of years, you might have broken 9 when you came out of seclusion. If you weren't useless, it wouldn't need to seek survival, become stronger, and protect itself. You useless thing. The heavenly hound drooped its head. It was no longer as domineering as before. It seemed a little depressed. "Take care of it," Tianchen said again. The heavenly hound nodded and said nothing. Tianchen exhaled and looked at Feng Ping. "Don't let the cat fight anymore. It's just a cat. Isn't it? Feng Ping, since you're confident that you can defeat the 9 emperors, then go by yourself. Tell me, I survived because of the cat. Are you better than me?" Feng Ping frowned but said nothing. He knew what Tianchen was worried about. After a long time, Feng Ping asked in a low voice, "Is it dangerous?" "Very." Tianchen's tone was cold. He looked at Feng Ping and quickly regained his composure. "I'll go to the human world myself. If you're worried, you can come with me. You must have a purpose for coming out of the human world this time. But I still have to say, solve your own problems." Feng Ping said in a low voice, "I have the power to break 9. Of course, I can solve it." "I hope so." Tianchen did not care about that. He looked at the heavenly hound. "You go with him. Remember, if there's danger, you protect the cat." He was worried about Feng Ping. Whether Feng Ping was using the cat, only Feng Ping knew. He wanted the heavenly hound to follow them. The heavenly hound glanced at Feng Ping and nodded. "Break 3 gates as soon as possible." Tianchen reminded the heavenly hound again. "Your vitality gate and life gate have been broken. You can look for the gate of spiritual consciousness." Feng Ping did not hear what he said after that. Tianchen was transmitting his voice. Feng Ping did not eavesdrop. He frowned slightly and glanced at the heavenly hound and Tianchen. Tianchen seemed to be asking the heavenly hound to find someone who could help him break the gate of spiritual consciousness. Who, Feng Ping did not know, but he would find out sooner or later. After saying that, Tianchen looked at Feng Ping again and said lightly, "Are you going to escort me to the human world?" Feng Ping snorted softly. He did not let his guard down and crushed a piece of jade. After waiting for a while, the void was torn apart. The heavenly king Garrison appeared and scolded, "There's no strong enemy, why did you crush it? Do you really think I have nothing better to do? Crushing it for no reason." The voice stopped abruptly. The heavenly king Garrison looked at Feng Ping strangely, then suddenly looked at Tianchen, a little confused. What was going on? Why did it feel like Tianchen's strength had declined a lot? Feng Ping, this kid, why did he look like he was in a fog too? What was going on? Feng Ping did not waste time and said directly, "Send Senior Tianchen to the Myriad Origins Hall to recuperate. There's a problem with the senior's Dao and he can't leave the Myriad Origins Hall. Godfather, take good care of him, lest he goes out and collapses his body." The heavenly king Garrison was not stupid. He understood what Feng Ping meant immediately. Imprisoning Tianchen, the heavenly king Garrison's eyes flickered slightly. Feng Ping had actually suppressed Tianchen, even if they were both at peak break 8, he did not think that Fang Ping could easily suppress Tian Chen. Now, however, Fang Ping did not seem to be injured at all, while Tian Chen's injuries were extremely serious. His qi was unstable. At Tian Chen's level, he could not even ensure that his qi was stable. His injuries were indeed not light. Who did it? Of course it was Fang Ping. Moreover, the heavenly hound beside him was also injured. Other than Fang Ping, probably no one else would do this. The heavenly hound and Tian Chen had joined forces and were suppressed by Fang Ping. The heavenly king garrison squinted at Fang Ping. Before this, Fang Ping had easily sensed his pursuit with the boy servant. Before this, he had been thinking about the cat. Now, he was thinking about Fang Ping. This kid, he had broken 9 without saying a word. He hid it really well. Fang Ping did not bat an eyelid, letting him look. You can look all you want, I won't say anything. The heavenly king garrison laughed and did not ask. He looked at Tian Chen and said with a smile, all right, we're old friends. There are fewer and fewer old friends in the 3 realms. Tian Chen, why don't we go to Star Town and have a chat? Tian Chen did not say anything, nodding slightly. The heavenly king garrison tore the void and was about to leave with him when Tian Chen suddenly stopped and looked at Fang Ping. He sighed and said slowly, don't bring the cat into the source carelessly. The source is more complicated and dangerous than you think. The passageway connecting the 3 emperors is the only safe passageway between the source and the outside world. This is the passageway opened by the 3 emperors themselves, not a fixed passageway. The 3 gates are fixed passageways. The 9 emperors have all gone through the 3 gates to prove their Tao. Going through the 3 gates is not absolutely safe, don't open the passageway easily. If you're discovered, you'll have one less chance to escape. Even if you know where the 3 passageways are, don't tell anyone. Tian Chen was a little dispirited. He waved his hand and did not say anything else. He did not look at the cat and the others anymore. He stepped into the void passageway and left with the heavenly king garrison. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He was still thinking about something when the heavenly king garrison's voice rang in his ear. The source might be a cage. The passageway opened by the 3 emperors might be a safe passageway, just as he said. Kid, don't open it easily. Don't let anyone find out. I had some guesses before, but I wasn't sure. Now I understand a little. Be careful. Also, those 3 fellows, tell them to keep a low profile so they don't get killed. The emperors might have guessed it too and might capture them. Is Tian Chen going to make a move on the 3 of them? If he is, then it might be to cut off this passageway and turn this source into a real cage. Kid, take it easy. The heavenly king garrison did not know these things before. At this moment, he suddenly came to a realization. Tian Chen was the heavenly emperor's disciple. He might know more than him. As a result, he thought more. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. He suddenly transmitted his voice and scolded, I might have been fooled. When the divine emperor and the others left the 3 gates that day, they might have deliberately created an opportunity for me. I've already broken through 2 gates and pierced the great Tao into the source. If it weren't for Zhang's last attack, I might have been trapped in the source. I thought it was for the Tao tree. Damn, now that I think about it, it's extremely likely that it was to lure me in. The Tao tree has broken through 9 gates. Those guys might not have known. As for me, F*ck, I must have been tricked. At this moment, the heavenly king garrison lost his composure. He might have been tricked, he had been tricked all day long. Today, he had been pecked blind, the opportunity that day was not an opportunity. It was clearly a trap. Those guys knew that he was cautious and did not dare to break through the gates and enter the source when they were around. But at that time, the divine emperor and the others had come for the Tao tree. His opportunity had come. Naturally, the heavenly king garrison would not give it up. Sighing in his heart, the heavenly king garrison was a little annoyed. He transmitted his voice and scolded for a while before leaving instantly. He had been tricked. If it weren't for Tian Chen's words just now, he would not have realized that he had been tricked. Sure enough, there were many old schemers. He was not the most sinister one. P.S. 14,000 for 2 updates. Please slow down a little. Heavenly King Garrison left with Tian Chen. Fang Ping was still thinking about what they had just said. Tian Chen's last words had already explained a lot. The path opened by the three emperors was a safe passage. Fang Ping knew this in his heart. Last time, he was almost trapped to death in the source. It was through old Wang's path that he left the source. Why did Tian Chen want to cut off the three emperors' paths? Was it to cut off the source's safe passage, or was it something else? Source, Celestial Emperor, Fang Ping murmured, vaguely having an idea. Source, Celestial Emperor's source world. Yes, the source was Celestial Emperor's source world. Although the source had existed for a long time, it was discovered by Celestial Emperor. Later, he self-destructed the stars and formed the source. He thought of himself and the hole in his brain. Fang Ping's gaze was uncertain. Celestial Emperor wanted to seal the source world. This idea popped up abruptly. Fang Ping's gaze flickered. Sealing the source world should make him stronger. However, there was a hole in the source world. What should he do? The 9 emperors had to mend the hole inside. The path opened by the 3 emperors outside also needed to be cut off. Was Celestial Emperor really suppressed in the source, or was he doing something else? For example, preparing to bury the 9 emperors completely. Fang Ping chuckled. Who cared? If Celestial Emperor wanted to kill the 9 emperors, then it would be best. He could kill Celestial Emperor. Wasn't killing 1 easier than killing 10? Tian Chen's hidden danger was temporarily resolved. However, Fang Ping looked at the Heavenly Hound and the cat. At this moment, the Heavenly Hound was still unconvinced. Fang Ping glanced at it and grinned. Heavenly Hound, are you upset? Angry? He did not care about the Heavenly Hound's attitude. He and the Heavenly Hound were not very close. Tian Chen was its best friend. This fellow had not fallen out with him yet because of the cat. The Heavenly Hound was not afraid of him. It snorted and did not reply. Do you want to hit me? The Heavenly Hound bared its teeth. It was a little angry. Could it beat it? If it could, it would have done so long ago. Although the Heavenly Hound had a bad temper and was overbearing, it was a good thing. If it could beat it, it would fight. If it could not, it would admit defeat. Otherwise, he would have been killed in the Heaven Realm many years ago. Fang Ping provoked it, but the Heavenly Hound ignored him. It would not fall for his tricks. Otherwise, Fang Ping might eat dog meat today. Fang Ping laughed and continued, if you can't beat me, then be a good boy and listen to me. Otherwise, don't even think about following me. Tian Chen asked you to follow Big Cat so that you can protect it. Unfortunately, you're too weak. With your strength, you'll only be a burden. Huff, even the Heavenly Hound's nose was smoking. Burden, since when was the Heavenly Hound called a burden by anyone? Damn it. Be sensible and don't cause trouble for me. If you don't cause trouble, I'll return you the corpse of an emperor. Causing trouble is equivalent to eating dog meat. Do you understand? The Heavenly Hound's eyes revealed an ominous glint as it bared its teeth. I'm not following you, I'm just following the cat. Fang Ping threatened it for a while, then ignored it. He looked at Sherpa and Luan over there, smiling. Both of you, rebuild the divine kingdom of chaos. If anyone comes to ask what happened just now, before he could finish, Luan said impatiently, who dares to ask? No matter who it is, what's there to ask? Do you really think we're pushovers? I'll kill whoever asks. What was Fang Ping thinking? Luan's tone was unkind. Who would dare to ask him what happened here? I was in a bad mood. So what if I casually destroyed the divine kingdom of chaos? Are you unhappy? You have to hold it, and even if you're unhappy, I'll fight if I want to. Fang Ping laughed. That made sense. Looking around, Fang Ping sighed. I was planning to visit everyone. Now that the divine kingdom of chaos is gone, we'll leave first and continue to Chu mainland. Luan raised his brows. How long will it take for Chu mainland to be destroyed? Fang Ping looked at him and said disapprovingly, what's wrong? Can't I just ask? 3 days or 5 days? I don't know if there's a bargain. Oh right, after we kill Fist God and Underworld God, how about giving me their bones? Those 2 fellows' bones are hard. They can definitely be forged into top-notch divine weapons. Brother Luan, you misunderstood. I'm going there to discuss cooperation, there's no misunderstanding. Luan looked nonchalant. You guys can go. I'll keep an eye on them these few days anyway. If there's a bargain, I'll go there. Who would believe you? What did you plan to do when you came to my place? No way. In the end, Tianxian Avenue was cut off and the divine kingdom of chaos disappeared. How long had it been? Would anything good happen if you went to Chuo? He did not believe it at all. Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything else. Let them think what they wanted. His first goal was to cooperate. If it did not work out, then he would think about other things. Luan and Sherpa stayed behind. Fang Ping did not care about Broken Nine. They knew about it. They were both smart people. They would not speak carelessly. It would be great if they revealed it to the public. They would not have to distinguish between friend and foe anymore. They would be enemies. Based on their intelligence, they would not do such a thing. This time, there was one more person. No, one more dog. Tengu caught up with the team. The cat was happy again, as if the incident had completely passed. No one knew why the cat could always forget these unhappy things, as if nothing could make it unhappy. Fang Ping's real body disappeared once again. The old cat lay on the clone's shoulder for a while, then jumped onto the heavenly hound's head and stepped on it a few times. It was much more active now. The heavenly hound did not speak along the way, as if it was still angry. He chuckled and said, Sky Dog, you and Chiwu are arch-enemies. If you go, aren't you afraid that they'll stew you? Woof. The heavenly hound roared. It didn't want to say anything. Heavenly hound, are you male or female? Big Cat said you don't differentiate between males and females. Is Jiao your descendant? Woof. The heavenly hound was furious. It did not really want to talk to Fang Ping. This guy kept talking to it. How annoying. Fang Ping smiled happily and said, Tengu, there's something I'm curious about. Why did you want to snatch the lollipop from the dragon-transformed daughter? The heavenly hound's face suddenly darkened and roared, who stole her candy? Who would snatch the candy? Slander, shame. Wasn't it? Wang Ruobing said it herself. She was eating the candy, but you looked at her candy and drooled. How can this be fake? Nonsense. The heavenly hound could not stand this injustice and said angrily, will I snatch the candy? If I want to snatch, I'll snatch the treasure. I realized that she had something good on her, that's why I looked at it for a while. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. What good thing will make you drool? What's it to you? So you're still snatching the candy. You're just looking for an excuse. You, the heavenly hound said angrily, don't think that I don't know you're goading me. But I'll say it again. What can you do? The dragon-transformed daughter has a treasure on her. I think if I eat her, I might be able to break through 8 in a day. My vitality force is terrifyingly rich, if it wasn't for this guy messing around. As he said that, he slapped a claw at Iron Head and said angrily, if it wasn't for him, I would have broken through 8 a long time ago. Now, I'm at least a powerhouse who has broken through 9. Iron Head dodged into the air, his face darkening. Just you wait, dog, I'll beat you into a dead dog sooner or later. Vitality force, Fang Ping knew, but this dog's nose was really sharp. It could even smell this. Fang Ping's goal was not this. He chuckled and said, all these years, other than Wang Ruobing, who else did you want to eat? The heavenly hound's nose was very sharp. Fang Ping had always wanted to find a few other fellows whose origins had also mutated, but he had not found them. He wanted to know if the heavenly hound had found such a person. The heavenly hound glanced at him, tilted its dog eyes and sneered. You want to know? Did you find something good on the dragon-transformed daughter? I'm not telling you. Say it or not. Fang Ping said casually, it won't be of much help to me anyway. But if I found it, maybe I can enter the source land to reap some benefits. The cat jumped onto its head, pulled the dog's ear and asked, Big dog, tell me quickly. Who else is there? The heavenly hound's face darkened, looking a little unhappy. It said in a muffled voice, I'm not stupid. The dragon-transformed daughter has vitality force. The others should also have spiritual consciousness force, vitality force, and maybe energy force. If I find the possessors of these 4 forces and eat them, I might be able to achieve Emperor straight away. Fang Ping said lightly, you found them? Did you eat one? Otherwise, how did it break 8? The heavenly hound broke 8. It was said that it ate something and broke through the virtual gate. Did it really eat one? The heavenly hound said sullenly, I didn't eat it. You didn't eat it, so you found it? The heavenly hound was a little impatient and unhappy. After a while, it said, I smelled it, but I couldn't eat it. Moon spirit has the smell of vitality, Hong Kuan has the smell of energy force. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. Are you sure? Of course. The heavenly hound said impatiently, otherwise, I would have eaten them long ago. Fang Ping exhaled. He did not expect this. It was not that he did not think about these people, but he felt that these people might be the pawns that the emperors needed to achieve Dao. In the end, they actually overlapped. The seeds of myriad Daos, the would-be emperors that replaced the emperors. These should be two plans. In the end, someone overlapped. That meant that Hong Kuan and Moon Spirit might not have been set up by one emperor. Maybe it was two. Moon Spirit. Hong Kuan, could it be Earthly Emperor and North Emperor? Fang Ping had thought that they were similar to Wang Ruobing, the seeds were all weaklings. Now, it seemed that he was wrong. The powerhouses might be them too. Did you not smell the smell of mentality? No. The heavenly hound's tone was not very good. Do you think I would smell it for everyone? It would only smell those people if they were in frequent contact with them. It was not that it had nothing better to do. Why would it go around the 3 realms to smell, but for Fang Ping, it was enough. 3 people, 3 seeds, the gathering point of life Dao might really be Moon Spirit. And the gathering point of energy Dao was Hong Kuan. Then who was the gathering point of mentality Dao? Fang Ping rubbed his chin. As he flew, he said, these few might have stolen the control of some immortal source. The immortal source is the gathering point of all Dao, and these few are the gathering point of a single Dao. Someone stole the control of the immortal source, wanting to perfect themselves and replenish themselves. If that's the case, the mishap of the immortal source back then might have been caused by these few. Spirit Empress said there was a traitor. The traitor she was referring to should be someone who did not listen to Celestial Emperor's orders. Celestial Emperor probably wanted to use the immortal source to completely make up for the flaws of the origin. In the end, someone secretly stole the control of a part of the immortal source, wanting to perfect themselves, worried about Celestial Emperor, that was inevitable, and Celestial Emperor might not have good intentions. According to Fang Ping's previous speculation, Celestial Emperor might have really wanted to destroy the 9 emperors. In the end, some emperors found out, and these people deliberately sabotaged the immortal source plan, stealing some of the power and control of the immortal source, and modified the seeds. If that was the case, things would add up. Fang Ping sneered. A dog biting a dog, a mouthful of hair. The heavenly hound's expression became more and more unpleasant. Who had a mouthful of hair? Who could bite a mouthful of hair? It's getting more and more interesting. If that's the case, the emperors back then, North Emperor and Earthly Emperor might have guessed Celestial Emperor's secret, so they betrayed Celestial Emperor. Was Wang Ruobing a pawn of Emperor God, if these 3 betrayed Celestial Emperor? Fang Ping muttered to himself, Spirit Empress shouldn't have. This woman is wholeheartedly loyal to Celestial Emperor. He was not very interested in the life gate and the energy gate. In fact, Fang Ping was most interested in the mentality gate. Vitality was easy to increase, vitality was easy to find, at least for Fang Ping. Mentality, on the other hand, was hard to increase. If he found the gathering place of mentality virtual gate, could he strengthen his mentality? The flaws of mentality were actually also the flaws of many powerhouses. Tianchen asked you to find someone, he said that he can help you break through 9. Your mentality is not strong, who did he ask you to find? The heavenly hound ignored him, why would he tell you? The other party might be a mentality path seed, Fang Ping murmured, and quickly said, strange, Tianchen died a long time ago, and he only revived not long ago. He has been guarding the celestial cemetery, logically speaking, he should not know these things. When he died, he did not even have the immortal source. It's not strange that he knows about the 3 emperors, but how does he know about other things? He also said that the path of slaying the 3 emperors was decided 10,000 years ago, but didn't that guy die 20,000 years ago? How long ago was the last time Xianxia died? Almost 20,000 years. After that, Spirit Emperor took care of the old cat for 10,000 years, and then the heavenly realm changed drastically. Who told Xianxia these things 10,000 years ago? Xianxia was only in a deep sleep, he did not completely die. 10,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, the immortal source appeared, the virtual gate appeared, the real gate appeared. 10,000 years ago, there were many changes, many big things happened. At that time, perhaps someone knew that Xianxia was not dead, so they told Xianxia, was it Celestial Emperor, or Spirit Emperor? Not many people knew that Xianxia was not dead, but it was said that when Xianxia died, there was a big commotion, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors were watching. If they knew that Xianxia was not dead, perhaps someone would make a move. In the end, Xianxia revived. This meant that someone must have secretly caused some big commotion that day. Of course, back then, there was no immortal source. Even if he died, there would not be a bloody rain phenomenon, it was easier to cover up. Spirit Emperor. Xianxia knew all this, it was probably Spirit Emperor who told him. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly, muttering, Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor is a homebody, how could she know who the mentality path seed is? Unless she has seen it before. Did she see a lot of people? Cat, Sherpa, Linzi, Kai Dai, Immortal Inquiring Island Lord, these 5 should be the ones who had the most contact with Spirit Emperor. This mentality path seed was probably not created by Spirit Emperor, otherwise, she would not say that there were emperors who were traitors, she might have found something here. Linzi, Sherpa, Fang Ping ruled out Cat, could it be these 2? Beside him, Heavenly Hound bared its teeth, but did not speak. Sherpa's mentality is very strong, it fits, but if it was really him, you should have looked for Sherpa directly just now. If it wasn't Sherpa, could it be Linzi? Fang Ping continued to speculate. Linzi is Spirit Emperor's niece, Moon Spirit and Hong Kuan have both become seeds, they are all descendants of emperors, the possibility of Linzi is still very high. As for Immortal Inquiring Island Lord, she was a small fry back then, who knows if she could have survived the war, the possibility of it being her is not high. The dragon transformation side, Wang Ruobing also has a strong background, she most likely won't die, because the dragon transformation is a descendant of the Beast Emperor, a disciple of the Emperor God. Fang Ping deduced again, to look for seeds, they might have to look for those who were confirmed not to die. If they died, it might cause problems in the source world. Then the possibility of looking for descendants of emperors was very high, to confirm that they would not die. On Wang Ruobing's side, it seemed like she did not have a strong background, but in reality, it was still very strong. This could be seen from the fact that the dragon transformation went around looking for treasures to extend her life. Dragon transformation could even beg the emperors. If that's the case, it's either Linzi or Kai Dai. Kai Dai was also considered Spirit Emperor's first disciple, if Linzi was not included. The other emperor's first disciples were all heavenly kings, Spirit Emperor's side did not. But no matter what, he was still the first disciple. Those emperors who schemed back then probably knew that the possibility of killing the first disciple was not high. Linzi, Kai Dai, these 2 had the possibility of becoming spiritual forces seeds. No. Wang Ruobing, Hong Kuan, Moon Spirit all have one thing in common, they didn't die, they never died. Kai Dai resurrected once, this means that the probability of Linzi is higher, Linzi has always been alive. Fang Ping looked at Heavenly Hound suddenly, Heavenly Hound bared its teeth, glaring without saying a word. Fang Ping grinned, Xianxia asked you to look for Linzi, right? Humph. Fang Ping did not care, exhaling. Linzi. Does she know that there's a problem with her own source world? She still doesn't know, because the other party might be plotting in secret, not as obvious as Wang Ruobing. Hong Kuan and Moon Spirit might not know in the beginning, right? Now, it's hard to say if they know or not. That Linzi might not have known about it, the modified source world might be similar to a normal person's source world? Fang Ping confirmed it was Linzi. Heavenly Hound could not help but ask, you're sure it's her? If the news was sent by Spirit Emperor, then it's most likely her. If it was sent to Xianxia by the Celestial Arch, then it's hard to be sure. Fang Ping said, smiling, but will the Celestial Arch send the news? I don't think so. Spirit Emperor might have only discovered something at the last moment of the battle, and she also had the chance to tell Xianxia. Tian Chen is in deep sleep at 8th heaven, Spirit Emperor is at 9th heaven, or after the battle, Spirit Emperor only discovered the abnormality and told Tian Chen. This is also possible. The cat listened with a confused expression, knocking Heavenly Hound's head, asking curiously, "Big dog, is it little Z?" It and Heavenly Hound were still very familiar with Lin Z. Could it really be Lin Z? Heavenly Hound bared its teeth, saying after a while, "It's her." "Wow, liar, you're so amazing." The cat was full of admiration. "He could even guess it," Fang Ping said humbly, "it's just SOSO. Tian Chen revealed a lot of information himself, plus this dog is very stupid, I just casually swindled it." Heavenly Hound wanted to bite him to death. The cat asked hurriedly, "Will little Z die?" "Probably not. The emperor who plotted in secret might just want to use their identity to hide these things." As for Wang Ruobing, maybe there was something wrong with that place, causing her to almost die. The emperor probably doesn't want them to die. If someone really died, then it's fine, just find someone else. Then why not Dragon Morph? Why Wang Ruobing? At this moment, Ironhead was also curious. Wang Ruobing was just a child back then, why look for Wang Ruobing? Since they could even plot against the emperor's descendant, why hide the thing on Wang Ruobing? Wouldn't it be better to change it to the emperor's descendant, Hong Yu, celestial polarity, these people could all do. Fang Ping licked his lips, smiling. Who knows? Maybe something happened back then, and the emperor urgently needed someone but couldn't find the right person, or maybe he couldn't find the right person in time, so he found a baby and passed it to Dragon Morph. This was still a possibility, so Ironhead did not ask further. Old Manly asked, "If Lindsay is the gathering point of mentality, can we break the mentality virtual gate through her?" "It should be possible. Otherwise, Tianchen wouldn't have asked Heavenly Hound to look for her." Fang Ping laughed. "If that's the case, the gathering point of vitality and mentality are both in the human world. These were also the two most suitable paths for the human race. Other than that, in terms of vitality, this time the seed projection had collapsed in the human world, the vitality was rich, and with a virtual sky world in hand, Fang Ping was not too concerned. If that was the case, he had a chance to help people break the virtual gate. 3 gates, that was to break 9, as for whether it would work, he could not be sure, but he could try. Old Manly frowned. "Even if it's really at Lindsay's, what do you think she'll agree to let you do?" This was to pry into someone else's source world, or even barge in directly, then their lives would be in the hands of the intruder. It had to be unguarded. Would Lindsay agree? If she did not agree, could Fang Ping force her to agree? This was not Tianchen. Tianchen wanted to attack the human race, but Lindsay did not. "Let's talk about it." Fang Ping laughed. "Leave this to Big Cat, I think we can. Still talk about it. This is not a good thing, they're similar to surrogate children, they're not giving birth to their own children, they're giving birth to someone else's. Hong Kuan and Moon Spirit, if they know the situation, I think we can talk about it. Of course, these two are not very reliable, maybe they know it's best not to talk about this with them, lest they scheme against us." Did these two really not know? That was hard to say. Moon Spirit was extremely low-key, so was Hong Kuan. Of course, before this, they were cultivating quietly. How could they not know the situation? If they did not know, Hong Kuan would break 8 very soon, so would Moon Spirit. Could they not feel the abnormality? Fang Ping realized that it was not without reason that these people cultivated quickly. In this way, Fang Ping discovered the 4 seeds that the emperor had secretly planted. Whether it was 4 seeds, Fang Ping was not sure. For example, Wang Ruobing, did she really gather all the vitality paths? Would there be someone like Wang Ruobing, gathering the vitality paths Dao? Fang Ping did not care about these. Right now, knowing Moon Spirit and the others was enough. Mass production of Breakthrough 9? Fang Ping muttered in his heart. It was very difficult. Without the ability to break 6 and 7, breaking the door would only make them explode. But this was an opportunity to fight against the Emperor. Breakthrough 9 was not as good as the Emperor, and they might even be controlled, but if there were many people, could the Emperor still control them? It's getting more and more interesting. Fang Ping laughed. This time, he had gained a lot. So much that he had almost forgotten Tian Chen's Dao in the Origin Realm. Peak Breakthrough 8's Tao, it might even be the real Tao. This person died before the immortal source was forged. After the immortal source was forged, almost all the martial artists in the three realms were forcibly brought into the immortal source. What about Tian Chen? Tian Chen was the only powerhouse who died before this and only revived later. Heavenly King Subduing and the others either lived until now, or died after the immortal source was forged. Was Tian Chen's Tao the same as the others? Above the immortal source, was there Tian Chen's Tao? I should take a look, maybe I can find a way to leave the immortal source. Fang Ping said no more, his real body began to enter the origin realm to check. Chuwu continent was a collective name. In the depths of the Forbidden Sea, there was more than one continent. Often, a heavenly king powerhouse represented an entire Chuwu continent. However, with the return of Fist God and the rest, powerhouses from the catacombs had gathered, and a large number of powerhouses had gathered in the Chaos God Nation. Beginner powerhouses had also begun to gather, pushing for the unification of the continents, fusing them into a more complete and larger continent. During these days, the other factions were reorganizing, and so was the Chuwu continent. In the center of a huge continent, a primitive and simple stone hall was erected in the middle of the hall. There was no floating in the air. Beginners did not have this habit. The huge hall stood on the ground. It wasn't gorgeous, nor was it bright. Only simplicity, only splendor. The incomparably huge stone hall was filled with the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, within the main hall, powerful beings were surrounding the main hall. In front of him, a few broken 8 cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the ground. The underworld god was also among them. However, the underworld god, who had always been the supreme leader of Chuwu, had now given up his position to someone else. Fist God, the Fist God who ranked first after breaking 8, the Fist God had a ruddy complexion and looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was not tall and had a bald head and upper body. His lower body was wrapped in a leather skirt. At this moment, the Fist God asked impatiently, "Huan, what did you sense?" Their mental strength was not considered strong. In the sea of misery, their sensing range was not considered large. However, Huan was an expert in the path of mental energy, so he was able to sense more. Huan was a bit uncertain. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "There were experts fighting. They should be in the divine kingdom of chaos," but they stopped very quickly. There should be many broken 8 experts participating in the battle. That's where Tian Chen and Tian Go are gathered. Who would dare to invade the divine kingdom of chaos at this time? Huan was indeed a little strange. Who would dare to invade the divine kingdom of chaos at this time? Among the 4 cultivators who had broken through to the 8th level, 2 of them were ranked in the top 10. If they wanted to deal with the 4 of them, they would need at least 5 or 6 people. Chuwu naturally didn't go. Would anyone from the heavenly court dare to go? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out by the humans? If it wasn't the heavenly court, then who could it be? Huan continued, there didn't seem to be many intruders. There might only be 1 or 2. The battle ended quickly, and I didn't sense any vibration from the source. No one should have died. When a saint-level expert died, the origin would tremble violently and would more or less sense it. It had not happened yet, which meant that no saint had died. They did not think much of anyone below the saint level, so they naturally did not care. Illusory was still in doubt when Heavenly Arm said indifferently, "Maybe it's chaos. They're fighting amongst themselves, it's very normal. Luan, Shipo, and Tengu are all abnormal. If they don't agree with each other, they'll start fighting. There's no need to be conflicted." Skyarm really felt that there was no need to be conflicted. A few lunatics gathered together. One moment, they were drinking and eating meat, and the next moment, they were fighting with knives. Was it hard to accept? It was very normal. Okay, every death was a scourge. Who cares? Huan frowned slightly. Beside him, Duanji, whose figure was similarly ethereal, smiled and said, "Heavenly Arm, it shouldn't be them fighting each other. It should be outsiders." Outsiders? Heavenly Arm also frowned. Who would be so bored as to find trouble with these fellows at this time? Was he sick? As he spoke, a mirror appeared in the underworld deity's hand. A person appeared in the mirror and quickly said, "My lord, the human demon king has entered the sea region." After a brief silence, the nether god smiled and said, "Got it." Having said that, he looked at them and said, "There's no need to guess. Maybe Fang Ping went to the divine nation of chaos to learn from each other." No one died. Fang Ping and the divine nation of chaos were on good terms. It was normal for them to learn from each other. As he spoke, the person in the mirror did not leave. He quickly said, "My lord, the Demon King has spread the word that he's coming to the land of beginner martial arts." The nether god frowned. Coming to the land of beginner martial arts. Before he finished speaking, the shirtless fist god suddenly shouted, "How dare he? A martial artist on the origin path dares to come here. Kill him." The nether god was helpless. He had a headache. Many things had happened these few days. It was not that there were no martial artists on the origin path, but there were many of them. In the end, Fist God and the others returned and saw the scene. Fist God actually wanted to kill these people. Fortunately, he was stopped by a group of powerhouses. Otherwise, the beginner martial artists would be in big trouble. The progress of beginner martial artists was slow. The origin progressed relatively faster. In recent years, the origin had invaded beginner martial artists. In many continents, beginner martial artists only existed in name. The underworld god and the others could only watch. Everyone pursued martial arts. If you blindly suppressed them, it would only make people resentful. Moreover, in order to study the origin, they did not prohibit beginner martial artists from cultivating the origin. Now that the origin lineage was strong in beginner martial artists, there were many heavenly kings. Could they really kill these people? Many of these people were disciples of the beginner martial gods. They were all inextricably linked. How could they easily kill them? Fist God, this fellow, had been suppressed all these years. Not only did he not stop, but he became more and more stubborn. Fist. The underworld god growled, interrupting him. He said with a headache, "The humans are not to be trifled with. The neo-martial artists are even worse. You've seen the 3 realms ranking. Fang Ping is second to you, but that doesn't mean he's inferior to you. Previously, Pojiu's Dao tree was killed by him. He Guangzhen is also in the human race. The human race is strong. Now, do you want to provoke a strong enemy for beginner martial artists and cause them to suffer a disaster?" Fist God snorted coldly. Disaster? Even the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors can't kill beginner martial artists, let alone a young brat. Heavenly Arm said impatiently, "Stop it. After being suppressed for so many years, you're still like this. Do you think it's still 30,000 years ago? The glory of beginner martial artists is no more. Recognize reality. The human race is the strongest among the 4 sides now. Although there are not many Pojiu on the human race's side, isn't there Pojiu, provoking the human race for no reason? Do they have a death wish? Fist God must be Jin's opponent? Fist God and the underworld god might not be Jin's match even if they joined forces. Huan also advised, "Don't be in a hurry to attack. I'm afraid Fang Ping came to beginner martial this time to discuss the alliance. The sovereigns are our greatest enemies," Fist God sneered. "Do you really think I'm stupid? Of course, I know what they mean. But think carefully. These people are also origins. Origins and us are natural enemies. Today, they say that the sovereigns are their enemies. Tomorrow, they might be the sovereigns' lackeys. Why don't we strike first and kill the powerhouses of the 3 realms' origins before fighting those people?" I was unconvinced back then, and I'm still unconvinced now. At most, I'll die in battle. This time, they can forget about suppressing me. He was not stupid. He had guessed the human race's purpose in coming to beginner martial. But he did not want to cooperate. In his opinion, none of the sovereigns were good. They should all be killed. Just like Fang Ping, Fist God was also considering killing the sovereigns' lackeys first, then using all the beginner martial strength to fight the sovereigns. Otherwise, when chaos broke out, Fang Ping and the others might become their enemies. After Fist God finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a spear's vitality said lightly, "Fist God is right. We should kill them. I heard that the plan to kill Ash Cat was ruined by this person." About Ash Cat. Skyarm continued, "Killing Ash Cat might not cause any changes to the sovereigns. There's no need to become enemies with the humans because of this. Idiot. Spear God snorted. He was also a powerhouse of Pojiu, ranked 10th in Pojiu 8. He was stronger than Skyarm. At this moment, he did not give any face. He shouted coldly, "Do you think we would kill Ash Cat without any clues? Do you think Fire God is an idiot who would kill Ash Cat just because of a guess? Do you really think Fire God had a death wish?" Spear God said coldly, "Fire God's death was only to protect us from disaster." Back then, the decision to kill Ash Cat was not made by Fire God alone. Fist, Dark, Divine Palm, I agreed to it. It's a pity that the plan failed. Xianxia attacked Fire God. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were watching. We had no choice but to suppress our desire to destroy the heavenly court and let Fire God die in battle. Skyarm, do you think Fire God made the decision on his own? Skyarm was stunned. He looked at Dark God. Dark God smiled bitterly and said softly, "Back then, we did make the decision together." As for why he did not have Skyarm, simple, strength. The few people that Spear God mentioned were in the Pojiu 2 realm back then. Of course, there was no concept of Pojiu 2 at that time. They were the true leaders of beginner martial back then. Although Skyarm had Pojiu 8, he had not entered the core level. They made the decision together and Fire God carried it out. However, he did not kill Ash Cat by accident and was killed by Xianxia in the end. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were watching. They did not dare to interfere and could only let Fire God die in battle. Skyarm frowned. Spear God said coldly again, "Killing Ash Cat was not a gamble. We will not rely on a cat to bet on the future. We have confirmed that killing Ash Cat will cause chaos in the origin. That's why we advocated killing Ash Cat." Confirmed news? Skyarm frowned. What news? Who said that? Sun God. Spear God said indifferently, "Back then, when Sun God was still here, we discussed Tao and talked about Ash Cat. Sun God said that Ash Cat was an important chess piece of the Celestial Emperor and was suspected to be related to the origin. Killing Ash Cat will cause chaos in the origin. Fire God almost killed Ash Cat and caused the Tao to tremble. This is proof." Spear God continued, "Fong Ping and Ash Cat worked together and ruined our plan. This person," Spear God looked at the others and said in a low voice, "We can make use of him, but we can't work with him. Ash Cat is also a target that we must kill. Once the origin is in chaos, it will be our chance." Spear God scolded Skyarm and said that. Then, he looked at the Heavenly King powerhouses in all directions and said coldly, "Some of you are martial artists who walk the Tao of origin. About killing Ash Cat, all of you are evasive. Dark doesn't want to argue with you, but I won't be polite with you. If anyone dares to stop me, I will kill them without mercy." In the Battle of Myriad Tao, beginner martial was defeated. The 9 emperors suppressed the 3 realms. Even if we can break through 9, we don't dare. With the 9 emperors around, we will be killed when we break through 9. Only by completely trapping the 9 emperors and proving Tao can beginner martial rise again. Killing Ash Cat, the 9 emperors and the Celestial Emperor will be affected. Fist God also said coldly, "Cultivating the origin is your choice. I don't want to talk about it anymore. However, whoever dares to stop this will be a traitor and will be killed." Everyone was silent. Even some heavenly kings who were Tao of origin powerhouses were silent. If they did not stay silent, Fist God and the others might attack them. This time, 5 powerhouses who had broken through 8 walked out of the heavenly tomb. Fist God was the first in the 3 realms who had broken through 8. Who dared to underestimate them? Once these 5 people came out, even the Underworld God and the others could not control beginner martial anymore. The Underworld God did not say much. When they were almost done, he frowned and said, "Everyone, it's useless to say this now. Fong Ping is here. Are you really going to attack him? If we can cooperate, I think it's better to cooperate. Fong Ping is also a lawless person. He doesn't care about beginner martial or origin. He only cares about the human race. Therefore, our battle of Tao is nothing to him." As he said that, he paused and said, "Now that the source is in chaos, I think we can put the matter of killing Ash Cat on hold for a while to avoid unnecessary trouble." Killing Ash Cat was to mess up the origin. As for the origin, it was already very chaotic. Now, killing Ash Cat now would only offend a large number of powerhouses. It would not bring them any tangible benefits. Therefore, the underworld god felt that they should put it on hold. They should not give up completely, but give up now. Maybe at the last moment, they would still kill Ash Cat, but not now. Everyone spoke up one after another. You can't convince me, and I can't convince you either. In the end, Fist God said impatiently, then we'll wait for Fang Ping to come before we make a decision. If he wants to cooperate, we can use killing Ash Cat as a condition. He might agree and save us the trouble of doing it. We have a total of 8 broken 8. 7 and 6 broken 8 are even beyond the origin, killing Ash Cat and gaining beginner Marshall's friendship. As long as Fang Ping is not stupid, he will know what to choose. How many broken 8 were standing behind Ash Cat? 2, Tianchen and Tengu. As for Luan and Sherpa, not only were they on good terms with Ash Cat, they actually had a grudge against him. The ones who really stood behind Ash Cat were the 2 broken 8. As for Spirit Emperor, it was still unknown whether he could escape now. On one side, there were 2 broken 8. On the other side, there were 8 broken 8. There were also dozens of heavenly kings. As the leader, Fang Ping should understand which was more important. What was a leader? Naturally, the race's interests were the most important. Who could bring more help to the human race? Of course it was beginner Marshall, Fist God sneered. Join forces with the human race to destroy the heavenly court, destroy Tengu, and Tianchen. The kingdom of chaos will be destroyed, leaving only us and the human race in the 3 realms. Then, join forces to fight against the emperor. This is the right choice for the king of humanity. As the leader of the race, Fang Ping should know how to choose. Now, the human race did not need to borrow the strength of the 2 broken 8 behind Ash Cat. Why should they become enemies with beginner Marshall? Fist God had lived for so many years. What had he not seen? How many years had it been since Ash Cat joined the human race? How many feelings did he have? Even if he did, for the survival of the human race, Fang Ping should make the right decision. Even if he was reluctant, he had to do it. As soon as he said that, some nodded and some agreed. However, Skyarm's expression did not look too good. He said in a low voice, he's not the king of humanity, he's the devil king. If this was said to King Wu might agree, but he's not King Wu. Everyone, don't overestimate Fang Ping's righteousness, don't overestimate his patience either. If you really say that, it might cause him to attack beginner Marshall. This old man knows a lot about this person. Sometimes, he doesn't necessarily consider things from the perspective of the human race. He does what he wants and does what he wants. This is the devil king Fang Ping. According to everyone's thoughts, would Fang Ping become enemies with beginner Marshall for the sake of the human race? He wouldn't. 8 broken 8. There was also a powerhouse who was the first broken 8. Fang Ping should give up on Ash Cat. However, was Fang Ping that kind of person? He was a devil through and through. Rationally, he should choose beginner Marshall and not Ash Cat. But who knew what Fang Ping would choose? Skyarm felt that this was not a good idea. It might cause Fang Ping's hostility toward beginner Marshall and cause beginner Marshall to fall out with the human race. For a moment, those who were familiar with Fang Ping also nodded. On beginner Marshall's side, there was some chaos. 5 broken 8 had only returned. Not everyone was convinced by them. No matter how strong Fist God was, he was the first broken 8. Could he kill a broken 9? Fang Ping had, and not just one person. Angering Fang Ping was not a good thing. It could easily cause trouble. Fist God and the rest were a little surprised. These people were actually so afraid of Fang Ping. This was a much bigger reaction than they had imagined. For a moment, they looked at the underworld god and frowned. Beginner Marshall was not afraid of anything. In the years that they were not around, how did the underworld god lead them? Why did they feel timid? The underworld god said nothing. They were not timid. Look at King Kuan and the rest. Were these people timid? What about now? Their archenemy, Fang Ping, came to beginner Marshall alone. Would any of them dare to stop him? They were really afraid of being killed, no matter how much killing Fist God and the rest had experienced, how many powerhouses had died. What about Fang Ping's hands? They were stained with the blood of countless powerhouses. the Heavenly King could not even count them with his 2 hands. This fellow was also a famous lunatic who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The underworld god also felt that there was no need to force him too much. Right now, seeing that Fist God and the rest were looking at him, he said, "It's fine to test him, but don't mention this directly. When Fang Ping comes, we can have a good talk. Even if it doesn't work out, we don't need to be enemies with the humans now. It's not good for either side." Everyone looked at each other. Although Fist God was a little impatient, he still nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll talk slowly. But I still have my previous opinion." The underworld god did not say anything else. They would talk when Fang Ping came. Seeing that the discussion was over, everyone dispersed one after another. Previously, they had gathered here because they sensed the commotion of the great battle. Since they already knew that it was Fang Ping and Sherpa who were sparring, naturally, there was no need to gather here. After these people had left, there were only a few powerhouses who had broken 8. Fist God suddenly sealed off the surroundings and said in a low voice, "Previously, there were origin martial artists here, so I can't say much. My meaning is very clear. If Fang Ping comes, it's fine if he agrees, but if he doesn't," Fist God said coldly, "join forces and capture Fang Ping. Capture Fang Ping alive and let the Heavenly King kill Fang Ping. Otherwise, kill Fang Ping." The underworld god was shocked. Fist God actually wanted to capture Fang Ping as a hostage and force the Heavenly King to kill Fang Ping. At this moment, they did not know that Fang Ping had come with them. Otherwise, Fist God would not have said to capture Fang Ping but to kill Fang Ping directly. Skyarm said somewhat anxiously, "Fist God, don't do anything rash. Fang Ping is not someone to be trifled with. Once he attacks, humans and beginner martial artists will definitely fight to the death. After 10,000 years, have you all been scared out of your wits?" Fist God shouted, "Beginner martial artists are the strongest. Why would they be afraid of the strongest origin? With the 8 of us joining forces, even if the Heavenly King comes, we will still be killed. In the past, if there were not 9 emperors, beginner martial artists would not be afraid of 1 emperor." Skyarm wanted to say more, but Fist God waved his hand and shouted, "This matter is decided. The Heavenly King might not reject it. Don't forget, the Sun God is still alive. The Sun God has probably broken 9 a long time ago. The Sun God is the #1 powerhouse in beginner martial artists. He is the Sun God's disciple. Even if he took the origin, he is still a beginner martial disciple. Killing Fang Ping is also his responsibility." Skyarm said angrily, "Beginner martial disciple? You still believe that? Which of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors isn't a beginner martial disciple?" Childish, of course, he also knew that Fist God was just saying it. Could he really kill the Heavenly King? Fist God could not be bothered with him. The powerhouses left one after another. As soon as they left, Skyarm looked at the underworld god and growled, "Don't let them mess around. They have been suppressed for many years and do not know Fang Ping's prowess. Even if they heard about it, they did not think much of it. Although the Dao tree is a broken 9, to them, Fang Ping killing the Dao tree is also your credit. You integrated into Fang Ping's body, so he could kill the Dao tree. These fellows are stubborn. I'm afraid they will mess around and bring disaster to us." The underworld god frowned. Fist God and the others are also doing this for beginner martial artists. Do you think there is hope? Skyarm growled, "Do you really think you can capture Fang Ping alive? You're too naive. Is Fang Ping the kind of person who is willing to be threatened by you? Even if the Heavenly King really killed Fang Ping, unless you kill him too, otherwise, once he escapes, the first person he will kill will be the beginner martial artist. I'm talking about cooperation. Will he agree to slaying Fang Ping as a condition?" Skyarm humphed. "It's almost impossible. Although Fang Ping is a devil, he must repay favors. Unless Fang Ping betrays him first, otherwise, don't expect him to agree. If he doesn't agree, Fist God and the others will attack, and there will be no turning back. Dark, you can't let them mess around." The underworld god sighed. "Of course I understand what you mean. But Fist God and the others hate the origin to the core. Fist God's strength is slightly stronger than mine, how can I stop them? The people who have survived for the past 10,000 years in the Chu mainland will support you. Skyarm said disapprovingly, no matter how strong they are, can they match us? As soon as they come out, they want to seize the leadership of the beginner martial artists. It's fine if they lead the beginner martial artists to prepare for war, but now they have to provoke the humans. Dark, I'll make this clear in advance. If we really fall out with the humans, I will lead a group of people and leave the Chu mainland to save the beginner martial artists. You, Sai, why do you have to do this? You're still the same, so indecisive. No wonder the Emperor can't be bothered to suppress you. Skyarm was also annoyed. Fist God and the others were focused on dealing with the origin, but to Skyarm, now was not the time for the beginner martial artists. Were they going to lead the beginner martial artists to destruction? The underworld god was very strong and loved the beginner martial artists, but he was a little indecisive. Because of this, the emperor who suppressed Fist God and the others in the past did not suppress the underworld god. Otherwise, even if 5 of them returned after breaking 8, so what? 3 beginner martial artists broke 8, 7 or 8 broke 7, and dozens broke 6. Fist God and the others had left for 10,000 years. How could they have the chance to seize control? It was the underworld god who took the initiative to give up the leadership of the beginner martial artists. Otherwise, it would have been the underworld god sitting in the middle just now, not Fist God. Even if Fist God was slightly stronger than him, so what? The underworld god frowned and said nothing. Skyarm was too lazy to say anything more. He had said what he needed to say. Anyway, he did not agree to fall out with the humans. As for killing the cat, it was not necessary to be in a hurry. Things in the future could be discussed in the future. Let the underworld god think about it himself. They had worked with Fong Ping a few times. They knew Fong Ping's personality. Fong Ping killed Dao Tree and the others without hesitation. Did they really think that Fong Ping did not dare to kill Fist God and the others? Yes, Fong Ping did not have the Heavenly King path now, but did the humans not have Heavenly Kings? The humans did. If they angered Fong Ping and he used Dao combustion again, how many Heavenly Kings would the beginner martial artists want to die? Fist God and the others did not understand, but did the underworld god not know? Unless they killed Fong Ping before he used Dao combustion, otherwise, Skyarm would not be optimistic about Fist God and the others at all. They were courting death. These are troubled times. After Skyarm said this, the underworld god sighed. Indeed, these were troubled times. When Fist God and the others returned, the beginner martial artists chi soared and their strength skyrocketed. 5 of them broke 8. How powerful was that? But now, the underworld god had to consider whether this was good or bad. Sigh. A sigh echoed in the basilica. The underworld god had a headache. This matter was not easy to handle. Fist God and the others were very difficult to convince. Should he forcefully stop them? Then there would be chaos on the beginner martial artist's side. Fist God and the others were not without support. There were many Iron Blood sects. It was just that the underworld god's personality was more gentle previously, so there was no big trouble on the beginner martial artist's side. Otherwise, the beginner martial's origin would have killed them long ago. Forget it. They would wait for Fong Ping to come and see. Hopefully, there would be no accidents this time. In the cat world, Fong Ping exited the origin realm, deep in thought. Beside him, a mini kitten was a little nervous and said pitifully, "Liar, are you trying to pretend to be the cat protecting Captain's Dao?" "Yes. But can you not burn it?" The cat said pitifully, "I don't want him to die. If you burn the Dao, he might die. If the Dao burned, it would be a true Dao collapse. Even if Tianqin changed his Dao, he might still die. The reason why it was not certain death was that if he was lucky, he might only be seriously injured. This had happened before. However, the probability of death was still very high. If not, Di Xing would not have been coerced by Fong Ping and forced to help the human race. Not only Di Xing, but the previous Ming-Ting emperor was also the same. These people changed their Dao. The true Dao was controlled by Fong Ping. Whether they lived or died depended on whether Fong Ping could break their Dao. Fong Ping glanced at the cat and suddenly laughed. "Fat cat, let me ask you a question, I'm not fat." The cat hurriedly explained, "Third cat is the fat one." As he said that, he felt a little wronged. Third cat was dead. Fang Ping was helpless. Fine, big cat it is. Let me ask you, if Tian Chen and I really fight to the death, one of us must die. Who do you think should die? The cat said angrily, chubby face, and your mother fell into the river. Who are you going to save? Fang Ping was speechless. F***ck, the cat actually retorted, he even retorted until he was speechless. Cough, so what if they fell into the river? It's fine even if I don't save them, the cat glared at him. Then if you don't fight, you won't die. Yo, you're so logical. Who did you learn it from? You. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Fine, you win. Did I teach you? I don't know, who knows if this cat saw it on the internet, or Fang Yuan said it, or when he mentioned it. Fang Ping did not mention it again. He laughed. The Tao of Breaking 8 is extremely long and stable. How can it be broken so easily? As long as a little is left, nothing will happen. He doesn't need it anyway. Fang Ping chuckled. Unless you encounter a sovereign, otherwise, there's no need to burn your Tao. When the true emperor descended, he wouldn't be able to care about himself or his Tao. He might not die, but if he didn't, he would definitely die. Big cat, are you going to watch me die? The cat ignored him angrily. In any case, it did not want Fang Ping to burn down. The cat protecting Captain's Avenue. Fine, fine. How about this? If I get killed, I won't burn. But if I get killed, my opponent will definitely sever my Tao. I think he'll end up the same way. Fang Ping did not continue this topic. Very soon, Fang Ping smiled and said, Big cat, tell me, what's the difference between the true path and the false path? I don't know. I know. Fang Ping grinned. I've taken a look. Tian Chen's great Tao might be the true Tao. Actually, there wasn't much of a difference. False Taoists all had a void gate, but true Taoists didn't seem to have one. Even if there was, it would only be for show, broken. Old Wang, Tai Tu, and Old Jiao should be one as well. Their true Tao also has a gate, but the gates are all open, just for show. Tian Chen seems to be the same. His other two Taoists, the gates are open. I don't know if he broke the gate or it was originally like this. Mentality Tao's gate is also open, but his third Tao hasn't reached the void gate yet. If it's there, he doesn't have to break the gate, he can pass through it directly. The cat was confused and said casually, he didn't seal the gate. What's wrong? Was it strange? Tian Chen had died a long time ago. Who would seal a dead person's gate? Idiot, what I mean is, if Tian Chen died and the sky didn't change, the cat glared at him. I mean, if his Tao collapsed and the sky didn't change, it means that he's actually not controlled by the immortal source. The cat nodded. If that's the case, the difference between the true path and the false path lies in the three void gates. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, then the emperor might control martial artists through the gate. The gate and the immortal source must be related. The cat continued nodding. It should be, right? Then what? Fang Ping said tiredly, idiot, it's hard for us to go to the immortal source, but there's still a chance to go to the gate. Maybe through the gate, we can solve this problem and let people not be controlled by the immortal source. Now everyone knows that there's a problem with the immortal source, and they're all staring at it. The emperor is the same. But no one seems to have thought that the immortal source is related to the gate. Then we can solve the problem of being controlled through the gate, and the false path will become the true path. The cat looked at him blankly. Was there a difference? Forget it. Fang Ping was too lazy to explain to it. Of course there was a difference, but there was nothing to say to this cat. Fang Ping was a little excited. How much could he keep after installing Tianchen Dao? His previous combat strength was more than 43 million at his peak. After cutting some mentality, it was also more than 42 million. Not much, just an increase of 50%, which was 500 meters, and his combat strength would soar to more than 60 million. Directly catching up to Spirit Emperor, Tian Chen was a powerhouse at the peak of Breakthrough 8. Leaving 500 meters should not be a problem, right? Fang Ping felt that it should not be a problem. If so, he could even fight the Emperor alone. Of course, it was an outsider's Dao after all. He was afraid that the Tao would be unstable and break. High-intensity battles were also very draining on the Tao. Even so, Fang Ping felt that it could still last for one battle. Fang Ping decided that he should give it a try now. He would see how much he could keep. If he had an idea, he would not panic if he encountered trouble. This time, he guessed that the Emperor's avatar might descend to kill him. He was not afraid before, and he was even less afraid now. But previously, he was only thinking about how to deal with the Emperor's avatar. If there was a huge improvement this time, should he plot against the Emperor? Fang Ping did not hesitate anymore. He entered the Origin realm again. He wanted to try installing it to prevent it from completely collapsing. He felt that he would more or less keep some of the Tao of Breakthrough 8, so that it would not completely break. Just see how much he could keep. A few minutes later, Fang Ping walked out again. At this moment, Fang Ping was a little dazed. He punched the void. The cat looked at him angrily. The swindler killed many fish demons with one punch, and the cat world was shaking. Don't be angry. I'll replenish it for you later. Fang Ping did not have time to reply. He was still in a daze. It was really strong, a completely different feeling. At this moment, he felt that he could kill that old devil Heavenly King. Wealth, 280 billion points. Vitality, 600,000 calories, 18 million. Mentality, 0 Hz, 180,000 Hz. Force, 1,800 calories, 36 million calories. Vitality, Jade Bones, 99%. Additional vitality. Qualitative change, Origin World, 1680 meters. Origin Amplification, Pseudopath, 60%. Combat Techniques, Chaos Vanquishing Saber Techniques, plus 18%. Power Mastery, 99%. Limit Outburst, 634392000 cal/640800000 cal. Previously, Fang Ping's mentality and vitality had dropped a little after cutting 10,000 Hz of mentality to the avatar. Many cities had been integrated on Earth, and the Origin world had expanded to 1680 meters. However, this did not give Fang Ping much help this time. It was still the original vitality and mentality. Fang Ping predicted that there would be an amplification at 2000 meters. However, it was not important now. What was important was that Tian Chen's Tao had been compressed to 600 meters. It was only 600 meters, but it actually gave Fang Ping an amplification of tens of millions, instantly making his combat strength soar to more than 60 million calories. Fang Ping was really surprised. It could really amplify. The Origin Tao was really too mysterious. No wonder Celestial Emperor wanted to cultivate the Origin Tao. Even now, Fang Ping was a little surprised at the amplification of tens of millions of cal. Celestial Emperor was also a beginner martial powerhouse in the past. He did not have the amplification of the Origin, but he probably had the strength to break 9. After he created the Origin, perhaps his combat strength directly soared to more than 100 million cal. One could imagine that such a surge was indescribably tempting to anyone. There were so many flaws in the Origin Tao, but why was no one willing to give it up? The 9 emperors were not willing, Celestial Emperor was not willing, Fang Ping was not too willing either. If he did not know that the Origin Tao was controlled, he might have wanted to cultivate another Tao now. It was too scary. At his level, he could still easily amplify by tens of millions of cal. Who could not be tempted by such an amplification? The beginner martial side would not be able to cultivate either. If he told the underworld god that he was given an Origin Tao that could increase one's combat strength by 100%, would the underworld god accept it? There was no doubt. Once it was 100% amplification, the underworld god would also be a 60 to 70 million cal vitality powerhouse. Why would he give it up? When that time came, why would he care about the difference between beginner martial artists? He cared now because he could not cultivate the Origin Tao. More than 60 million calories. Fang Ping looked at the cat and suddenly laughed. Big cat, why don't you give me a punch? If I can kill you, I should be able to kill that old devil, Heavenly King Suppression. The cat rolled its eyes. No way, why would this cat let you hit me? Don't burn off the cat protecting Captain's Tao. The old cat reminded him again. It did not want Fang Ping to burn off the cat protecting Captain's Tao and get devoured. Don't worry. I'm so strong, do I still need to burn my Tao? Fang Ping suddenly felt a little impulsive. Big cat, why don't we kill our way up to 9th heaven now? The sovereign should be suppressing the origin now. At the immortal source, there are at most a few clones. Even if there are 3 to 5 clones, I think it's not difficult to kill them. Just destroy the immortal source and let them plot against us. The cat did not want to speak. When they came, they agreed to only cooperate with Chiwu. Now, the scammers actually wanted to fight their way up to 9th heaven. The cat said gloomily, "You're so powerful. They will definitely run out of the source. Even if something happens to the origin, they will kill you together and then go back to suppress it." That's true, Fang Ping temporarily dispelled this idea. Besides, the Tao of the origin was not safe. After all, it was not the sovereign Tao. He was worried that the sovereigns had a way to imprison his Tao. That would be troublesome. It was very possible, they might even cut off his Tao and not let it grow. Was this possible? Yes, Fang Ping felt that now was not the time. There was hope in plotting against a sovereign, but if he plotted against one, the second one would definitely have a way to resist. Fang Ping suddenly licked his lips and murmured, "Why don't I expose my strength of Broken 9? Broken 9, killing the sovereign's clones. There might be sovereigns who will come in person. Should I plot against him? When the sovereigns attack, at most one of them will attack me. It's impossible for 2 sovereigns to come. After all, there's a problem with the origin now. They have to suppress it. Maybe I can kill a sovereign this time." The cat was not surprised. Every time a scammer came out to say something small, it would become a big deal. For example, last time, he said he killed a few catacombs venerable emperors. In the end, 2 died and 8 were destroyed. In the end, it even evolved into a battle with the sovereigns. From venerable emperors to sovereigns. This time, the scammer came out to say he was dealing with beginner martial artists. There were many Broken 8 and beginner martial artists. Now, from Broken 8 to killing sovereigns. It did not seem like a big leap. However, the cat still muttered, "Even if you installed a Tao, you're not as powerful as many sovereigns. Even Big Fatty, who is ranked last, people are not sure of Big Fatty's strength. You can't kill them. They will kill you." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. That was true. In that case, even if he installed a Tao, he could not kill the sovereigns. In that case, it would make the sovereigns vigilant. "I can't kill them. What if I add Old Devil Zhen?" Fang Ping murmured. What if he added Heavenly King Zhen? What if he added his boy servant? What if he added a bunch of Broken 8s? What if he integrated some powerhouses? Could he? He did not know. If they can restrain the sovereigns, I only need to smash the sovereigns with one slash. Even if the sovereigns don't die, they will be crippled. The sovereigns were not idiots. They would stand there and let you hack them. However, what if someone could restrain them? Could Heavenly King Zhen and the others join forces? Fang Ping was not sure. After all, the sovereigns now were very powerful. 30,000 years ago, it was not difficult for him to kill the sovereigns. Now, it was very difficult. If Heavenly King Zhen and the others could not restrain them, it would be very difficult for Fang Ping to kill the sovereigns. It was almost impossible. However, as long as he could restrain the other party so that the other party could not escape or leave, Fang Ping might have a chance to kill the other party with one slash. Who should I kill? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. This was not something he could decide. However, it was not impossible to control which sovereigns should descend. For example, he could insult the other party. He could insult them crazily, ridicule, insult, despise, or even stand on the other party's clone and shit on it. Could the other party endure it? It would be strange if he could. The big shots were magnanimous and generally did not bother with the small fry. It was just a saying, if he could, why wouldn't he? You are a weakling, and you're standing on the other party's head and shit on it. It would be strange if you were not beaten to death. No one would be able to endure it. Magnanimity and magnanimity were all nonsense at this time. Sovereigns did not need to worry about anything. Moreover, they wanted to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping was not their chess piece. The last time the Divine Emperor attacked Fang Ping was proof. Since he was not their chess piece, killing him was not a big deal. I have to think about it carefully, Fang Ping muttered. Which of the 9 emperors hates me the most? Who is weaker? Emperor Nan was above Emperor Ling, with a base of 70 million cards. In fact, even if it was Emperor Nan, it would be difficult for Fang Ping to kill him. With a base of 70 million cards, Fang Ping did his best and did not exceed the other party's limit. The probability of killing the other party was extremely small. However, thinking about it now, it was not illegal. Anyway, this time, Fang Ping felt that he really had a trump card. He could not kill the sovereigns, and it would be difficult for a few weak sovereigns to kill him. If Tian Chen's Dao is ignited, it may be stronger, but Tian Chen may be killed. If I kill Tian Chen, the cat will probably be in trouble. Fang Ping thought about it and decided to hold it in for a while. However, it seemed like it was okay to expose his broken 9 strength. He had already exposed his broken 9 strength. Would he think that he was stronger? It could not be, even Sherpa and Luan probably would not think that he was stronger. However, they knew that he had taken away Tian Chen's Dao. They might think in this direction. It depended on whether they could guess how much stronger Fang Ping would become after taking away Tian Chen's Dao. I still need to have a strong foundation. If I have a strong foundation and have 60 million cards, plus the 78% increase in combat techniques and origin path, then I can go up to 100 million. And this depended on the integration of Earth cities and the replacement of true blood. Fang Ping's real body was planning, but his avatar was hurrying. Chuwu mainland was far from the catacombs, but it was not far for Fang Ping. He was also too lazy to walk too fast. He took his time and was not in a hurry. When Chuwu received the news, he would rush over. Lest they think that he came secretly to harm them. Moreover, he would also give the sovereigns some time to prepare. Did they not have to discuss which avatar to send over? He would give them time. Yes, Fang Ping was obviously going to eat up the sovereigns' avatars. He was not afraid even if there were 3 or 5 of them. He was not afraid before because he had Heavenly King subduing and the boy servant. Now, he was even less afraid. Even if the avatar had broken through 9, it had a limit outburst of more than 40 million cards. Fang Ping's avatar was much stronger. Tian Chen's path is so awesome. What about old Devil Shen? Fang Ping's avatar began to rub his chin. Why not let old Devil Shen replace the path and install it himself? There might be thousands of meters left. Then, he would be rich. He could kill the sovereigns directly, but soon, Fang Ping shook his head. Forget it. It would be strange if this old devil would give it to him. If he did, he would crush it and burn a part of it. If he gave it to him, he would be furious. At this moment, Ironhead shouted, "We're almost there. If we go any further, we'll reach the Saint Martial continent." In front of the Saint Martial continent is the Skyarm continent. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. There's no Saint Martial continent anymore. These people seem to have pushed the continents together and merged them into one. It seemed like Chuwu was also integrating the forces. Previously, the underworld god had led Chuwu for 8,000 years, but it had not been integrated. The Chuwu mainland had its own camp. Now, it seemed that because Fist God and the others had returned, Chuwu had been unified. As soon as Fang Ping arrived at this area of the sea, he felt waves of mentality fluctuations. Someone was hiding in the dark, passing a message. It was probably to inform the people of Chuwu mainland that he had arrived. Big cat, transform. Transform into a tiger. I still have to give them some face. Fang Ping felt that he could not give them face. Fang Ping was the other party's archenemy. If he brought Fang Ping directly, it would not be giving them face. If he transformed into a tiger, he could still save face. At least he did not provoke them, right? Even if Chuwu saw through it, it was not a big deal. If he gave them face, they should also give them some face, right? Giving each other face was the basis of cooperation. Otherwise, how could there be cooperation? These people had not let go of Fang Ping. They could not cooperate. After Fang Ping finished speaking, Fang Ping did not care. He transformed. In an instant, a silly and cute little tiger appeared. "Awoo!" The cat called out, feeling quite satisfied. The tiger was also quite good. Beside him, the heavenly dog's face was stiff. Who could not see that you were Fang Ping? Transform what? Also, when he went to the mystic realm, Fang Ping was like this. Now, it was still like this. Were you a fool when you went to Chu Wu? No sincerity at all. Fong Ping, Heavenly Hound, was not as confident as Fong Ping. He growled, there are many people in Chu Wu who have broken 8, and many who have broken 7 and 6. Also, they conceal their origin, don't you forget. If you insist on bringing the stupid cat here, then protect its safety. Otherwise, I will not let you off. He was not confident that he could protect Fong Ping. There were a few Chu Wu who were stronger than him. Fong Ping waved his hand and said impatiently, what trouble can there be? Skyarm and Underworld God know my personality. Even if Fist God and the rest don't, they know that I killed the Dao tree. Would they dare to provoke me? The skilled were bold. If Fong Ping dared to come, he was naturally prepared to fall out. Chu Wu was a big trouble. They had been wanting to kill Fong Ping for tens of thousands of years, but they were still so persistent. Fong Ping had to figure out their thoughts. Otherwise, if they turned on him when the battle started, Fong Ping felt that they would be much more troublesome than Tian Chen. No matter what, Tian Chen was only one person. Chu Wu had dozens of heavenly kings. As Fong Ping was thinking, someone came through the air from afar, laughing. Human King, I received the news that you were coming long ago. Sorry for not coming out to greet you. The person was Skyarm. He and Fong Ping had the deepest relationship. When Chu Wu received the news, naturally, Skyarm came to greet him. Fong Ping was a human king and had even killed the Dao tree. This was prestige. If they did not come to greet him, it would mean that they looked down on Fong Ping. Naturally, Underworld God would not let this happen. There was no need to embarrass Fong Ping for such a small matter. Skyarm was still smiling at first. When he got closer, his smile suddenly stiffened and gradually began to fade. He was not surprised that Fong Ping came. He thought it was good that Li Hansong was here. Longevity Sword came. This was Fong Ping's sincerity, the sincerity of cooperation. After all, there were many Chu Wu powerhouses. Fong Ping brought his teacher here, but he also had to consider the possibility of falling out. Longevity Sword was not considered strong, and there was a risk of it falling. Fong Ping brought people here. It was indeed sincere because he thought they could cooperate. But, why did Heavenly Hound come? It was not a big deal if Heavenly Hound came. Chu Wu and Heavenly Hound had a grudge. He had even killed it once before. However, when powerhouses fought, there would be wins and losses. It could only be said that Heavenly Hound was not as strong as Chu Wu. But the little tiger on Fong Ping's shoulder, Skyarm did not think that the little tiger was cute at all. He was only shocked. Big trouble, why did Fong Ping bring the cat here? It was fine before, but now Fist God and the rest wanted to kill the cat. Now that the cat had come to them, should they make a move or not? Skyarm's smile stiffened. Suddenly, his vitality vibrated, shaking the void on purpose, shattering the few probing mentality behind him. He could not let Fist God and the rest find out, or else there would be big trouble. Fong Ping. Skyarm forced his smile back. He laughed and said, it is Chu Wu's honor to have the human king here. However, Heavenly Hound and Fist God have some misunderstandings. Do you think? Skyarm smiled and gestured at Heavenly Hound. With an apologetic look, he said, why don't you let Heavenly Hound wait here for a while? As he said that, Skyarm laughed again. There is a small island 80,000 li away from here. Many heavenly dragonfish gather around the island. Although they are not strong, they are unusually delicious. Heavenly Hound, why don't you go there and rest for a while? Small fish, delicious. Skyarm clearly knew about the cat's hobby. He said this on purpose so that Heavenly Hound and the cat could leave together. Then, they could have a good talk. However, if these two followed Fong Ping to Chu Wu mainland, he was worried that they would fall out as soon as they arrived. As Skyarm spoke, he looked at Fong Ping helplessly. Don't bring the cat along, it would be very troublesome. It was not easy for him to suppress the thought of Fist God and the rest going to the human world to kill the cat. Now that he brought the cat along, was he not adding fuel to the fire? Heavenly dragonfish? The cat was a little happy. This cat. No, this tiger hasn't eaten fish for a long time. Are there many heavenly dragonfish there? Skyarm's head hurt. This tiger? Do you think I'm blind? If you go there like this, Fist God and the rest will see through you. There are many heavenly dragon fish there. This cat will go fishing. This tiger will go fishing. Fang Ping said lightly, you don't even have a fishing rod. How are you going to fish? Let's go to Chuwu mainland first. We'll talk about fishing later. He knew what Skyarm meant, but this time, he had specially brought the cat along. He was worried that Chuwu would want to deal with the cat, which would cause a conflict between the two sides. If he did not settle it now, could he hide forever? How was that possible? The cat had a combat strength of broken 9. Fang Ping could not possibly keep it away from the battlefield. Of course, he did not need to kill people. Mentality intimidation was enough. Did he want the cat to keep hiding from people in Chuwu? That was not logical. That was why this time, he had to bring the cat along. Fang Ping was not really here to provoke, but to solve the problem. Senior Skyarm, say no more. We're not tired. Let's go to Chuwu mainland first, Fang Ping. Skyarm's expression changed slightly. Let them stay. What do you think? Nothing. Fang Ping frowned. Don't worry, Senior. Even if someone attacks Song who, we can understand. We can talk about it slowly. It's not like there's no way to talk. I'm not an aggressive person. He had thought of this. Fist God and the rest might attack the cat as soon as they arrived. However, if he showed off his strength, both sides could still sit down and talk it out slowly. Strength always spoke. The humans were not weak anyway. He did not need to be called weak. Fighting first and then talking it out was not a bad idea. Skyarm was not as optimistic as he was. Fist God and the rest were very stubborn. It was not as simple as fighting. They were really going to kill. What about Fang Ping? He could tolerate it for a while, but could he tolerate it forever? This was really troublesome. The feeling that Fang Ping gave him now was not as strong as Broken 2. Even with the heavenly dog, there were only 2 Broken 2. Fist God might make them stay. Skyarm felt a headache coming on. Fang Ping did not care. He smiled. Let's go, Senior. How can I block my guests and not let them in? I'm a reasonable person. It's not like I kill people everywhere I go. Senior, you've worked with us many times. You can be considered half a master. How can I kill you? Fang Ping laughed out loud. He looked like he was the good guy. Skyarm's eyelids trembled. Skyarm could not stop it at all. How? Fang Ping said he wanted to go to the Chuwu mainland. He also said it would be inconvenient to bring the cat along. However, Fang Ping insisted on bringing the cat there, as if he was going to solve the problem. What else could he do? Skyarm was nervous, hurrying to follow Fang Ping. At this moment, there were a few beginner powerhouses beside him. Skyarm said hurriedly, go and report to the underworld god that the King of Man has arrived. The Heavenly Hound is here too. The Heavenly Hound glanced at him. These people did not call him Celestial Emperor now. None of them were good. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. The people beside Skyarm dared not delay, hurrying to the mainland ahead. Although Fang Ping could arrive in the blink of an eye, Skyarm had asked someone to report first, so he could not walk too fast. Since he could not walk fast, Fang Ping did not stay idle. He asked, Senior Skyarm, did Fist God and the others mention working with humans? Skyarm said immediately, of course they did. Right now, everyone's enemy is the Emperor. Beginner martial artists come from the human world and are one with humans. If we kill each other, won't it benefit others? Skyarm began to lay the groundwork. Everyone was on the same side. It was not worth it to kill each other. He continued, of course, the cat was not in the human world previously and had no relations with humans. There was a small conflict between beginner martial artists and humans, which also originated from the cat. Actually, it was not a big conflict. After a few times of cooperation, it has long passed. That time, the humans did not suffer any losses, but they killed a few beginner saint powerhouses. When both sides worked together in the future, they would all be at the Heavenly King level. Fang Ping smiled. Senior, you are right. If we work together, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. As for the cat, this is also something I want to discuss with the beginner martial artists. To be honest, to pin your hopes on killing a cat, in my opinion, this should not be the hope of the seniors. If a martial artist wants to defeat a strong enemy, then he should rely on himself and not some unorthodox methods, right? Skyarm wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, he sighed. You are right, but you also know that at the stage of breaking 8, beginner martial artists are almost unable to break 9. In the past, we were suppressed too much by the Tao of Essence. At that time, there was already no way out. A group of people who have nowhere else to go. When the time comes, they will naturally use whatever methods they have. Heavenly Arm still gave an explanation. It wasn't that Chu Wu wanted to keep an eye on the cat, but that they really had nowhere to go. At the peak of breaking 8, beginner martial artists could hardly go any further. In the past tens of thousands of years, only the Celestial Emperor and the Yang Spirit had truly reached breaking 9. As for the Emperor of Heaven Reverse, he was not sure. It might be the beginner martial art breakthrough or not. What about the origin? In the blink of an eye, the 9 emperors were born, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 emperors appeared. Very soon, they had suffered a crushing defeat at the beginner level, and they couldn't go on to the later level either. The Fist God, the god of the underworld, and the others were stuck at the peak of breaking 8 and hadn't made any progress for so many years. How could they continue on the path to breaking 9? If he couldn't continue, Chu Wu would never be a match for the origin. At this point, killing Song Mao had become their last hope in despair. Skyarm sighed. This is a fight for the Tao. The survival of the race is very similar to what happened to the human race. If you don't have the heaven-suppressing king, you will be in a more difficult situation than us. At this time, as long as there is a chance, will you not fight for it? Fong Ping, if you kill a cat, you can defeat the enemy and suppress the opponent, will you give up? Fong Ping, we have different standpoints and opinions on some things. Maybe you think we are too much. Why do we have to involve Song Mao? Maybe you think we are useless and can't defeat the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors and can only deal with a cat, but for the continuation of Chu Wu, we can only do this. Fong Ping did not say that he was quibbling. It was still a matter of standpoints. Just like what Skyarm said, if the human race had said before that killing a monster in the sea could solve all the problems, even if it might not be true, Fong Ping would still try. Perhaps the human race's experts would all try. Fong Ping could understand Chu Wu's thinking, but he still shook his head. The point is, killing Song Mao won't do much. Moreover, killing Song Mao is more difficult than you think, and the price to pay is higher. Yes, the human race is not as powerful as the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, but the human race has many powerhouses, no less than you, Chu Wu. Originally, everyone could join forces to deal with the enemy, but for the sake of killing Song Mao, you have to shed all pretense of cordiality with the human race and kill each other. Is this also in line with Chu Wu's goal? Fong Ping smiled. No matter what decision, you need to consider the benefits and risks. Right now, the 9 sovereigns are still in the origin, but the human race is dominating the 3 realms. At this time, if Chu Wu is wise, he should make a decision that suits his own interests. Senior Skyarm, you understand what I mean. Killing Song Mao will only bring you trouble now, not benefits. Moreover, I won't let you succeed. If you really act recklessly, I'm afraid the result will be Chu Wu disappearing from the 3 realms. The human race will also suffer heavy losses, and in the end, the 9 sovereigns will benefit. Your opponents are actually them. In the end, not only did we weaklings not join forces, but we also killed each other. In the eyes of the sovereigns, I'm afraid this is a big joke, Skyarm nodded. Of course we understand the logic. Dark said the same thing, and Huan and I have also mentioned it. However, Fist God and the rest have just come out of the celestial cemetery, so they might not understand too well. So, King Human, please forgive us. Some things still need some time. Of course, our main goal is to cooperate to fight against the 9 sovereigns. Skyarm laid the groundwork again. Fist God and the rest would definitely not have a good attitude. This was inevitable. He only hoped that Fong Ping could understand his painstaking efforts. Everyone had some verbal conflicts, even physical conflicts, but that was not a problem. On Chu Wu's side, there was still a large group of people who supported the alliance with the human race. Fong Ping's temper was not too good, and Skyarm was a little uneasy. Actually, if King Wu or suppressing Heavenly King came, Skyarm thought that they could turn a big problem into a small one. In the end, it was King Human. King Human was different from King Wu. King Wu was more tactful and could tolerate some things, but King Human could not. They chatted along the way. Central Mainland. The people who had just left suddenly shot out one after another. Very soon, a large group of powerhouses gathered near the temple. King Human was here. The underworld god also walked out of a small palace. He had already received information that Feng Ping was here, Tengu was here. The person who came even said that Feng Cat was here too. The person who reported the news was not stupid. How could he not recognize Feng Cat? The underworld god frowned. At this moment, Fist God and his group walked over. Fist God's killing intent was thick. He strode over and said as he walked, "Underworld, Feng Cat is here?" There were also many people on Fist God's side. The 5 broken 8 who came this time were not without disciples. There were more than 10 heavenly kings following behind them. Some were their disciples, and some were people who had sided with them before. Chuwu was very strong, at least at the heavenly king level, and was not weaker than Origin. They lost in the realm of emperors. Even though many Chuwu powerhouses had died over the years, there was still a large group left. Beside the underworld god, there were also many Chuwu heavenly king powerhouses. After all, the underworld god had been in charge of Chuwu for 8,000 years. Over the years, everyone was used to developing under the underworld god's leadership. They would not quickly rely on Fist God and the others just because they were strong. Hearing Fist God's question, the underworld god glanced at Broken Consciousness beside him. Broken Consciousness must have noticed something unusual. The underworld god frowned slightly and said quickly, "Everyone, please calm down. King Human came with the heart of the alliance this time and is very sincere. His teacher, Longevity Sword, and Li Hansong, the reincarnation of Celestial Emperor, are both Chuwu. King Human is very sincere, so Chuwu should also show his sincerity. We can talk things over slowly. Don't cause trouble as soon as you come and make a fool of yourself." Fist God said coldly, "Are you afraid that I'll kill Feng Cat now?" Fist. The underworld god shouted in a low voice, "I'm just reminding everyone. I've said that humans are not weak. There are many powerhouses now. King Human is also a powerhouse who has slashed 9 levels. We can talk things over. Can't you even wait a little longer?" The underworld god's attitude was good before, but now he had to be more forceful. Otherwise, if King Human came and Chuwu attacked Feng Cat, what was the point of the alliance? That would be too disrespectful to Feng Ping. He was young and full of vigor. He was not old fogies like Heavenly King Zhen. When the time came, even a small matter could become a big deal. Beside him, Huan also added, "Everyone, there are many powerhouses in the land realm now. Don't ruin the plan." Fist God frowned and said coldly, "All right, let's talk. However, this is a rare opportunity. Since Feng Cat has come to us, we must kill him." The underworld god's face was cold and he did not say anything. He felt helpless. Fist God and the rest were too persistent. If this went on, they might lose all decorum with the humans. There are still many powerhouses in Chuwu. At this moment, Feng Ping had already seen the temple and the powerhouses in front of the temple. Many, almost all the powerhouses in Chuwu were here. Other than Heavenly Arm beside him, there were 7 other powerhouses who had broken 8 levels. 8 had broken 8 levels, 10 had broken 7 levels, and 32 had broken 6 levels. This was Chuwu. There were a total of 50 Heavenly King powerhouses. After all, Chuwu had been around for tens of thousands of years. Even if many powerhouses had died, the remaining powerhouses were still a huge number. Over the years, some of them had also advanced. 50. What about the other powers in the 3 realms? In the other powers of the 3 realms, 1 had broken through 9, 15 had broken through 8, less than 5 had broken through 7, and there were a few who had broken through 6. In total, there were far less than 50 people. However, there were more people with broken 8, so they still suppressed Chuwu by a head. It had been 40,000 years since the 3 realms had been established. There were less than 100 Heavenly King stage powerhouses still alive. There were also many who broke through quickly due to the recent good cultivation environment. On average, a heavenly king stage powerhouse would be born every 500 years. According to this situation, the new martial artists of the human clan should not have produced a heavenly king. Fang Ping let out a sigh of lament. Beginner's legacy had been passed down for 40,000 years. 50 heavenly kings might be considered a lot, but it was actually just average. Those who broke through the 8th and 7th levels were almost all heavenly king powerhouses who were born in the early stages of that year. There were actually not many heavenly kings who advanced later on. Were the 50 heavenly kings strong? Very strong. In addition, more than 8 of them had broken through. If they really joined forces, it would not be a problem for them to defeat 2 clones that had broken through to 9. There was even hope for the 3 of them. Of course, it was only 9 clones. The real powerhouses that had broken through to 9 were much more agile and powerful than their clones. The Dao tree was proof of that. With so many powerhouses around, Fang Ping did not feel any pressure. Heavenly Arm glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that he was just lamenting and not afraid, he was not surprised. The King of Man was lawless. How could he be scared so easily? Even so, Heavenly Arm still felt a little emotional in his heart. Heroes come from youth. There were so many powerhouses waiting for him in Chu Wu, but Fang Ping was still calm. Was it because of his strength and confidence, or because he thought that Chu Wu would not fall out with him? On the other side, the underworld god stepped into the air. From a distance, he smiled and said, "Fang Ping, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you break through again?" Fang Ping laughed and said, "Underworld god, you must be joking. How could it be so fast?" Fang Ping also replied politely. Looking at Fist God and the rest who did not step forward, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I have long heard of the seniors' great names. Today, I finally get to see the seniors' glory." He glanced at Fist God. Without asking, he had already guessed the identity of the group. The half-naked one should be Fist God. He was very strong. He must have completed the transformation of Jade Body and Jade Bones. His vitality was frighteningly strong, even stronger than Fang Ping's. Fang Ping's basic vitality was actually not that high. A basic vitality of 18 million was far from Fist God's. The stern-looking middle-aged man beside him gave Fang Ping the feeling of a long spear with a murderous aura. Without a doubt, he should be the spear god who was ranked 11th. The guy who looked incomparably illusory should be a powerhouse in mentality. He was ranked 20th, consciousness breaker. The old man who was extremely skinny but had huge palms was ranked 12th, sovereign grandmaster. The brawny man who was not too tall with a metal staff in his hand was probably staff saint, ranked 19th. Fang Ping quickly identified the 5 people. At this moment, these people were all full of murderous aura. Fang Ping did not care. After being suppressed for so many years, it was normal to have some resentment. These people were also looking at Fang Ping. Soon, someone looked at Heavenly Dog and sneered, "Heavenly Dog, how dare you come to the beginner's land?" Heavenly Dog tilted its eyes and glanced at the person who spoke. It said disdainfully, "Heavenly Dog, do I need your permission to go anywhere I want to go?" It had a grudge against Sovereign Grandmaster, a very big one. 3,000 years ago, it had died in battle. It was Sovereign Grandmaster who had ambushed it. Of course, it was not Sovereign Grandmaster. At that time, Consciousness Breaker had also secretly intervened. The 2 of them had joined forces and defeated it. At that time, it had just entered Breaking 8. Sovereign Grandmaster was a powerhouse who had broken 2 gates. But now, Heavenly Dog had also broken 2 gates and was ranked above Sovereign Grandmaster. It was not afraid of Sovereign Grandmaster. Sovereign Grandmaster laughed coldly. The skinny old man's eyes were dark. He ignored Heavenly Dog and turned his gaze to the little tiger on Fang Ping's shoulder, looking around. Fang Ping, what little tiger? This was obviously Fang Ping. The few of them looked at Fang Ping with murderous intent in their eyes. Did Fang Ping really dare to bring Fang Ping here? Did he really think that they could not kill him? The others did not respond to Fang Ping's greeting, nor did they respond. They kept staring at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was not angry. Old antiques were like this. Speaking of which, they deserved a beating. He would definitely feel better if he gave them a beating. He did not communicate with these people. He looked at the underworld god. The underworld god smiled and took a step forward, blocking Fist God and the rest's line of sight. He smiled and said, "Fong Ping, you came from afar. This should be your first time in Chua mainland. Why don't you let Skyarm accompany you to look around?" "I don't have the time." Fong Ping said helplessly, "Time is of the essence now. The underworld god should understand why I came to Chua mainland. Let's get straight to the point. Why don't we go in and have a chat?" He was not in the mood to tour Chua mainland now. "Let's talk about it later, since the beginner powerhouses were here, it was best to talk now." The underworld god frowned slightly. He was prepared to talk to Fist God and the rest again. But now that both sides could not wait, he could not say anything more. "Then, let's talk." The underworld god called out. Behind him, the temple door opened. The underworld god smiled and said, "Please. Senior underworld god, please." Both sides greeted each other politely and walked toward the temple together. In the temple, the seats were arranged in a circle. Fong Ping, the underworld god, and the rest took their seats. Both sides sat opposite each other. The cat had already jumped onto the heavenly hound's head. The heavenly hound squatted and occupied a seat too. Old Manly and Li Hansong sat beside Fong Ping. Soon, tea was served to everyone. Fist God and the rest were slightly impatient. They felt that the beginner martial artists now had more origins. If they had something to say, just say it. Why waste so much time? Fist God glanced at the underworld god. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. He mentioned the cat. The underworld god's gaze changed slightly. He glanced at Fong Ping and said slowly, "The King of Man came to Chu this time to talk about the alliance?" "Of course." Fong Ping smiled. "The situation now is very clear. The fellows in the catacombs are inextricably linked to Emperor. Humans and beginner martial artists are Emperor's targets. Our alliance can be said to be a matter of course. Everyone's goal is Emperor. Moreover, there is not much conflict or irreconcilable hatred between us. Working together will benefit both sides. The underworld god should understand this. Working together will benefit both sides." In Fong Ping's opinion, this was indeed the case. Otherwise, he would not have come to find Chuo. Everyone would benefit. Humans would not benefit from this. What the King of Man said is also to my liking. As soon as the underworld god said this, he felt a few gazes converging on him. The underworld god cursed in his heart. At this moment, someone coughed softly. Soon, someone in the hall spoke. Fong Ping was not too familiar with the heavenly king who had broken 6. At this moment, the heavenly king said in a clear voice, "The King of Man said that working together will benefit both sides. We do not deny this. However, although there are not many grudges between beginner martial artists and humans, there are still some with others. In the past, a powerhouse from our beginner martial artists died in the hands of Tian Shen. Fire God was the leader of our beginner martial artists. In the end, he was killed by Tian Shen." This person ignored the underworld god's dark expression and continued, "And the King of Man should know why all this happened. If there is no Ash Cat, there is nothing wrong with the alliance between humans and beginner martial artists. However, the grudge between Ash Cat and us is hard to resolve. If Ash Cat does not die, the powerhouses of beginner martial artists will not be able to resolve this knot in their hearts. In beginner martial artists, there are 8 heavenly kings, 10 heavenly kings, 32 heavenly kings, and countless powerhouses. Humans have heavenly kings, human kings, and martial kings. They are also very powerful, but the number of heavenly kings is far less than that of beginner martial artists." This person continued, "King of Man, if there is no Ash Cat in the meantime, then the powerhouses of beginner martial artists will not object to the alliance." After this person finished speaking, he did not speak anymore. Everyone looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. This person spoke just now with the intention of breaking his consciousness. Fong Ping did not care about this. He smiled and said, "This is all in the past. In the past, Tian Shen was also destroyed once. Moreover, Fire God attacked Ash Cat first. These are all in the past. There is no point in mentioning it again. Today, we are also talking about the matter between humans and beginner martial artists. It has nothing to do with Tianchen or Ash Cat. Is it not as useful as killing a cat for both of us to work together? With that energy, wouldn't it be better to deal with the Emperor together? Let's not talk about whether killing Ash Cat can suppress the origin. Even if it can be suppressed, we have to kill Ash Cat first. But, the humans will not agree to it. Fang Ping smiled and said, regarding the matter with Ash Cat, I actually came to beginner martial this time to be a peacemaker. Even if Ash Cat is really dead, it can't change anything. If we pin our hopes on killing Ash Cat, we might as well pin our hopes on the humans and beginner martial artists alliance. Fang Ping felt that the effect of forming an alliance with the humans was no less than killing Ash Cat. If that was the case, why kill Ash Cat and offend the humans? At this moment, Spear God spoke. He said in a low voice, Fang Ping, I'm afraid you can't be the peacemaker. The grudge between Ash Cat and me can't be resolved with just a few words. Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior, you must be joking. How can there be a grudge? As long as the beginner martial seniors don't continue to target Ash Cat is not the type to take revenge. Revenge? Fist God, who had been silent, suddenly snorted coldly. Then let it apply for the second trial. After saying that, he looked at Ash Cat on Tengu's head. Was beginner martial afraid of Ash Cat's revenge? Fang Ping frowned. His tone was a little calmer. He said lightly, Senior, whether it takes revenge or not, this cat won't care. The humans have no intention of starting a dispute over something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now, we're talking about cooperation. The humans are full of sincerity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the one to talk this time. I brought my teacher and brothers to beginner martial artists to show the humans' sincerity. However, cooperation is mutual. We don't have to be passionate. Beginner martial artists will no longer target Ash Cat. This is also an important basis for our cooperation. I also don't want to see our relationship hurt because of a cat. Relationship? Duanji said faintly, I'm afraid the human relationship is not as important as killing Ash Cat. Fang Ping's expression turned cold. Do you look down on the humans, or do you think that I'm here to beg beginner martial artists? Fang Ping looked at the underworld god and frowned. Underworld god, is this your sincerity for beginner martial artists? He was too lazy to talk to Duanji. Instead, he looked at the underworld god. The underworld god shouted, Duanji, shut up. He was also a little annoyed. He had only said a few words, and these people had already started to target Fang Ping. If this went on, the discussion would collapse very soon. Underworld, what's the point of saying so much? Spear God said directly, Fang Ping, it's not impossible for the humans and beginner martial artists to form an alliance. Kill Ash Cat, and we'll definitely form an alliance with the humans. There are many beginner martial powerhouses. Behind Ash Cat, there's no need to worry about Tengu and Tianchen. Fang Ping frowned and looked at him. Kill Ash Cat. How many of you are willing to cooperate? That's right. What if we don't kill it? Spear God said coldly, beginner martial artists must kill Ash Cat. What if the humans protect Ash Cat? Then they'll be the enemy of beginner martial artists. Senior, are you representing yourself or beginner martial artists? I'm the strongest beginner martial artist. What I'm saying is the standpoint of beginner martial artists. Fang Ping looked at the underworld god. The underworld god's expression kept changing. He did not speak. On the other side, Heavenly Arm growled, Spear God, you still can't represent beginner martial artists. Don't misunderstand, King Human. Regarding Ash Cat, beginner martial artists haven't reached an agreement yet. There are still differences. We can discuss it again. Fist God shouted coldly, Heavenly Arm, have you forgotten that you're a beginner martial artist or someone from the origin? Heavenly Arm's expression was ugly. Fist God, the humans are willing to cooperate this time. This is an opportunity for both of us. There's no conclusive evidence regarding Ash Cat. Zhen has broken through 9. King Human is also a powerhouse who has broken through 9. Creation is also a peak 8, the humans were not weak, very strong, Heavenly Arm did not agree to become enemies with the humans because of Ash Cat. This was not a wise choice. Everything about the gray cat was just speculation. They had no choice in the past, so they had to do it. Now they had one. Was it not more reliable to cooperate with the humans than an uncertain future? Would killing Ash Cat mean that something would definitely happen to the Origin? Would something definitely happen to 9 emperors? He did not know. It was not worth it to use an uncertainty in exchange for a fight to the death with the humans. Fist God ignored him. He looked at Fang Ping suddenly. Broken through 9, at this moment, Fist God's vitality suddenly erupted. With a rumble, the pressure shook the sky and engulfed Fang Ping. Off to the side, Duanji also chuckled. His mentality shrouded over. It was not an attack, but a test. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He let out a cold humph. With a rumble, his vitality also erupted, but it was suppressed instantly. Both of them joined forces. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's body was suppressed until his body trembled slightly. The stone stool under him cracked a little. Seeing this, Fist God retracted his vitality suppression. He sneered and did not speak. Everyone was a powerhouse. Naturally, they understood. Broken through 9, right now, Fang Ping was quickly defeated by him and Duanji. He probably did not even have the strength to break through 2 gates. If it were not for Underworld God and the rest, would Fang Ping have been able to break through the Dao Tree? Fist God glanced at Heavenly Arm, boosting others' morale and diminishing his own prestige. According to Heavenly Arm and the rest, King Human was very powerful and vengeful. The key was, did Fang Ping have the right to retaliate against them now? Fang Ping's face was slightly pale. He glanced at them coldly. His avatar had just broken through 8. Naturally, he was no match for these people. Suppress him, take him down a notch the moment he arrived. What was he trying to do? He was here to negotiate, not to kill. If he really wanted to kill, he should have brought Heavenly King Subduing here. Fang Ping was not a good-tempered person. At this moment, he looked at the Underworld God. His eyes flickered and he said in a low voice, Underworld God, who has the final say in new martial arts? I'm the king of humans. This time, I didn't come to new martial arts to be humiliated. Underworld God, don't you want to give me an explanation? The Underworld God frowned and glanced at Fang Ping. He then looked at Fist God and the rest and said softly, Duanji, Fist, stop fooling around. Fooling around? Fist God yelled, indecisive. No wonder new martial arts has been suppressed all these years and is declining. You've seen it today. The so-called broken through 9, broken through 8 second, is a joke. If it weren't for your help that day, how could he have broken through 9? Since the cat is here, then he should be killed. Does he really think that I, new martial arts, won't dare to kill him? You, the Underworld God's eyes were cold. He shouted, you want to kill him in front of me? Why not? Fist God shouted coldly, seal the door. As soon as he said that, the temple door closed with a rumble. Duanji said faintly, Underworld, what are you afraid of? At this moment, the aura in the temple was a little strange. Fang Ping was in a trance. Beside him, Tengu's vitality erupted. He shouted, how dare you? Fang Ping, they set up a new martial arts universe in this temple. New martial arts universe. At this moment, the temple was returning to the new martial arts universe. This was the method used to seal the origin of new martial arts. Since Fang Ping dared to enter the temple, Fist God and the rest did not hold back. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, Fang Ping and Tengu were powerhouses who had broken through 8. If he could seal them, wouldn't he be able to kill and capture them whenever he wanted? Fang Ping's expression changed. He said in a low voice, is this how new martial arts universe treats its guests? If I don't agree, they will kill me? Underworld God, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to attack too? Or is this the decision of the entire new martial arts universe? Fist God and the rest did not speak. They watched coldly from the sidelines. Since Fang Ping wanted to delay, they were happy to let him. The longer he delayed, the higher the chance of the new martial arts universe sealing him. If Fang Ping continued to delay, soon, Tengu and Fang Ping's ranks would drop. Fang Ping ignored them. He licked his lips. I haven't attacked yet, but you guys attacked first. Forcing me to kill you? Fine. I'd like to see if this is what everyone in new martial arts universe means, or if it's just Fist God and the rest. If it doesn't work, I'll just kill them all. Fong Ping, what are you waiting for? These guys are stalling for time on purpose. Tengu roared. It knew that Fong Ping had broken 9, but no one understood Fong Ping's Tao. New martial heaven and earth had sealed its origin. After Fong Ping was sealed, how strong would he be? Even if he had broken 9, many of them had broken 8. If they really attacked Fong Ping, could Fong Ping win? Tengu was dissatisfied with Fong Ping's delay. It wanted to attack, but it knew that it was no match for these people. What was Fong Ping waiting for? What was Fong Ping waiting for? Fong Ping was waiting for an answer that would allow him to kill people with peace of mind. Before he came, he had made preparations for this. What preparations? Destroy New Martial Heaven and the others, but now, Sky Arm and the others did not seem to be hostile. If he killed all of them, Fong Ping felt that he was really becoming a demon. Therefore, Fong Ping was not in a hurry. You can't run. Fong Ping said something meaningful. He looked at the underworld god again and said calmly, you guys have cooperated with me a lot. Now that Fist God and the others want to kill us, I, Fong Ping, am a vengeful person. Even if I die, I will drag others down with me. You guys, is this new martial heaven's intention, or is it their personal intention? The underworld god looked at him, his eyes flickering for a moment. Fong Ping was calm. He was slightly panicking. Why was he so calm? Was Heavenly King suppressing coming, or was there another reason? Before he could speak, Sky Arm said, Fong Ping, this is not new martial heaven's intention. If that's the case, Fong Ping chuckled. Then, the seniors are not willing to set things right? Tengu and I are both broken 8. If the seniors are willing to help, Fist God and the others can't do anything to us. Sky Arm frowned. Spear God said coldly, Fong Ping, stop dreaming. Of course, if you behave yourself, we won't kill you. After you kill the cat, we can still cooperate. Meow. The cat was innocent. It interrupted, the cat didn't come. I am the tiger, what does killing the cat have to do with us? Fong Ping rubbed his temples. Alright, why are you still playing dumb? This dumb cat, do you think everyone is blind? The underworld god was speechless. The dumb cat was really stupid, everyone didn't recognize you because you thought that everyone knew who you were. Fong Ping judged for a while and said again, seniors, in 20 seconds at most, the beginner martial world will seal our origin. When that time comes, I'm afraid there's no turning back. Are you going to set things right, or are you going to watch us get killed? Seniors, please decide quickly. Fong Ping was very calm. He looked at Sky Arm and the rest, then at the broken 7s and SIXS in the field, and laughed. It won't be that easy to kill me, Fong Ping. Today, I came here calmly to discuss cooperation with Chu Wu. I am very sincere. In the end, a few pieces of rat poop came and ruined our cooperation, and now they want to kill me. Everyone, to put it bluntly, even if you don't make a move, it means that you have the intention of watching us get killed. At that time, they would all be enemies, fists and kicks have no eyes, so I, Fong Ping, will not hold back anymore. In other words, if you don't help me, then you are my enemy. Even those who were watching were enemies. I, Fong Ping, believed in you, the underworld god, believed in you, Sky Arm. That was why I entered the core of Chu mainland, entered the temple, and entered the encirclement. Now, your people want to kill me, you can't just show kindness, you have to take action. If you don't help me, then you are my enemy. If I kill you, I won't feel bad, and I won't feel that I have harmed the innocent. This was Fong Ping's intention. At this moment, Iron Head and Old Manly had already stood up, surrounding Fong Ping. Iron Head looked at Sky Arm and growled, Senior Sky Arm, Fong Ping came to Chu alone because he believed in you. Do you really want to kill him? All these years, he has fought everywhere, and those who wanted to kill him are all dead. Time passed very quickly. Sky Arm and the rest's expressions changed drastically. It was not a problem to reprimand Fist God. It was also not a big deal to have a verbal conflict with Fist God and the rest. However, Fong Ping's intention was clear. Help him, fight Fist God and the rest together. This was not a simple question of being kind to the human race. Once they attacked, they would completely split with Fist God and the rest. Both sides would shed all pretense of cordiality, and Chua would have internal strife. To them, this was an extremely difficult choice. The underworld god's expression changed. He said quickly, Fist God, let them go. If you want to kill Cat, wait until they leave. When two countries are at war, envoys are not to be killed. Ignorant. Fist God snorted coldly. The underworld god was too ignorant. What was there to not kill envoys at this time? Go back. Zhen was a broken 9. How could he be so easy to deal with? Tian Chen was still behind Cat. He was also a peak broken 8. Now was the best opportunity. At this time, the 5 broken 8 powerhouses had already split up in 4 directions, surrounding Fang Ping and the rest. On the periphery, more than 10 heavenly kings also moved out, surrounding Fang Ping and the rest in the middle. If Fang Ping did not attack now, they would not attack either. When their origin was sealed, they would not have to pay any price to kill Fang Ping and the rest. Hell! Heavenly Hound howled at the sky. It could not hold on any longer. It felt like its origin was being sealed. Fang Ping. Heavenly Hound was anxious. If they wanted to kill, they should do so now. Once their origin was sealed, they might not even be able to kill a single person even if they died. It would be a huge loss. What was Fang Ping thinking? Fang Ping wanted to put an end to this once and for all. Fist God and the rest straightforwardness made Fang Ping very straightforward too. They were dead meat. Right now, Fang Ping was not giving them a chance. He was giving the underworld god and the rest a chance. On the underworld god's side, there were 3 broken 8 powerhouses, dozens of broken 6 and broken 7 powerhouses. They were all looking at the underworld god. After all, Fist God and the rest had just returned. It would not be so easy to take away the underworld god's leadership. These people were all looking at the underworld god. No matter what the underworld god decided, they would follow. Whether to let Fang Ping and the rest go or not, it was all up to the underworld god. At this moment, Heavenly Arm's expression changed. On the other side, Ironhead was winking at him. Heavenly Arm glanced at him, not quite understanding what he meant. Asking for help, or was there something else? Why was Fang Ping so calm? Honestly, if they killed Fang Ping, Heavenly Hound, and Old Cat now, would the beginner martial powerhouses really not be tempted? Even if it was him, Heavenly Arm, would he not be tempted? But he was really a little terrified. 5. Fang Ping began the countdown. 3. If you don't decide, then you'll be making the humans your enemy. Fang Ping's voice was faint. Ironhead could not help but shout, Senior. Heavenly Arm, are you rebelling? Divine Sovereign Justice's voice was cold. Were they rebelling against beginner martial artists? At this moment, Sky Arm gritted his teeth. No, he was panicking. Fang Ping was too calm. Something was wrong. Stop. Heavenly Arm roared. He broke through the air and stood in front of Fang Ping and the rest. He shouted, Fist God, King Man, and the rest only went deep into beginner martial artists because they believed in us. Since when would beginner martial artists do such despicable things? If we want to fight and survive, then we can also kill strong enemies and exterminate Old Cat openly. Now we're luring them into beginner martial artists. Such despicable actions are not what beginner martial artists would do. Heavenly Arm's face was red. There was urgency, unease, and dissatisfaction. Fist God and the rest had just come out and caused chaos in the situation. This was not what they wanted. When Heavenly Arm moved, the 5 or 6 Heavenly King powerhouses beside him also moved slightly. They were Heavenly Arm's people. Every powerhouse who had broken 8 was a leader of beginner martial artists. Naturally, they had followers. Fist God said coldly, Heavenly Arm, are you rebelling against beginner martial artists? Heavenly Arm said angrily, be ****. You've been suppressed for 8,000 years. In these 8,000 years, if not for us, beginner martial artists would have been exterminated long ago. You have no right to tell me what to do. Rebelling against beginner martial artists, what right do you have to say all this? Just as he was in a rage, Fang Ping said faintly, Senior, my origin has been sealed. Rumble, Fang Ping's aura slipped, falling to breaking 7 in an instant. Fang Ping murmured, "Senior, are you deliberately delaying my time?" On the other side, Heavenly Hound was almost angered to death. "I asked you to attack but you didn't. What should I do now?" He turned his head and thought, so fast, Fang Ping's origin was sealed just like that, it couldn't be, could it be, he was deliberately tricking them? Heavenly Hound growled in a low voice. It was not sure of Fang Ping's purpose. It had wanted to kill its way out long ago, but Old Cat kept pulling its ear, not letting it go. This made Heavenly Hound a little uneasy and suspicious. Fang Ping, could it be that he wanted to catch all beginner martial artists in one fell swoop? If that was really the case, then he was too evil. Did he have the ability to do so? Beginner martial Heavenly King 50, this was not something Xianxia could compare to. Fang Ping's aura slipped, sighing. "Senior, there's no countdown now. Can you protect us? If you can't, it's better to die in your hands." Fang Ping's aura slipped. Everyone's gaze was a little strange. Fist God and the rest felt a little relieved. After all, Fang Ping had killed Breaking 9 before. It was impossible to say that they were not a little afraid. Now, although Heavenly Arm had stopped them, he had also destroyed Fang Ping and the rest's chance to fight to the death. Fist God was starting to suspect if Heavenly Arm did it on purpose. Heavenly Arm's face turned paler. Fang Ping did not make a move even when his origin was sealed. "You must be kidding me." With Fang Ping's personality, if his origin was really sealed and he stood in front of him at the last moment, it would be strange if he did not kill him. Fang Ping did not make a move. Would he just watch helplessly as he stood in front of him and his origin was sealed? Would he believe it? Heavenly Arm was even more panicked. He looked at Fist God and the rest and shouted, "Release the seal and let them go." As soon as he said that, he shouted angrily, "Dark, what are you hesitating for? Do you want to sit and watch beginner martial artists be destroyed?" Dark God's eyes flickered. Very soon, he sighed and walked forward, looking at Fist God and the rest, saying softly, "Let them go. Release the seal. If you really want to kill Old Cat, we can wait until the battlefield. Now is not the time. Beginner martial artists are not the scheming type." "Foolish. Foolish." Fist God snorted coldly. He looked at the powerhouses around him and shouted, "Dark is an idiot. In times of crisis, are you going to betray beginner martial artists with them? If Old Cat is killed, the Emperor and Origin martial artist's strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Beginner martial artists are not afraid of any forces. What should they do? Today was also a huge decision for beginner martial artists. Should they follow Dark God or Fist God? They thought that beginner martial artists' strength had increased greatly this time. Who knew that there would be a scene of internal strife? At this moment, someone made a decision. On Dark God's side, a few people hesitated, gritted their teeth, and flew toward Fist God and the rest. They also wanted to kill Old Cat. They also wanted beginner martial artists to become dominators. The opportunity was too rare. They did not want to give it up. Fist God and the rest were not surprised. In their opinion, this was the choice beginner martial artists should make. Dark God and the rest had been scared out of their wits by the origin and had fallen. The last powerhouse to break 8, Huan, also had a complicated expression at this moment. He did not expect things to turn out this way. At this moment, he sighed and walked to Dark God and the rest, sighing. "Let them go. Kill Fang Ping and the rest. The humans will not let this go." Fist God, consciousness severing, "Give up." Fist God's face was livid. The 3 broken 8s who stayed behind actually chose to stop him. Fist God did not say a word. He looked coldly at the powerhouses around him. "Do you want to be like these traitors? All of you have forgotten how your ancestors were killed by the source. Have you forgotten how Fire God was killed by Xianxia for beginner martial artists? Now, the opportunity to kill Old Cat is right in front of you. Do you want to be like these traitors and fall?" "Awoo." At this moment, Tengu roared angrily. Its chi activity slipped instantly. It was really sealed, broken 6, the sealed Tengu only had the strength of a broken 6. As for Tai Tu, he had a broken 8 true path. These people could not seal him. Of course, these people could not even sense this. They had sealed Tai Tu. At least his virtual path was sealed. Old Manly did not even have the origin path. In their senses, naturally, he was also sealed. Previously, consciousness severing was still a little doubtful. He did not feel much when he sealed Fang Ping. This was not right. According to the beginner martial heaven and earth sealing method, the entire small world was converted into a beginner martial heaven and earth. If it was to be sealed, it should be sealed together. In the end, Fang Ping was sealed first. Could it be that Fang Ping was too weak, his Tao was too weak? Maybe it was. However, now that Tengu was sealed, these people had no more doubts. Not only Tengu, some of the beginner martial heavenly kings present, some of whom cultivated the origin, were in a sealed state at the same time. These people did not look right, but they could not say anything. Tengu being sealed meant that all of them were sealed. Anyway, Old Cat and Fang Ping did not show any abnormalities. These two actually did not have Tao. Even Fang Ping's installed Tao was also compressed very short. At this moment, it was indeed sealed. However, Fang Ping did not care. It was consciousness severing who dominated the beginner martial heaven and earth. If consciousness severing was killed, the seal would naturally be broken. In fact, they didn't even have to kill each other. Fang Ping and the cat's mentality were very strong. If not for the fact that they did not use their mentality, it was almost impossible for consciousness breaker to seal them. At this time, 3 beginner martial artists at level 8 stopped them, 5 at level 7 stood on the underworld god's side, and there were about 20 people at level 6. There weren't many people on fist god's side, but they weren't weak. 5 had broken through 8, 5 had broken through 7, and more than 60 had broken through. Many people on the infernal deity's side were also sealed. Almost all those who cultivated the origin were on the infernal deity's side. They knew that the fist god and the others were hostile to the origin, so they naturally wouldn't choose them. In this way, the difference in strength between the two sides was very big. However, the fist god didn't want Chiwu to really split. He shouted again, "Do you really want to do this? Ming, after killing the ash cat, the source will definitely be in chaos. Others might not know about this, but don't tell me you don't know about this?" The god of the underworld sighed and said, "I said I can kill the cat, but not now. Fist, attack now. Chiwu is a traitor. What difference is there between him and the emperors of the past? Fang Ping did not come here for fist god and the rest. He couldn't let this happen. Otherwise, it would go against his original intention. The fist god was also furious. Bastard, idiot, the opportunity was right in front of them, and they were still talking about being a traitor. Fang Ping looked at their confrontation and sighed. Do we really have to do this? Once we attack, we'll be mortal enemies, a great hatred that won't end until one of us dies. Isn't it better for Chiwu to cooperate with the humans? I really don't want to stain my hands with blood anymore. Old Manly rolled his eyes. From his point of view, Fang Ping was doing it on purpose. If this kid really exposed his full strength, Chiwu might not dare to move, but he just wouldn't do it. Obviously, he also had the intention to kill. Of course, it was the beginners who attacked first. Old Manly couldn't be bothered to say anything. If these people didn't give up, they would be digging their own graves. Fang Ping was not a pushover. If you dared to attack, he would definitely kill. Tian Shen and the Ash Cat were on such good terms. If it wasn't for the Ash Cat's pleading, Fang Ping would have killed him. In the end, it was still the Sky Garrison King who suppressed Tian Shen. These people had no friendship with Fang Ping. Everyone's interests were just linked. Now, in Fang Ping's eyes, they might be dead people. Fang Ping sighed again. Previously, Senior Yuan Hua died in battle, perishing together with the weapon master. That day, I felt that beginners really have guts. They're too similar to humans. Even earlier, the sacred martial god surrounded us and almost got killed by me. That day, even though a few beginners knew that they were no match for me, they still fought to the death. Really, I was a little touched. This is Chu Wu. This is the senior who founded the martial arts. Although some of them have fallen, there are still some who are like us humans. They will never lower their heads. Even if they die in battle, they will fight for glory. I admire those people. But, Fang Ping looked at the few people in front of him and suddenly laughed. But you guys really made me lose all of my good impression of Chuwu. I was wrong. Where there are people, there will be martial arts. You guys aren't very capable, but you're good at fighting for power. Look, it's only been a few days since I came back, and people like the underworld god are already standing aside. Why don't I just get rid of them this time so they won't be an obstacle to you guys? Fist God said coldly, no matter how vicious your words are, you won't be able to sway me. I only wanted to kill the cat and gave you a chance. Since you didn't want it, I won't be merciful anymore. Fong Ping laughed and said faintly, Senior Skyarm, we want to leave. Can you guys escort us out? Skyarm's expression changed. Very quickly, he said in a low voice, all right. Let them go. As soon as he said that, Skyarm's vitality erupted. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the divine spear of the weapon master. That day when he killed the weapon master, Yuan Hua and the weapon master perished together. In the end, this spear was given to Skyarm. Skyarm, you want to attack? Spear God walked out, a long spear also appearing in his hand. He shouted, get out of my way. I'll spare your life today. Otherwise, you traitor, I'll suppress you even if you don't die. Traitor? Skyarm gritted his teeth. I'm a traitor? That's right. Bastard. Skyarm was furious. All these years, he had racked his brains for Chuwu. Now, he was labeled as a traitor. Was he worried about Fong Ping and the others? He was worried about Chuwu. Something was wrong with Fong Ping. Something was very wrong. He was really worried that something would happen. Even if Fist God and the others did not get along with him, he did not want to see anything happen to them. However, did these people really understand him? They only knew how to kill. Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed in the past. The origin was powerful. Blindly killing would not solve the problem. The 9 emperors were the root of the problem. Did these people understand? Fong Ping and the others were not. Fong Ping. Fong Ping was just gambling on luck. This was not what he wanted. Skyarm was flustered and exasperated, but he did not know how to start. He had told them a few times how dangerous Fong Ping was, but no one took it seriously. Even if he said it again, these people would not take it seriously. Underworld God, Illusion, escort Fong Ping and the others out. Skyarm did not want to waste any more time. He would talk after sending these bombs Fong Ping and the others away. Trying to leave? Spear God shouted coldly, pointing a long spear at Skyarm, then you stay too. Dark, you want to stop me? Fist God also looked at Underworld God, his expression cold. Underworld God also made a decision at this time. He sighed and said, people who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Beginner martial is a myriad of paths, not just one. You and I have different ideas. I won't force you, but Fong Ping and the others are here because of me. Let them go. These people, you block me, I block you. At this moment, they all ignored Fong Ping and the others. Fong Ping waved at Fong Ping, who leaped over. Fong Ping said telepathically, later, you and I will shock broken consciousness together and break the seal first. Otherwise, this idiot doggy is too weak. Break the seal first. Once broken consciousness was killed, Heavenly Hound would regain its strength. My clone will deal with Staff Saint, Heavenly Hound will deal with Divine Sovereign Justice, you Trap Spear God, I'll play with Fist God, Fong Ping said telepathically. He was ready to capture all of them in one fell swoop, including those beginner martial powerhouses behind them. As for Underworld God and the others, it would be fine if they did not interfere later. If they did, Fong Ping would not be polite. That was good, beginner martial would return to its previous state. Even if the remaining 3 had broken 8, they would not be able to do anything. To be honest, 8 of them had broken 8 and Fist God was close to breaking 9. Fong Ping might not trust them. As for whether the Underworld God and the others would hate him if he killed them, it did not matter. Even if he hated them, he would hide it in his heart. Otherwise, Fong Ping would still attack. After discussing with Fong Ping asked Old Man Li and Iron Head to stay by Fong Ping's side. It would be safer this way. As for himself, he was ready to attack at any time to slay broken consciousness. Beginner Martial's side was still wrangling. Fang Ping said impatiently, "Are you done? I've already crushed the spirit jade. Heavenly King Suppressing will be here soon. Why don't we wait for Heavenly King Suppressing to arrive before we discuss?" As soon as he said that, Fist God made a decision instantly. He shouted, "Attack! Underworld, if you dare to stop me, I'll kill you too." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. This punch was terrifyingly rich in vitality. Even Underworld God's expression changed slightly. A scythe appeared in his hand instantly. With a slash, he shouted, "Enough! Do you really want to lead beginner Marshall to a dead end? Following you is a dead end." Rumble. Both of them exchanged blows. The others did not hesitate and attacked one after another. Heavenly Arm was extremely anxious. "We can't attack. B** stards, have you forgotten the reputation of Kingman? D** it. These idiots." As soon as he said that, Spear God shouted coldly, cowardly as a mouse. "You don't deserve to be a beginner Marshal. Mother **cur. Heavenly Arm was furious. That was Fang Ping who killed Broken 9. He was not an ordinary martial artist. Did these idiots really think that it was the Underworld God's doing? D** it. Rumble. The two spears clashed. Heavenly Arm's ability was not as good as Spear God's, but Spear God could not do anything to him in the short term. "Huan, break the seal and let Fang Ping and the others leave." Heavenly Arm growled. Huan was also a mentality powerhouse. Broken consciousness was not as good as him. If the seal was broken, Fang Ping and the others could naturally leave. After they left, it would be easier to settle the internal affairs. Now that Fang Ping and the others were in the middle, some things could not be said too clearly. Huan's mentality had just erupted when Heavenly Palm slapped him. He snorted coldly. "Traitor!" Huan did not say anything. His mentality manifested and instantly fought with the other party. At this moment, Broken Consciousness was maintaining the seal. Staff Saint walked towards them with his staff in hand, his expression cold. Because of these guys, a beginner martial artist had an internal conflict. They deserved to die. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. They really did it. Now that the Rod Saint has come to them alone, should I kill him or not? Fang Ping thought for a while and looked at Staff Saint. "Forget it. I'll give you a chance. It's best if you cherish it. If you don't, then the first person to die will be Broken Consciousness." Fang Ping grabbed the cat on his shoulder and sighed. "Forget it. I'll give you the cat. Just kill the cat. This has nothing to do with me." A sneer appeared on Staff Saint's face. As for Fang Ping, he grabbed the cat and tossed it towards Staff Saint. "Pray for your own luck. It's best if you leave. If you don't. Cat Broken 9, my real body is there." Staff Saint was not strong. He had just broken 8 and his vitality was 22 million calories. Honestly, this kind of powerhouse was an ultimate powerhouse in the past. Now, he was really nothing. 2 Broken 9 powerhouses plotted against him together. It was his luck. The cat was innocent and confused. When it was tossed out, it advised kindly, "Go, don't hit me. I'm very strong. So are liars. You should go, or you'll die." To Staff Saint, this was a mockery. This cat, on the brink of death, still dared to mock him. "You're very strong? How strong are you? Kill." He did not respond at all. With a sweep of his staff, the void exploded. He wanted to kill the cat with one strike. This strike was with all his strength. He was worried that Fang Ping and the others would come to stop him. Although they were not considered strong now, if they killed the cat, it could also stop the Underworld God and the others from thinking. Perhaps there would be no more internal conflict. At this moment, Heavenly Arm was scared out of his wits. He shouted, "Stop." It was better if he did not shout. The more he shouted, the more Staff Saint went all out, faster and faster. Kill. This Heavenly Arm fellow was really obsessed. If he killed the cat, the origin would be in turmoil. When the time came, the beginner martial artists would be the strongest. Even Zhen and the others would be affected. If they attacked together and destroyed the 3 realms' origin, would they be afraid of the arrival of the Emperor? Kill. Staff Saint shouted again. The long staff descended, hitting the cat's head. He could already see the cat's head exploding. This strike, with all his might, could definitely kill the cat, even if this cat had forged jade bones. So what? Did this cat know how to use it? Did it know combat techniques? Staff Saint. Heavenly Arm roared, feeling anxious. Danger, very dangerous. Why would Fong Ping throw the cat out for you to kill? You don't understand Fong Ping at all. This was big trouble. Could it be that Jin was hiding in the cat's world? Previously, the cat had hidden the monster emperor. This staff saint fellow did not know, but how could they not know? However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned for a moment. They were all watching the cat fall. However, at this moment, the cat curled its tail and curled it around the long staff. It said pitifully, "Cats don't fight. Don't hit cats." It did not fight back. It just entangled the long staff. However, Staff Saint's all-out attack was entangled and could not land. Staff Saint's expression changed drastically. How was this possible? He could not accept it. Without another word, he went all out. Vitality gushed out from his entire body, and the long staff glowed blood red. However, with his limit of more than 20 million calories, how could he break free from the cat's control? At this moment, the cat's mouth opened wide. A human voice was heard. Really, why did he have to die? He's too easy to kill. Sigh, idiot. Staff Saint went all out, almost without any defense. All of his vitality flowed into the long staff. The long staff was entangled by the cat. 2 broken 9 martial artists working together to kill 1 broken 8 martial artist. Moreover, he was a beginner. Fong Ping felt that it was too much of a bully. He did not want to bully others like this. However, it was better to be straightforward, lest Staff Saint suffered. At this moment, a Chongdao floated out slowly. Very slowly. It floated out from the cat's mouth. The speed was not fast at all, and there was no leakage of energy. Like a child, it raised the Chongdao and aimed, slashing at Staff Saint's head. It was really very slow. However, Staff Saint wanted to dodge, retreat, and leave, but he could not do it. Staff Saint's eyes widened. What was this? He felt like he was in a trance. Behind him, Tengu sympathized with him. 2 broken 9 martial artists against 1. His death was worth it. It was equivalent to 2 martial emperors against him in the past. Was his death worth it? The long saber fell lightly. With just a slash, it was effortless. With a splat, Staff Saint was cut in half from head to tail. Very easy, it was like cutting tofu. Staff Saint was not jade. His vitality was strong, but his jade bones were not completely forged. At this moment, he was cut in half by the chaos-vanquishing saber. His skull cracked. If it were a normal saber, he might not die. But now, he was dead. Chaos-vanquishing saber, slashing thousands of Daos, dead body, dead body. The Rod Saint was still in the state of striking, but his eyes gradually dimmed. The Chongdao gently cut him in half. At this moment, endless vitality gushed out, endless vitality gushed out. Fong Ping was a little surprised. This was similar to the lifeless vitality he encountered in the king's battleground. Was this how a beginner martial artist was killed? No wonder those martial emperors killed beginner martial artists and gained a lot of benefits. Staff Saint was not considered strong among broken 8 martial artists, but his vitality was terrifyingly strong. Fong Ping was too lazy to take it. With one slash, he sent the 2 House of the Corpse flying, landing in front of Old Manly. Among those present, Staff Saint's vitality should be the most helpful to Old Manly. No matter what, he was still a broken 8 martial artist. Everyone was silent for a moment. With such a light slash, Staff Saint was cut in half and sent flying. At this moment, everyone could not react. What happened to Staff Saint? He was cut in half, but that did not mean he was dead. Beginner martial artists had strong vitality. What was Staff Saint doing? He was gathering his flesh. Also, who cut Staff Saint open? Everyone had countless thoughts. At this moment, Heavenly Arm's eyes revealed a touch of sorrow. Dead, Staff Saint was dead. As expected, his guess was right. There was a powerhouse in Cat's world. It was not Jin. It was Fong Ping. Fong Ping, there were 2 Fong Pings. Heavenly Arm was howling, but he did not know how to howl. At this moment, Fist God reacted. His expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Consciousness breaker, go." "Why are you going?" Fang Ping wore a smile. Almost as if he had teleported, he walked to Consciousness Breaker's side, his mentality erupting. On the other side, Cat Tail waved the long staff, his mentality erupting too. Two powerhouses whose mentality had gone through a qualitative change used their mentality together to shock Consciousness Breaker. Consciousness Breaker fell into a momentary trance. At this moment, Fang Ping raised his saber, pointed it at his head, and chuckled. "It's good that you're in a trance. There's no pain. I've freed you." The Chongdao fell slowly. Pfft, his head was cut off. Fang Ping grabbed a piece of crystal that condensed quickly. He laughed. A broken 8 mentality crystal. That's good. It was a rare item. Rumble, the basilica exploded. The beginner martial world collapsed. Consciousness Breaker was dead. In that instant, 2 broken 8 martial artists did not even have time to react. They were finished off by Fang Ping and Cat Tail, 2 emperors against a broken 8 martial artist. There was no way they could survive. Dead, the 2 broken 8 martial artists who died probably did not come to their senses until the moment they died. What happened? Consciousness Breaker. Fist God's eyes were red. How could this be? How could Consciousness Breaker and Staff Saint die just like that? Impossible. He dared not believe it. He did not want to believe it. No, it could not be true. Definitely not, it was an illusion. Yes, it was an illusion. Fang Ping and Cat Tail created an illusion. Fist God was going crazy. He did not believe it. He really did not believe it. The Rod Saint was dead. His sense severing was dead. The beginner martial realm was broken. At this moment, the experts were in disbelief. Fang Ping, on the other hand, pursed his lips, feeling a little regretful. He said softly, "They should have blown it up a little. Even if they die, they won't be able to show off. What a pity, if 2 died and 8 were destroyed, wouldn't the world be shaken?" "You're not shaking your origin, why don't you move?" In the end, his death was not even as big as the commotion of a paragon. Fang Ping felt that it was too much of a pity. This was the first time he had killed more than 8 with his own hands. He was not the one who killed the weapon master. The path tree he had killed earlier was Pajio. Breaking 8. First clear, Fang Ping felt a little regretful. Wielding his glaive, he looked at the dumbfounded people and smiled. "Why are you looking at me? Big Dog, divine sovereign justice is yours. Big Cat, spear god is yours. Fist God, let me play with you?" As he said that, Fang Ping strode forward, slashing with his saber. With a rumble, a broken 7 was directly cut in half by him. Qi and blood surged from the corpse. Fang Ping flicked his Chongdao and sent it flying, landing on Old Man Li's side once more. Fang Ping was smiling, but he looked like a demon. Killing people was too easy. His clone was currently rushing towards the heavenly kings who had broken through to the 7th level. Skyarm and the rest were still in a daze. Very soon, the underworld god came to his senses and roared, "No, Fang Ping, they don't know anything. They just came out of the sky cemetery." Fang Ping laughed. "Since he's so stupid, then I'll just kill him. Nether god, we are still friends. Will Chuwu be destroyed, or will they be destroyed? I believe that you have a very good choice." Fang Ping, a look of despair appeared in the Nether god's eyes. He didn't want to kill Fist God and the others. Seriously, there weren't many beginner martial artists left. Breaking through 8 out of 8 was their foundation and everything to them. Now, 2 of them were dead. The Fist God was close to breaking 9. He was the hope of beginner martial artists. But now, it was over. It was really over. Fang Ping was a rank 9 powerhouse. The Fist God came back to his senses and suddenly seemed to have aged a lot. Looking at Fang Ping, Fist God then looked at Consciousness Breaker and Rod Saint who were killed. His voice was slightly hoarse. "You've broken 9? Fang Ping laughed. "Why don't you guess? Why didn't you say anything before?" Fist God was going a little crazy. Previously, Fang Ping had said that he would not make a move. Fang Ping chuckled. "Humans, why are they all like this? What does it have to do with you that I'm breaking through the 9th level? Why should I tell you? He laughed mockingly. Why should I tell you? Can't I hold back? The fist god's eyes were bloodshot. He, the rod saint, and the others had been suppressed for 8,000 years and had only been out for a few days. Even the emperors of the past were not among them. Today, 2 out of the 5 of them had died. 9 breakthrough. So what if you've broken through 9? The fist god roared and his blood was burning. There was a loud boom. Fist god's chi and blood were terrifyingly strong. He burnt his chi and blood directly. So what if he was at breakthrough 9, Fang Ping? He wanted to kill Fang Ping for revenge. So powerful. Fang Ping praised. So strong. Even if the Tao tree is alive, it might not be able to kill you. There's still a chance that you can escape this calamity. Too strong. Fist god's vitality was close to 40 million calories. Now that he was burning his vitality, there were faint signs of him breaking through to the 9th heaven. If the Tao tree revived and fought with the fist god, even if the fist god was no match for it, there was still hope for him to escape. But now, the beginner martial realm had been broken. Fang Ping's limit had exceeded 60 million cal. This was the result of the emperor's tens of thousands of years of cultivation after they had proven their Tao. Only then did they reach Fang Ping's level. The difference was more than 20 million cal. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He did not panic. Grinning, he casually slashed a broken 6 heavenly king in half. With another flick, he flew toward Iron Head. I'm a devil. Even the 9 emperors have used beginner martial cultivation. I won't stand on ceremony then. Thank you, fist god, for your gift. Fang Ping laughed heartily. The fist god's eyes were bloodshot. Without saying anything else, he threw a punch at Fang Ping. Fang Ping had a playful look on his face. You don't say. I haven't tried Dong Wang's methods before. Why don't I use you to practice today? As he said that, some vitality and mentality emerged in the void. The fist god's mentality was not strong. Fang Ping could capture it quickly. The fist shadow fell into it instantly. With a boom, like a chemical reaction, the 3 forces merged in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a large amount of force emerged. Fang Ping laughed. This move was really useful. The powerful vitality in the force was all provided by the fist god himself. With a flick of Fang Ping's Chengdao, the force cluster flew out. A broken 7 powerhouse was just about to fight Fang Ping's clone when the force cluster descended instantly. The fist god had gone all out. His vitality was only a part of it. One could imagine how powerful this force cluster was. Boom, with a loud bang, the broken 7 powerhouse exploded into pieces directly. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Too strong. It's a pity that it's gone. Even the weapon is gone. Fist god, don't use too much force. The fist god's eyes were blood red, almost dripping blood. How's method? The fist god roared like a beast. This was Dong Wang's method. That broken 7 could also be said to have died in his hands. Impossible. How could Fang Ping be so strong? Even if he was a broken 9 and he was vaguely a broken 9, Fang Ping would not have been able to deal with him so easily. No, he dared not believe that this was true. Fang Ping's method was even stronger than some of the emperors 10,000 years ago, not 30,000 years ago, but 10,000 years ago. The fist god roared and charged toward Fang Ping again. This time, it was not a vitality bombardment. Instead, it was a direct attack toward Fang Ping. He wanted to fight in close combat. Fang Ping, the underworld god, was in a daze. His expression was too complicated. No. Too many people had died, in the blink of an eye. 2 of them had broken 8, 2 of them had broken 7, and a few of them had broken 6. No, if they continued to die, the loss of new martial arts would be too great. On the other side, Heavenly Hound had completely suppressed Divine Palm Sect. Cat was almost playing with Spear God. This cat, with its tail wrapped around Saint of Staff's long staff, was hitting Spear God's head. Each hit was a bump, as if it wanted to beat Spear God into Sakyamuni. Spear God was going crazy. Right now, he was roaring crazily. Shame, Cat was humiliating him. Divine Arm, the underworld god suddenly looked at Divine Arm, a pleading expression on his face. Stop killing. If they continued, Fist God and the rest would die, and new martial arts would be half crippled. But now, he understood. Fang Ping had broken 9, and it was not just a simple breakthrough. Cat seemed to have broken 9 as well. Heavenly Hound had broken 2. These people were too strong, unless the 3 of them joined forces with Fist God and the rest. But, he was afraid. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid that new martial arts would be completely destroyed. Fang Ping was much stronger than the emperor who had appeared earlier. He was afraid that if the few of them attacked, they would die, and the whole of new martial arts would be destroyed. No. Divine Arm, the underworld god looked at Divine Arm. Divine Arm was on good terms with Fang Ping. This was their only hope. Divine Arm was also in a daze, but now he had sobered up. He shouted hurriedly, "Kingly, new martial arts is willing to surrender. Fist God and the rest have just come out of the heavenly cemetery. They don't know how powerful Kingly is. Kingly, spare them. New martial arts is willing to surrender." Surrender? Fang Ping asked with interest. The next moment, Fist God suddenly said angrily, "Surrender? Get lost. Since this old man has eyes but failed to see, I will die in his hands. New martial arts will never surrender. Kill. Fist suppresses all realms." Fist God threw a punch. The entire basilica was instantly torn apart, completely shattered. With a loud bang, the entire mainland was shaking. Between heaven and earth, a shadow of a fist covered the 3 realms. Fang Ping glanced at it and smiled. There's still some movement. At this moment, Fist God had even broken 9, his vitality was burning fiercely. In an instant, he bombarded Fang Ping with thousands of punches. Fang Ping said mildly, "Before you die, you still have some manliness. It's just that you're too stupid. I, Fang Ping, am so easy to provoke. Does the 3 realms still need to be afraid of me?" He said it matter-of-factly. Fist God was good at everything. It was just that he had been locked up for too long. His mind was not clear. Fang Ping believed that this person also wanted to fight for new martial arts, but I, Fang Ping, am not your stepping stone. Kill. Fang Ping did not hold back. He did not care about Divine Arm, Fist God, and the rest. He must kill them. If he gave up after killing a few, then he would really leave behind trouble. Divine Arm and the rest could only buy their own lives, not Fist God and the rest's. At this moment, even if the 3 of them attacked, Fang Ping was not afraid. This was because Fang Ping had already crushed the jade pendant again. The suppressing heavenly king was really coming. Although he did not know if he would curse, even if he did, it would be useless. This old man still had to attack when it was time. 3 emperors came to kill you new martial arts. That's good enough, right? In the battle with Fist God, Fang Ping slashed again and again, slashing Fist God until blood splattered all over his body. As for Fang Ping, he wandered on the battlefield, completely controlling the overall situation. Pfft, another break 7 was killed. Go. Fist God roared. His jade bones, flesh, and blood were all burning. Go. This old man has let you down. Go. Fist God roared, his voice mixed with pain. He had misjudged the situation. The powerhouses who followed them were being slaughtered. These people were all pure new martial arts. Those who cultivated the origin were almost all on the underworld god's side. After this defeat, new martial arts would really decline completely. On the underworld god's side, there were only more than 10 pure new martial arts. The rest were on his side. Sir. Master. Those powerhouses were also bathed in blood and killing. They were unwilling, sad, resentful. However, was it useful? Boom. A peak break 6 powerhouse knelt down with a bang. His voice was like crying blood, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Lord Underworld God, sir, save Lord Fist God, sir." The Underworld God looked like he was struggling. Could he be saved? If the 3 of them attacked, there was still some hope. However, it would completely destroy new martial arts. Fist God roared while fighting Fang Ping. "Trash, who asked you to kneel? Get lost. Either you die in battle or you run away. Get lost." Fist God was not really stupid. He did not mention asking the underworld god and the rest to help. He could feel that this was the new martial arts' last hope. He could not let them attack. At this moment, Fist God's heart suddenly moved. He suddenly looked at the underworld god, his eyes revealing a pleading look. The underworld god was slightly stunned. I beg you. In his eyes flowed a weakness that had never been there before, a desire that had never been there before. I beg you, sorrow flashed in the underworld god's eyes. He suddenly shook his head and glanced at Heavenly Arm beside him. Fist God was stunned. Then, as if he had understood, he roared furiously. Kill! Boom, like a crazy demon, Fist God burned himself completely, bombarding Fang Ping in a frenzy. Even if Fang Ping was strong, he still took a few steps back. At this moment, Fist God broke through the blockade in an instant. He did not escape. Straight Skyarm's expression changed. He saw Fist God's pleading look, his weak gaze, and the will to die. Sorrow flashed in Skyarm's eyes too. Then, he nodded heavily. Thank you. Fist God's lips moved slightly, but he did not say anything. Behind him, Fang Ping was just about to slash down with his saber. Fist God suddenly burst into laughter. His entire body was burning. He laughed mournfully. It's time for me to leave. I should have left 8,000 years ago. I've lived for 8,000 years. Back then, Sun God said that I would destroy new martial arts. I didn't believe it. Today, I believe it, ha ha ha. Sun God, Celestial Emperor, Hao, Qiong, Do, the old new martial arts guy has left. I'll wait for you guys to go on your way together. At this moment, Fist God was a little dazed. He thought of 40,000 years ago. When martial arts were first established, some humans were gifted and walked their own martial arts path. Among them were the 5 people he called out. There was also him. There was Sword God, Saber God, Fire God, Underworld God. They were the oldest batch of people. Later, many people died. Later, he was suppressed. Later, he came out. New martial arts were almost destroyed because of him. Insanity, unwillingness, and everything else had driven him mad. New martial arts should not have been defeated. New martial arts did not lose to others. He lost to his own people. Celestial Emperor and the others were his brothers and fellow cultivators, but they betrayed new martial arts. Rumble, extremely intense vitality force surged into Heavenly Arm's body. Yes, this was Fist God's last hope. Initially, he wanted to integrate with Underworld God, but Underworld God knew that he could not. If he integrated with Fist God, he might break 9. He was worried that Fang Ping would be wary of him and kill him. He could only integrate with Heavenly Arm. Heavenly Arm had not broken 2 gates yet. Even if he integrated with Fist God, he could not break 9. Heavenly Arm had a good relationship with Li Hansong and Fang Ping. Fang Ping might not stop him or kill Heavenly Arm. This was the reason why Fist God chose Heavenly Arm. Fist God already knew that there was no other way. Fang Ping was not an ordinary broken 9. Instead of dying in Fang Ping's hands, he might as well make up for some of his mistakes. He should not have attacked Fang Ping and the others, but it was too late for regrets now. Rumble, all the bones in Heavenly Arm's body were changing. His vitality was getting stronger. Fist God and he were both powerhouses who used fists. It was just that Heavenly Arm's previous weapon had been self-destructed by him. Right now, Fist God's boxing glove had merged into his hand. Fist God had melted the heavenly spear with his vitality and merged it into the boxing glove. He was forging a divine weapon for Heavenly Arm. Behind him, Fang Ping's expression changed. Fist God was very powerful. He did not need Fist God's help. If Fist God integrated with Old Manly, he might be able to give Old Manly a broken 8 combat strength and become a peak powerhouse. But now, he was integrating Heavenly Arm. Should he stop him? Would Heavenly Arm and the others not have any complaints about him killing beginner powerhouses? Once these people became stronger, would they act against the human race to take revenge? Fang Ping had a thought in his mind. Kill them, demonic nature, kill these people and slaughter beginner martial artists, including Heavenly Arm and Underworld God, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. At this moment, his shoulder sank slightly. The cat used its tail to curl the rod and knocked Fang Ping's head, asking curiously, "What is he doing?" Fang Ping turned his head and glanced at the cat, his gaze changing. Was it intentional, or was it really unintentional? In that instant earlier, his murderous intent soared. He even wanted to annihilate all beginner martial artists. This cat had interrupted his train of thought. Fang Ping's expression changed for a while. He did not care about Fist God anymore, feeling a little panicky. He did not know why he had such a thought, but Fang Ping knew that the current him was indeed more demonic than before. Fang Ping did not care about this anymore. With a cold expression, he slashed with his Chongdao. The broken six who was kneeling on the ground earlier was chopped in half. The corpse floated toward Iron Head and the others. Another broken six was killed. Beside him, a powerhouse who followed the underworld god looked at Fang Ping with bloodshot eyes, clenching his fists. Seeing this, the underworld god bellowed, "Come back." A loud bellow jolted this person back to reality. Seeing Fang Ping killing a heavenly king effortlessly as if he was slaughtering a chicken, this person suppressed all his emotions and hurriedly flew toward the underworld god. The other people who followed the underworld god also flew over there. Illusion, underworld god, and heavenly arm were surrounding them now. As for the other powerhouses who followed Fist God and the others, they could not save them. At that moment, when Fang Ping's murderous intent was released, the others did not notice it, but Illusion was sweating profusely. He felt it, the aura of death. Fang Ping had the intention to slaughter Chu Wu. Because Fist God was integrating vitality for Heavenly Arm, Fang Ping was worried that they would sympathize with him, take revenge, and seek revenge. That was why he wanted to kill all of them. At this moment, they did not dare to act rashly. Today, it was a matter of Chu Wu's survival. Chu Wu, who had been passed down for 40,000 years, would be annihilated today if they were not careful. On the other side, Gun God could already move freely without Sung Mel watching him. He saw Fist God's choice. At this moment, Gun God's face was also full of despair and defeat. Should we go? One wrong choice, and many good friends were killed. Were they waiting for us? Gun God looked at the underworld god, revealing the same expression as Fist God. At this moment, a hint of sorrow appeared in the underworld god's eyes. He shook his head slightly and glanced at Old Manly. Use your life to exchange for a small favor for Chu Wu. Even if Fang Ping wanted to kill all of us, using your life might be able to exchange for a different outcome. Gun God understood. He revealed a mournful expression. He was unwilling, and did not want to fulfill the wish of killing their people, but he knew that this was the best choice. Otherwise, the outcome would be the same even if he died. Fang Ping would not let him fulfill the wish of a Chu Wu powerhouse. See you in the next life. Living for 40,000 years, it's worth it. With a murmur, the next moment, Gun God's entire body was set ablaze. He laughed loudly. Fang Ping, we've lost. In the battle of Tao, life and death are determined by fate. Family should not be implicated. If you're not as strong as others, you'll die if you lose. I've long understood this principle. I'll fulfill your teacher's wish. Please let my disciple go. My disciple did not follow us. He's innocent, ha ha ha. With a hearty laugh, Gun God turned into a ball of extremely dense vitality and flew toward Old Manly. Fang Ping sensed for a while. He did not feel any killing intent. Gun God chose to accept his loss. They had lost. If they lost, it would be death. However, they had a choice as to how they would die. If they could not fulfill the wish of a Chu Wu powerhouse, they would fulfill the wish of their enemy. Although Fang Ping and the others did not understand, they knew that vengeance and kindness must be repaid. Was this considered kindness? They did not know. Still, they were willing to take a gamble. Boom. The moment Old Manly came into contact with this ball of vitality, his vitality surged. A powerhouse who had broken 2 gates, a top-notch powerhouse who was ranked 11th in Break 8, burned himself to fulfill his wish. Old Manly quickly sat down cross-legged. His flesh was exploding. However, Gun God was willing to burn himself to fulfill his wish. This was much smoother than a forced fusion. Over at Heavenly Hound, Divine Palm sect was suppressed to the point where they could not even lift their heads. At this moment, their eyes were also filled with sorrow. They were all dead. In the blink of an eye, the few old friends who had been trapped together for 8,000 years were all dead. Not only were they dead, but the few Break 7 and more than 10 Break 6 who had followed them were all killed by Fang Ping. He was the only one left. Divine Palm sect looked around. He did not want to choose Li Hansong. He wanted to choose a Chu who had broken 7 to help him break 8. However, when he saw Heavenly Hound opening its mouth wide and swallowing him, when he saw Fong Ping glaring at him from the side, he knew why Gun God made this choice. Divine Palm Sect was devastated, but he knew that this was perhaps the best choice. Fong Ping, we've lost, Divine Palm Sect laughed bitterly, looking at Fong Ping, ignoring Heavenly Hound. You've exceeded our expectations. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. We haven't seen Skyarm and the rest for 8,000 years. There's no longer any friendship between us. When Fist God appeared, he said that he would seize the power of Chu Wu. Underworld God and the rest have long fallen. They are no longer pure Chu Wu. They are the shame of Chu Wu. Origin and Chu Wu are irreconcilable. They support Origin to prevail among Chu Wu. They are no longer Chu Wu, they are cowards and a disgrace. They don't deserve to be on the same level as us. They don't deserve to be called the leaders of Chu Wu. You must defeat the Emperor. Ha ha ha, the infighting of Origin is what we want to see. Divine Palm Sect laughed, burning himself. The moment Heavenly Hound's mouth descended, he broke through and rushed toward Li Hansong. Fong Ping's expression did not change. What was this? Before he died, he humiliated the Underworld God and the rest. Was he afraid that he would put them on the same level as Fist God and the rest? Was he afraid that he would destroy Chu Wu? Were the strongest martial artists at the beginning of the martial arts a hero? Perhaps, in the eyes of Chu Wu, they were heroes. At least, many of the powerhouses of Chu Wu did not recognize them. Fong Ping was the devil, however, Fong Ping did not think that there was anything wrong with it. I am the devil, if you don't provoke me, I won't be cruel to you. You do it for Chu Wu. I do it for the human race. There was nothing to say. Rumble, a loud noise was heard. On the other side, Heavenly Arm looked sorrowful. Fist God burned himself, burned everything. At this moment, an illusion appeared in the void. Fist God smiled, a little relieved and a little emotional. I've lived for 40,000 years. It's really too long. I'm tired. Fist God chuckled. He was too tired. 30,000 years ago, after his defeat, he felt too tired. Today, he was free. Please. He did not know who to ask for help. Maybe it was the Underworld God and the rest, or maybe it was Fong Ping. With a touch of ease, just like unquestionable sword that day, Fist God's illusion stepped on the air, getting higher and higher, overlooking the 3 realms. Everyone, take care. After saying goodbye, Fist God's laughter spread throughout the 3 realms. In the next moment, the illusion stepped into the endless void and disappeared completely. Rumble. In the void, a fist dissipated, the first in breaking 8, the first in Chu Wu, Fist God, had fallen. Sob sob sob, choking sounds were heard everywhere. Countless people were at a loss. On Chu Wu mainland, a touch of sorrow rose in many people's hearts. A powerhouse in Chu Wu had fallen. Who was it? Fist God. Below, the Underworld God's gaze was complicated, with an indescribable feeling. Hate, reluctance, or something else, or envy. Old friend, you left so easily, but what about Chu Wu? At this moment, on a small island in the sea, Daoist Fengyun stood in the void, his gaze complicated. The fist shadow collapsed. Fist God, the first in breaking 8, was actually dead, even he was at a loss at this moment. Who killed him? He didn't sense too much movement, only Fist God went all out, and only his projection collapsed. This proved that Fist God was dead. There was no intense battle, but he died just like that. Who killed Fist God? Beside him, Di Xing was also shocked. He whispered, "This is Fist God? It's him." Daoist Fengyun sighed softly. In the next moment, a mirror appeared. Daoist Fengyun tossed it into the void and began to investigate. These beginner martial artists were not Origin Realm powerhouses, so he could not clearly sense anything. Only with the help of a divine artifact could he determine whether they were dead or alive. After a moment of investigation, Daoist Fengyun shuddered. No. No way, it was not Fist God alone, beginner martial. Too many powerhouses had died in the beginner martial realm. On this day, the 3 realms ranking in the catacombs shook violently. First in breaking 8, Fist God's name dimmed and instantly disappeared from the breaking 8 list. Breaking 8, 11, Spear God, dead. Breaking 8, 12, Divine Palm Master, dead. Breaking 8, 19, Staff Saint, dead. Breaking 8, 20, Consciousness Severed, dead. Breaking 7, 2, Azura God, dead. Breaking 7, 6, Rain God, dead. Breaking 7, 8, Moon God, dead. On the Breaking 6 list, 10 people disappeared in an instant. The three realms shook. On this day, the catacombs shook, the human race shook, and even some emperors received the news in secret and were extremely shocked. A beginner martial artist's strength was reduced by 60% in one day. Who did this? Emperors. Only emperors could do it. Even a normal Breaking 9 could not instantly defeat so many powerhouses, not to mention Fist God, the first in Breaking 8. Chuwu Continent. The shrine was in ruins. The group of novice martial heavenly kings were all silent. They were not ordinary martial artists. They were all top-notch experts, and the youngest among them was at least 10,000 years old. This time, Chuwu had suffered heavy losses. 5 at the 8th rank had been killed, 4 had died when they broke through 7, and 10 when they broke through 6. A total of 19 experts had died. It seemed to be less than half of the 50 people, but the death of the Fist God alone was equal to the loss of the other players who had broken 6 or 7, or even more. This was a beginner cultivator who was closest to Breaking 9. In the end, he was killed by Fang Ping. Although Fist God did not die in Fang Ping's hands and chose to merge with the heavenly arm in the end, if not for the fact that he had no chance of survival, Fist God would not have made this choice. Although everyone knew that Fist God and the others had kicked a steel plate this time. Even so, after Fang Ping had exposed his true strength, he had killed a few rank 8 powerhouses directly. Choked sobs could be heard everywhere on the Chuwu continent. Although the weak didn't know what had happened, they knew that many beginner martial arts experts had died. Those who were related by blood could even sense the death of their ancestors. At this moment, mournful cries could be heard everywhere. In the dilapidated hall, Fang Ping was very calm. It was frighteningly calm. The Nether God was also very calm. All of his sorrow were hidden in his heart. Would the Nether God hate him? Fang Ping knew it would. Even if he and the Fist God didn't see eye to eye, they had been friends for tens of thousands of years. Both of them were fighting for beginners. Even if they didn't see eye to eye, it was just because they were going in different directions. It didn't mean that their goals were different. Did the god of the underworld want to kill the cat? Yes, it was just that he was wary of Fang Ping's strength and dared not make a move. If Fang Ping had shown weakness earlier and Fist God had been able to restrain him, would the underworld god have just stood by and watched? No way. Fang Ping understood all these. Even the Nether God knew, in order to pass on Chuwu's legacy, the god of the underworld chose to sit back and watch. Because at that time, Fang Ping and Cat had already exposed their Breakthrough 9 ability, and the suppressing Heavenly King was still on his way. If Chuwu dared to resist 3 Breakthrough 9 powerhouses, he would be slaughtered today. Congratulations, Senior Sky Arm. Fang Ping saluted Celestial Arm slightly, congratulating him. He broke through the second gate. Not only had Sky Arm broken through 2 gates, but his essence, spirit, and spirit had also reached a pinnacle. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of breaking through 8 gates, given some time, Sky Arm would definitely be able to reach that level very quickly. No smile could be seen on Heavenly Arm's face. It was a little forced and a little dazed. Should he be happy? If his strength improved, then he should be happy. However, this was exchanged at the cost of 5 elementary martial breakthroughs of 8 and more than 10 heavenly monarchs who broke through 6 and 7. Heavenly Arm really could not bring himself to be happy. You broke 9? Sky Arm changed the topic. Although everyone could tell, he still asked to confirm it. Fang Ping smiled but did not answer. The next moment, Fang Ping said loudly, Fist God and the others attacked Song Mao. Senior Heavenly King Garrison killed Chuwu. Congratulations to Heavenly King Garrison. A loud shout resounded in all directions. The Chuwu continent shook, the sea quaked. In the void, an old man walked over, his gaze fixed on Fang Ping. Heaven-subduing king. Heavenly King Zhen looked at Fang Ping, and Fang Ping looked back at him. Heavenly King Zhen smiled and said slowly, You've matured. Maturity is often accompanied by death. Fang Ping was still calm. Heavenly King Zhen said this not because Fang Ping made him a scapegoat, not because Fang Ping continued to hide his strength, but because he set him up on the opposite side of Chuo. Yes, everyone present knew that Fang Ping killed them. But did the others know? Perhaps in their opinion, only Heavenly King Zhen had this strength in the three realms. Would the people of Chuwu continent doubt it? No way, the underworld god and the others did not dare to reveal the news to the public. It could only be Heavenly King Zhen who killed them. As for the future, who would believe his excuses in the future? Even if Heavenly King Zhen did not kill them alone, he had participated in it. Heavenly King Zhen was too closely related to Chuo. His teacher, Sun God, was even one of the leaders of Chuo, even now. Fang Ping was scheming against him. Was Heavenly King Zhen angry? A little. He had a good relationship with Fist God and the others. If it were him, he would never kill these people. Using force to intimidate these people was Heavenly King Zhen's first choice. Fang Ping, however, killed these people directly. Last time, Sacred Martial God and the others attacked Cat. In the end, Heavenly King Zhen did not kill a single one. Although it was said that they were exiled, in fact, those people quickly returned to Chuo. Today, Fang Ping did not say much at all. He killed them directly. After killing them, he even threw the blame to Heavenly King Zhen. Should Heavenly King Zhen be happy? He should not be. Not only did Fang Ping kill these old friends, but he also made him a scapegoat. He even made the emperors wary of him. This was actually very dangerous. That was what Fang Ping did. Did Fang Ping not know the consequences? He knew too. Heavenly King Zhen looked at him and said slowly, "Are you afraid?" Afraid? Fang Ping smiled and said, "Why should I be afraid? I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid that I don't have enough enemies to kill." When old Zhang left, after going to Spirit Emperor Dojo, I knew that this became my responsibility. That guy left on purpose. He didn't leave a single one behind. He wanted to avoid this responsibility, but I had to pick it up. That's my responsibility. If that's the case, I'm not afraid. You took this thing, so you have to pick it up. Who asked your hands to be so cheap? Heavenly King Zhen looked at him and sighed. He felt some sympathy and pity. Fang Ping smiled. Why are you looking at me like that? I should be the one pitying you. You're finished. Not only did you break 9, but you're also so strong. You're really finished. There are emperors who have their eyes on you. Heavenly King Zhen laughed lightly. He did not think much of it. He directly ignored this and said with a faint smile, "I'm not afraid because I think I'll be cleared of suspicion very soon." How long can you hold it in? He did not care too much about who did it. Everyone might think it was him now. Not long after, it would not be him anymore. Fang Ping would be exposed. Since he had already been exposed today, Fang Ping would not believe that the new martial artists would not leak the secret. Very soon, he would use this opportunity to create the greatest benefits. Therefore, Heavenly King Zhen really did not care too much. He sympathized with Fang Ping. After this time, Chuwu would definitely hate him to the core. Even if everyone did not say anything, even if everyone was afraid of him now. But what about after that? Unless Chuwu was completely destroyed, the catacombs hated him. Chuwu hated him. The emperors hated him. Fang Ping was only left with the humans. But, what about the humans? Fang Ping was a hero of the humans. Was he not afraid that one day, when the world was at peace, the humans would not be able to accept an executioner like him? He had killed too many people. Heavenly King Zhen looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not think much of it. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Did he have a future? He did not know. Did he really have a future? Fang Ping had not really thought about it. Retirement? Returning to Nanshan? Those were just dreams. There was no need to think about those. Heavenly King Zhen saw that he did not care and did not say anything else. Looking at the dilapidated main hall, he sighed softly, bowed slightly, and said in a low voice, "Farewell, old friends." Friends, many of the new martial artists were his friends. When he followed the Sun God, he had been traveling in the Chuwu mainland for thousands of years. He had made friends with many people, but today, many had died. He was familiar with most of the 19 powerhouses who had died in battle. They had even discussed Tao together, drank together, had a meal together, chatted with each other, today, they were all dead. Fang Ping was getting more and more ruthless. He knew that Fang Ping was anxious and afraid. Cutting through the Gordian knot, this was Fang Ping's mentality. He did not have time to play around with Fist God and the rest, nor did he have time to prevent them from causing trouble. So, he simply killed them all, leaving no one alive. As for the underworld god and the rest, even if they hated him, would they still dare to be enemies with the humans after witnessing a few broken 8 powerhouses being killed? Even if the emperor came, even if the emperor was stronger than Fang Ping, they might not dare to. Because Fang Ping was too hard to read, invincible, undefeatable. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would always be invincible and undefeatable. His battles had long proven this point. Fist God and the rest did not have much contact with him, so they did not feel this way. However, the underworld god and the rest knew that Fang Ping seemed to always have a trump card that he had not shown. Simply put, he was afraid of being killed. Unless Fang Ping was dead, otherwise, how many powerhouses in the 3 realms would dare to be enemies with Fang Ping? And this was what Fang Ping wanted. Wasn't a demon supposed to make people afraid? He did not need awe or worship. He only needed to make the enemy afraid, make them tremble. Heavenly King suppressing bowed. Very quickly, he lifted his head and looked at Fang Ping again. Do you need help? Fang Ping looked at him and said with a smile, is Godfather willing to help? Heavenly King suppressing laughed and said quickly, now, even I am not enough to make you feel at ease? Not really. Fang Ping said with a smile, we've discussed these things before. I don't want to discuss these things anymore. Heavenly King suppressing sighed again. This time, Fang Ping's trip had caused an earth-shattering commotion. However, was Fang Ping willing? Was he happy? This time, the people he was dealing with were not the enemies in the catacombs. In the eyes of outsiders, Tian Chen, whom he was dealing with, was an ally of the humans. In the eyes of outsiders, Fist God and the rest who he was dealing with might also be allies of the humans. In the end, Tian Chen's Tao was broken and he was suppressed in the human world. Fist God and the rest were simply killed. Fang Ping was preparing for the upcoming battle. He wanted to wipe out all the unstable factors. And this fire would first burn from within. Lin Zi, where are dragon form and the rest? Heavenly King suppressing suddenly said. The 2 of them were too closely related to the martial emperors. Spirit Emperor's niece, Beast Emperor's descendant, God Emperor's disciple. How should Fang Ping choose? This was not King Kuan and the rest, nor was it Chu Wu. These people had been fighting for the humans previously. Would Fang Ping be at ease with them? Heavenly King suppressing felt that Fang Ping might not be at ease. If he was not at ease, what should he do? Kill them, suppress them? He wanted to know what Fang Ping would choose. If this went on, Fang Ping would be deserted. Even the humans would not agree to Fang Ping returning kindness with enmity to their friends. Fang Ping chuckled and said, it's fine if they don't participate in the battle. After all, they're their relatives. I don't expect them to participate in the battle. Find a place to watch the show. When the outcome is decided, if I win, they don't change. If their relatives win, they might not change either. Isn't this the best? You still suspect them, not really. I just can't bear to let them attack my relatives. Don't tell me you want me to let Dragon Form kill Beast Emperor and Lin Zi kill Spirit Emperor? The conversation between the 2 was in front of Chu Wu. There was no voice transmission or shielding. They just talked to each other and let them listen. The underworld god did not say a word and did not interrupt. He did not know if this was a trap. What did Heavenly King suppressing mean? He and Fang Ping might not be of one mind. This time Fang Ping killed Chu Wu, he might be dissatisfied. He might even become estranged from Fang Ping. Then should the underworld god consider joining forces with Heavenly King suppressing to take revenge? But, was this a trap? The underworld god did not know, he did not want to know either. At this moment, he had forgotten everything just now. He did not want to think about it anymore. Now, Chu Wu could only join forces with the humans to fight against the emperor. As for the future, they would talk about it after they survived. Chu Wu still had many people who needed them. They could not die now. There were so many Chu Wu continents, and there were still hundreds of millions of people alive. And in the field, the 31 Chu Wu Heavenly King powerhouses were all they could rely on. Heavenly King suppressing did not say anything more. He did not communicate with the Chuwu people anymore. He said, if there's a need, you can call me. But, next time, don't throw the blame to me. After saying this, Heavenly King suppressing tore the void and disappeared from the hall. Fang Ping did not say anything. He watched him leave silently. Soon, only his side and Chuwu's group were left in the field. 3 powerhouses who had broken through 8 gates. At this moment, Heavenly Arm had broken through 2 gates, the Underworld God had broken through peak 8 gates, and Illusion was close to breaking through 2 gates. There were still 6 people who had broken through 7, and 22 people who had broken through 6. Fang Ping glanced at the crowd. Some lowered their heads and did not look at him. Some looked calm. Some had resentment and anger in their eyes. Fang Ping was too ruthless. Fang Ping did not say anything. His mentality erupted and sealed off a small space. The 3 people who had broken through 8 and Fang Ping were isolated inside. Senior Underworld God, I don't deserve it. The Underworld God sighed slightly. You have broken through 9. You don't deserve to be called a senior. Whether he did not deserve it or was unwilling, Fang Ping did not care. Fang Ping smiled. He did not care. He continued, since Fist God and the others have fallen, what do you think about the alliance, Underworld God? Yes. Having said that, the Underworld God said, Chuwu's strength is weak. Even if they join forces, they may not be a match for an emperor. No, definitely not a match for an emperor. What do you think, King Ren? The alliance was to deal with emperors. But now, Chuwu had suffered heavy losses. How could they deal with emperors? The alliance for Chuwu is not to deal with emperors. Actually, it's mainly to suppress the catacombs, Fang Ping said calmly. There are too many martial artists in the catacombs. There are also many low-level human martial artists, but not as many as them. I can't kill all the hundreds of millions of martial artists in the catacombs before the great battle. He said this too calmly. It was so calm that the Underworld God and the others felt a chill in their hearts. But the heaven-human realm wall is broken and the 3 realms are united. When that time comes, there will be chaos. What I mean is that the Chuwu mainland should move now. It should move toward the catacombs. When that time comes, we humans and Chuwu will join forces and seal off the catacombs. When the 3 realms are united, there may be people in the catacombs who want to take the opportunity to unify the 3 realms and become the overlord of the 3 realms. When that time comes, we may all face big trouble. At this moment, only by working together can we suppress the catacombs. The Underworld God was silent for a while. His illusory voice said faintly, King Ren, if that's the case, can't we join forces and kill those Chuwu in the catacombs now? Fang Ping laughed. I want to too. It's fine if I kill one. If I kill a few more, there will be many emperors who will arrive soon. The emperors have been planning for 10,000 years. These people are important pawns. Will they let me kill them all? Impossible. Monster Emperor, King Kuan, Hong Yu. These people, which one of them doesn't have emperors behind them? I'm not stupid. I really don't know these things. If I kill them now, it will only bring forward the day when the heaven-human realm wall is broken. The arrow that Heavenly Emperor Zhan shot earlier will be wasted. Kill the powerhouses in the catacombs. It was not that Fang Ping had never thought of it, however, Fang Ping knew that it would not work. He could still kill one. If he killed 2, there might be emperors who would arrive directly. If he killed 3 or 4, Fang Ping would be destroying the 9 emperors' 10,000-year plan. When that time came, Fang Ping would definitely be killed by the emperors who would arrive in anger. Whether the emperor's arrival that day was an act or because of the weapon master's death, there was no way to determine this point now. Was the emperor's replacement a weapon master? If so, then the emperor's arrival that day was a good reason. Fang Ping needed some time. These beginners could also be pawns left for some people to prove their Tao. However, the beginners were just icing on the cake. They were not important pawns. Fang Ping killed them, so be it. Those people, however, were different. There were not many powerhouses in the origin path now. Fang Ping had killed almost all of them. If there were more powerhouses in the origin path before, Fang Ping would not be sure who were the emperor's pawns. Now, looking at the Heavenly King ranking, how many people were there? after killing a large number, the situation was already very clear. Before this, there were less than 100 beginners and heavenly kings of origin. Today, Fang Ping killed nearly a quarter of them. There were probably only 50 to 60 heavenly kings in the three realms now. Beginners and origin were split in half. The possibility of beginners being substitutes was not high. That meant that the difficulty of choosing the 9 emperors substitutes from the few heavenly kings in origin was greatly reduced. Fang Ping laughed at himself in his heart. The three realms' origin powerhouses had to thank him. Now, Li Zhu and the others should have some judgment. Moreover, they might already have a clear target. Because too many people had died, it was convenient for them to determine the target. Most of the emperor's first seats were killed. There were only 3 of the 8 kings left. 36 saints were almost wiped out by Fang Ping. The remaining 2 or 3 were hiding somewhere. At this time, if they still could not confirm some things, then Hong Kuan and the others were too stupid. Huan did not say anything. Heavenly Arm suppressed some of the emotions in his heart and said, "Of course, that's not a problem. What about us?" That was a mission for the middle and lower levels. What were they going to do? Cultivate. Fang Ping laughed. Seniors, all of you are broken 8 now, but it's not enough. 31 heavenly king powerhouses. If they all have some improvement, if they join forces, even if they can't defeat the emperors, with one broken 9, they can still stop one emperor. Stop, and with the broken 9. The meaning in Fang Ping's words made their hearts tremble slightly. The underworld god said in a low voice, "Human king, since we're working together, can you tell us about your future plans?" There are 9 emperors. Even the earthly sovereign hasn't fallen. Including the heavenly emperor and the heavenly reverse emperor, there are 11 supreme powerhouses. The sun god has never appeared, so he is not a sun god. 11. How can the 3 realms fight them? Too many. This was not a small number. If 11 supreme powerhouses really joined forces, how could the 3 realms fight them? Fang Ping said meaningfully, "Don't worry. The emperors are not one, and they won't be united. There will always be someone who will work with us." The underworld god raised an eyebrow. Someone has contacted the king now? Underworld god, there are some things that may not be a good thing to know now. Fang Ping said it calmly. The underworld god could not verify whether it was true or not. He also knew that this was a big secret. After thinking for a while, he did not ask again. Still, he said, on the human side, broken 9. Even with the Azure Cat, there are only 3. Did the human king contact those people in the catacombs? This is the advantage of the Tao of Origin over us. They can break 9. The Tao of Origin had not been broken. Once the 3 gates were broken, even if it was only the virtual gate, it was still broken 9. Therefore, on the catacombs side, if they could work together, there was a high chance that a few powerhouses who broke 9 would be born. At that time, they would be more confident in fighting against the emperors. Fang Ping smiled. "I will consider this. Of course, it's not like there are no missions for beginner martial. Find the sun god." Fang Ping's eyes lit up. The sun god and the celestial emperor are most likely enemies, not together. Otherwise, if the sun god and the celestial emperor joined forces, why would it be so troublesome? Now the 9 emperors and the celestial emperor are not on the same side, and the celestial emperor is also secretly making arrangements. I think all this is not caused by the 9 emperors, but by the sun god. The sun god is also a beginner martial powerhouse, even a beginner martial emperor. If you can find the sun god and let it fight against the celestial emperor, then our chances will be greater. Sun god, at this point, Fang Ping had already judged that the sun god was very likely to be enemies with the celestial emperor. Otherwise, the celestial emperor and the sun god would have suppressed the heroes, and the 3 realms might have been different long ago. How could such a situation happen now? Therefore, if they found the sun god, it might solve a lot of trouble. They all nodded slightly. Fang Ping did not continue and said, "Senior Sky Arm, I have something to ask you in private." The underworld god and illusion did not say much and left quickly. They still had to appease beginner martial. As for what Fang Ping asked Sky Arm about, they did not want to care. "What questions do you have, King Man?" King Man. Before this, Sky Arm called him King Man when there were people and Fang Ping when there were no people. Now, even if there were no people, he was still King Man. Some changes in the way he addressed him also represented some psychological changes. Fang Ping suppressed some of the thoughts in his mind and did not let them show on his face. He smiled and said, I heard from Ironhead that Senior once said that a powerhouse had descended from the Skyarm continent. It might be an emperor. I wonder which emperor it is. Emperor? Skyarm was a little puzzled. He quickly shook his head and said, it's not an emperor. If you're talking about the previous time, it wasn't an emperor who descended. It's not an emperor? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Sun god? It's not a sun god either. If a sun god's aura appeared, I would recognize it. Skyarm was a little hesitant, but he still said quickly, it's not a sun god either. It's a powerhouse that I'm not too familiar with. Of course, it's not accurate to say that I'm not familiar. The other party has some smell of seeds. Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. The smell of seeds. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Does the seed have a consciousness? I'm not sure. Skyarm really did not know. Noticing Fang Ping's attention, Skyarm said again, you know, in the past, beginner martial artists had almost all come into contact with seeds. That's why they're very familiar with these smells. It was like that one time. I sensed some seed smell and followed it. In the end, I couldn't catch up to it. The other party is very strong. He sensed my presence and left very quickly. I suspect that the other party is someone from the human world. He glanced at Fang Ping and said, it's very likely that the other party has come into contact with real seeds. He might even have cultivated at the seed side. That's why the smell is very strong. Of course, it will dissipate after a long time. At that time, the other party might have just finished cultivating not long ago. Martial artists at the origin realm might not be able to sense it much, but beginner martial artists are very familiar with this state. The smell of seeds, Fang Ping murmured. Seeds, Qin Feng Qing, what was the connection between the two? Did Qin Feng Qing find the existence of seeds on Earth, or was he related to seeds from the start? This guy had disappeared for so long. Had he been cultivating at the seed side all this time? What realm was he in now? Fang Ping was very clear about the seed's power. It was an all-round improvement. They had only cultivated at the seed side. In a short period of time, everyone had a huge breakthrough. What about the real seed? Cultivating at the real seed side might have a different flow of time. What realm had Qin Feng Qing cultivated to? Why did he come to Chu mainland? Could it be to visit Ironhead? This is getting more and more interesting. Fang Ping laughed. The powerhouses of the three realms had appeared. Even the mysterious seed of rebirth had some clues. What about him? Previously, Fang Ping thought that he might be related to Sun God and Celestial Emperor. Later, Celestial Emperor seemed to have nothing to do with him. The Sun God was denied by Heavenly King Jin. Fang Ping had also thought of the seeds at that time. But now, the seeds might be related to Qin Feng Qing. What about himself? Who was the chess piece that he was, or was it that someone had more than one chess piece? My ability to break 9 will soon spread. The person behind me doesn't want me to lose control. Maybe they'll attack me. Or maybe, me becoming stronger is actually someone else's scheme. They're using me to target the 9 emperors and the others? Fang Ping decided not to think about it, but he still had to be careful. He might be in danger in the near future. Maybe the emperors would attack him. Not a clone, but their real bodies. Although he had made the Heavenly King Jin take the blame, it did not mean that the emperors would believe him. They might also suspect him. If that happened, it would not be the emperor's clones that attacked him. Looking back at Ironhead and Old Man Li who were still cultivating, Fang Ping's gaze was solemn. Maybe it was time to let them go back. This time, both of them had gained a lot. Fang Ping was not sure how much they had strengthened. As for himself, his gains were average. However, he had taken away the mentality crystal of broken consciousness. There should be some gains. At least the mentality cut by the clones could be replenished. This was for sure. Fusing the world. Replacing true blood, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. These two were the clear directions he could improve in at the moment. Fusing the world was not something that could be done overnight. True blood. He might really have to make a trip to the source. There are still 4 seeds. If I rely on myself, even if I can rival Celestial Emperor, I'm still no match for them if they join forces. I should also pay attention to the 4 seeds. Fang Ping had a plan in his heart. Next, not only would he strengthen himself, but he would also strengthen the human race. Fang Ping did not linger on Chiwu's side. After killing so many Chiwu people, he would be asking for trouble if he lingered. Old Manly and Iron Head had just woken up when Fang Ping led them away with the void escape. It was very secretive. Fang Ping was afraid that someone would kill him along the way. Of course, he came out quickly and solved the problem quickly too. Even if the emperors found out, they would not be able to find Fang Ping and kill him so quickly. Deep in the sea. On a small island. Fang Ping looked at Old Manly and Iron Head with a questioning expression. How was the effect? Old Manly absorbed Spear God while Li Hansong absorbed Divine Palm Justice. They were powerhouses who had broken 2 gates. Old Manly had also absorbed Staff Saint who was killed earlier. There were also a few who had broken 7 and many who had broken 6. So many powerhouses had been absorbed by these 2. Heavenly Hound wanted to do it once but Divine Palm Justice escaped from its mouth in the end, unwilling to fulfill its wish even at death's door. This made Heavenly Hound very depressed. Old Manly saw Fang Ping looking at him and nodded slightly. He said softly, when 9 emperors killed Chiwu back then, I'm afraid it was purely to strengthen itself. 9 emperors might not care much about the fight for Tao. The effect is very good. Chiwu's vitality force and vitality are very strong. The only thing they are lacking is mentality. Fang Ping nodded and looked at him, unsure of his vitality strength. With Fang Ping's ability, most martial artists could not hide from him. He could not see through Old Manly. Old Manly smiled. There should be 20 million cards. Only this much? Fang Ping said subconsciously. Then, he said immediately, you absorbed 2 people who had broken 8 and you only strengthened this little bit. Old Manly was speechless. Do you think my ability changed? Besides, I can't absorb all of them. If I absorb any more, I'll lose control easily. It's good enough to be close to breaking 8. Fang Ping was speechless. He looked at Iron Head. Iron Head grinned. I'm fine. My only difficulty lies in Tao. I didn't care much about Phantom Tao. As for Truth Tao, I borrowed his strength to help me break through very far. Now it's almost 200,000 meters. 200,000 meters. That was breaking 7. However, Tai Tu had successfully forged his jade bones, and it was a complete jade bone, which was much stronger than Moon Spirit's fake jade bones. In that case, he would be able to break through the 8th rank. Of course, he might still be lacking. However, this fellow had Emperor armor on him, which was extremely compatible. He should be able to possess break 8 defensive power. As for offensive power, Fang Ping had used his boxing gloves last time. If he matched them with the boxing gloves, he should also have break 8 offensive power. It's worth it. Fang Ping said this. Old Manly hesitated for a moment, but still said in a low voice, don't say that again. Fang Ping, don't think about junior martial arts anymore. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to control yourself. He was afraid. He was really afraid. He was not afraid of what would happen to him, but he was afraid that Fang Ping would not be able to resist this temptation and continue to kill beginner heavenly kings. This time, he and Li Hansong had absorbed the flesh aura and life force of elementary martial break 8 and become much stronger. Fang Ping himself did not care about this, but Fang Ping wanted the human race to have a strong power so that they could protect themselves. He was afraid that Fang Ping would continue to kill the beginner heavenly kings and help the powerhouses of the human race. If that was the case, then Fang Ping would really become a demon. Fang Ping. Old Manly looked at him and said with a serious expression, we understand your stress. This stress is not from you, but from the entire human race. If we can fight, we'll fight. If we really can't fight, we'll die. What do you think neo-martial arts is? For the past 100 years, the neo-martial artists have been prepared to die. Without you, the human race would have been annihilated long ago. Even if they were not annihilated, they would not have what they have today. Enough. It's really enough. At least the human race is living freely now. When we knew that there was a great enemy of the catacombs, we were prepared to die in the hands of the catacombs' powerhouses. The comparison of combat strength back then was not 1 to 10, but a few hundred. We don't have a future, Old Manly laughed. No matter how difficult it is now, can it be more difficult than back then? At that time, we did not know about the existence of Heavenly King Suppression and the others. 108 foreign territories, one foreign territory could match the strength of Sino Nation. Fang Ping, at that time, we were also desperate, but we did not give up, nor did we take the wrong path. Now, it's actually much better than back then. 9 emperors, combat, celestial emperor, sun god, there are a total of 12 powerhouses. No matter what, the human race can also match an emperor, right? It was only a 12 to 1 comparison of strength. Was there a need to despair now? Was there a time more hopeless than a few years ago? Old Manly patted his shoulder and chuckled. How old are you? 21 years old. Do you really think that the earth will stop spinning without you? Do you take us for fools? Old Zhang is on earth now. Do you think he's not anxious? Right now, he didn't even know how to rack his brains to cultivate. In the past, without any resources, he was able to quickly cultivate to the impasse realm, let alone now. Martial King. Do you think that Martial King is someone who can be praised? Don't worry, this guy has the human sovereign realm. The human race's strength has skyrocketed this time, so he must have gained a lot. Sky King Subduing King, Tian Shen, and the God Creation Envoy are all on Earth. Do you think old Zhang is a good person? Do you think he will let these people go if he doesn't empty them? If we go back now, he might be able to break through 8 by now. I think this fellow will be able to fight against an emperor during the battle. Old Manly said it happily, as if he was joking. However, Old Manly was not joking. King Wu. He was in existence who had suppressed Li Zhu. Li Zhu had broken through 8. What about King Wu? No matter what, Li Zhu had lived for thousands of years. King Wu had lived for less than 100 years. Previously, he had suppressed him. Now, the timing, geographical, and human conditions were all on the human race's side. They had also changed to the human sovereign realm, which was stronger than the previous human sovereign realm. If Li Zhu could break through 8, old Zhang could do it in the blink of an eye. He was that confident, Old Manly believed in him. On the human race's side, Fang Ping's rise had actually only happened this year. Before this, it had always been supported by old Zhang. Even now, everyone's trust in King Wu was actually still slightly higher than Fang Ping's. It was true that Fang Ping was strong, but Fang Ping always revealed everything he had. Old Zhang, on the other hand, often secretly made some surprises. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Honestly, he trusted Zhang Tao too. On the human race's side, if there was a war, who Fang Ping trusted the most, it would be Zhang Tao, not Heavenly King Zhen. Since he had caused trouble in the catacombs, the guy who had backed him up. Now that he had surpassed old Zhang's strength, he did not count on him anymore. However, Old Manly was right. Fang Ping smiled. Instructor, I understand. Don't worry, I won't self-destruct so easily. Aren't you still here? Old Zhang is here too. Old Wang has also broken through 8 now. Even Iron Head, that idiot, can break through 8. What else is impossible? Fang Ping smiled. Me, old Zhang, you, Iron Head, old Wang, and when old Zhao comes back. There are many heavenly kings in the human race. Commander Li and Senior Warlord are also going to be heavenly kings soon. There's also that old geezer Heavenly King Jin. I'm worried that he's involved with the Sun God, but I'm not worried that he'll attack the human race. I'm just worried that he'll leave the human race, counting, just the human race's own heavenly kings will be more than 10 people by then. The heavenly kings are all here. Breaking through 9 is not far away. Fang Ping smiled. As long as they reach the heavenly king realm, I'll have a chance to let them break through 9. A large group of them breaking through 9, even if they're not as good as the Emperor, they can still besiege the Emperor. Therefore, my pressure isn't as big as you think, Instructor. The 4 seeds had a goal. As long as the human race powerhouses reached the heavenly king realm and could withstand a huge breakthrough in vitality and the transformation of life essence, then they could break through 9. This was the human race's chance. As for going against the emperor alone, Fang Ping actually had no confidence. When Old Manly heard this, he nodded and smiled. It's good that you know what you're doing. Don't worry, us old bones are all standing behind you. I heard what Heavenly King Zhen said earlier. Don't take it seriously. How can the human race not tolerate a human king? Outside, you're the demon king. Inside, you're the human king. Right now, there are some rumors saying that you've killed too much. What do they know? Old Manly said lightly, many people are living peaceful lives now, but they don't understand how this peaceful life came about. It's okay. Tens of millions of martial artists know how much you've sacrificed. When the 3 realms become one, then they'll understand what the human race is facing. Right now, Old Zhang is helping you build momentum and publicize in the human race. Don't worry, you're the human race's hero. No one can doubt you. Do you really think that our saber isn't sharp enough? It's just a little trick by the catacombs. Old Zhang is already investigating. Very soon, these discordant voices will all be settled. If the human race really wants to rebel against you, then it'll be Old Zhang who'll lead, Old Manly chuckled. If he doesn't lead, on the human race's side, no one's prestige is stronger than yours. This old thing. Kid, when the time comes, we'll find a chance to kill him. Just kill him. You'll be the biggest. Who can rebel against you? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. You're amazing. I'll pass on this to Old Zhang. Just wait to be beaten up. What a joke. Old Manly sneered. Is he my opponent now? When I go back, I'll say it in front of him. What can he do? That's fine too. If he really attacks me, I'll beat him up. Do you think you're the only one who wants to beat him up? I still want to. Back then, when I dealt with the Yang family, this guy didn't hold back. He scolded me like I was his son. I'm already so old, but I'm worse off than a grandson in front of him. When I go back this time, see how I'll take revenge on him. Fang Ping burst out laughing. Ironhead also scratched his ears and cheeks. That's not good, right? Old Manly was going to rebel. Old Manly rolled his eyes at him. Ignoring him, he laughed again. As long as you know what I'm saying. Although Old Zhang is a bit of a bastard, he's not the kind of person who would kill all the birds and beasts. If he didn't even have this bit of trust, the human race wouldn't have come this far. Kid, don't think that you're strong now. If Old Zhang didn't protect you in the past, you wouldn't be where you are today. He can't believe it. If you rebel against the human race, I'll rebel with you. When that time comes, the human race won't be the human race that you're protecting. It won't be the human race that I'm protecting either. Fang Ping nodded and smiled. Don't worry. I really don't care about these things. As he said that, Fang Ping sighed. Suppressing Heavenly King didn't say these to drive a wedge between Old Zhang and me. I understand what Old Man means. He's afraid that I'll kill too much and cause trouble in the future. Not just the human race, but after the 3 realms fuse. Fang Ping said softly, Teacher, you said that if the 3 realms fuse and the human race wins, the catacombs and new martial arts, tens of billions of people, will the human race be annihilated? As soon as he said that, Old Manly understood too. This time, Old Manly's expression changed slightly. He nodded quickly. I understand. That Old Manly still thinks highly of you. He thinks that you might win. If you win, the 3 realms will be unified, and these tens of billions of people will be integrated into the human race. When that time comes, you'll be vilified and ostracized. No matter how strong Fang Ping was, he was only one person. When that time came, tens of billions of people would think that he had killed too much. The people he killed were their loved ones and leaders. How would Fang Ping feel then? Kill them all? Obviously, this was not possible. The sin of killing would be too heavy, tens of billions of people. This was not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. At this time, Old Manly really understood. His expression turned slightly solemn. Ironhead was also frowning. The human race was killing. Fang Ping was also killing. Could it be the same? Fang Ping killed the other party's leaders. Not just one or two, but many. Once the three realms fused and unified, Fang Ping could use his strength to suppress everyone. However, would there be no other voices? He had killed too many. Fang Ping's reputation was too big. The Devil King's reputation was also too big. Ironhead and Old Manly frowned. Fang Ping, however, said in amusement, "I'm just saying. Both of you, do you really believe that we humans can win? Even if we win, can I survive until the end? Even if I survive until the end, do I still care about these things? Honestly, this is actually quite good. When the time comes, if old Zhang doesn't die, this fellow is very hypocritical. Don't think that he has killed many people. The others don't really understand him. If he shows up, the three realms fusion will not be too difficult." As soon as he said that, Old Manly said indignantly, "I was wondering why this old fellow has been so low-key recently. It turns out that he's preparing to take over the three realms. You've taken all the blame. That fellow has it easy. Forget it." Fang Ping rolled his eyes and joked, "You're just putting on an act in front of me. Who knows how happy you are in your heart?" Luckily, old Zhang took over. If this little bastard Fang Ping took over, wouldn't the three realms be in chaos? Old Manly laughed out loud. Needless to say, he really thought so. If the three realms were really unified and the humans won, who would be the most suitable leader of the three realms? It really would not be Fang Ping, Martial King Zhang Tao. Fang Ping laughed again. "It's true. Don't worry. Why would I be jealous of this old man? I can't be more happy. This big mess, even if it was given to me, I would be too lazy to take over. It's too troublesome. I'll squeeze him dry so that this old man won't have peace for the rest of his life. He'll work himself to death every day and watch Minister Xie grow old day by day. He won't have time to talk about his sunset love. You're too black-hearted, kid." Old Manly did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was really black-hearted. Fang Ping said quickly, "As for old Zhang, I actually have some ideas." "What? How about bringing Hua Qidao back to the humans?" Old Manly frowned and said thoughtfully, "Old Zhang didn't say anything himself. Hua Qidao's usefulness is not that great. Previously, old Zhang thought that the big enemy was the catacombs, so he wanted to send Hua Qidao into the catacombs and even monitor Li Zhu. But now, it's not that useful. Li Zhu might have discovered something unusual long ago. Even if he didn't, he's a paragon. Even if he's an emperor level now, what's the use of staying in the catacombs?" Fang Ping shook his head. "It's useless. Besides, we don't know when he'll be killed. Old Zhang can't say anything about bringing him back. I think it's better to bring him back." "But," Old Manly said in a low voice, "as for Hua Qidao, he was the Catacomb Sky Plant's royal court's left marshal in the past. Alliance leader Zhao was the left marshal before?" Fang Ping did not think much of it. What's wrong with the left marshal? When Hua Qidao was the left marshal, the Sky Plant's army was no longer what it used to be. They didn't participate in many wars with the humans. Hua Qidao's priority was to protect Sky Plant's city. Back then, the humans were able to resist the Sky Plant's royal court. Although old Zhang strategized, Hua Qidao also provided a lot of information so that old Zhang could be prepared. That was why he could successfully defeat the opponent. Hua Qidao was still very useful in the early days. Old Zhang stayed on Earth all year round to handle chores, but he seemed to know everything in the three realms. This had a lot to do with the spies he had planted. Among them, Hua Qidao, who was the left marshal, was one of the higher-ups of the Sky Plant's royal court. It could be said that the humans would know what the Sky Plant's royal court had planned back then very quickly. Old Zhang could manage Sino Nation so well, fighting wherever he pointed. Every time he fought, he would win. Hua Qidao's contribution was not small. This old fellow falsely claimed his son's credit and did not make his son famous. Fang Ping could not stand it. Shameless old thief. Hua Qidao has killed a few powerhouses. I know this. He entered the battleground of the King's War in the past and fought there. He killed a few powerhouses in Stellar Sky City. As Fang Ping said that, he added, "These are also inevitable. Otherwise, how can he break through? How can he become the left marshal?" If he doesn't become the left marshal, he won't have the credit in the future. The people he saved are more than the people he killed. It's impossible for him to go undercover without a drop of blood on his hands. To be honest, there are casualties even in sparring. I don't think it's a big deal to go undercover in the Sky Plant's royal court. Old Zhang might think it's inappropriate and bring Hua Qidao back. It might cause some conflict with Stellar Sky City. It was not a big problem for the people. Hua Qidao was not very famous. How many people knew him? The key was that Hua Qidao had killed people from Stellar Sky City in the battleground of the King's War. Stellar Sky City was the mainstay of the human race. People like the Garrison King and War King were the mainstay of the human race. Old Zhang was still worried about Stellar Sky City's attitude. Hua Qidao had killed Stellar Sky City's powerhouses. If he brought this back to the human world now, it might cause some of Stellar Sky City's powerhouses to be unhappy. There were not many powerhouses in the restricted area who fought with the outer regions. However, the battleground of the King's War was the home ground of the restricted area and Stellar Sky City. Both sides had fought there for many years. Old Manly frowned too. If you know about this, then you should understand Old Zhang's concerns. It's really hard to explain to Stellar Sky City. I'll go and explain. Fang Ping said calmly, I've even destroyed the Yang family in Stellar Sky City. To be honest, I brought Hua Qidao back to see everyone's attitude. If they can't even tolerate Hua Qidao, will they really tolerate me in the end? Old Zhang can't even tolerate his own son. In order to take care of other people's feelings, he even destroyed his son and killed a great hero of the human race. Do I still expect him to tolerate me in the end? I don't doubt him, but I have to think about whether he'll even give up on his son because of some pressure. Really, if that's the case, then I'll be bitterly disappointed. What's the purpose of protecting the human race? Isn't it for home? If not for home, who would fight in the front line? I have to bring him back. Old Zhang has to admit it whether he wants to or not. I'll take care of the pressure in Stellar Sky City. Before the Great War, it's hard to say if we can survive until the end. If we're still fussing over this, then we might as well not fight anymore. That's true, but they've lost their loved ones. You can't just not take care of them, can you? Fang Ping nodded slightly. This made sense, but he still said clearly, I still have to admit it. At most, we won't have any dealings in the future. You might feel bad, but I feel bad too. It's not a big problem if we tolerate each other a little. It's not like they're living together every day. Ironhead had been silent all this while. He suddenly interrupted, then why don't we let him return with his original identity and not let people know that he's Hua Qidao? Wouldn't that be more appropriate? Are you stupid? Fang Ping said exasperatedly, Old Zhang's son has been dead for more than 10 years. Why did he suddenly appear? Does he really think everyone is an idiot? Instead of being secretive, why don't we be open and honest? At least let people know that his son has made contributions and not been hiding outside for decades. Those who don't know might think that Old Zhang is worried that he's going extinct, so he let his son go into hiding. Ironhead was embarrassed. Old Manly said with amusement, then we'll go with your idea. It's not a big problem. Old Zhang is just worried that something will go wrong at this juncture and create pressure for everyone. What pressure? If Stellar Sky City really wants to hold on to such a small matter, I would have fallen out with Stellar Sky City a long time ago when I annihilated the Yang family. Fang Ping disagreed. Were the seniors in Stellar Sky City that overbearing? Were they unreasonable? That was not the case, otherwise, Old Zhang and the others would not have risen, and neither would Fang Ping. War King and the others had guarded Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years. Even though they knew that they were no match for the catacombs, they never retreated even half a step. When the war started, which Stellar Sky City powerhouse did not fight on the front line, after the battle at the Imperial Battleground, Fang Ping's view of Stellar Sky City had completely changed. Previously, because of what happened to the Yang family, he was slightly dissatisfied with Stellar Sky City. Later on, this dissatisfaction had completely disappeared. At Spirit Emperor Dojo, the Qin family's elder ancestor had self-destructed so that Fang Ping could kill the Divine Sect's 3 saints. Just to block the enemy for a moment, he did not even hesitate. As for the others, when Old Zhang mentioned Fang Ping's fusion, none of them hesitated and almost all of them died in battle at Spirit Emperor. Dojo. Fang Ping felt that these people would not care about those things. At most, some of the juniors would find it hard to accept. However, those who had been to the battlefield would not have such thoughts, unless those fellows had not been to the battlefield. If they had not been to the battlefield, why would Fang Ping care about them? If they had not been to the battlefield and reaped the fruits of others' labor, Fang Ping could not be bothered to care about these people. After listening for a while, Old Manly nodded again. Fang Ping was right. Old Zhang might have been overthinking things. If Hua Qidao were to die in the catacombs, Old Manly felt that it would be a blow to Old Zhang if he were to die with the title of a catacombs martial artist. Alright, we'll listen to you. Old Manly did not continue talking about Hua Qidao. He said in a low voice, then should Ironhead and I leave alone now, or should we go with you? If the two of us and the Heavenly Dog make a move, although we might not be able to defeat a Broken Nine, it should not be a problem to hold off a Broken Nine clone for a while. No, let's go back first. Fang Ping shook his head. Both of your missions are to cultivate and strengthen yourselves. When I find a chance to break the virtual gate and help everyone break 9, both of you might fall behind when that time comes. Don't think that breaking 8 is enough now. Without the combat strength to break 9, both of you won't be qualified when it comes to the final battlefield. It's more convenient for me to go alone. At least I don't have to worry. Alright then. Old Manly did not argue further. He said quickly, then be careful. When we leave, the king's clone probably won't attack us. As for you, if you show up again, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Someone will definitely suspect you. You caused a commotion in the divine nation of chaos. Now Chu is also in trouble. Although Heavenly King Garrison has gone twice, if you throw this blame to him, not many people will believe you. I know. Fang Ping smiled. I don't expect them to believe me. Just let them be suspicious. That's it then. Both of you return as soon as possible. I'll show up after I use the mentality crystal to break consciousness. I'll go to the catacombs and bring Hua Qidao back to Earth. If those people really want to attack me, they might be on my way to the catacombs. Be careful. Old Manly did not know what to say. He could only remind them again. If he and Li Hansong followed, they would only be a burden. Although he and Li Hansong both had broken 8 combat strength now, it was still not enough to fight against a broken 9. It was best to leave early. Ironhead said worriedly, why don't I follow you? I have Emperor armor. If you and I merge at a critical moment, our strength will be stronger. Our safety is still guaranteed. No need. Your current fusion won't help me that much. I have to be careful that you can't take it and get killed. Fang Ping joked. He said quickly, go back as soon as possible and meet up with Old Wang and the rest. Also, see if you can contact Old Jiao these days. He's been gone for a while. There hasn't been any news. Alright then. Ironhead was helpless. His strength was still weak. He felt that he had gotten a lot of good stuff, but why was he still so weak? Old Manly and Li Hansong left. Before they left, they called for Heavenly Hound. This dog refused to leave no matter what. It wanted to take care of the cat. Fang Ping felt that this dog did not have any self-awareness. Did it not know how strong it was? Could it take care of the cat? However, he did not persuade it. If Heavenly Hound stayed, then so be it. When the time came, the Emperor's target would be him, not Heavenly Hound. At a critical moment, it could just run away. At least it was stronger than Li Hansong, Old Manly, and Heavenly Hound. It could also take a few hits and would not be killed instantly. As for Fang Ping, he began to digest the mentality crystals left behind by the consciousness severing. When he was done digesting, he would leave for the catacombs. If the Emperor wanted to make a move, this was the best time. Otherwise, when Fang Ping returned to Earth and met up with Heavenly King Suppression, the difficulty would increase greatly. On Earth, the God Creation envoys were not weak either. In addition, Old Zhang was on Earth, and the Emperor path was more powerful. This was something the Emperor knew. Time passed bit by bit. 3 realms. Undercurrents were surging. For many people, it was not difficult to guess when the Emperor's avatar made a move. It depended on how much the Emperor was willing to pay for Fang Ping. What kind of strength would he use to kill Fang Ping? This guy was a shit stirrer. If he did not kill Fang Ping, it would be very easy for big problems to arise. End of chapter 1408. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.